EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I was being building for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling. It had to be preserved.
In response to the post-nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
The Golden State Warriors are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Warriors. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
You know how much I love Bruce Springsteen. I had a sneak peek, and I definitely recommend you go see the new movie, Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, starring Jeremy Allen White as Bruce Springsteen. The film chronicles the making of Springsteen's 1982 Nebraska album, when he was a young musician on the cusp of global superstardom, struggling to reconcile the pressures of success with the ghosts of his past. Listen to the Morning Roast all week long for your chance to win $100 in movie passes to see Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters Friday.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Clouds early, sun later, going up to 71 in San Jose.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Rise. Wake up. It's time. .95.7 The Game breaking news.
And it's a doozy. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Morning Roast. Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni, but we got to get right into it. Massive, and I mean massive news coming out of the NBA this morning. Shams Charania, ESPN, the first to report it. First, it started off with this. Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier was arrested early Thursday morning as part of an FBI sports betting gambling probe, sources told ESPN. The Eastern District of New York and FBI Director Kash Patel will hold a press conference at 10 a.m. Eastern to announce arrests from said investigation. Now, he followed that up 20 minutes later, Shams Charania, with this. Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling, sources tell ESPN. And on top of this now per ABC News, head coach Chauncey Billups for the Portland Trailblazers has been charged in an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia, law enforcement sources told ABC. I mean, Sam, we have so much to get into today. Obviously, Warriors home opener tonight against the Denver Nuggets. What's going on with the 49ers? Brock Purdy practicing yesterday, looked limited, looked a little bit better. Obviously, the big story yesterday was the Giants getting a new manager, Tony Vitello. But this is what we had to open with. This is an extremely big deal. This isn't some, Terry Rozier, Malik Beasley, Jonte Porter. No. This is a head coach of an NBA basketball team of a major American sport going down tied to the mafia due to illegal gambling. That is an awful look. Coming off just the start of your season, you got a head coach getting dragged out in cuffs at 5 a.m. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, hello there, Spadoni. And that's, I guess now we know why the Blazers are trying so hard to win one for Chauncey. This is the next level. This is a head coach of a team, a guy whose job it is to literally call shots to win basketball games. And my first thought that this goes to here, Spadoni, is, when Chauncey was busted for this, he wasn't busted for the first time doing it. That was just the first time he got caught. So you have to wonder, how long has this been going on? We're 3 days into the season. It's day 3 today of the season. I think has every team played a game yet? Have the Blazers played a game yet?
Yeah.
So this is an incredibly awful way for the NBA to start its season off in a year that should be a great year for them. You had Victor Wembanyama go off for 40 points last night on national TV, putting together an unreal performance that had our producer, Carter Chickering, all giddy this morning. And instead, no one's going to care about that because the league's spotlight is going to be all on this gambling scandal now. I mean, tied to the mafia? When I first read that story, I'm looking at the ESPN story that Shams Charania posted right now. I mean, that just seems like a fake sentence. And yet, here he is, like, a poker game tied to the mafia. Is this guy in debt to the mob? Is this what he's gambling for?
I mean, Sam,
that is deep stuff.
I literally go back to, and we reference The Sopranos like in jest a lot because it's fiction, right? It's a show about the modernity, if you will, of the mafia. But there's a scene in like season 5 or 6 where Tony Soprano, the lead character, one of the bosses in Jersey, is literally gambling with Lawrence Taylor. And Lawrence Taylor plays himself in the scene. I immediately went to Chauncey Billups playing with Tony Soprano. Like
Chauncey plays himself in that scene.
That sounds fake until I see the ABC News report that he was charged an illegal poker operation tied to the mob. It's absolutely incredible and all the wrong reasons for it. And this is why I keep bringing, this is a major, major story because of all the things that have happened in the last 7 years, right? 2018, the Supreme Court strikes down federal prohibitions on sports gambling. And since then, whether it's the NFL, whether it's Major League Baseball, whether it's obviously the NBA now, you see players left and right. Calvin Ridley, Jamison Williams, obviously Terry Rozier now, Jonte Porter, Malik Beasley getting tied to it at times. The list goes on and on and on. But no head coaches. That's why this one, you got to go back to like Pete Rose, maybe. And even that was before my time. Yeah. You know, famously, Pete Rose was gambling on the games, but he always said, oh, I was never gambling against my team or my team was playing. Well, it didn't matter. Since that point on, he was excommunicated, and whether you thought he should have been reinstated into the Hall of Fame, what have you, it was a stain on the league, and they needed to bring down swift and fast justice. The commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver, has a major and massive problem on his hands, and he needs to get on top of this thing right away. There needs to be a statement. I know when he came in as commissioner, he had a doozy on his hands with the Donald Sterling stuff.
And he reacted very
swiftly. He banned him for life.
And I think it made him very popular within the league circles.
It did.
Coming out the gate there. It was a great start for him. And now he, we were talking a little bit about Adam Silver yesterday. We were kind of criticizing him because we were talking about the broadcasting of NBC, and you brought up how, it's a highlights-based league, and, well, it's okay. People just go back and watch the highlights. I mean, it's becoming apparent that Adam Silver's slowly losing control of the NBA right now.
Whoa!
Like, seriously, this gambling thing is getting out of hand right now. You got a product that is just, like, the way they're putting out the product is just, clearly there's a disconnect there in terms of how fans want to receive the product versus how the NBA thinks it should disseminate its product. But I got to wonder, Spinoni, like, is this just the new normal now that sports leagues are going to be going with here until they get a cap on this? Because all this time, I'm looking at this story, and you're looking at it too. You found this morning this a timeline of events of sports gambling run-ins in America since the Supreme Court made sports gambling legal. It is a long, long list of. There's some professional, instances in here, during that time. Obviously, Jamison Williams with the Lions is one of them. But there's a lot of under-the-radar ones, too, whether it's college, UFC. There's a lot of smaller-time ones that, maybe go underneath. When I say small-time, I don't mean like no one cares. But like they don't fall into the big four sports of American professional sports.
It's a good point, Sam, because like there's one like right here. New York Jets wide receiver coach, and I know him as a player more, Miles Austin, was suspended for a year. This was back in 2022. I don't remember that.
No, I mean, a lot of these get swept under the rug because they're not huge names at the time, or they're in, like no one cares if someone's betting on a Big 12 game or anything like that. But is this just the new normal now? And while we're seeing this happen, all of these leagues that are suspending and banning and getting these, athletes arrested, like they're all getting into bed with DraftKings and FanDuel and all these other sports betting sites. And so it just kind of goes back to the same kind of, I don't want to say it's a hypocrisy almost, but you can't. I just think it's just the fact that these leagues are getting in bed with all these gambling entities when doing so when the players and coaches do so, it's illegal. There's just something that's never sat right with me about that. And I feel like this is the consequence, unintended or not, of sports gambling becoming legal, of sports gambling becoming a viable advertising partner for a lot of these leagues. It's just a continuation of, I think, a reality that was inevitable.
Well, I wonder where fans are at with this, because I will say at 888-957-9570, and that's the number to get involved. We would love your participation all day long. Again, Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky today. I'm Joe Spadoni. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 888-957-9570. And if you're just joining us, the latest from Shams Charania, ESPN. Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier arrested early Thursday morning as part of an FBI sports gambling probe. Okay, that's a player. Following that, you got Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups being arrested by the FBI for an alleged illegal gambling with ties to the mafia in an illegal poker operation. So there is part of me, when I saw that, I was like, and for better or worse, I was like, oh, well, at least it wasn't on the games, right? At least it wasn't on the games. Like that makes it better. But seriously.
I mean, maybe worse for him. Like, what, is this guy in debt to the mafia? Is this guy sitting down at the poker table?
For him, yes. But for the league, if I'm Adam Silver and I'm like the powers that be, it's like, well, he was doing something on his own separately. He wasn't betting on games.
That was a crime committed outside of
correct.
Work. That's, if I commit a crime in the office, Nahegan has to deal with it. If I go outside and commit the crime, he can be like, you know what, I don't have to deal with it. That's the outside crime.
But still, it'd be a bad look overall for Odyssey, if in this hypothetical.
I'm not.
And the NBA in general, it's still a bad look for the league that
absolutely.
You have a head coach getting woken up at 5 a.m, gunning out.
And after do very much wake you up when they do these 5 a.m. house calls.
After losing in a heartbreaking fashion in your home opener last night to the Minnesota Timberwolves, 1 minute you're walking off the court. It's like, all right, let's regroup, guys. And the next minute you're getting arrested. It's honestly like, it's
well, you had
incredible.
To probably figure, he probably had to know that this was going to be coming. I mean, I'm not saying he's like going to bed every night being like, oh, well, FBI showing up tomorrow morning. But Spadoni, when you're doing things that deep, when you're that deep in it, when you're playing poker games with the mafia and potentially having, I don't know what financial situation he has with it, so I'm not going to say he's in debt to anything or anything like that, but if you're in these kind of illegal situations, you got to know, like, well, that's the question I have. It's like, you got to know this is coming to a degree. If you're doing something wrong to this level and you're this prominent of a human being, like, there are cameras, there are people talking everywhere. Like, why do these guys think they can keep getting away with it? That's what I want to know.
Because they had been. See, that's the thing. When you're doing something, and I don't know from experience, if you're doing something illegal and you keep getting away with it, you think you're bigger than the law. No, that's just a reality. That's why these people, they keep doing it. Whether, and I say these people, it's everyone. From Chauncey Billups to just a regular Joe Schmo on the street. You keep getting away with something, sooner or later you feel above the law. And right now, Chauncey's, he's reaping what he's sowing, and they're going to go through they did a whole investigation. So they clearly feel like they have enough on this guy to bring him in and arrest him. Same with Terry Rozier. Obviously, Malik Beasley was the topic of interest over the summer. He thought he had a signed contract, and it's like, no, you're getting investigated by the league. So we'll wait and see when the press conference comes out later from FBI Director Kash Patel. Apparently, it's supposed to happen 7 o'clock our time, so that's in about 40 minutes.
Ooh, do we take that live?
We won't take it live, but we'll definitely get sound from it, I am sure. That
was not on my bingo card, having Kash Patel going to be delivering sound for our station. That was not on my 2025 bingo card.
No, well, this entire thing this morning, I thought we were going to talk about Tony Vitello being the new Giants manager. I thought we were going to talk about the Warriors home opener, and we still will, guys. Like, I promise, I will get into that. But this is a big story that is breaking the sports and just in news in general right now. It's dominating the headlines. And from the 707 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, this is kind of what I'm getting at. This is what I mentioned earlier. I see the Chauncey getting arrested for an illegal poker ring. It's not as bad as players betting on their own game. Yes.
Let's wait for more details to come out with the Billups thing, too. Because I
think that's how the league's viewing it, though.
Yeah.
Like, which sounds insane when you get a head coach arrested, but it's the integrity, Sam, is that's the most important thing for the league. So it's not on the level, it sounds like anyways, of what Pete Rose...
from what we know right now.
Of what Pete Rose did back back in the day when he was the Phillies manager. That was him actually betting on the games. That is a major no-no, and that is why he was banned for life from Major League Baseball and they revoked his Hall of Fame. All of that. Chauncey Billups, he might get banned for life. He might, like Adam Silver might ban him, and that's the least of his problems right now, by the way. Adam Silver's only worried about the integrity of the sport.
And to your point, as I see there, if it is, just an illegal, poker game that he's essentially doing with these mafia bosses, then yeah, that does remove the threat or the cloud, so to speak, that Billups was coaching games in a way to make sure that he was, hitting that spread or keeping guys in to get their minutes because he needed a certain player to hit an over on their points. Yeah, to your point there, Spadoni, it is good that particular issue is not what's kind of getting Billups up here, but at the end of the day, an NBA head coach getting let out in handcuffs at 5 a.m, that's a stain on the league, and this is it's a horrible way for this NBA season to start right now. This league is not a league. They can't really afford to be having this right now.
No, it's not a good look considering what took place back in the early 2000s. Tim Donaghy, remember Kings, Lakers. Donaghy later admitted he was gambling on games, all of that. There has been a long tie.
And the refs really, I don't think, have ever truly recovered from the Tim Donaghy scandal because, we always crush officials just in general as fans and whatnot, but no, the fact of the matter is the fact that happened with Tim Donaghy, even way back then, there's always that sneaking bit of suspicion that any ref that isn't doing what the calls that you like, it's going to be in the back of your mind, whether warranted or not.
The worst thing that you can do to a sport is to make it feel like it's scripted or that there's something fishy going on. We like to call professional sports and even, collegiate, whatever, the greatest reality TV show for a reason, because it's actually real.
Mm-hmm.
Reality TV, like on MTV, Bravo, whatever. I was watching Love is Blind on Netflix last night. Just a tremendous season, by the way.
I know you're on that show.
Very, very much into it. That stuff's all like script. You know that's scripted. There's producers in the background. There's people telling what to do or asking questions, and it's all fugazi. It's not real. Why do we love Warriors, Lakers on an opening night? You don't know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
How's Luka going to look? How's Steph going to look? Jonathan Kuminga. That's why we call it the greatest reality TV shows ever. But when you start tampering with that, and then it feels scripted, or it feels like something's wrong or fishy, that's when you lose the trust of the audience. That's when I don't want to watch it anymore. And that's what you cannot have if you're Roger Goodell, if you're Rob Manfred, if you're Adam Silver in this case, is people not watching anymore. And that's when you start messing with the sanctity, if you will, or the integrity of the league. Now, it sounds like, again, according to reports, if you're just joining us, Portland Trail Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been charged in an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia, law enforcement sources told ABC News. That's different than what took place with Terry Rozier, who was arrested early Thursday morning as well, part of an FBI sports betting gambling probe. So there is a lot of things happening in the NBA verse when their season just went underway. I cannot, let's just say this, Sam, can't wait for the presser from Adam Silver, how he's going to dodge this bullet and how he's going to sell this one to the league and to all the people that are spending, $650 a year to watch all these games, right? Good luck selling that one.
The question I still have that I always come back to in this situation is just, how are you going to prevent this going forward? Because this is just, it keeps happening. Now it keeps getting brought to light. Maybe it's been happening a lot more than we're aware of. And the fact that it is legal now, that brings more of this stuff into the light. So we're going to see more and more players get pinched. But then that kind of then leads me to my next question. It's like, who else out there is doing this?
Well,
because it's definitely with Rozier and Billups out of the picture. I guarantee you, Spadoni, the league is not clean as a whistle right now. They have not. Jonte Porter's gone. Malik Beasley, he's out. The NBA definitely is not cleaned house out of everybody who is illegally wagering on games. There are still some players still out there who are doing this. And you don't know who it could be. It could be literally anybody. And so I don't know how the NBA puts a lid on this to make sure it doesn't happen again or prevent other players from getting caught up in this? Maybe it's impossible to. Maybe this is just, like, as I said, this is the new reality, and it's just, once upon a time, Spadoni, it was, in baseball, we're worried which is the next great slugger that's going to get tied to steroids. Are we getting to a situation where it's just like, who's the next great player in any sport who's going to be tied to illegal sports gambling and risk getting a lifetime ban? Like, is this really where we're at now?
888-957-9570. We are continuing to monitor the situation going on this morning around the NBA sphere. If you're just joining us, again, the latest from Shams Charania at ESPN. Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier arrested Thursday morning as part of an FBI sports betting gambling probe. FBI Director Kash Patel is going to hold a presser at 10 a.m. Eastern, so 7 o'clock our time here on the West Coast, in about 35 minutes to announce the rest of the investigation. Plus, on top of that, this morning, Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups arrested by the FBI for an alleged illegal gambling. And on top of that, I guess there's more news that we have to talk about on the other side. Big boss man got me here. Hey, we got more news coming out about this. Big time stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. Plus, I promise we'll get into what the Giants did yesterday, hiring a new manager, Tony Vitello. That is historic in its own right. Warriors Nuggets tonight, the home opener. Oh my God, sports, for good or for bad, and fuego this morning. That's Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. If you want to join the conversation, you can hit us up on YouTube. We are streaming, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is righteously brewed in San Francisco. And coming up next, more on this crazy, crazy story about gambling investigations, the mob, the FBI. Our pets' heads are falling off. What's going on? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky this morning. Joe Spadoni here. We are tapped into the story of the morning and probably the day, the week, for a long time. If you're just joining us and you missed out on the latest breaking news out of ESPN, Shams Charania reporting Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier arrested early Thursday morning as part of an FBA sports betting gambling probe. I know, Michael. I know. The Eastern District of New York and FBI Director Kash Patel will hold a press conference at 10 a.m. Eastern to announce arrests from said investigation. So that's coming up in about less than a half hour now, our time. And then you get Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups being arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling with ties to the mafia, sources told ABC. And on top of that now, Big Boss Man gets in my ear. Oh, we got more. NBC News is now reporting former NBA player Damon Jones has also been arrested by the FBI in connection with the charges being announced today. No indication he is tied to bets on games he played in, according to two familiar with the matter. That's via NBC News. And Damon Jones, I should also mention, was Cavs assistant coach back 2016 through 2018, Sam. So I say all that to say this. If you're waking up this morning and you're just, you're a regular sports fan, but you're not into sports gambling. And, California really we haven't technically legalized it. Now we have some aspects of like fantasy that you can like kind of circumvent it, but we don't have it legal here in California. So a lot of these states do. Now what these guys are doing is clearly illegal. You can't tamper with the league. There's FBI implications. There's mob implications, all of that. But Sam, why should the average fan of sports be caring about this right now? I guess that is the question, and I'm asking you that.
Yeah, because I'm not a huge sports gambler. It's not really like I've dabbled with it, but to me, I feel like sports gambling need to have money to do that, and your boy isn't that flush with cash.
You're not?
No, I'm not. I'm but a humble radio producer.
You're getting there.
Yeah, maybe someday. But why the average fan should care? Really? I mean, the gambling. Unfortunately, it does impact the game in terms of if it's compromising what the product is. I think you hit on it last segment. You got to be able to trust what you're seeing out there. Like we can't have you look just around the way the world is operating these days. So much of how things function properly is based on just the confidence that they will, the confidence that people do their jobs properly, the confidence that, the right things are being done in the right way. And when that's not the case, when that trust, when that faith is shaken, we talked about your circle of trust here. When things are outside of the circle of trust, it's not easy to get back in. And when I see coaches getting involved in these kind of things now, my worry is, as I said, is just where's the next shoe going to drop? Where's the next bolt of lightning going to strike? Because it's not just them. And so that's the concern I have. And that's always been kind of a concern I've had with sports gambling in America, because sports gambling could really ruin people's lives. Like there's a reason why there's gambler hotlines out there
1-800-GAMBLER
to call when your life goes off the rails. I mean, people can absolutely destroy their lives through sports gambling. And when you see it happening at this level here and how risky it can be, I don't know if it's going to, for me personally, impact my ability to watch the game. I'm still going to watch because it's not massively widespread yet. But a week ago, a head coach had never gotten pinched in one of these. And now here we are.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep seeing this trend in the darker and darker and darker direction that we're slowly seeing it trend to.
Well, there actually is a tie to, the new manager here in the Bay, Tony Vitello. And we're going to get to know about Tony coming up in about 12, 15 minutes with another Tony Basilio of the Tony Basilio Show, 105.7 FM in Knoxville, Tennessee's #1 Paisan, he calls him, but he knows all things Tennessee baseball, volunteers, all of that. So we'll get the lay of the land of who Tony Vitello is as a manager, and if he thinks he's going to translate at the big league level. Again, that's a historic hire in that he's had no experience at the major league level coaching. And now he's going from the college program to the MLB program. So it's going to be very interesting there. We'll talk to Tony Basilio, but I say that because it's not professionally exclusive. You had Alabama fire their head baseball coach, Brad Bohannon, back on May 4th, 2023, after links to suspicious bets. Yeah, that guy, that man, Alabama, you know where they play? SEC. Where does Tennessee play? SEC.
Just means more.
It just, well, apparently so.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about this?
It's ties everywhere is why I bring that up. Not just with the NBA, NFL. This goes to the college level too.
Well, you mentioned the college level here, Spinoni. Last March, as we're looking at this timeline here, Charlie Baker, the president of the NCAA, came out and he called for a ban on college prop bets because, this is, again, to protect the integrity and competition of the game, but also to stop the harassment of students and players. You can't have people going up to kids in the parking lot being like, hey, man, I need you to get 100 yards. You came in at 98. What's going on here? It's people, when people's money is on the line, we act differently. Like that is literally the lifeblood to how we are able to live our everyday lives is our money. And when that becomes at risk, you're going to do crazy things to keep that money in your pocket or add more money to your pocket. So there becomes, in a sense, a risk that the athletes are taking here. If I need Christian McCaffrey to hit the over on 90 yards rushing and he comes in underneath, then I'm driving up to McCaffrey's house and throwing eggs at his house out of anger. Granted, most people might be doing worse things or not as bad things, but that's kind of the slippery slope all of this plays on here. Now, is that widespread? No, absolutely not. This is probably a very, remote or isolated incidents here where athletes are being harassed. But at the same time, even if it is isolated, the fact that it's happening is too much.
Before we get to Tony Basilio on the other side, again, Tony Basilio, the Tony Basilio Show, 105.7 FM in Knoxville. The guy knows all things Volunteers baseball and specifically about the new Giants manager, Tony Vitello, from one Tony to another. And let's go to G in the city before we get to that, though, because G has some thoughts on all this gambling stuff, plus on Tony Vitello. What's up, G? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what's happening?
How you doing, man?
Tony, and yeah, Ludman. I'm pretty good, man. Pretty good. I just wanted to say, as far as like the gambling, man, I think all those dudes gamble. I mean, even if it's just personal, like poker games, not poker games, but card games on the plane rides and whatnot. All those dudes gamble. I just hate it had to come up to this level to where the mob's involved and whatnot. But I'm pretty sure it's not an isolated incident. I applaud Cash Patel, but dude, what's up with the Epstein files, bro? You know what I mean? There should be other people walking out in cuffs. Don't put money over kids, man. You know what I mean?
All right, G in the city right there. No, listen, he wants to go on top of that. I'm not going super political with it, although this is political because the FBI is involved in this. I'm not opening up that other can of worms. We have one can of worms right now that we've opened with sports gambling.
But G brings up a good point there. The players are doing it. And I would just say to that, G, as we get up against it here, there's a difference between Steph and Draymond sitting in the back of the plane saying, and Steph's like, hey, Draymond, I bet you $100 I win this next hand of poker. And, a player going to a bookie and saying, hey, put 10 large on the Blazers tonight. I'm going to make sure that we cover that. Like, it's different when you're throwing money around with your teammates, like Spadoni, you and I placing a bet together. Like, I bet you $10 the Niners cover the spread this weekend. That is different than what, a professional gambler or someone, Carter, you like to, I don't want to lump you in with Chauncey Billups, Carter, but that's not the same as the bets that Carter is putting down on weekends for the Niners to cover the spread. It's just not the same.
Or Michael Jordan.
Is that correct, Carter? Am I right there?
That's correct, Sam.
I don't know anything about gambling, so.
You don't?
Okay.
It's not your scene at all.
It's just not been my thing. No, okay. Again, it comes down to you need to have money to gamble, and your boy doesn't have that money.
You're so pure of heart. I love you.
No, let's not.
I'm more of a Terry Rozier type of gambler, not a Chauncey Billups type.
Oh, okay. Not Michael Jordan.
You're not sitting down at the table with Tony Soprano?
There you go. With Lawrence Taylor and company. All right. On the other side, we got Tony Basilio joining us of the Tony Basilio Show, 105.7 FM in Knoxville, to talk about the new manager of the San Francisco Giants, Tony Vitello, who obviously is making the jump. It's a historic jump from the collegiate level to the major leagues level. So we'll get the lay of the land on Tony from another Tony. Plus, We'll hear from what Shams Charania had to say about all this going on with Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, Chauncey Billups. And yes, we'll probably get the sound too of FBI Director Kash Patel when he addresses everyone in regards to the arrests being made this morning. All that and more. Spadoni, Lubman, and Frashaski. It's the Morning Roast. And this segment is brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Bay Area, what's going on? It's your boy Chewy from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7 p.m. But right now, let's get right back to the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game. You fired up, Shasky?
He might be this morning. I know Sam Lubman is, who's filling in for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni alongside you. There's a lot happening. We got Warriors home opener tonight, as we are the home of the Golden State Warriors. All the pre and post game right here, and the actual game, of course. Tim Roy on the call. Nikola Jokic in town. Jamal Murray, Steph, Jimmy, all that happened at Chase Center tonight. And by the way, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. And now, joining us on the River Islands guest line is the aforementioned Tony Basilio of the Tony Basilio Show, 105.7 FM in Knoxville. And I guess it says right here, Tennessee's now number one Paisan. So we got Tennessee's number one Paisan joining San Francisco's number one Paisan, Joe Spadoni, alongside Sam Lubman. Tony, good morning.
A little intercontinental spaghetti and meatballs for breakfast. Great to talk to you, Paisan. Good to hear from you.
Absolutely. All right, hey, Tony, before we get into Tony Vitello becoming the new Giants manager, I got to ask you about the biggest topic, not only in sports, but in news in America right now, I guess. You know, the Terry Rozier getting arrested this morning from a gambling probe from the FBI. Chauncey Billups getting arrested for illegal gambling poker operation with the mob. I mean, what do you make of all this, Tony?
Listen, when a guy's name is Chauncey, and he's got some mob ties, I got time for that, okay? Just between you and me.
Okay.
Or alleged mob ties, I should say. Hey, we've seen this. In our lifetimes, I saw Willie Mays. I grew up in the Philadelphia area. I remember when Willie Mays got banished from baseball right from your city because he was meeting and greeting some people in some Atlantic City casinos. And now we've got sports gambling. I mean, you talk about the fox running the hen house now. And I just wonder, you know, look, we're in the college space. I know these administrators in college sports on a night in, night out basis are so concerned about these kids because they don't have the money these pro people do. But even these professional athletes now we're seeing getting involved in this stuff. It's pretty scary. It really is.
Tony, you know, one thing that isn't as scary anymore is this Giants managing situation
what
here.
A pivot.
And, you know, I'm just kind of curious, you know, the mood in Knoxville right now, how are fans, Tennessee fans, reacting to this news that Tony Vitello will be leaving Knoxville to come to the Bay Area, manage the Giants? And were you surprised that his name not only came up, but that he ended up being the guy for the Giants?
No, look, when I first saw that report and knowing Buster Posey's background and how Buster was a guy that came out of the college baseball world, what you guys have to understand about Tony is that a lot of these kids that have now filtered into baseball from the college ranks, Tony recruited. Now, he didn't get them all, but he recruited most of them. And Tony is an absolute rock star. I call Tony the Nick Saban of college baseball because that's what he was going to do. He was getting ready to terrorize this sport. I mean, it took him a couple years here to kind of get it going. Tony, when I first met him, he knew I was the only Italian in, you know, 3 or 4 of us here in East Tennessee. And so he had me over to his baseball stadium, and he said, "Can you see what this place is going to look like?" And I was like, he said, "We're going to fill this place." I said, "Tony," and back then it was a little tiny stadium. I said, "Tony, they're getting 100 people at a game. I mean, you're out of your mind." Guys, by the time it was over, they built triple-decker porches. They had people scouting tickets for several $100s. This guy lit this place on fire. And this guy is going to be a huge loss here because he's easily the best coach on campus. And in my lifetime, it's him and Pat Summitt in terms of just ability to read and reach people, ability to command a room, ability to own the moment. And I think the Giants did. I think if anybody can do this, if anybody can do it, and I know these are 2 different games, Tony will come in there very humbly. he will come in there as somebody that will be very slow to talk, very quick to learn. I know he's going to surround himself with good people. I think Max Scherzer, which is some of the reporting, is going to be a piece of this because he and Scherzer are thick as thieves. And Tony, down through the years in the postseason, there have been a couple celebrations. He's been on the field out there with Scherzer. If you go back and look at it, guys, a couple of the World Series celebrations as that's occurred. So Tony, I just cannot say enough good things about him, and people here are devastated that he's gone. It was a devastating day yesterday, guys. We all knew it was coming because there's only 30 of those jobs in the world, and how are you going to turn it down? And but I think the guy, if anybody can do it, I really believe it's him.
Talking with Tony Basilio here on the Morning Roast of the Tony Basilio Show, 105.7 FM in Knoxville, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. So, Tony, you mentioned it right there. You know, you've been doing this collegiately at the coaching level back since 2002 when, you know, they released the press release stuff all about the Giants and his background story. I didn't know he was the associate head coach of the Salinas Packers. Now, Salinas, California is where I went to high school in, and it's about 150 miles south of here. It's like farm country. So he's got some 831, which is the area code, 831 ties, which I love. But, like, what kind of manager is he? You know, we've had really like famous like head coaching here. I don't know if you know Steve Kerr, guys won 4 rings. We've had Bill Walsh, pretty good, right?
Yeah.
We currently or most recently Bruce Bochy, 3 World Series championships. So like, what kind of manager are we getting in Tony Vitello here in the Bay Area?
You're getting a guy that's going to be a guy that does not call himself a manager. He's going to call himself a teammate. That was his approach here with his team. You're getting a guy that's not going to throw these professional players under the bus. He's going to treat them professionally. You're getting a guy that's going to be very much a stickler for details and is going to want his team to play good, hard baseball. Now, my thing with the college and the pro game, and you guys know this, in the professional game, we all know it's 1 of 162. You can't go pedal to the metal full time. It's more of a process, and he'll acclimate to that because he's a smart guy. But you're getting a guy that is a great people reader, a great motivator of people. And listen, I think emotional intelligence when it comes to those managerial positions now more than ever. You've got all these different guys in these locker rooms from all different cultures, which Tony, also another thing about him is he vacations in Central and South America a whole bunch. So, and he's got an affinity for those places. So he'll be able to, I would think, reach some of those ball players from that perspective, an appreciation of different cultures. I'm telling you, if anybody can do this thing, and I know the college and pro, I know there are naysayers out there in the Bay Area and in Giants Nation across the world, and I get it because it's a way outside the box hire. This guy is going to be a trailblazer here. But if anybody can do it, this guy is just so special. And Paisan, I'll tell you what, when you get around him, you mentioned that Salinas thing to him. He's the type of guy who, if you make a contact with him in that way, it'll become real to him, and you'll make a friend. I mean, I know you'll have to criticize him, and, you know, as the season goes along and get on him on the air. It's another thing about Tony is Tony has this thing where he's kind of thin-skinned, but he's kind of thick-skinned. Because, look, I come from a tradition in Philadelphia where we love on you, we boo you. You know, and if we really love you, we'll throw things at you.
Yes, shout out Santa Claus.
Exactly. And so, Tony, we were... I would criticize him after some games and get on him and get after him. And, and then he would kind of clap back. But you know what? He would always come on the program. He never held that against me. It was never like a personal thing. So from that perspective, I think he'll do well as well.
Yeah, so Tony, I'm assuming at times, you've had him on your show, you've conversed with him, whether on your show or in person. If you could just speak more to that, like, what is it like interviewing him? What is it like conversing with Tony Vitello and just learning about the kind of person that he is?
I've never been around a guy that's like a human nerve like him in coaching. He is real. This guy does not speak in coach speak. This guy's not going to put you to sleep at a press conference. This guy is who he is. He's very comfortable in his own skin. And that's part of what made him such a rock star around here, because you're in a world where, especially in the major college game, these people all share agents. They're all robotic. He's not. He refuses to be. You know, some of these people, when they go before the press, they just don't say anything. And you're sitting there, and the whole media is looking at each other like, what are we doing? Let's go get lunch. You know, like, what in the hell are we doing in this room right now? Tony is not one of those people. He is comfortable in his own skin. He's funny. He's self-deprecating. He's not afraid to laugh at himself. He's self-aware. I'm telling you, this guy's got a real chance of making it. He really does. I would not bet against him. And you know, the thing about the Giants job that I knew when I really thought about it over the weekend, will he take it, will he not, when the report first surfaced, because he was torn, because he's really built some he's really done an incredible job here. I can't underscore that enough. And he left something that's on top of its sport and was basically on cruise control. He had the number one recruiting class in the country this year, like number two already. The next 3 years, he's had incredible classes already stacked. So he could have stayed here, collected rings, which is what he would have done, you know, cemented his legacy. But when somebody tells this guy he can't do something, it's kind of like when I laughed at him I'm telling you, we used to get 50 people went to baseball games. I'm not making that up. And then by the end, people were paying $40,000 for a porch out a picnic area deal, and they had the thing triple decked, and they must have 50 or 60 or 70 of those things. They were making big money on those things by the end, and people scalping tickets to get into these games. I mean, it was unbelievable. But what you're going to get from Tony is, in a media setting, is a real guy. There's an afternoon guy on the station I'm on, Russell Smith. Tony jumps on with him and does a thing where Russell will play a song for him, and Tony will rate the record. Like, they'll sit there and rate a record.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, he's a fun guy, man.
Yeah, so you talked about, again, he's a guy who won't put you to sleep. There's a lot of energy there. I've seen the highlights of Tennessee baseball. We've seen a piece of it in Drew Gilbert here with the Giants in terms of the energy that he's brought to the Giants here. Just what can you speak in terms of just the amount of joy, fun, and energy that those Tennessee teams played? And then also, how did that energy and the way they played, how did the other teams in the SEC react to, I guess, the kind of the swagger that Tony's Tennessee teams brought to the field?
Well, look, they had to change the rules for them because they had the celebration props. You know, that's a Tennessee creation. And if you guys have noticed, that's in Major League Baseball now. Tennessee is the first team that started doing all that crazy stuff.
Oh, the home run props?
Yeah. And Tennessee had a thing they called they had a fur coat and a daddy hat, you know, like, and some people got the reference and some people didn't and whatever. But we had people around here that didn't get the joke, that were wearing like daddy hats. Like, that was a thing. Daddy. And
well, I'll be honest, Tony. Yeah. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm not getting the reference. What's the daddy reference there with these hats?
Oh boy.
Is this radio appropriate?
Yeah, we're not going to explain.
All right, then I'll let you keep going. Then I'll just sit back and listen.
Well, here's the thing, though. The unbridled joy that they played the game with, is what they was kind of their secret sauce there early on, because it was them against the world. And then as they got better and better, one year they kind of got swallowed by it, and Tony dialed it back. And that's what I'm talking about when I say that you're dealing with a guy that's pretty introspective. He's not afraid to take the blame. He will say into the microphone, I screwed up tonight. I shouldn't have done that. That was not a smart move. He will be that person. And, you know, look, I just think that, and a lot of times, and he's not a perfect manager. Nobody is. You know, that's a sport where you're going to get second guessed and third guessed. Even when you get it right in that sport, you're going to get second guessed and third guessed, because in any baseball room, there's always somebody that thinks they knows more, thinks that they know more. But I think Tony's greatest asset is his ability to meet people where they are and to read people. And I'll tell you this, there was a guy in my audience, special needs guy, who's now passed away. But when Tony was here about 3 or 4 years ago, it was right when they were in the middle of that scintillating run they were having. I said, hey, this kid's having a birthday party, and we're going to have a deal if you can get away. And it was during a fall practice. And not only did he come, but he grabbed 2 of his players, and one of whom was Drew Gilbert. And they came out to this guy's birthday party. And I looked at Tony and I said, man, you know, what do I owe you for this? He goes, what, are you kidding me? He said, this is an honor for me, and I want my guys to be exposed to this. I want them to see. I want them to make where they are when they go on a better place to live. I'm telling you, that's who this guy is. Now, he's not perfect. He's Italian. His blood runs hot. You know, as you get to know him, he'll kind of have fun with you. But he's a real heart and soul guy. He really is.
Oh, I love that. He's not perfect. He is Italian. As close as you can get to perfection as far as I'm concerned. Tony Basilio of the Tony Basilio Show, 105.7 The Fan in Knoxville, joining us right now on the River Islands guest line. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky. All right, I got a hypothetical for you here, Tony. Let's say a Giants player, one Rafael Devers, highest paid player in the history of the franchise, big name, big shot, doesn't run hard down the first base line. What's Tony Vitello going to do with that?
First thing he's not going to do is he's not going to do anything publicly with him. The one thing you guys will notice about the way Tony manages games, zero reaction to any errors on the field. I've seen guys, and look at the collegiate game, you see guys do all kinds of stuff. Drop balls, every once in a while, pout, maybe not run a ball out, you should. Whatever, not to the major league level. And I know what you're saying, because a lot of times those guys, I think it's disrespectful to the game personally to not run a ball out, but whatever. I'm sure people criticize that and say, well, you're playing 162 games, you got to pick your spots. But to your point, he probably in a spot like that would never show a player up publicly, ever. That's just not who he is. And I would bet that he would deal with that behind closed doors and either say, hey, you know what? I'm on board with you picking your spots, or you're going to run. If you're going to play here, you're going to play hard. But he would never do anything publicly, and he would never criticize the guy publicly. It's just not who he is.
Hey, Tony, we really appreciate your time this morning. This is great insight on the new manager of the San Francisco Giants, Tony Vitello, who's going to be introduced to the media next Thursday, and we'll have all that coverage leading up to it, before, after, all of it. But Tony, great stuff this morning, man.
Boys, if I can ever be assistance, let me know, and it was great meeting both of you. Thank you.
There he goes. That is Tony Basilio of the Tony Basilio Show, 105.7 FM in Knoxville, and now Tennessee's number one Paisan with Vitello coming to the Bay. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We have so much to get into. All right, quick reset. If you're just joining us and you're like, wait, why are we talking to this guy? You're not talking about the big story? Oh, trust me, we're talking about the biggest story dominating sports right now. Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier was arrested early Thursday morning as part of an FBI sports betting gambling probe, sources told ESPN. FBI Director Kash Patel will hold a press conference. It should be going on right now, I think, or any minute if it's not already happening, to talk about all the arrests. On top of Terry getting arrested, Damon Jones also getting arrested. All right, who's Damon Jones? Well, former player in the NBA, former assistant coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers. So same ties, I guess, to what's going on with Terry Rozier. And on top of all of that, Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups was also arrested by the FBI this morning with an illegal gambling operation with ties to the mafia. So that's all happening. We got Warriors Nuggets tonight, home opener, Chase Center, all that coverage right here on 95.7 The Game. We got the pregame, we got the actual game, we got the postgame, talking about it all, the 1-0 Golden State Warriors. If that's not enough, The Giants hired their new manager yesterday, made it official, Tony Vitello, and it's a historic hire. Why? No professional experience. Going straight from college to the pros. Yeah, that happens in basketball. That's happened in football. It does not happen in baseball. So that's why it's so historic, and that's why we had Tony Basilio on to talk about the new manager in San Francisco. Oh, and by the way, the 49ers also have a massive game this Sunday, and Brock Purdy was limited. He actually looked, I'm just going to say it, from the videos I saw, looked like he's doing a lot more with that foot. I don't think he plays this Sunday. It would be a reach for Kyle Shanahan a couple days ago, but we're monitoring that. Wow, there's a lot happening, Sammy, a lot. But that was some really good stuff from Basilio. That was like that story he had at the end there about the special needs super fan who has since passed away, and him coming and showing up to his party with a couple players and not expecting anything in return. That hits me if I'm a fan. Like, that's a good person, first and foremost, that you can get behind.
Well, it sounds like he's just Tony Vitello's a guy who just gets it. You talk about the human element and how that's something that's been going away from the game of baseball. Tony Vitello seems like the medicine against that, so to speak here. And at one point, Tony Basilio, he was saying that he could have been the Nick Saban of college baseball. Like that is the kind of guy that the Giants are getting here, is a guy who is held on the same level as the great late Pat Summitt. Like, that is how much. I mean, like, I think that it when people from a fan base like down in Knoxville are saying stuff like that, like, they elevate people to a higher degree there, but it's hard to get to that higher degree in the SEC, where the fandom, it is different than out here in the Bay Area. And for someone like Vitello to be held in that kind of company down there in that region, that does catch my attention a little bit.
It's interesting he brought up the name Nick Saban.
Yeah, I know.
Nick Saban was not a great head coach. I'll say this. Not a great head coach in the NFL, pretty mid with the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
He was a good assistant or defensive coordinator in his Cleveland days with old Bill Belichick. For those of you who know Bill Belichick, now the UNC coach. No. Once upon a time, he was the head coach of the Cleveland Browns back in the early 90s, and Saban was a part of that staff. So it's not like for like the same. And I guess that's the big question for a lot of Giants fans. Is this guy just a glorified college coach? He doesn't have any professional experience. None. That's talking about risk. This is a massive risk from Buster Posey. And I want to get into why it is on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. By the way, from 20th Century Studios on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters Friday. Get tickets now, and for your chance to win a $100 gift card plus 2 movie passes for a night out. Listen all this week, coming back from the 8 a.m. break, for the I Love You sounder.
I have seen Springsteen from the Meadowlands to Milano, Italy, and I'm telling you, there's nothing like a Springsteen show.
That's Brian Baldinger basically saying, I love you to Bruce Springsteen. When you hear that, be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652, and you'll win courtesy of 20th Century Studios. And this segment was brought to you by Frontier Ford. Lease a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month at Frontier Ford. Hundreds of new and pre-owned Fords in stock and ready to roll. Find Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara or online at frontierford.com.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Morning. How you doing?
I'm doing great. What's up, Jimmy Buckets? Sam Lubin filling in for Joe Shasky today. What a day to be filling in as FBI Director Kash Patel is currently speaking to reporters and to the nation, quite frankly, about a massive illegal gambling front going on in regards to head coach, or I guess now former head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, Chauncey Billups, who, again, if you're just joining us, arrested this morning by the FBI, and it was per ABC News who had it first, with Billups being tied to an illegal poker operation with the mafia. Yeah, that mafia. You ever heard of them? Not 3-6. No, the actual mafia. It's just total insanity. On top of Terry Rozier also getting arrested, Damon Jones, former NBA player and assistant coach, also getting arrested with a sports betting gambling probe. There is so much happening right now in the sports landscape, not only nationally, here locally. We'll touch on it all, I promise. And we will get to what Kash Patel, FBI director, said just moments ago, or is still speaking, quite frankly, but we got some of it cut. Shout out Matt Nahigi in the back. Shout out Carter. We threw that at them. They're flipping that sound very quickly, so we will flip that sound, play it for you on air. But Sammy, just total insanity going on in sports right now. And it sucks that this story isn't actually about on the field, on the court, what have you. It's about all the other BS, and that's what Adam Silver did not want. He wanted us to be waking up this morning to talk about Steph, to talk about Jokic, to talk about what Victor Wembanyama looked like last night, Cooper Flagg, double-double, but looked kind of a little in over his head. It's game one. Like, we should be talking about the game, or as he likes to put, the highlights of the game. And what we're talking about right now is not good. It's something that could, quite frankly, unravel how we view sports in general if it continues to go down this path. And that is the integrity of the sport being questioned.
No, and I'm seeing some updates trickle in here, Spadoni, as Patel is, briefing the media and everyone on what's going on here. This is a years-long operation that this is a part of here. They were following Terry Rozier for a couple of years. They were following Chauncey Billups for a while. I mean, this is, again, I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, but my initial thought then becomes, it's just how much more is there to this? How far does this spread? Like, this thing is going to have tentacles. Those tentacles are going to extend out and grab onto other things. Like, how much money was involved here? I think we're going to play some sound a little bit that details how much money was involved here. And I didn't hear the sound. I think you and Carter did. But the highlight I heard was 10 million.
Tens of millions.
Tens of millions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Chauncey Billups was deep into it here, it sounds like.
I had a La Cosa Nostra reference from Kash Patel, which is, the Italian version of the mafia, the mob. La Cosa Nostra. I think that's how the radical pronunciation is. I'm butchering it. Hey, listen, English is my first language. I can speak a lick of Italian. My last name is Italian. This is what Shams Sharani at ESPN, though, said just about 30 or so minutes ago on ESPN about what's going on with all these gambling probes.
Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier have both been arrested this morning. Billups at around 6 a.m. in Portland, Oregon, and Rozier around 6 a.m., I'm told, in Orlando, where the Heat were playing last night. Rozier's been arrested for his involvement in alleged sports gambling, prop bets, and Billups, ABC News is reporting, is tied to an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia. And so the FBI has been investigating this situation for several months, and in Rozier's case, at least 2 years. And today is making arrests. There is a press conference that is set by the FBI. The Eastern District of New York has been leading this investigation. I'm told FBI Director Kash Patel has also been increasingly involved in recent weeks. He will be leading the press conference today as well. But this is really seismic news in the NBA for a sitting NBA head coach in Chauncey Billups to be arrested, taken into custody for alleged illegal gambling, as well as Terry Rozier for sports betting, allegedly. 2 arrests made this morning. there are expected to be numerous arrests also tied to both of these situations.
Numerous arrests. And we heard David
that's
Jones,
the nugget
too.
at the end. By the way, the Blazers hosting the Warriors tomorrow night.
That is true.
So that's the next game the Blazers play. So we will see the Blazers react to this on the court when the Warriors play them tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, which you can listen to here on 95.7 The Game and the free Odyssey app. Numerous more arrests. So, this is the Billy Mays, but wait, there's more.
Yeah.
As I said, now I wonder, who else is caught up in this?
Well, as Shams mentioned, as you mentioned earlier, Kash Patel, FBI director, is speaking or had just spoken to the nation, if you will, about all these arrests and the gambling probes from the FBI. And our very own Matt Nahigian in the back today, filling in, doing a hell of a job, putting on his producer hat, flipping this sound for us. Matt, can you set the scene for what FBI Director Patel just spoke about?
So normally we wouldn't play a 3-minute press conference from something like this. You got to hear this. He's saying words like historic. He's saying, as Sam just said, several more arrests. You got to hear this guy. He details the entire thing. It's unbelievable.
Let's play it. Kash Patel, FBI Director, on the arrests made this morning.
Good morning. Today we are here in New York to announce a historic arrest across a wide-sweeping criminal enterprise that envelops both the NBA and La Casa Nostra. The men and women up here standing with me represent a small portion of the leadership team that brought profound justice in an era that needed it more than any. I'll just highlight some of the details in the case and the FBI work, and then you'll hear from the others. But as you now know, individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today, former, current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing. Not only did we crack into the fraud that these perpetrators committed on the grand stage of the NBA, but we also entered and executed a system of justice against La Casa Nostra to include the Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchesi crime families. And you'll hear more about those details today. The charges and the arrests that were taken down across this country range from wire fraud, money laundering, extortion, robbery, illegal gambling. This FBI will leave no room for any perpetrator of crime across this country. You hear a lot about our work of defending the homeland and crushing violent crime. Well, this work is also representative of a colossal portion of the FBI's mandate to keep America safe and to keep our entertainment industry fair and secure. The men and women that are standing up here today worked tireless hours, days, months, and years. And the fraud is mind-boggling. It's not hundreds of dollars. It's not thousands of dollars. It's not tens of thousands of dollars. It's not even millions of dollars. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars in fraud and theft and robbery across a multi-year investigation. And we could not have done it without our interagency partners that are before us today. The NYPD, HSI, and teams of law enforcement officials from around the country made this day possible. It takes a team to bring this kind of justice, sweeping justice, into the halls of the United States courtrooms, where our brave United States attorney has led this prosecution. It takes courageous prosecutors to stand before you and say, we will not allow this kind of illicit activity to happen, not only at the national sporting level, but also where it hides in La Casa Nostra. And when these two collided together, they perpetrated a fraud that is historic in terms of not just money, but the scheme and the deceit that they utilize to steal and swindle people from money, to include crypto fraud. This is an operation that showcases to you that under President Trump's administration, there is no room for any type of criminal behavior, be it on the world's largest stage or in the back rooms of tiny parlors where guard games are being played. Thank you.
That was Kash Patel, FBI director, addressing America today in regards to the arrests made due to the FBI's sports betting gambling probes. One being Terry Rozier, another being Chauncey Billups. another one being Damon Jones. And he said over 30 names going to be listed in this thing.
30 people are getting arrested today outside of those two. Like, that's insane.
30. This isn't some like rinky-dink operation is basically what he was saying. This is deep tentacles and layers to it.
Over 11 states, I think he said, that's being conducted out today. So, like, I'm curious what other names are going to be popping up in this, if there's other names that we're going to recognize that are popping up in this. But you hear, like, Spadoni, this you know, the phrase the kids say, oh, last night was like a movie, bro. This is straight up coming out like almost something you would see in a crime movie. All the way down to the family names, you know, the Bonanno, the Gambino, the Genovese, the Lucchese. Like, these are, it just sounds like you're just naming off Godfather terms at this point. This is just insane. I guess it's really hard to just digest and process right now that this is happening.
The mob has kind of been romanticized in Hollywood about like, this is a cool thing. The Sopranos, we laugh at it because it's fiction, and some of it might be based on reality. And like those, like if you've ever watched those movies and shows, like you love like Goodfellas, The Godfather, The Sopranos, the rat on the table, to go guru on you, they're horrible people.
Oh yeah,
These are awful human beings to be involved with.
This is not a mob movie. This is not Scarface. This is actual real life here, like actual real life actions and actual real life consequences with an actual real life tens of millions of dollars. Like, that is just an insane hole to find yourself in here, and how deep this fraud goes here and this ring goes here. And I'm curious, like, how widespread was this particular operation around the league? What other players know about this? It's Spinoni. I have so many questions about it. Just who else could be tied to this? Do we need to, like, should NBA fans be worried that, you know, their favorite player on their favorite team is going to get caught up in this? Like, how deep now is this going to be going?
Well, I think the league knew this was coming is the thing too, because I don't know if you heard, and I know you did hear, and I did, Carter. Steve Kerr was on yesterday on Willard and Dibbs for his weekly interview, and the league has talked to everyone. They've had conversations with everyone when it comes to this stuff, saying it's a big fat no now. You cannot be just any sports gambling at all. Do not touch it. And Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, was actually on the Pat McAfee show a couple days ago, and this was the quote: "I think there should be probably more regulation on sports betting. We've asked some of our partners to pull back on some of the prop bets." See, we go back to prop bets, so you can start to do away with these things when it comes to the athletes, when it comes to these guys, you know, what's the term I'm looking for? Kind of faking the books, if you will, on their own numbers.
Shaving points or rebounds,
For example, and for those of you who aren't into gambling, like, there's a prop bet, and what he's talking about with prop bets there is, hey, I could gamble whether or not player X has 5.5 or more rebounds. So 5.5 is the line, right? Will he get over that mark, which in this case would be 6, or will he go under it, 5 or fewer? You could bet on that. And if I'm a player, hey, I could have one of my
over under is 5.5 rebounds. Yeah, I can get 6 rebounds tonight, easy. Let's hit that. Or the over under is 5.5 rebounds. You know what? I'm gonna take tonight off and hit the under here and make a cool few bucks off of it. I mean,
that's what you don't want, and that's what is the thing that's the problem with Adam Silver in the league. And again, it's not just NBA exclusive here. It's happening in the NFL. It's happening in Major League Baseball. It's happening at the collegiate level. It's happening in the NHL. It's happening everywhere. Everywhere this is a problem.
So is that step one, I guess, is eliminate prop bets in terms, because again, like there's obviously all these questions I have here, Spadoni, but also I want to, as if I'm moving things forward here in terms of what comes next, my first thought is just like, well, what's the solution here? What do we learn from this? What do we take away from this to prevent it from happening again? And the reality is it is going to happen again because it's just there's so many ways to gamble on sports or to cheat the system. This coming out right now, the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District in New York, Joe Nocella, is speaking to reporters at this same press conference right now, and he's talking about in the case of Terry Rozier, he's using non-public information about NBA players and teams in order to perpetuate this gambling scheme, saying, quote, "The non-public information included when specific players would be sitting out future games or when they would pull themselves out early for purported injuries or illnesses, using information not publicly available." I mean, that's essentially it's the same as insider trading.
It's an inside job.
It is, yeah, and that's how deep it goes here. So how do you regulate that? That's not, oh, this guy is going to go for 5.5 rebounds tonight. This is, oh, this guy's not going to be available on this night. So if NBA team X has a 5-point spread and I know that player Y is going to be sitting out before everyone else does, then yeah, I might be compelled to make some bets there too. So how do you regulate that? You can take prop bets off the board, fine, but are we going to take money line bets off the board? Are we taking point spread bets off the board? Well, then we're just not gambling anymore. That doesn't, that personally wouldn't affect me all that much, but I'm looking outside of my own sphere of influence. That people still want to bet on these games that are legally allowed to do so. So I don't know where the line is here in terms of how do you take away the temptation to do these activities that you're not allowed to do, betting on sports games, without essentially taking it away completely.
Just to reset here one more time, this was Shams Charania, ESPN, earlier this morning on Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups, amongst others, being arrested as part of a gambling probe from the FBI. Shams on ESPN.
Brittany, Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier have both been arrested this morning. Billups at around 6 a.m. in Portland, Oregon, and Rozier around 6 a.m., I'm told, in Orlando, where the Heat were playing last night. Rozier's been arrested for his involvement in alleged sports gambling, prop bets, and Billups, ABC News is reporting, is tied to an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia. And so the FBI has been investigating this situation for several months, and in Rozier's case, at least 2 years. And today is making arrests. There is a press conference that is set by the FBI. The Eastern District of New York has been leading this investigation. I'm told FBI Director Kash Patel has also been increasingly involved in recent weeks. He will be leading the press conference today as well. But this is really seismic news in the NBA for a sitting NBA head coach in Chauncey Billups to be arrested, taken into custody for alleged illegal gambling, as well as Terry Rozier for sports betting, allegedly. 2 arrests made this morning. There are expected to be numerous arrests also tied to both of these situations.
And the number that Kash Patel, FBI director, said 30. At least, at least 30. It's not just some rinky-dink operation. This has been going on for quite some time. And Sam, I want to ask you, Adam Silver, I would assume, has to make like a statement today. Either a statement or I hear from reporters. Like, I think this is...
He cannot go quiet.
No, I don't want to see just a statement from Adam Silver today.
You want him in front of a camera?
I want him in front of a camera answering questions from the national, reporters out there. I need him to be answering some questions from the media today. And I guess I'm going to ask you, like, if you had the opportunity, you've been in some scrums, you're a media guy, you've asked questions before, Sammy. You've been down at the Giant Stadium, Warriors, whatever. What would you want to ask Adam Silver today if there was a press conference? Like, what does he need to answer for?
I guess it's kind of the question we were just discussing a few minutes ago, is just like, Adam, if this is going to, this is a major development here to happen on the state of this league. How do you, going forward, ensure that the league's integrity can stay intact here? Like, that's the biggest issue I think it's facing him here, because you can't be watching this game and wondering if there's ulterior motives going on right now. I can't have, I'm not saying this is I don't want to name any names actually, but like, if I'm an NBA fan, I don't want to watch my coach make a decision in game and I'm thinking, well, was that just a boneheaded move, or does coach have some money on this game tonight and that's what's going on there? Like that, if you're Adam Silver, that thought process entering into the minds of NBA fans, that should keep him awake at night, because that is literally the integrity of the game being compromised in real time under your watch. And Adam Silver, when he first got into this league, one of the first things he did was drop the hammer on Donald Sterling at a time when Sterling made some comments that, are offensive to, the black community. And there was almost a full-on revolt within the Clippers over these comments. And he acted swiftly, and he pushed him right out of the league and prevented it from blowing up into something that could have compromised the league in a greater sense. So Silver's kind of faced with a similar situation here in terms of just, there is a crisis on your doorstep, dude. What are you going to do?
888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, where we're continuing to monitor the news coming out quite frankly, of like Washington today, because this goes all the way to the FBI director, Kash Patel, having to address the nation about more than 30 people getting arrested with ties to illegal gambling in the NBA, outside of the NBA, with the mob. Like this whole story, quite frankly, it's insane. And I didn't wake up this morning, Sam. I don't think you were waking up this morning thinking we were going to be talking about something like this. But you know what? You have enough of these stories slowly keep leaking and leaking, whether it's Terry Rozier, whether it's Jonte Porter, whether it's Malik Beasley. You've had it in the NFL, Jamison Williams. And I keep coming back and almost being cynical about the whole thing, because when you partner with FanDuel, when you partner with DraftKings, you could tell me this is a problem and you're worried about the integrity, but these companies are paying you directly to promote gambling. So there's a little bit of just, you guys are full of crap.
There's a hypocrisy to it.
It's a total hypocrisy.
And that is another issue, and maybe another question I think you want to ask Adam Silver then is, do you
regret partnering with FanDuel?
Or are you going to keep partnering with them?
Yeah.
I get it.
DraftKings, both of all of them.
We love money, put more of it in my pocket, but, if the money's, covered in blood, are we still going to do that? Like, that's the other thing. And unfortunately, with a lot of these leagues, is my prediction, Spadoni, is the partnerships are going to keep going, because at the end of the day, maybe it'll be some nonsensical statement like it's on the players to make the decision not to engage in these illicit activities. Because, let's be real, just because the NBA has a partnership with FanDuel, like, that doesn't mean you have to go bet on stuff. Like, if you're a player, you don't have, obviously players were betting on it beforehand, but it's not, Terry Rozier didn't wake up one morning like, oh, well, NBA has a partnership with FanDuel, I guess I'm going to start betting on games. No, the partnership there, the business partnership between league and company, I don't think influences these players' decision-making. But at the same time, when it's happening at the same time, then there's a perception issue. If you're the commissioner and your job is I need people to like this sport, for fans who I think are turned off to gambling, that's a great reason to maybe turn off the NBA.
Sam, you just said something that kind of stopped me in my tracks, and we're going to get to what U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Joseph Nocella, just had to say, on top of what FBI Director Kash Patel had to say about these gambling probes.
He just dropped
we got a lot.
Nugget on how this thing works.
Before we get to that, you said blood money, and there's probably people in their cars right now like, oh, it's not that serious. No.
It is.
When you have ties to the American mafia, that is literally blood money we're working with now. That is some serious no stuff. I know, and I mentioned earlier, we've kind of glorified the mob. Oh, it's funny. The Sopranos. I know I make the references. Goodfellas, whatever. The Godfather. We all kind of laugh. No, this is real stuff.
Yes.
These are disgusting and despicable human beings, a part of a disgusting and despicable organization, and they have ties, allegedly, with an NBA coach now. Yeah, that is blood money, legit. This is what Joseph Nocella, the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, had to say about these gambling probes.
The indictments in these cases contain only allegations, and the defendants are presumed innocent until they are proven guilty in a court of law. But my message to the defendants who've been rounded up today is this: your winning streak has ended. Your luck has run out. Violating the law is a losing proposition, and you can bet on that. First, I would like to talk about United States versus Ernest, the NBA basketball gambling case. The defendants in this case are Eric Ernest, Marvez Farley, Shane Hennon, DeNiro Laster, Damon Jones, a former NBA player and coach, and Terry Rozier, a current NBA player. Other co-conspirators were previously charged for their roles in the scheme, including former NBA player Jonte Porter. Between December 2022 and March 2024, these defendants perpetrated a scheme to defraud by betting on inside, non-public information about NBA athletes and teams. The non-public information included when specific players would be sitting out future games, or when they would pull themselves out early for purported injuries or illnesses. They relied on corrupt individuals, including Jones and Rozier. They also misused information obtained through long-standing friendships that they had with NBA players and coaches. And in at least one instance, they got their information by threatening a current player, Porter, because of his pre-existing gambling debts. Defendants used this non-public information to place hundreds of thousands of dollars in fraudulent bets, mostly in the form of prop bets on individual player performance. The bets were placed through online sports books and also in person at casinos. The defendants relied on a network of straw bettors to place the maximum amount of bets to increase their potential profits. Most of these bets succeeded, and the intended losses were in the millions of dollars. The defendants then laundered their illegal winnings in various ways: peer-to-peer platforms, bank wires, and simple cash exchanges.
And that was the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Joseph Nocella, talking about the FBI's gambling probes. Your winning streak is over.
That's a good line.
It was actually a really good line. That was very well done. It obviously had some time to prep that. But
Well, they got some good writers at the Eastern District there.
Yeah. I mean, what's your reaction to that, Sam?
Well, honestly, as he's talking about that, I mean, that's a deep scheme. There's a lot going on here. Again, we kind of mentioned the fact that they're relaying insider information. To be honest with you, it's going to sound ridiculous to say, but that's kind of like almost the old-fashioned way to gamble on these games when I read off what Nocella did. And if we can get the sound of what he said here, eventually we can play it too. But Nocella later on describes how Billups's poker games went. And I'm reading that as Nocella's describing what Terry Rozier did there. I like how he said that. Rozier did. And it just seems what Rozier did is just, it's that's how you usually illegally bet on games. What Billups did here, so Billups was called a face card in this ring here. Yes, there is a deep conspiracy on this one. And the face card was
all alleged, by the way.
All alleged. This is what's being reported here and what Nocella's saying here. But yeah, so Billups' card was called a face card, which is a professional athlete who would sit at the table alongside players and use their star power in order to distract them from the game. So he's sitting down at the table with other people, and you're like, oh, wow, it's Chauncey Billups. You're too distracted by Chauncey Billups to notice that you're about to be absolutely swindled by everyone else at the table. Nocella goes on to say, what the victims, the fish, as they were called, didn't know is that everybody else at the poker game, from dealer to the players, including the face cards, players like Chauncey Billups, were in on the scam. Once the game was underway, the defendants fleeced the victims out of tens or hundreds or thousands of dollars per game. Defendants used a variety of sophisticated cheating technologies, some of which were provided by other defendants in exchange for a share of the profits. For example, they used a off-the-shelf shuffling machine that had been secretly altered in order to read the cards in the deck, predict the player at the table that had the best hand, and then relay that information to an off-site operator known as the quarterback, who would then tell the players at the table what's going on. Oh, you think that's crazy? How about this?
Oh my God, it keeps
the quarterback
going.
then secretly would then signal the information he had received to the others at the table in order to sell them. But they also use other cheating technologies, not just the shuffling. There was the poker chip tray analyzer, which is a tray that secretly reads the cards using a hidden camera. This is where it gets absolutely bonkers. You have special contact lenses or eyeglasses that could read pre-marked cards. And if that's not crazy enough, an X-ray table that could read face-down cards on the table. This is a mob movie. This is a spy movie.
Ocean's 11?
This is what Ocean's 11 happened earlier this week at the Louvre. This is something like, this is Goodfellas meets Sopranos meets Godfather meets like Mike.
Like Mike. Oh my God. It's Carter's and Spy Kids in my ear. Like, we're laughing, but this is a horrible look for the NBA. Are you kidding me?
Like the contact lens, I'm thinking of that scene in Austin Powers where number 2 is at the table and he uses his eye patch to see the card. He's like, I also like to live dangerously. Do you think Chauncey Billups is sitting at the table and be like, yeah, no, I also like to live dangerously?
Oh my God.
What is going on with all this? This is insane.
It's absolutely insanity, and we're talking about it all this morning. 888-957-9570. If you'd like to weigh in on the conversation, Quite simply, like, what's this look like for the NBA and for professional sports and sports gambling going forward? Is there going to be repercussions from this at all? No, seriously. Let's. We're making this a big deal, obviously, and the FBI is, and whether you want to say, like G in the city earlier, they're just doing this to distract us from other stuff. I'm not going down that road. Clearly, they've been doing this for a long time, which dates back to the previous administration.
And we can, have, charge people with.
Yes.
There can be multiple crime things happening at once.
Like, are there going to be like legit repercussions? I guess is my question.
What do you mean by legit repercussions? Because people are arrested and going to be going to jail, so that's obviously a repercussion
and they are,
right
and
there.
He did say, Nocella, these guys are innocent till proven guilty in the court of law.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to make that clear. He did say that they are under arrest for these alleged crimes. But I guess where I'm going at, Sammy, is like, have we gone past the point of no return for sports gambling where you can't undo what's already been done when it comes to the leagues partnering with the FanDuels, with the DraftKings, with so-and-so, right? Like, have we gone past the point of no return there, in your opinion?
I mean, if this leads to the end of those partnerships, I think that's very much on the table. I feel like it has to at least be discussed, but as I say that out loud, like, I don't know how much money FanDuel gives the NBA or the NBA. I don't know how much money is exchanged between parties there. But the minute you start having conversations of, well, let's just take some money out of our budget then because of that, that's where people start looking at each other side to side and being like, wait, are we actually doing this? Like, the only real repercussion that should be had is, yeah, maybe you stop taking their money. But is that actually going to stop it? Like, let's be real, Spino. You mentioned Pete Rose. Pete Rose didn't have FanDuel. Pete Rose just gambled on games because he wanted to gamble on games. A partnership with a gambling entity is not going to, sway whether or not a player wants to gamble on sports or not. So you could, terminate those sponsorships, but I think, and at face value, you could say, oh, the league is, standing on its integrity, whatever you want that to mean today. Is that going to, stop players from doing this? No, what's going to happen is there is another NBA player out there, or another football player, or another MLB player, or another NHL player out there who is watching this right now and thinking, wow, that could be me right now because I'm doing this exact same stuff. I need to rethink. Do I need to rethink my life? No, what they're probably thinking about is, what can I do to make sure that my illegal activities don't end up on the news like this? So I don't see a lot of people. Some people might be compelled to not do this anymore. Others are going to be like, you know what, we need to cheat this system harder. We need to adapt and think of a different way to do illegal activities. And then we just move on to the next one.
Again, I'll reiterate it, and it's well said. The fact that Chauncey, it's not him gambling. Again, these are all alleged crimes, and we haven't even heard all of it yet, although you were detailing it very well of what the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Joseph Nocella, had to say about it, because this goes very deep. The fact that Chauncey was not charged, it looks like, with, betting on actual games in the NBA, there is something that does help Adam Silver in this case. No, I'm serious. It does. Now, it's still not a good look at all. It's a horrible look.
I think it's a lateral move, if anything.
Well, but no, because when you start getting a head coach doing like the integrity part of the league, it's one thing if you're gambling on the side and the ties to the mob is a bad part. Again, alleged ties with the mafia. That is a horrible look. I'm not sweeping that under the rug at all. But it's one thing if he's doing that and then he's on top of it gambling on games and holding players out. Because the head coach, Sam, gets to put players in and out. He has the final say of these things. That's when you could really manipulate the roster. Well, I'm going to take this guy out at this point. I'm going to put that guy out at another point. That's when it gets really, really bad.
Well, I think
that's not, I guess, the case for Chauncey Billups, according to, again, Kash Patel and Joseph Nocella.
I do think there's a murkiness there, though, Spadoni, because, is Chauncey Billups opening up the newspaper saying, we're favored by 5.5 tonight. I'm going to make sure that we cover that. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what the exchange of money is like there. I don't know how much of his own money Chauncey's putting in there or whatnot, who he's owed or whatnot. But let's say, and I'm not saying this is happening. This is just a potential theory of how things could have played out here. But let's say there was a time when Chauncey was in the hole a little bit and needed to strum up a little bit of cash to pay some of these guys back. And then he opens up the newspaper and sees, oh, we're favored by 5.5 tonight. I'm going to put some money on that, see if we can make that happen and, help me cover my losses a little bit. Not saying that is happening. I'm not alleging anything, but it would not be, is that not a stretch to think that it could be connected in some way? Like one crime begets another crime, begets another crime. Next thing you know, this thing's a runaway train and you got all sorts of things going on that you shouldn't have going on until one day the FBI is kicking your door down at 5 a.m.
Listen, this is a monster day here for sports talk, for just talk in general, because this even trumps sports when you start talking about the mafia ties in the gambling pro. But we got Warriors Nuggets tonight, home opener, Chase Center. It's going to be on fire. You got Nikola Jokic in town. You got Steph. You got Jimmy. This is going to be a massive, massive game just early on in the season. As you mentioned, the back end of the back-to-back. Tomorrow is where? Portland. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And then, not only got that, you got the Giants announcing a new manager, Tony Vitello, making it a historic hire because he has no professional experience, jumping from the college program to the pros. We're discussing that. We got Mac Jones, Brock Purdy. It's probably going to be Mac again this week, although Brock looked a little bit better from the videos I saw. So we got a monster Niners game. It's the NFL. And then now this. The FBI, the gambling probes, the NBA, all of it. Chauncey Billups getting arrested this morning. We'll take your calls on all of it. How about that, Sam? We'll open it up. 888-957-9570. You got something real quick before we get to the injury report?
Maybe I could tease this for the other side. There were two other teams that were mentioned in this. Two teams that are, let's just say, notable this week in the news in various ways.
And we'll get to that after the injury report. The 49ers released another practice injury report yesterday, and wide receiver Ricky Pearsall was once again a non-participant in practice. Kyle Shanahan says that Pearsall's knee, which he injured against the Jaguars 4 weeks ago, is not healing as fast as they would want it to. Shanahan denied that Pearsall had any setbacks in his recovery, but also did not have a timetable for when Ricky could be back at practice or available for games. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And coming up next, and I mean next, right out of the break, don't go anywhere, your chance to win a $100 gift card and Bruce Springsteen movie passes coming up right out of the break. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Come on, Dub Nation, what are you waiting for? Download that Odyssey app now.
It is super hyphy this morning. Shout out Keek to Sneak. Oh, my God. Shout out Stephen Curry right there. He's going to be back in action tonight. Chase Center, home opener for the regular season. Nuggets in town taking on the Dubs. 7 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. We got Warriors live leading up to it. And obviously the Warriors wrap up after the game is over. All of that. We'll be getting into what Steve Kerr had to say yesterday on our airwaves with Willard and Dibbs every single week. The head coach will join them. Some really good stuff talking about Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, whether he would have started had he been healthy. All of that. We'll get into it. Plus, we are continuing, I should say, to monitor the situation going on in regards to the FBI sports betting gambling probe just taking the nation by storm this morning, Sam. Terry Rozier arrested. Chauncey Billups arrested. Over 30 people arrested with ties to illegal gambling.
I have seen Springsteen from the Meadowlands to Milano, Italy. And I'm telling you, there's nothing like a Springsteen show.
There's nothing like that either. Talk from gambling to Springsteen, baby, only on the roast. And from 20th Century Studios on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters Friday. Get tickets now, and for your chance to win a $100 gift card plus 2 movie passes for a night out, be caller number 5 to the contest line. 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652, and you'll win courtesy of 20th Century Studios. Before you pay off that tease that you had, Sam, in regards to 2 other teams we should be monitoring going forward with these gambling probes, this is the message from U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Joseph Nocella, who alongside Kash Patel this morning addressed the media in regards to these probes.
My message to the defendants who've been rounded up today is this. Your winning streak has ended. Your luck has run out. Violating the law is a losing proposition, and you can bet on that.
You could bet on, you see what he did there, a little play on words, your winning streak has ended. Yeah, they had that chat GPT special there for sure.
Sounds like something I would come up with.
Hey, it's a hell of a line. It's a hell of a line. All right, Sam, you said there was 2 other teams we should be monitoring.
I might have oversold. There's actually one notable team.
Oh, okay.
I might have gotten ahead of myself and misreading one of the teams, but nonetheless, it's significant. So Nocella, again, during the presser that happened in the last hour, he said the scheme involved the performance of players on teams, including the following 4 NBA teams. The Charlotte Hornets, obviously, Terry Rozier, we know that. The Portland Trail Blazers, Chauncey Billups, obviously, we know that. He said the Toronto Rangers, though I think he means the Raptors, which with Jonte Porter, we already know that. And a 4th team, Spadoni, was named the Los Angeles Lakers. Were also named this morning by Nocella as one of the players, as a team that had, he said this again, ties to this. Let's call it ties to this. I'm not going to say
all alleged, by the way.
All alleged. But that's kind of interesting that they are now popping up in this as well, which then kind of gets into my next kind of concern that I've voiced a few times is just there's no way it's just those 4 teams. I would not be shocked, Spadoni, and I'm not breaking any news. I'm not, accusing anybody of anything.
You're recklessly speculating.
I'm doing some reculation here.
It's the morning speculation.
Reckless speculation. That's reculation right there. My guess, my prediction, I would not be shocked if every NBA team right now has at least one player engaging in this stuff. I would like to be wrong on that. I like to believe that everything going on down at Warriors Way is clean and being done proper. But I would not be shocked, though, if every team has at least one guy in their locker room that it might be engaging in this stuff. That is how down this. And then this is where I point at Adam Silver and be like, dude, you are losing this league because you can't have thoughts like that permeating throughout your fan base.
Yeah, I would hope that's not the case. And we don't know anything when it comes to all these other teams. Only what the FBI and the U.S. District Attorney, the Eastern District of New York, Joseph Nocella, had to say this morning about it, and those are the teams. We've already mentioned all the teams and the players that have at least been released and that we know of so far, and those are the big names of note, Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups, absolutely. And again, we'll continue to monitor all of that going forward, and any and all news that pops up, we will relay that information. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're going to get some calls here in a second because there is a massive game tonight between the Warriors and the Denver Nuggets, home opener, Chase Center. And by the way, Willard Dibbs going to be live from Splash over there at Thrive City. Ramona Shelburne, Mark Spears, and much more joining them starting at 2 o'clock. So it's going to be party over there at Thrive City. You going to go over there, Sammy? Huh?
I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to this one tonight. Actually, you know what? Our station, we're doing the monthly happy hour. With where everyone here at the station and our sales team and everything gets together. And I've had people bugging me to go to that for a while.
That's nice.
I'm going to try and go to that. By the way, Warriors, minus 1.5 point favorites.
Oh, you had to do that. Of course you had to.
But I am simply reading a fact off of ESPN.com.
Okay.
A notable, respected news source.
Sure.
I don't know why that would be a controversial thing to read off today.
Larry, San Francisco. Let's get things started for this hour. 888-957-9570. Larry, what's up, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. This is nothing new, fellas. I'm sorry. I'm 65 years old, and I'm telling you right now, this is nothing new, and it won't be the last time we hear of it. Because right now, if you go back to the 1920s, one of the baseball teams.
The Black Sox, yeah.
The Black Sox. And then right after that, the college team, Boston College, I think, was the basketball with the controversial thing about gambling, right? Then we go about the Pete Rose thing, and it's just sad that we're gonna overlook Pete Rose, great player as a baseball player, Hall of Fame for sure. I'm a big Pete Rose fan, believe me. I come up in the 60s and 70s watching him play, and it's sad that now here it is in the 21st century. This is nothing new, fellas, and this ain't going to be the last one, because watch when he start investigating college to play football. You're going to see a whole lot of stuff, if you ask me. I'm just one guy. And I'm not trying to overlook the Warriors game tonight. I wish it, but this is something bigger than any game like that, because right now, this is a black eye in the NBA. And the NBA don't need this kind of news right now.
Hey, Larry.
You know? And just say.
Can I ask you a question? If Adam Silver addresses the media today, the commissioner of the NBA, what would you ask Adam Silver?
I'll ask him, what the hell you been doing, my friend? You haven't learned your lesson from the other previous stuff about money? Listen, fellas, this is about, I got it. People, it's a habit of gambling. You know, the root of all evil is what? Money. Okay? Money. And then look at the guys who's been arrested and their background. They've never seen so much money in their lives until they get to the NBA and the NFL and baseball. You see what I'm saying, fellas? So this is right now we're just scraping the car because it's the human aspect of everything. It's the human aspect of it. It's a sad thing that we're talking about something that's been going on for years. And like the guy said, I don't know who it was, the FBI guy, they got caught. Period.
Yeah.
You got caught, and now you're going to pay the price.
That's a great call. That's Larry in San Francisco right there, 888-957-9570. Any and all calls in regards to this are welcome. You can also text in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I'll agree with him that it's always been there, but it's never been more prevalent and in our face than now, though. That's the difference between, the Black Sox scandal, all the different gambling scandals of anything prior to the social media age. It is all at the tap of our fingers, Sam. Right here, I can pull up my phone right now and place a wager that easy. It's not, and there's no stigma anymore, too. That's another thing I want to talk about with that. There's no stigma attached to gambling anymore. It used to be you don't really talk about it, anything like that. You might feel that way, Sam, but it's never been more prevalent. When I got people like, the Kay Adams of the world for FanDuel Sports, talking about, this is what I like. I got Kay special. I got Mike Greenberg special. Before you know it, I got Big Bird special on Sesame Street. He's taking the over on the Raptors tonight. Like, that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's never been more prevalent than it is now.
Big Bird
but I'm saying there's no stigma. Like, it's
fade away.
There's none.
We have segments here at this station. Fade the goo, fade the dibbers, ride the goo, ride the dibbers. Dibs, I like your picks, by the way. I haven't actually listened to any of them. But Larry said something there to your point, Spadoni, that made me realize I did say something that was incorrect earlier in the show. I asked the question of, is this just going to be the new normal now? And, you could call me naive. This already was the new normal. Larry hit it on the head. This has been going on forever in sports, going back to Shoeless Joe in the Black Sox scandal in the 1919 World Series, all the way up to what we're seeing right now. Tony Basilio, when he came on, he brought up Willie Mays, how Willie Mays was banned from baseball for a couple years for getting involved with gambling rings.
Just for being in Atlantic City.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Tony Romo with the fantasy football thing in Vegas? You guys remember that? So Tony Romo...
No, I don't. Refresh for those who don't.
So Tony Romo... I'll pull it up right now because I remember this was a big deal. Once upon a time, he hosted, I want to say, a fantasy football draft setting, and this was prior to the league getting involved with FanDuel and all that stuff. And the fact that he was just in Las Vegas and doing something with fantasy purposes, which, as we know, even back then, and I want to say this is circa 2008, 9, 10-ish, if you will. But as we know, fantasy football, there is some ties to we like to place wagers, right? That's, you're in a league with everyone buys up $50 in or whatever, right? It was just, the league thought it was just such a bad look that a player, in this case, the star quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, was in Las Vegas with fantasy football purposes. They're like, no. Axe that. You can't do that. Nix that. Don't even do that. And now we've got the NFL brought to you by FanDuel Sports and all that. I mean, it's just crazy how much it's changed is what I'm getting at.
The last call of the Super Bowl a couple years ago in Las Vegas was jackpot Kansas City. That's how much they're embracing the gambling lifestyle. So and that's where I do think you have to kind of look at the leagues and how they embrace it, because there is a normalization there. You talk about removing the stigma. I think there is still a slight stigma there because, there's always going to be, when you hear people who drop, insane money on stuff, there is, we joke with Carter all the time about it, but gambling can destroy lives. I'm not saying that that's Carter, by the way, but Carter, maybe. I think is very, those are your words, not mine. But
1-800
when you remove the stigma in that sense, are we normalizing this now?
Absolutely.
And that's just where I really struggle with the fact that these leagues got in bed with these entities. It's just, you can't go in a span of 15 years, Spadoni. We went from Tony Romo can't be playing fantasy football in Las Vegas.
This is actually sooner. It was actually back in 2015, Sammy.
Oh,
so
sorry.
I thought he was even
So in a span of 10 years.
10 years, yeah.
In a span of 10 years, we went from Tony Romo, you cannot be playing fantasy football in Las Vegas, to jackpot Kansas City. Yeah. That is how much it's been normalized now, and it's going to be to the detriment of these leagues. The NBA could say, we've made a lot of money off of FanDuel. I bought a new yacht thanks to all that ad money from Prize Picks or whatever. But at the expense of what? That money was not free. At the expense of your league's integrity now? I hate to say something this cliche, but was it worth it?
This was the event, by the way, the aforementioned event with Tony Romo back. 10 years ago. Wow. It was a partnership between Romo and a Dallas entrepreneur, and it was an event that was supposed to take place from July 10th at the time through the 12th at a convention area of the Venetian, obviously, hotel out in Las Vegas. It's supposed to feature a roster of at least 60 NFL players, including, at the time, Odell Beckham, Rob Gronkowski, Des Bryant. But 5 weeks before the event, NFL officials, apparently got involved. Allegedly, I want to keep using that word, allegedly got involved with the people associated with it and told them, no, you guys can't do this or you're going to get fined, you're going to get suspended. Again, this was just a decade ago. And now I have Rob Gronkowski, and I know he's retired, but he's doing all this stuff for FanDuel Sports, and will Gronk make the field goal kick, right, during the halftime of the Super Bowl is a whole thing. So it's just all crazy. And this is what I want to play, this sound. And thank you guys for flipping this out. This was Adam Silver just a couple days ago on all of this, as we're talking about it, the commissioner of the NBA, on him wanting to have the player prop bets being more regulated.
Interestingly enough, I think in the modern digital era, the choice is between legalized sports betting or illegal sports betting, not do you want sports betting or not. And so ultimately our view has been that since we know there's going to be enormous betting on sports out there, there always has been lots of illegal betting when I was younger, but it was much more difficult before the internet. You'd have to meet someone on the corner, or there were betting slips, things like that, or you had an old school bookie. Of course, now you can just bet on your phone. So on one hand, with this regulated structure of legalized betting, we can monitor it in ways that were unimaginable years ago. That if there's any aberrational behavior, people betting large numbers who hadn't historically done so, just opening an account to place bets, or even the geo-targeting, we know exactly from where the bets are being placed. I mean, very specifically, if you're in an arena and place a bet, we know you're in the arena. In many cases, we know where in the arena you are when you place that bet. So sort of analogize to a stock market where there's, of course, there's a legal framework, but there's lines that make activity illegal, like insider trading, for example. And so you have potentially the equivalent in sports where somebody may have inside information. It could be a player, and the worst case scenario is a player who's trying to impact their own performance for a bet, or it may be people around a player, and it may be unintentional on the part of a player, but somebody who's around the player knows that the player isn't feeling well or isn't going to play, even though that hasn't been announced yet. So we have a framework, a structure in place to monitor, to prevent those kinds of things happening, so that there is the information is available to potential bettors, so that it's a level playing field in terms of placing those bets.
And that was the commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver, on Pat McAfee show via ESPN a couple days ago. I'm sure he will have something to say about this. I think, first and foremost, a statement's not good enough on like a piece of paper that's released. He needs to go in front of cameras and reporters. He needs to answer questions today about this thing. Absolutely, without a doubt. And any and all sound that happens with that, we will relay that to the people. But speaking about the actual game, Sam, I do want to get into the Golden State Warriors taking on the Denver Nuggets tonight at Chase Center, their home opener. We could talk all about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. That was a big win in game one down in La La Land against the Lakers. 119-109. Jimmy Butler dropping 30. Jonathan Kuminga, probably the biggest story coming out of that, getting the start. Let me just ask you this. What was your biggest takeaway from that game one victory, Sam, as you're filling in for Joe Shasky today? Doing a hell of a job, by the way.
Oh, thank you for that.
You're so welcome.
My biggest takeaway from game one was, I think I kind of made it my final thought. What was it, yesterday? Today's Thursday, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are the same day to me, right, lately. It's the Jonathan Kuminga. He looks so good in the preseason. Oh, well, that's just preseason. It only means blah, 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 blah. But no, he's doing it in a real game. And I know it's going to sound ridiculous to say. I didn't hate the defense he had on Luka. I know Luka went off for 43, but I did like how he got in the way of him on most occasions there. But Jonathan Kuminga, he's got he showcased a little bit of a three ball on Tuesday night. We always said Jonathan Kuminga can't shoot. Well, he was shooting a little bit on Tuesday night. They said he doesn't rebound. He pulled in 7 rebounds? It's pretty good.
Yeah, more. He had 9.
Sorry, he had 9 rebounds.
3 offensive. And a clutch offensive rebound late in that game.
He did. And then, he doesn't pass the ball all that much. A couple, 6 assists. 6 assists, 9 rebounds. Pretty nice line.
Second most on the team.
Yeah, pretty nice line there. 17 points. If Kuminga could put up that line consistently, Carter and I, we were talking about, most improved player of the year award. Yeah, I absolutely think that Jonathan Kuminga could be in the running for that award right there. I'll lock it. I'll go in on that with you, Carter. I don't want to say the actual word. So
you're gonna bet on it?
You see, I didn't want to go there.
Yeah,
but
see, it's okay. You had to. As I pulled up DraftKings Sportsbook immediately,
it's plus 4,000 odds.
Thank you. Okay.
You see, I kind of want to get in. Or do you think Jonathan? No, I'm not going to.
Can you guess the player that's favored to win it currently? We're one game into the season.
One game? No, there's no MVP.
Amen Thompson, actually.
Oh, you know what?
Who had a great year last year.
Well, that's what's the difference between most improved player and comeback player. I think it's pretty concrete. I don't know why I would ask that question, but. My biggest takeaway was Jonathan Kuminga. I'm glad you got your bag over the summer. I'm glad you're still here. I want you to be the part of the Warriors now and the Warriors' future.
What's something that happened in Game 1, Warriors fans, that you want to see happen again tonight? And conversely, what's something that did not happen in game one that you would like to see happen tonight? 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney section. And by the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube where you can also get involved. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, Sammy, you know where we're coming from. Live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Had some very good sound that we're going to get to. By the way, we're going to be joined later on in the program from our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider and Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Fredell, who's now covering the Warriors again, but for a different outlet this time, The Athletic. So Nick Fredell joining us at 9:20, courtesy of River Islands. We'll get the lay of the land ahead of their home opener tonight between the Nuggets and the Warriors again. But before we do that, before we hit the break, let's go to Kay Bueno, who's out in Oaktown. What's up, Kay Bueno? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, man? Morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call this morning. Yeah, dude, I watched that game, and Kuminga, like you said, can he do it in the regular season? Game one on the road, first game of the season on the road. You're in LA, man. You're in the big spotlight, and he looked good. I mean, yeah, he displayed a three ball, but you could also tell he worked on the shooting. Just his shooting motion looked a lot more just solid. He didn't look as awkward shooting the ball, despite the fact that he was like making his shots, but it just looked better for just shooting. But also, there just seemed to be a lot more intensity and just the way he was playing. His confidence on the floor, whether defensive side of the ball or just running the floor with the offense, he just looked a lot more confident, a lot more sure of himself. That my biggest takeaway was the improvement of Kuminga. He was impactful when he was on the floor. And what I'm looking for in the next game here against Denver is he going to do it again? I know it's a long season. There's going to be, off and on games, but I'd love to see him have another solid game like that against Denver at home. Again, big, and also got to see Buddy Ball. He was getting hot too. If he could be consistent, he started off hot last season too. Can he be a little more consistent this season too? But it was good to see Hield getting hot from deep again. So that's it, guys. But Kuminga looked really improved compared to last season. I think that that contract extension is going to pay dividends for sure.
No, that's a great point. That's Kay Bueno at Oakland. Your thoughts from game one. And what did you see in game one that you'd like to see again tonight? And I think a lot of people are saying Jonathan Kuminga, that performance. Like, it's one thing if you do it in one game, Sammy. You got to start making it a trend.
We got to keep doing it, exactly.
Got to keep doing it and doing it.
One game does not a season make.
No.
I thought Kay Bueno hit the nail on the head with Buddy Hield. That's 17 off the bench. And again, the Buddy Hield roller coaster was very much that last year, a roller coaster. I know I went through the full, there's that whole, circle of Buddy Hield where, he shows up, you're excited, he slumps, you get mad, he gets hot, you get hopeful. I went through the whole process last year. I became a Buddy Hield fan during the playoffs last year, so I love seeing that for Buddy. There's going to be some nights where I want to bang my head against the wall watching him play. Luckily, that was not the case in game one, and I'd absolutely love it if that was the case in game two.
So on the other side, wait till you hear what Steve Kerr had to say about what he's most impressed with when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga. And the answer, it might surprise you. Spadoni, Lubman, and Frashaski, and it's brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Hey, it's Spadoni here. The Bay Area sports scene is on fire right now. The Oakland Roots, they got their final game at home this Saturday, October 25th, against Lexington SC at the historic Oakland Coliseum. Come on out, show your Oakland pride, and enjoy the energy of an Oakland Roots game. Following the game, get this is awesome. There's going to be performance by Ruby Red, plus fireworks. Take the loved ones out there, enjoy the fireworks. It's always a great time. Go to oaklandrootssc.com to get your tickets today, and you could watch the game on KTVU Plus or ESPN Plus.
Hey, it's Sarah from Alice. Welcome back to the JoJo Show, the morning roast at the game.
Love Sarah. Just saw her.
Sarah's the best.
From Sarah and Vinny on our sister station, Alice 97.3. I wonder if they're talking about the sports gambling
They
clubs.
are not. I asked them. They're talking about things that 30-year-olds should know.
Oh, that's actually
something like that.
That's actually a fun segment idea.
I'm kind of curious,
We're all 30 years old. Carter, Sam, you were all the same age. What should we know?
Might be suggestible.
There you
Taxes
go.
and stuff like that?
I know the Pythagorean theorem.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I know slope, Y equals MX plus B.
Quadratic formula. Do you
That's
still
another
remember
one
that
I know. Yeah, I know how to play the recorder, flute recorder,
Hot cross buns.
I don't know how to pay taxes, though.
I'm more of an ocarina guy. Shout out Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Yeah, how about that one? You haven't heard of that game in a minute. There you go. N64? No? Carter knows. You don't?
I played
He's
a
a
Mario.
high-level loser, bro.
Wow!
I was a Mario Kart guy and a Super Smash Brothers guy.
You could be both. All three of them.
That is true. Yeah,
it's actually on the Mount Rushmore of like games, like the best games of all time.
Yeah, I mean, it's Mario Kart's goated.
Okay, fair enough. It's still going on.
You are allowed to play both.
By the way, if you're just joining us, yes, Warriors Nuggets Game 1 Chase Center tonight. It's actually Game 2, but season opener. So
Game 1 against the Nuggets.
There you go. But we also are monitoring what's going on with the FBI, with the Eastern District of New York.
What a wild statement to say.
With the FBI.
We're monitoring the FBI.
So if you just woke up this morning and you don't hear the news, or you didn't hear the news, Miami guard Terry Rozier was arrested early Thursday morning as part of an FBI sports betting gambling probe. So scary Terry. It is spooky season.
Oh, he's scary,
arrested.
all right.
Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups also arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling with ties, again, all alleged, with the mafia. This is Shams Charania explaining all of it this morning on ESPN.
Brittany, Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier have both been arrested this morning. Billups at around 6 a.m. in Portland, Oregon, and Rozier around 6 a.m., I'm told, in Orlando, where the Heat were playing last night. Rozier's been arrested for his involvement in alleged sports gambling, prop bets, and Billups, ABC News is reporting, is tied to an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia. And so the FBI has been investigating this situation for several months, and in Rozier's case, at least 2 years. And today is making arrests. There is a press conference that is set by the FBI. The Eastern District of New York has been leading this investigation. I'm told FBI Director Kash Patel has also been increasingly involved in recent weeks. He will be leading the press conference today as well. But this is really seismic news in the NBA for a sitting NBA head coach in Chauncey Billups to be arrested, taken into custody for alleged illegal gambling, as well as Terry Rozier for sports betting, allegedly. 2 arrests made this morning. There are expected to be numerous arrests also tied to both of these situations.
And that was Shams Charania, ESPN this morning. I think he summed it up perfectly. We're continuing to monitor the situation. Any other news that leaks out, we will present it. Carter, feel free to hop on if anything happens. But yeah, we're monitoring that. We're also previewing the matchup tonight between the Warriors and Nuggets. We'll have all the coverage. Warriors Live before the game, the actual game with the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy, alongside Tom Tolbert. And then after the game, we'll take all your calls and texts in regards to that. And, what happened in game 1 that you want to see again happen tonight, Warriors fans? 888-957-9570. We also have another little bit of breaking news. I'm going to talk about it. Not as big in this region of the world, but he is the biggest star when it comes to sports globally. He is one of them. Lionel Messi signed a new deal at Inter Miami, valid through December of 2028. So Messi staying in America for the next 3 years. I got to mention it. He's like the biggest star in the global sports landscape. So
who cares?
God, a lot's happening. I care. Hey, he's going to be playing in the World Cup, maybe at Levi's Stadium in a year, Carter. Come on.
I care too, actually.
Yeah, you
but
do.
Whatever.
Stop. Don't even. Yeah, come on. So Sam, there's a lot happening right now. I don't know if you know. There's a lot happening in sports. Sports, man. Let's go.
I'm trying to get a clean in there.
Oh, you want one too? You want to join the club?
It's too late. It's not
passed?
happening.
Okay.
The moment came and went. But yeah, we'll move off of this gambling thing. We'll
monitor it, but yeah.
I can't get over the process of how these poker games went.
Like the contacts,
you could
spy kids,
the spy contacts, the glasses, the X-ray table. The whole point of like you sit down at a table and you're too distracted by your hand because, oh my God, Spinardi, look, that's Chauncey Billups.
Of all the people, Chauncey's not doing it for me.
The Blazers play so hard for him.
Oh my.
That's him. Oh my God. Whoa, why am I out so much money all of a sudden? Like, the other one's like, yeah, you also play with Damon Jones. Imagine you're sitting at the table. I can't focus on my cards. Because Damon Jones is right there. Why is my money all gone? Like, there had to be some other stars involved in this. If you're losing money because you're distracted by Damon Jones, I don't know. That's why I don't like to gamble on sports.
No. Shout out to Gambler, Kenny Rogers, and we'll pivot now to what
1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah,
don't be afraid to call for help.
Steve Kerr, as I mentioned the interview he had yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, really good stuff because I teased what he had to say about Jonathan Kuminga's growth and maturity, and it was really good stuff. If you missed any and all of that interview, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. But I mentioned Steve Kerr because he actually talked about it yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. I don't know what the question was. It had to be gambling related, but Steve was like, yeah, there was a memo from the league, and we're not going to talk or touch anything when it comes to sports gambling and sports. Yeah, and sports talk in that regard. So, yeah, keep your distance if you're any of the Golden State Warriors, absolutely. But this is what Steve Kerr, the coach, had to say about the actual players and the actual product, and one being Jonathan Kuminga, on where he's seen the most improvement from JK.
9 rebounds last night, 6 in Portland in his last exhibition game that he only played the first half in because of the ejection. And he's passing the ball better than he's passed it in 4 years. 6 assists last night. The thing we're still trying to work with him on that I think he improved on in the second half was understanding the power of Steph. Go and set a screen for him and slip to the rim. He got a layup from Draymond early in that third quarter. I thought that play alone changed the game. And that's the hardest thing for players to do when they get here is to understand how to play with Steph and to utilize his gravity, his force to open up other opportunities to score either for yourself or someone else. And so I think that's really still the area that we're going to hammer home with JK because there's no doubt if you use Steph the right way, that's the best way for us to win.
I love the Bulls clanging in the background and the dishes.
Playing some stomp in the background. Yeah, what's going on there?
But that we could all feel what Steve Kerr's going through there. If you've ever had an interview, I'm sure you have, Sam. And you're like in your kitchen or you're like near if you're in a studio apartment, if you will, like us.
Like most of our show calls.
Sometimes things are happening in the back. Things are percolating in the background. But that's Steve Kerr yesterday on with Willard and Dibbs about Jonathan Kuminga's improvement and just the way he's speaking about him. I think, for lack of a better term, speaks volumes about his involvement with the team going forward. And, there was a lot of question marks about how's this going to look at the early part of this season. And I do believe the absence of Moses Moody has kind of been a silver lining for Jonathan Kuminga here early on in the season. Now he's dealing with the calf strain, Moses Moody, that is. When he'll come back, we shall see. But this is a big opportunity for him. And in the first game in Los Angeles against the Lakers, hey, he's seizing that moment. He's seizing that opportunity. Shout out Eminem, shout out 8 Mile, shout out Miguel and Coco. Seize your moment, baby. That's what JK is trying to do. Can he do it again, though, tonight? That's going to be the question.
Yeah, and you mentioned the way that Steve Kerr is speaking about Kuminga. I mean, just the fact that he is speaking about him. I mean, there were times last year, Spadoni, that, Steve Kerr was given the very short answers about Jonathan Kuminga. And that's never a good sign in terms of the coach-player relationship. A lot has been made about the trust factor between JK and Kerr. Obviously, going back to the CJ Holmes article where Kuminga was, quoted saying that Kuminga's camp was quoted as saying that they've lost faith in Steve Kerr's ability to develop Jonathan Kuminga. There's Steve Kerr telling Willard and Dibbs that he's going to give Kuminga and Jimmy a long look in training camp and try and make that happen. And we talked, we compared that comment, Spadoni, to, it's akin to when your parents say, don't worry, we'll maybe get McDonald's on the way home. Oh, well, that's a no.
God, I love McDonald's.
And here we are. And dare I say, Spadoni, is Steve Kerr coming through on his word to actually try and find a way to see if he can make it work with Jimmy and Kuminga. It's one game so far. One game does not a season make, obviously, but the one game early returns, I'm really liking it so far. It gives you reason to be optimistic that maybe Kerr and Kuminga, whatever iciness, whatever issues, whatevers you want to say were a part of the past, are we seeing those get buried in real time and we're moving forward into a one less drama thing that we have to deal with for the Warriors?
Whatever, I do what I want. Is that Cartman?
Well, that was the other problematic child that was on the show.
No, I think he said it in regards to that, though. Shout out. I love South Park so much. Steve Kerr, by the way, more from him on the starting lineup the other night. And would Moses Moody have started had he been healthy?
The lineup decision was made based on Moses not being available. I would have started Moses had he been healthy based on the way we finished last year. We really found a good group. But there's a lot that goes into the equation this year. I really don't want to play Draymond at the 5 all season long. So there will be games where I start bigger, but last night felt like a great night for Jonathan. He's had a really good training camp. We had to guard Luka, and we do want to give that lineup, more looks. Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, BP, and JK. So didn't get a lot of reps last year because Jonathan was hurt when we got Jimmy and missed the next 20 games or so. We just found a great groove with what we were doing. So this is a fresh start for some looks at different lineups, and I thought JK played really well with them.
Well, and this is another thing about talking about injuries. You can't lose your job to injuries as we're monitoring what's going on with Brock Purdy, Mac Jones. There's so much stuff happening in the Bay Area sports landscape that the fact that the Niners and their quarterback situations kind of like on like the back burner right now is pretty insane. But again, come Monday morning, we'll all be reacting to that Niners-Texans game on Sunday in Houston. But, listening to Steve Kerr there, it's interesting. I wonder if they continue to win and play well, and if they keep Jonathan Kuminga in the starting lineup, does he continue to ride the hot hand a la what they were doing last year when JK was on the bench, Sammy, because he was nursing an ankle injury?
That'll be interesting to see. I think Steve Kerr said it in that bit right there. I think there's going to be a little bit of matchup dependency there. There's going to be some nights where they start bigger. I think tonight is going to be one of those nights. I would not be shocked if Jonathan Kuminga is coming off the bench tonight. I would say the starting lineup with the fact that they're playing Nikola Jokic, who is one of the, Mount Rushmore of Warrior villains right now. My guess you'll probably see Al Horford in the lineup along with Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, and probably Brandon Pajemski. And I don't hate that lineup, and I think that could still work for Jonathan Kuminga coming off the bench there in that situation. And what the final 5 minutes looks like, that's probably going to be dependent on how the game is going too. If it's close, does Kuminga come in there and they maybe try to finish small a little bit? It's certainly possible, but to answer that question, I don't think that Kuminga's going to be in the starting lineup tonight, so I guess that does kind of show that.
What do you think is going to be the shift?
Well, that's what I said. I think it's going to be.
You think it's going to be Kuminga out, Horford in?
That's what I think it'll be. That's what I think. And I feel like that makes sense tonight going against a bigger opponent in the Denver Nuggets. And then we'll see what it looks like against Portland on Friday night. Because, again, remember, it is a back-to-back, which means Al Horford will not be available. So maybe they go back to the Game 1 starting lineup on Friday night against the Blazers.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Father Time. We got Bobby in Los Altos. What happened in Game 1 that you want to see happen again tonight, Warriors fans? Home opener, Chase Center. We're going to be live from there. Willard and Divs from Splash at Thrive City. Ramona Shelburne going to be joining them. Mark Spears. All that and more starting at 2 o'clock. Let's go to the phones. Father Time, which, as you know, guys, is undefeated, is in Napa. What you got on the Warriors, Father Time?
Yeah, let me hit you with my my Warrior stuff. Kuminga, of course. I've been advocating for him to stay forever. I can't believe that there was ever a conversation about dishing him. I know this is an audition, particularly if they want to move off of him and get another 37-year-old at the trade deadline. But the fact of the matter is that he is the future, and Joe Lacob wants him to stick around because he has to sell tickets. The reality is he played great first game. And, it's really fun, I think, to probably play with 3 superstar Hall of Famers. It's like going and, playing with your uncles and they protect you. I mean, if he just does that, if he just does what he did, 17 and 9 and maybe chips in 5 or 6 assists, he's going to have a really great experience with the Warriors. Here's a line for you. Here's a basketball line, a stat line. 16, 6, 5, and 1.5 steals. You know who did that for his career? A guy named Scottie Pippen, right? A great number 2. I am not saying that. I'm not saying
Father Time. Thank you.
Jonathan Kuminga is the second coming of Scottie Pippen. You heard Father Time say it right here on the Morning Roast.
You said that, Sammy. You said that. I didn't say that.
Sure about that?
Yeah, he's going to have to up his defensive game like crazy. But, you don't have to score 25 points a game to contribute to a winning team. I think he's obviously – I'm not the first person that said this. He's definitely a really skilled, talented number 2. He would be amazing as he matures as a number 2. Who's going to be his number 1? Because Steph's not getting any younger? I don't know. Can I hit you with the gambling a little bit?
Please.
As somebody who used to gamble on sports, no longer does. I gamble on my fantasy league. I'm 6-1, so I'm killing it.
Wow.
$50 a team. Yeah, so great. America is all about gambling. Everybody gambles every day, and I think that America really loves a comeback story. So if this goes down the way it's going to go, I am a cynic. I think the NBA is going to burn, at least for a little while. I think that it's much deeper than what we've seen so far. These are all just subjective, guesses. But the integrity of the game is damaged forever. Like, how can you watch a basketball game now and not wonder, that pass that was sailed out of bounds, did that have something to do with somebody gambling within the circle of trust? I'm thinking about, immediately, Warriors Nuggets tonight. There's a small part of me, again, cynical, is like, well, is somebody in that game attached to something like this? You'd be naive to think that it wasn't, based on, allegedly, what's coming down the pipe. So I just think that they're in serious deep water. And if they don't somehow manage this, it can and will, be a problem. Or the American people would just say, we don't care, we're cool with whatever happens. I don't know. I would like to think that we have a little bit more integrity in terms of what we value, but that's just me. What do you guys think?
Well, that's Father Time in Napa. We appreciate Father Time.
There is no integrity.
You're asking a lot of the American people and society in general right there. And I'll say this. I'm still not at the level of what Father Time is, where I'm actually watching a game and thinking this whole conspiracy, oh, this guy's gambling and that. I'm just not there yet. Now, I do agree. It's a horrible look for the NBA, in particular Adam Silver. Adam Silver's stock is at an all-time low right now.
Yes.
If we're power ranking the commissioners, I'll leave the NHL aside, just the top 3 sports right now when it comes to Major League Baseball, NFL, and the NBA. You got Goodell in top. You got, I can't believe I'm saying this, Rob Manfred.
Honestly, if you want to include Bettman here, I would do Goodell, Bettman, large gap, Manfred,
sure.
massive gap.
I don't know what Gary
below
Bettman
the ground.
does. Most people, I love the Sharks, I love the NHL, but it's just not hitting the same as those top 3.
The fact that we're not talking about Gary Bettman as much, kind of you don't want to be talked about that much when you're a commissioner.
Exactly, but that being said, Adam Silver, stock at an all-time low.
He's below Rob Manfred, which is pretty hard to do.
I'm going to make the argument, Sam. At one point, stock was at an all-time high with this guy.
Oh, absolutely.
He came in, he banned Donald Sterling for life. Wow, this guy's cool.
He's been very player empowering as well.
Right now, it's not looking great for him when it comes to all the comments about it being a highlight-based league and industry, all of that. When you got people not being able to watch a quarter and a half of Lakers-Warriors on opening night, that's your prime time game. We can't even watch that. It's not good.
You have a salary structure that has completely destroyed any chance of keeping championship teams together. We have seen, I think, 7 teams or something the last 7 years win championships or something crazy like that in the NBA, which we've seen a level of championship parity in this league that we have not seen since the 70s. The 70s was not a great time for the NBA.
No.
Adam Silver, as I said, he is losing control of this league in real time. And it'd be very curious once he gets up to the podium today or at any point, not today. I don't know when or if he will talk.
We're talking about, he should be at the podium today taking questions about this.
I mean, at what point is enough with him?
By the way, remember, and this is good, I would keep reiterating it, the Chauncey Billups accusations, the alleged accusations, are surrounding off-the-court things with Pope, but still gambling, but it's not on the actual games. This is, as you detailed earlier from the comments from the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Joseph Nichella, Chauncey was a face card, they called him?
Yeah, so
he was part of a off-the-court gambling ring, if you will, again, all alleged, with ties to the mob, to the mafia.
It's wild.
It's absolutely insane.
It's an episode out of The Sopranos.
No, it really is. This is what the Eastern District of New York attorney Joseph Nichella had to say about it all earlier.
My message to the defendants who've been rounded up today is this. Your winning streak has ended. Your luck has run out. Violating the law is a losing proposition, and you can bet on that.
I'm sorry, it is a great line. Come on, you can bet on that.
Your winning streak is
go.
over.
What a pun.
Are we investigators here, or are we trying to write for Saturday Night Live? What are we doing?
Por qué no los dos? Why not both? 888-957-9570 is the number. What did you see in Game 1 from the Warriors' win against the Lakers that you'd like to see happen again tonight? And by the way, this is Game 1 for the Denver Nuggets. So we haven't seen this new lineup that it's expected to be. And if I was guessing the lineup for the Nuggets, it'd probably go as, I don't think it's been released. And if it has, you can let me know. Jokic.
Probably. I think he'll be in the starting lineup.
Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Christian Brown, who just got a new deal. Mm-hmm. Jamal Murray.
He'll probably be on the lineup.
And Cam Johnson. That's what I would assume it would be for their starting lineup, which is a lot of size, athleticism, and a lot of great players, one being maybe the greatest in the NBA right now, Nikola Jokic. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. What's up, Bobby? You're on the roast.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I've been instructed by your screeners to try to keep this not too political, but I'm going to start with JK. Look, I think everyone, what I don't quite understand from some of the callers is, look, everyone I think agrees he has ability. He has a basketball potential to be a very good player. I think what's lost, but it's so obvious to me, is his biggest liability is his ability to be on the floor with Steph. So when callers call and say, hey, I told you he's a good player, look how great he played, I think we all knew he would be a good player and he has a skill set to be a very good player. His biggest ability was, is he smart enough to be on the floor with Steph? And clearly he hasn't been. That's why he's never on the floor when Steph is on the floor, or when Steph is injured, then all of a sudden he's scoring, 30 points. So, that's the thing that I appreciated about Game 1, and then obviously it's just one game. So I'll be looking for the next month to see if he can do that. And, he obviously had a ton of rebounds his first game. And unfortunately for him, the most damning thing for him is going to be, in my mind, so you could rebound all along, but you decided not to do it? So did you just not care enough to do it? I mean, it's not like it's an ability that you develop this off season, is it? So that's one thing that, unfortunately, I feel like for me and probably for a lot of fans, he's in a no-win situation. But I hope he can obviously learn to play smarter, be on the floor with Steph, and then do those other off-ball things that the team wants. And I'm sure the fan base will come to love this guy. Okay? This gambling thing, look, to me, I think it's a non-story, first of all, and I'll tell you why. But the bigger sports story in my mind, if you want to talk about illegal activities, is the women's Kenya marathon record holder. She was just banned for PEDs. So she has a world record, and now she's banned for PEDs. To me, that's a bigger sports story, because as it relates to sports betting, look, man, if I'm a fringe player and I decide, like, hey, the line on my prop is 3.5 rebounds and I want to go for 4, fine, I don't care. Why does the government need to be involved to protect, quote unquote, the integrity of sports gamblers? Let the NBA police it. They have way more money. They have way more resources to monitor strange betting patterns. And then the NBA can ban the player. It's not like, there's a risk you take when you sports gamble. I don't understand why the government needs to be involved with it. Let the NBA police it. And then as it relates to poker, we can all go to any card room we want in the Bay Area and play poker. Why does the government need to be involved? Because someone does it at their house.
Well, no, Bobby, I'm going to cut you off there, because when the mob is involved, that's when it becomes a problem. That's when it becomes a problem. When there's cheating involved, that's when it really becomes a problem. And as the government, and as you know this, Bobby, don't play gullible here, they want a piece of the pie too.
Yeah.
That's why there's regulations. That's why they open this thing up. That's why they're going to tax the hell out of it, because the government wants some of that paper, and that's why they're regulating it. And by the way, I love you, Bobby and Los Altos. No chance in hell anyone's caring about what's going on with the Kenya's women's runner. I'm sorry. It's not on the level
that was
of
really
a
off the
sports
beaten
story.
path for me.
No. The PEDs with a marathon runner that you didn't even know the name of. Stop. Miss me with that. And I love you, Bobby and Los Altos, who whispers, try to throw my big boss man under the bus there. It's called producing in the background, trying to keep us on subject here. Come on, Bobby. Come on.
Carter, you got my ear. What was that you just said about the casino regulations?
I was saying that the difference is that when you gamble at a casino, it is regulated by the government.
Yes.
When you're doing it in your own gambling ring, that's where the problem becomes.
Because the government's not getting a piece of the pie. That's all the tax dollars that's going with the Vegas casinos, going back to the taxpayer money, all of that. That's why we got so upset about, what's going on with the A's and the Raiders moving over there, is that, Mark Davis got a big fat check from the state of Nevada to build that stadium.
Yep.
And the city of Oakland in California was like, no, we're not doing that. That's why what Joe Lacob and the powers that be with the Warriors, what makes Chase Center so impressive as the Warriors playing the Nuggets tonight at Thrive City Chase Center, tying it all back together, is because they didn't take any of the public's money. It's all private.
Giants did it too.
And that's why those teams, Giants and the Warriors, are both valued so highly. Yep. And the Warriors, the most valuable team in the NBA now, which is, again, crazy to say. The Golden State Warriors, not the Lakers, not the New York Knicks, not the Boston Celtics or Miami Heat, whatever those big markets. No, the Golden State Warriors, most highly valued.
Once upon a time, I had to tell people where the Golden State Warriors played.
Yeah.
That was when I was in college, like 10 years ago. I had to tell people where the Warriors played. That's the come up that this team has had.
By the way, Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got an hour left to go. Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky alongside myself, Joe Spadoni. We got Nick Fredell coming up in about 20 minutes. Cousin Nick joining us, as he's going to be doing every single week this season. Covers the Warriors for The Athletic and is our Odyssey NBA insider. So we'll get his thoughts on the Warriors' Game 1 victory down in Los Angeles and what we can expect to see tonight as their home opener begins at 7 o'clock tip against the Denver Nuggets. And the thing that's most interesting for me about this matchup, Sam, the Nuggets aren't the Lakers. The Nuggets are viewed as one of the two big boys in the West. It's the Thunder and it's the Nuggets. And then I think it's agreed upon there's a gap between the next best team and whoever you want to put in there, the Rockets, hell, maybe the Warriors now. Like, that's how we all view it. Jokic is, for my money, the best player in the NBA. Like, you could have given this guy the MVP the last few years. He should have won it over Embiid, quite frankly, a couple of years ago, as far as I'm concerned. He is that good. That's a guy that we don't talk about enough. If he gets another NBA championship, he is in the top 10 of all timers. It's not even close. The guy's incredible. He's going to be on the court tonight. This is a huge matchup early on in the season, and against a team that has had the Warriors' number in the past. Let's just keep it a buck. They have struggled against the Denver Nuggets when they are fully healthy, the Nuggets. They just haven't been able to beat them. Now, they kind of, exercised those demons late in the year last year. I remember, I think it was a back-to-back with the Lakers and the Nuggets, actually. It's kind of funny how it all works out, where Pods had a big game, and then he had another big game. It's like, wow, maybe they've exercised the demons against the Lakers in LA, against the Denver Nuggets. But I'm very curious to see the matchup tonight when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, Pods, some of these young guys. Hell, Al Horford, who I didn't think had the best box score game, but looked like he belonged on the court within the flow of the offense. And he did make some big defensive plays at times. So I'm just very curious to see how they match up against what is one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the NBA.
Yeah, Nikola Jokic, he is dread him, run from him. Nikola Jokic will arrive all the same. He is Thanos right now for the Warriors in terms of how inevitable he is. Spadoni, you mentioned the bugaboo that the Nuggets have been for the Warriors. Before that win on April 4th of last year against a fully healthy Nuggets team that had the whole squad there, Porter Jr., Braun, Jokic, Gordon, and all those friends. And Nnaji was there. Russell Westbrook played 20 minutes in that game, probably why they lost. That was
pretty good.
When they got that win last year, Spadoni, with that was one of their first truly big wins with Jimmy Butler on the roster against a team that had all of their big players playing for them. Before that win, Spadoni, they had lost 9 straight times to the Denver Nuggets. As I sound like Ed Rooney here.
9 times.
9 straight times they lost to the Nuggets,
Ferris
including
Bueller's Day Off.
Yep, 12 of their last, and 12 of the previous 13 against the Nuggets. The Nuggets had the Warriors' number in every way, shape, and form. And I'll be honest with you, we played the game last year. Do you believe in the Warriors? That was one of those wins last year that made me really start to lean forward on what this team can accomplish in the playoffs, because when you kind of overcome that kind of an obstacle that the Nuggets have been for the Warriors, it's hard not to pay attention a little bit more. It's hard not to take something positive, super positive away from that and think, wow, this team, it's one thing to beat the Knicks without Karl Anthony Towns. It's another thing when you beat the Nuggets. You're Thanos with Jimmy Butler healthy, with Steph healthy, with Draymond healthy, and the entire Nuggets team healthy. So the question I kind of have tonight, again, as you mentioned, in the West this year, it is the Thunder, it is the Nuggets, and then there's a second tier that'll have, like the Grizzlies or the Timberwolves or the Rockets or the Warriors and what have you.
Spurs looked good last night.
Spurs look really good too, but
Wemby.
There is a clear divide between the penthouse teams that are the Thunder and the Nuggets and everybody else. So even though it's game 2 of the season, even though this is the first game the Nuggets are playing all year long, does a win tonight, does that add more juice to the Warriors' Western contenders field that we have for them? Does a win tonight matter all that much, or is it just, it's too early in the year to draw any sort of big picture season-long conclusions about where the Warriors are in the West with the win tonight?
I mean, it's so hard. The question for me in regards to that is, not only can you win early on and have some of these big upsets, quote unquote, or I don't even know if call it an upset. You're at home; it's the home opener.
You are a favorite too, or
exactly.
1.5 favorite.
Exactly. So it's very short to being a pick 'em, but it's can you keep sustaining it? That's the question for this team, because it's one thing to beat some of these guys. You did it last year. Remember that vaunted stretch, Sam, where you had the Grizzlies, Lakers, Nuggets, and then you had the Rockets on that Sunday, and it was that gauntlet, and you beat those first 3 teams, but you kind of laid an egg against that Rockets team. We were all looking at the Rockets like, really, the Rockets? I don't know.
Well, finishing 3-3 after that.
Exactly, and the Rockets ended up being pretty good, as we saw in that first round, albeit they couldn't really shoot the ball, but at the side, the youth, the athleticism was on full display. You just need to stack wins if I'm a Warriors fan. Yes, it'd be great to beat the Nuggets tonight. I don't really give a damn if it was the Nuggets, if it was the Jazz, if it was the Clippers, whoever team you think stinks, the Wizards. Just stack wins. And can you stack wins and can you come away unscathed? Kind of what we're talking about with the Niners. What makes the Niners such a conundrum to talk about as we go cross-sport analogy here is like, man, they get these wins, and then you get a Monday report. God, Bryce Huff's out a couple weeks. Are you kidding me? We lost to Nick Bosa. We've lost to Fred Warner. Like, it just keeps coming with a yeah, but, if you will, when it comes to these wins. Can the Warriors stack wins and remain relatively healthy going forward? That's the question for them early on in this season. Can Jimmy Butler stay healthy? Quite frankly, a guy that hasn't been able to stay on the court in years past. Steph Curry. These are old men. And that's why, staggering the minutes with these guys are so important. When I see Jimmy on the floor, Steph on the bench, when I see Steph on the floor, Jimmy on the bench, you got to stagger those minutes. And I can't wait to see the matchup tonight and how they go at Nikola Jokic, because him and Draymond Green have had some battles in the past. And Nikola Jokic...
Wait, Draymond Green had battles with someone?
Oh, yeah.
That's someone like him.
We used to have a segment called Pick Your Battles and Know Your Battles, and that's one of them. That's the one that's going to be on full
picks all the battles.
That's right. You know what? There's always that meme, like, why do you send me your toughest battles? It's like the Jesus meme. It's just like, I'm a Warriors fan, right? But that's one of them I'm looking at tonight. And then Big Boss Man got on me here and referenced, hey, Michael Porter Jr. is not there anymore for the Denver Nuggets. He's the guy notoriously that averaged 18, 7, and an assist in 14 games played against the Warriors. Pretty good numbers. Now, they replaced him with Cam Johnson, who could shoot the hell out of the ball. The numbers for Cam Johnson in 13 games against the Warriors, 11, 3, and 2. So
that's
just
worse.
going historic. Hey, Not as great against the Dubs. Does that mean he's going to lay an egg tonight? No, because last time he did play against the Golden State Warriors, Cam Johnson, that is, as a Brooklyn Net, dropped 26 on 9 of 16 shooting back in March. So I'm very curious to see how all this comes together in regards to tonight.
He's playing with a lot of size around next to him, too. And again, he's playing on a better team. You know, the Nets are not as good of a team as the Nuggets. So when you put good players on better teams, do you get better performances out of them? I mean, this is a lot of beef that they're be going against tonight. You know, you got Aaron Gordon, Cam Johnson, both 6'8", and Nikola Jokic is generously listed at 6'11". I don't think he's actually 6'11". I would take the over on that.
His brother's definitely like 7'5", the mountain. Are his brothers going to be in attendance? That's the question. Hey, boss, if you're out there at Thrive City later, you got to take a picture of if you see the Jokic bros walking in.
See if they'll come on the show with us tomorrow.
With them first. Yeah, no?
Let's get him in studio.
Okay, yeah, I would love to. Those guys are great.
That'd be terrifying.
Really?
Size matters.
I wouldn't be fits. I'm not scared of those guys. I'd hang out with them.
They literally smush me like a grape.
Oh, come on. You'd be like, come on, get him booked. Listen, I know. Do you know the Jokic's cousins, if you will? Like that whole family. Carter showed a picture.
How big is that family?
No. Carter showed a picture, I think, of one of the significant others of the Jokic bros.
Oh, geez.
And she was at the shoulder. So she's got to be like 6'6". Like Carter Chickering, who's behind the board. He's, what are you, 6'7", Carter? 6'8"?
6'8".
6'8". And you said you were small in comparison to the Jokic bros.
Anthony Davis was small in comparison to his brother. We were down in underneath the arena there, so he was next to all the NBA players, and you could compare. He was the biggest by far of all of them.
Of all like the professional families, like in sports that you don't want to mess with, they might be on like the number 1 rated family you do not want to mess with. Absolutely. This is what Steve Kerr had to say, by the way, yesterday. As we talk about the age concern with the Warriors and how they navigate it all season. This is what he had to say about it on Willard and Dibs yesterday.
I don't spend too much time thinking about any of that. I mean, our job is just put together the best team we can while we're navigating the 82-game season and, trying to keep guys healthy and fresh. And that's going to be the challenge, because of the age of Al and the 3 guys you just mentioned. We're going to have to navigate this thing. And I'm glad we have our performance staff to help us do that and the players themselves. We're confident that if we can get to the playoffs in one piece, that we can beat anybody.
It's kind of similar to, as I keep going back to cross-sport analogies, because I find it fascinating, the dynamic between the San Francisco 49ers and Golden State Warriors. It's similar to like how Kyle Shanahan speaks about Christian McCaffrey. He's like, dude, I can't be worrying about that stuff. Yeah, like he's dealing with something that could pop up again, but I'm not going to like live my life and coach my life in fear that it's going to happen on the next play. I just got to throw the guy out there. And the touches, we can keep talking about it. But hey, he's going to be out there. If Christian says he's good to go and he feels great, I'm going to play him. And if the Warriors and Steph and Jimmy and Draymond feel great, they're going to play. Like, and there is, and I know, like back-to-backs, you got to be careful. That's why they're keeping Horford out. Horford's going to play tonight against the Nuggets. He's going to be off tomorrow, as Steve Kerr said yesterday on Willard and Dibs. But like, I understand what Kerr's saying. He's like, I can't coach in fear, basically, is what he's saying.
And you made a great point a few minutes ago about stacking wins, and that's kind of the goal right now and why a win tonight would be significant. I don't know what it would mean for where the Warriors stand in the West, though I do think it would be a nice confidence boost to be able to bank in a win against the Nuggets early on, especially when you talk about tiebreakers and stuff like that. But remember last year this team got off to a 12-3 start.
Yep.
And then they kind of faded after that. But when you get off to those hot starts at the start of the year, it kind of gives you some leeway to soldier through that mid-season swoon. And again, if you take away that 12-3 stretch and it's a 500 stretch, Warriors season is very different. So maximize the healthiness of the roster right now. Stack as many wins as you can right now and build yourself up a buffer because, Nick Fredell is going to be joining us in just a few moments here on this show. Last time he was on this show said it's all about April for this team. Keep this team fresh for April. There's going to be lulls throughout the middle of this season where we're tearing out our hair over how bad this team looks. Bank wins now while times are good to kind of give you some insurance later on for when the times go bad.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Are you viewing this game tonight, Warriors fans, as a measuring stick game for the Warriors in the Western Conference? We'll ask Nick Fredell about that, our Odyssey NBA insider, who also covers the team for The Athletic, joining us on the other side. By the way, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by In at the Tides in Bodega Bay, Who loves Zinfandel? I do. Don't miss dinner with the winemakers at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. October 24th, join Queen of Zinfandel, Carol Shelton, for an unforgettable night of food, wine, and coastal charm. Visit inatthetides.com. Space is limited.
Come on, Dub Nation. What are you waiting for? Download that Odyssey app now. This is Draymond Green. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Day? And he's right. Download the Odyssey app. It's free. Why aren't you on there? We're also on YouTube right now, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're going to be joined shortly by our Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Fredell, who also covers the Warriors for The Athletic. By the way, we're continuing to monitor the scandal, I guess we can call it, in regards to the NBA and what has taken place in gambling. There was an FBI sports betting gambling probe that has led to the arrests of both Terry Rozier, Miami Heat guard, and also Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups, amongst others as well, up to 30, according to Kash Patel, the FBI director. And we got him right now. All right, Nick Fredell joining us now on the River Islands guest line. Covers the Warriors for The Athletic and also is our Odyssey Sports NBA insider. There's my read. Check out all Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And Nick, we'll just bring you right into the conversation. I want to let you know, I don't know if you saw it. This is the NBA statement just released. Quote, "We are in the process of reviewing the federal indictments announced today. Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups are being placed on immediate leave from their teams, and we will continue to cooperate with the relevant authorities. We take these allegations with the utmost seriousness, and the integrity of our game remains our top priority." End quote. So before we get into the Warriors taking on the Nuggets tonight at Chase Center, their home opener, you know, the question I have for you, you've covered the league on a national perspective, on a local perspective. If Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, was holding a press conference today and you were there and you were one of the reporters, what would be the first question you would ask Adam Silver?
Why should fans believe that it was only these couple guys and that it's not more widespread in a variety of different areas? Because Spadone, in pro sports, once you lose public trust, it's very hard to come back from. The league has got to be absolutely praying that this is the end. But nobody knows that right now. And there's so much uncertainty, and there's so many people, especially on the West Coast, who are waking up and they're looking at their phones and they're going to their computers and they're going, what? You know, are you kidding me? But what I would say from a broader standpoint is when you start taking the money from the betting companies and you start having that cash revenue come in, you're opening yourself up to a lot of different problems. The NBA is going to have some real issues now moving forward, trying to kind of escape from this because they are taking that revenue, and they have been for a while. So there's so much that still is yet to come out, and there's so much more that may be behind some other door somewhere. But this is not in any way a good day for the league. And if you're Adam Silver, you're going to be answering a lot of questions for a long time.
Yeah, Nick, looking at how all this is going, you make a good point there. If you're the NBA, you're praying that this is it. The other side of the coin I look at is just how do you, if this is going to be it, or how do you prevent this from happening again? Obviously, when you're in bed with these gambling companies, that kind of muddies the waters a little bit. But what could the NBA do feasibly, theoretically, hypothetically, whatever ethically you want to add on to it? What could the NBA do in the future to make sure that this does not happen again? Or is this just kind of a new normal that whether it's happening before or not, we might just need to get used to it?
Sam, I would lean more towards the second part of what you said, that this may just be a new normal because gambling has so permeated culture. It's just so much different. I mean, guys, I'm 42 years old now. On Saturday and Sunday, my text chain in my phone with my oldest friends that I grew up with from Orlando, it is just filled with pictures of somebody's 4-year-old and we're going to the park, and then 15 other texts are, hey, we taking Florida plus 7.5 today? Like it is part of the everyday conversation. So to the larger scope about the NBA, I don't know what the answer is. And I don't know, if you're the league, what the next step is. I mean, Sam, if you're Adam Silver today, though, from an optics standpoint, I think the easy play, and I say easy in quotations because it wouldn't be that easy, but you say, all right, we're going to stop taking money from gambling companies. Well, good luck trying to describe that and explain that to the rest of the owners in the league, because they're saying, well, there goes a major revenue stream for us. So there's so much that we don't know, but I think the league is taking one for the greater team of all these other leagues all across the world that are looking at this going, oh boy, because once you have the shred of doubt in any of this, I mean, guys, think about all the player props. Think about all the different layers to all this. And I give one more example for context. On press row at Chase Center, at least where we sit, we're really elevated. We're basically next to the fans on top of a section. And that, I think it was that first Laker game, the preseason game from a few weeks ago, we're in there and there's 2 or 3 minutes left in the game. And some guy just to our right where we sit is screaming at these players saying, shoot the three, shoot the three. And we're like, what? Well, this dude had bet on the over in a preseason game. And those videos are all over the place on social media. I mean, everybody's seen them. You know, players talking, hey, I want to hit my parlay. You got to hit 3 more three.
Is that Carter?
Yeah.
I'm kidding, bud.
I say all this because it's part of the world now, much more so than it has been in a long time. And I think that the league is going to have to step back and say, is this something we really want to attach ourselves to? But the root of it all always is money. And that would mean that the league or all these leagues are thinking about walking away from money. And that is much easier said than done.
On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Fredell. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And obviously, Nick covers the Golden State Warriors for The Athletic as well. Sam Lubman alongside me filling in for Joe Shasky today. I'm Joe Spadoni. So, Nick, all right. We'll put the gambling aside. Any new information that comes out, we will continue to monitor it. We will feed that information to the people. But to the game tonight, and there's a lot being made right now about Jonathan Kuminga, how he looked against the Los Angeles Lakers in a starting role, 6 of 11, 17 points, 9 boards, 6 assists. We had Steve Kerr on yesterday, talking about the maturity, the growth of him, all of that. Do you anticipate JK starting tonight or coming off the bench?
I would lean towards starting again just because they like what they see so far, Spadone. But, and I know Steve talked to Willard and Dibbs yesterday. If you're resting Horford tomorrow and maybe you play him a couple more minutes, how does that change the starting lineup? And Kerr's been open about that. We're trying to figure out how it goes night to night. I would say this, though, quickly, and it ties back into what we opened the conversation with. This is the problem for the league right now, what we're talking about, because the season has just started. The Warriors fans, especially out here in the Bay, are going nuts in a good way because they're like, hey, that looked pretty damn good the other night in L.A. And Steph is Steph, and Kuminga's looking great, and it's fun. It looks like this team is going to be really, really interesting. But we spent the first part of the conversation like everybody else all across the country going, wait a minute, with Chauncey Billups, what? Huh? I mean, the Warriors go to Portland tomorrow. I'm waking up at 5 a.m. to be on a flight to Portland. Can you even imagine what that's going to look like tomorrow night?
Is Dame Lillard going to be player coach? That's what I want to know going forward. Come on.
I mean, can you imagine? We're sitting here talking about, what are these players going to say and what's this going to be like? Can you imagine being a Blazer right now, a player, a coach, somebody attached to that organization? You have got to be dreading today, tomorrow. I mean, how could you possibly focus on a game that's going on, knowing what's happening in and around your team and all over the place? So if we put that aside for a second, and I think especially for all the people in Portland, that's going to be easier said than done. Yes, Spadone. Kuminga looked great the other night. They might want to ride the momentum, but with Horford, they're trying to get him into his own rhythm, and they're trying to see what everything looks like there, and especially against Jokic. I mean, you need all the big bodies that you can get. So I'm curious to see what Kerr decides. And either way, I think everybody's feeling so good coming off that win in L.A. That this team, it feels like if somebody doesn't have it going early, they're deep enough to plug somebody else in and find the matchups and how they work on a nightly basis.
Again, Nick, you're sticking with what Jonathan Kuminga did in Game 1. I mean, this is after a long off season, which there was a will they, won't they sign him? Will he take the qualifying offer? All that stuff. During the preseason, he looked good, but you could dismiss that as, well, it's just the preseason. It doesn't really matter. Then he puts up a 17-9-6 in that opener in L.A. and very much looks the part. Carter and I were discussing out, before the show yesterday, is he going to be in the most improved player conversation this year?
Don't bet on it.
And yeah, so I mean, we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit here, but I don't know how excited is too excited about one game for Jonathan Kuminga, or is it fair to maybe take that one game and be like, you know what, Kuminga looks like a guy who could really deliver on some promises and expectations this year?
Sam, fans should be excited, and they should feel good, because what you saw Kuminga do the other night is what Kerr and the coaching staff have been pleading him to do for a while, which is help out the game in other areas. We know he can score. We know the athleticism is awesome, and he can get to where he wants on the floor. But he has to show every night that he can help in different ways, because we also know that not every night is a jumper going to go down, and not every night is he going to be able to attack the rim the same way. You can impact the game defensively. You can make the right pass. That offensive rebound at the end that everybody was talking about, that can change the course of what goes on in a game. So everybody should be excited. The only caution I would throw out there is, what was the thing everybody wanted to see with Kuminga all along? It was consistency. So You're talking about a player who needs to prove it night after night after night. Let's see what happens in the Denver game. Let's see what happens tomorrow in Portland. If he can start putting together a stretch of games where everything looks similar, then the expectations can really go through the roof.
Talking to Nick Fredell here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Nick, another guy people were pleasantly surprised with who got 14 minutes of action is rookie Will Richard, coming off a national championship with the Florida Gators. You know, this is a veteran-laden team. You got guys eating at minutes, wanting minutes, JK being one of them, Pajemski. You got Buddy Hield, Gary Payton, and you got the rook, Will Richard, with 14 minutes. Is this something we could expect going forward? Is this because Moody's out? You know, what do you make of Will Richard's early action in Game 1 and going forward?
I think that we are going to see plenty of Will Richard through the year, because Spadone, Steve Kerr has talked about him a lot, especially for a late second-round pick who nobody was quite sure what to expect from this year. When you watch Will Richard play, he looks like the type of veteran who's already been out there for a few years. And guys, what I thought was so telling after that Laker game is Kerr said he always tries, after a rookie gets their first shot and makes it, to tell the ref to pull the ball. They can switch out the ball, or they can at least tell him, hey, when this thing ends, I want to be able to give it to this kid because he just scored for the first time. Kerr said, I forgot all about it because Will looks like he's already been out there for 7 years. When you hear any coach say that, you go, okay, that's interesting. That's you file that away. When you hear Steve Kerr say that, you go, okay. So if this kid continues to play defense and he can hit the occasional shot from the outside, he is really athletic. He knows the game. He's earned the respect from his teammates and the coaches in a short amount of time. This is the type of player that the Warriors continue to find late in that second round. And again, like everything else, it's one game. But Spadone, if you were a fan going in, I think you should really be excited about the possibilities over the next few months here.
Again, so Nick, talk about Will Richard there. If he does get more minutes on the court, that's obviously going to be the expense of someone else losing minutes. If that is indeed what transpires here, whose minutes are most at risk in the next few weeks if Will Richard, builds on what he did in game one?
I think the key will be, and Kurt really has grown to trust Moses Moody through time. Sam, if Moody comes back and he's healthy and he's still playing well, I would think the guy who might get squeezed out is Guy Santos. And I know in listening to the people who have been around this team the last year or two, Steve really likes Guy. But Will Richard can get all over the floor. He can do and fill in the gaps, it seems, the way the Warriors need him to and want him to. And it really is a problem that any coach in the league would love. Hey, we have so much depth that we're not sure who our 9th or 10th guy is off the bench. This team is never going to be able through the regular season to keep everybody out there. I think we all agree with that as the season starts. They're going to need different guys to fill in different slots along the way. Everybody will get a chance. But right now, assuming that everybody's healthy and everybody's feeling good, I would think that the Guy might be the one that gets squeezed minutes-wise.
Talking to Nick Fredell here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Odyssey NBA Insider covers the Warriors for The Athletic. And Nick, my point was yesterday, coming off that win against the Lakers, maybe Jimmy Butler was the guy that needed to, get Kuminga to buy in. Sometimes, it's not the players that you came up with. Sometimes it takes an outsider's voice, if you will, to really get home to you. And Jimmy Butler has the cachet of a guy that's been the best player on two teams that have been to the NBA Finals. He's been on multiple teams. He knows what the locker room dynamics is like for young players. He's taken young players a la a Tyler Hero under his wing. Did we underestimate the relationship between Jimmy Buckets and Jonathan Kuminga heading into this season?
Yes, because I don't think anybody knew as it was as strong as it appears to be right now, Spadone. But I mean, and Carter can hit the button for me, but I've been around Jimmy forever in his pro career. I've never seen him respond in a setting the way he does within this Warriors group. And I think so much of this is Jimmy found the Warriors at the perfect time, not only because of Steph and Draymond, but because they have these talented young guys who want to work. And that was all Jimmy has been about for so many years, on top of his ego getting a hell of a lot bigger and wanting the respect that comes with all the money. Jimmy defined his career on work, and he's found a bunch of like-minded young players who want to work, want to get better, on top of having Steph and Draymond and having the structure that the organization provides. So Jimmy found the Warriors at the perfect time. The Warriors found Jimmy at the perfect time. People out there will go, oh, yeah, well, just wait till it goes bad. It always goes bad with Jimmy. Look, I get it. I understand it. In so many ways, I've lived it. I just don't believe that will happen in this case because of the respect involved. So specific to Jimmy and Kuminga, they really seem to have a pretty solid bond. Kuminga said Jimmy was there to help walk him through all the contract stuff because it wasn't the same exact situation, but it was similar back when Jimmy was in Chicago and he was going through the same kind of deal. So when you watch the evolution of young players this year, I think that got lost in the shuffle. Everybody always knew and agreed that Jimmy was really talented, but he's kind of can be a jerk and he can blow up your team if things aren't going right. Let's remember two things. Jimmy got paid and he got the respect that came with that. And he's now on a team with Steph and Draymond. He doesn't have to be the guy every single night. When you have a happy Jimmy, that permeates throughout the rest of the locker room. You have a very happy Jimmy right now, and you have a guy who wants to do what he can to help the younger guys because he really wants to win the title that has eluded him throughout his career.
Nick, here as we're going into the second game of the year for the Warriors against the Denver Nuggets. I remember last season, Warriors got a late win over the Nuggets that snapped a 9-game losing streak to Denver. And when that win happened, it was probably one of their best wins that they got post Jimmy Butler trade. And for me personally, and I'm sure a lot of other Warrior fans, it kind of made us lean forward a little bit more on this team and what they could do in the Western Conference playoffs here. The Nuggets being one of the elite teams in the West, along with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Even though it's the Warriors' second game of the year, even though it's the Nuggets' first game of the year, what does a win over the Nuggets do tonight for the Warriors?
I think it would be a big confidence booster early, Sam, but the way I'm viewing the Warriors this year, I just don't think that any win or loss for these next few months really means that much. They believe that they are good enough. They believe that they have the pieces they're going to need. And the only thing, as we sit here at the start of the season, that would stop any of that from happening is health. So I am not going to sit here as we have these conversations throughout the season and go, oh, man, that was a really big win, or, oh, man, they've lost a few. There's big trouble. All I want to see with this team is, can they be healthy going into April? If they can, they legitimately believe that they have at least a chance to get where they want to go again. If they can't, none of this other stuff matters. And that's the reality of the way things have played out in the league, especially in the regular season. But it is unique to this specific Warriors group because they have so many older guys that they're counting on, and they're going to need when the games really start mattering. So, yes, it would be cool if you're a Warriors fan, if they beat Jokic, and it's a reminder of, hey, we're still here. But I think internally, they already feel that. Whether they win or lose, they just have to prove to themselves that they can try to stay healthy later in the year. And that's the biggest question they have to answer all season.
That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Fredell. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And obviously, Nick does cover the Warriors as well for The Athletic, so check him out there. And apparently, Matt Steinmetz is in our chat, Nick, on our YouTube chat, taking shots at your apartment, saying you need to decorate more. You going to take that from Steiny?
I mean, I've only been here to still like 2.5 weeks in this place. So Steiny's right. I do have to put up a lot more stuff, but give it time. We'll get there.
All right,
Steiny has a pretty good things in his man cave. Maybe he'll put something on retainer and lend something out for you to hang up.
Signed Stephen Curry jersey. Just hang it up right there. There you go.
And my thing look better in your place than his.
Hey, Nick, good stuff.
No. Steiny's got plenty of style. He's doing things right. I'll find my own here one of these
Matt
days.
Style Mets?
Yeah, I don't know about that. He wears the same jacket every single day. I'll say that. There's that laugh. There it is. Hey, Nick, good stuff, man. We'll catch you again soon.
Always, guys. Love you too. See you later.
There he goes. That's cousin Nick Fredell, courtesy of River Islands. A lot there. A lot of good stuff. What was your takeaway from Nick, right? I liked what he had to say. Hey, it's a confidence booster if they beat the Nuggets tonight. But again, it's all about stacking wins. That's what's mad. It could be the Wizards. It could be the Nuggets. It could be the Thunder. Just win. Win, baby.
I honestly think a win tonight would be more exciting for us, the Warrior fans, than it would be for them, the Warrior players, which, you know what, I'm cool with that. And you know what, Warrior fans, like, we deserve nice things. We deserve to enjoy nice things right now. And, yeah, it would be a big confidence booster to be able to see them beat a team that for the last couple years, ever since that playoff series with Jordan Poole, has had your number. But one thing he said, he talked about the Jimmy Butler, being with the Warriors, and, everybody wants it to go south. And
was that Andre the Giant and Princess Bride? What was that?
You know it, boss.
Anybody want to
yeah, I listen sometimes to our friends out in Miami, Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz, who's been on the show, and Joe Rose. They talk about Jimmy Butler every now and then, and you bring up Jimmy Butler, and it's immediately, that bum. I hope he fails over there. I can't stand him.
I understand why
there is
a
lot of resentment over there for Jimmy, but there's also the whole, it's going good now, but just wait. They say that in Miami all the time. Yeah, it's going good with Jimmy right now, but just wait. And Nick brought up a good point about Jimmy and just, and this, I remember making this point early on. I think I was doing the show with, Evan was filling in for you.
E-Dog, nice. E-Money.
We had the conversation, who needs who more, the Warriors and needing Jimmy or Jimmy needing the Warriors? And I think Jimmy needed the Warriors far more than the Warriors needed Jimmy, in that this is Jimmy Butler's probably best chance in his career, potentially, to, or at least the last good chance in his career, to win a championship. And throughout Jimmy's entire career, or at least ever since he left Chicago at minimum, when he was in Minnesota, when he was in Philly, when he was in Miami, he was the dude with a capital T and a capital D on the dude on those teams. He's not here on this team. He is maybe the second best player on the court, third best player just overall career accomplishments-wise behind Steph and Draymond Green. Jimmy Butler has never had a teammate as good as the two teammates he has on the Warriors in Steph and Draymond. That all being said, yeah, if I'm Jimmy Butler, I am absolutely coming in and going above and beyond to make sure I don't screw this up in any way. I will fall in line. I'll play along. I'll fall in behind Steph and just do what Steph wants me to do, because I don't want my career to be remembered as my career legacy to be, yeah, he's the guy who couldn't make it work with Steph.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
That's the Jimmy Butler mantra. And yeah, Jimmy doesn't want to be the one teammate that rubs Steph the wrong way. So I do think that Steph has this cachet to just basically get the best version of Jimmy Butler to come forth. And as Nick said, a happy Jimmy makes everyone else happy. And if Steph and Draymond's presence keeps Jimmy Butler happy, then the rest of the Warriors are happy. Then we're all happy here at the station. It's wins for everybody.
You know who's happy right now? I think a lot of Giants fans, because they have a new manager, which means we also have a new episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Sam Lubman, Steven Risotto react to the Giants, making it official that Tony Vitello will be the team's new manager, and why this risky move could actually work out.
He's an Italian.
That's right. Go give it a listen, and while you are there, like it, subscribe, and even leave a comment for feedback. We got a couple minutes before we get to Fast 5. If you missed any of that Nick Fredell interview, you can find it there. We also, earlier in the program, were joined by Tony Basilio. And who's Tony Basilio? Well, he's of the Tony Basilio Show on 105.7 FM in Knoxville, Tennessee. He covered Tony Vitello when he was manager of the Volunteers baseball program. And he's also now the number one Paisan of Tennessee, more importantly. If you missed any of that interview, some really good insight on Tony Vitello, the person, the manager, who this guy's all about, some personal stories. Basilio knew Tony very, very well. So get the lay of the land there. Find it on the Odyssey app, find it on YouTube, all of that. Plus, you can find that Steve Kerr interview yesterday on with Willard and Dibbs, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And this is what Steve had to say, Sammy, yesterday about why Jimmy Butler has fit in so seamlessly here.
I figured it'd be a good fit. I think the thing that jumps out to me, two things: his competitive desire, his competitive fight. That's so obvious. His desire and ability to just take over games every single night. There aren't many guys in the league who can do that. And then just what a great stabilizing force he is for us. And we need that. I've talked about this openly over the years. Part of our strength is our chaos that Steph and Draymond generate. And that's part of our weakness, too. Those guys can get a little out of hand and the ball starts flying around. And it's why we've always thrived the most with guys like Andre Iguodala or Sean Livingston, David West, Zaza, these guys who could just kind of complement Steph and Dre and Clay with really solid, fundamental, smart basketball. And so Jimmy gives us that, but in a package of someone who can get 30 points every single night. So it's pretty impressive.
And that was Steve Kerr on yesterday, Willard and Dibbs. Speaking of Willard and Dibbs, catch them today, starting at 2 o'clock at Splash, Thrive City, Warriors, Nuggets, tonight, Chase Center, home opener. Cool. It's going to be a party out there. Come say what's up to Willard and Dibbs. They got Ramona Shelburne. They got Mark Spears. Again, all starting 2 o'clock. It's going to be a party out there.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a party. I mean, it's always a party at Splash. Have you, you've been in Splash, right?
No.
Really?
I've seen the movie Splash with Tom Hanks.
Oh, well, that's a callback. Daryl Hannah.
There you go. Come on.
But
no, it looks sweet though.
Yeah, no, you should.
I would love to do a live remote there for that 6 a.m.
Oh, I'm sure it's popping at 6 a.m. Actually,
we could do a splash in the bay right before, then we can come on in.
Ooh, a little polar bear splash. I'm up for that.
You sure? Dan Devone. Yeah, you come with us.
Oh yeah, you get Dan on that one too. He loves swimming in the cold water out there. But no, Splash is a pretty cool setup. Our own Steven Risotto had his birthday out there last year.
God, a lot of Italians on the show today. References.
I was at the Warrior game that night, and he's like, hey, come on over after the game and partake in my birthday party. And so I did, and they had this little...
Wait, hold on. Steven Risotto invited you to a birthday party?
Yeah, what? I wasn't invited to
You
this.
didn't invite Carter or myself?
Well, in fairness, I was just in the area.
No, it's not okay.
No, but he didn't ask me if I was in the area.
Well, were you?
Who cares? I could have been.
I would have been.
Yeah, see? Carter lives there.
Really? You guys are going to be in the area for Steven Risotto's birthday?
Maybe.
Yeah, I care, Sam, of course.
We kid because we care. Come on.
But anyway, okay, well, you know what, Risotto, that's a big flag on you then right there. But yeah, they got these little like gaming quarters set up where you can play do like a swing like a virtual golf thing, a little virtual soccer, some virtual baseball. They have a Papa Shot there that you can get, and and all sorts of food stuffs there, and the
special cocktails.
They do have some specialty cocktails there too, and yeah, the viewing area with all the TVs, man, it is a sports fan's heaven. So yes, but definitely next time you're down at Thrive City, pop on in there and be like, oh wow, Lubman was right. And
Lubman did have a point.
And then curse out Steven Risotto for having the gall to leave you off his invite list.
You know, I'm leaving Steven Risotto off. Fast 5.
Ooh.
Yeah, get out of here. You're not going to be a part of it. You know, when I did the taste testing for the 2025 season chase menu, if you will, at all these Warriors games and events, they actually had a lobster risotto that I could try.
Ooh, did you pick the lobster out of it?
No, I don't do that.
Who does that?
You always leave the
Who
lobster.
picks the lobster out of the pasta?
Shasky might. Just saying. But I had some lobster risotto, and you know what? I'm actually kind of getting sick now thinking about it because Steven Risotto shares a name with it, and that bothers me. Not saying I actually got sick because it was actually really good. They had the prime rib, they had the porterhouse steak. Oh my God, it was delicious. Dude, all the food there at Chase Center this season, starting tonight, it's going to be en fuego, Sam. They had the burnt end tacos, al pastor, they had the chicken and waffles, they had the waffle ice cream
chicken
sandwich.
Waffles?
Oh my God, it was incredible.
Better do that one right.
Incredible.
Ooh.
As I go French on you.
Nice.
Yeah,
I thought you were Italian.
I'm everything. I'm actually not French.
Mr. Worldwide over here.
I have the Ancestry.com thing. I'm Southern. I'm Northern Italian. I got some German. I got Poland in there. I got it all, baby. Let's go.
That's why
European conquest right there.
Mr. Worldwide right there. My final thought is I'm excited to see what Tony Vitello could do to the Giants. I'm curious to see how this clubhouse is going to be different. I think this is a team that has the talent to get there, as Logan Webb said. I think they need a little bit more life, Spadoni. There were some days during this season where the only difference in that clubhouse after a win and a loss was just sometimes there was music playing. It was almost too even-keeled at times. And I thought it was interesting what Tony Basilio said was that Vitello is not a guy who's going to put you to sleep in a presser. That'll be a very nice change of pace, I think, for this team to have that kind of energy. And, yeah, I'm excited to see what Coach does in this new shade of orange that he'll be sporting.
I'm going to wait to give my final take on Tony Vitello and whether I think it's going to work or not. That's going to be that's a tomorrow tease. This is a 24-hour tease I'm doing for you, Sam Lubman.
There you go. But I already detailed a lot of my thoughts in the latest episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, which Spadoni, you read off a little while ago, is available now wherever you listen to podcasts.
But first and foremost, he is of Italian descent. And, I mean, he's already a shoo-in right there for the audience as the number one paisan of San Francisco. Now
he's an Italian.
Right, Carter? You're Italian, right?
Oh, come on, Spadoni. 50%, baby.
Oh, let's go.
Italian's making a lot of news this morning.
Yeah. We won't talk about that. It's not a good time.
Well, my final take of the day is, did anyone watch that Spurs basketball game last night?
Oh, that guy Victor Wembanyama looks pretty good.
Yeah,
I've heard good things about him. You're about his height, right?
Yeah, he does a lot more than the height, though, is the scary part. And he kind of is the game when you're watching it. He just kind of takes up so much of the screen.
He does.
I think that the league really is unnoticed. That was like a big whoa to me last night. Like, if this guy stays healthy, the sky is literally the limit with this kid. It is unbelievable what he was doing on the court last night.
How'd Cooper Flagg look? Number 1 overall pick. Oh, no.
Not as good as Wemby?
He had a double-double.
Future.
What do you know?
He was 1 of 9, actually, prior to
He made one. He had a shot.
How did Clay
Yeah,
look?
it was actually a set shot, too. They set the play up for him, so
good.
it's
Get him
fine. It works.
confidence.
Hey,
Get him-
Wait, we're bearing the lead. How did Clay v. Thompson look?
Clay looked fine for what I watched of it. Yeah, he was
There you
making
go.
shots.
Okay.
Get the best night out of all of us.
Maybe a measuring stick win for the Spurs. Can the Warriors do that tonight against what is thought to be one of the best in the West? Nuggets, Warriors tonight, 7 o'clock tip. We got Warriors Live leading up to it, starting at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Tip off, again, 7. Tim Roy on the call alongside Tom Tolbert. After the game, Warriors wrap up. So all the pre, post too. Shout out Quentin Post. Maybe he'll get some action tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. Morning roast, all that and more. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price. Guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. And I guarantee you this. Steiny and Guru, they're going to be fired up about something. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont
Wait, Bank. Really quick.
Whoa.
Tiago Splitter, he's going to be coaching the Blazers tomorrow.
Tiago? Hey, we talked about it this morning.
Tiago in Palo Alto?
I still think it should have been Dame being player coach, but alas, Tiago Splitter of all people. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiar, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. That means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 2025 Crosstrek 2.5i Premium for just $238 per month. Just $238 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease. No security deposit needed. $29.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month payment. Acquisition fee $650. MSRP $30,177. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number S8268128. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer: an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
You guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
Together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, good morning, everybody. What's happening? Matt Stein, Matt Starrell, the Guru Johnson, a Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Warriors home opener tonight.
And a one tomorrow, back-to-back in Portland.
Yep.
Chauncey won't be there, Stoney.
No. Chauncey Billups arrested.
What are you doing?
Terry Rozier arrested.
Well, he got popped last year, right?
That was a league investigation that they cleared him on last time. I guess the feds revisited
Look at Snotty's. The feds.
Yeah. So we can talk about that if you want. I don't. What would the conversation center on?
Do you think this is running rampant in all sports?
Yes, I do. Well, I don't know about all sports, but yeah, I think it happens in hoops.
Yeah, I was having fun with Lubman. I was listening to him fill in for Shasky with Spadoni, and he was talking about, I believe, I'm paraphrasing, Stoney, every NBA team has one player. I said, well, take that to baseball, too. Take that to football. Don't just leave it with the NBA. But, you know, I'm on Twitter trying to defend Chauncey just from the standpoint of you're dumb. You deserve to lose your job if you were a part of that, and it looks like you were. But he wasn't betting on games, but that's where people are going, Stoney. Like, this thing is running rampant, and I'm going to watch the Nuggets and Warriors tonight, but I'm not thinking every player out there is betting on the games. I haven't gotten there yet. But with this reaction, people are like, I bet some of the refs have been in on this stuff. Shout out Donnie. What was our guy? They got popped way back in the day.
Tim Donaghy.
Yeah.
So if you haven't heard, Chauncey Billups, coach of the Blazers, and Terry Rozier been arrested as part of a wide-ranging investigation relating to illegal sports. Both have now been placed on leave, and Adam Silver just issued a statement that those two guys have been put on leave, and now they're going to investigate more.
He's done. He's no longer. And Tiago Splitter will be the interim coach for the Blazers.
Yeah,
Tiago.
I'm more interested in what's happening on the court.
Yeah,
with the Warriors and the Nuggets tonight. Warriors home opener, and here come the Nuggets, and the Nuggets are considered to be a favorite in the West, along with OKC. And this is a team that over the years, before a couple games last year, really had given the Warriors trouble. So looking forward to seeing a really big team go up against the Warriors and to see how they handle it, who Steve Kerr starts, if he goes with the same lineup, which would mean Draymond at center against a big team. And we'll see if they can get that done. But Chase Center ought to be rocking tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. And I don't know if you heard Kerr with Willard and Dibbs, Donnie, but he gave us the information we had brought up yesterday in regard to Moses Moody and his availability had he been, healthy before the first game of the season in L.A. And he said if Moses been there, he probably would have started Moses. I don't know what that means tonight, but if I'm Kuminga, you kind of hope you would get the second start in a row,
This is, I'll just play what you're referring to. This is Steve Kerr on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday on who would have started if they were healthy, who wouldn't have, and how he prepares to coach from here until Moody gets back.
The lineup decision was made based on Moses not being available. I would have started Moses had he been healthy based on the way we finished last year. We really found a good group. But there's a lot that goes into the equation this year. I really don't want to play Draymond at the 5 all season long. So there will be games where I start bigger, but last night felt like a great night for Jonathan. He's had a really good training camp. We had to guard Luka, and we do want to give that lineup, more looks. Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, BP, and JK. So didn't get a lot of reps last year because Jonathan was hurt when we got Jimmy and missed the next 20 games or so. We just found a great groove with what we were doing. So this is a fresh start for some looks at different lineups, and I thought JK played really well with them.
All right, so that's Steve Kerr talking about Moody would have started. I think we'd all assumed that. Now we know for sure that would have been the case tonight. If Moody doesn't play, I got to assume he's going to give Kuminga another start, and then we'll see eventually what happens when Moody comes back. But I just think it's interesting if you look how the schedule shakes out for the Warriors. They got a back-to-back tonight and tomorrow, and then they have Saturday and Sunday off, and then they have another back-to-back Monday or Tuesday. So I don't know if we'll see any load management from the Warriors, but I do think it would be interesting if in week 1 we see load management by the Warriors and see some guys maybe outside Horford maybe not play the second game of back-to-backs.
Yeah, it's funny you bring his name up because now I'm thinking, Stoney, he might start, on the big man for Denver. What do you think? Because I don't assume he's playing tomorrow, right, in Portland, Horford.
You could theoretically not play him tonight and then play him in Portland. I know the Warriors sometimes have, Steve Kerr's sometimes done that with a back-to-back. You decide to sit on the first night and then play on the second. But Moses Moody, the last thing I saw on Moody was the Warriors are hoping he can play tomorrow. And maybe the reason they're pushing for tomorrow is because it's the first back-to-back and then they'd have an extra body there for some of the older guys. But I am trying to think about this, these arrests of Billups and Terry Rozier, and does it really? What does it mean? Does it mean anything in terms of fans watching the games, the fans' perception of the games?
Is the timing interesting to you that the season just tipped off? I don't know why I can't shake that part. The investigation was going, but Stanley, does it seem kind of weird?
I mean,
the season just started.
I mean, it's the start of the season. What a perfect time to announce these arrests,
And again, I keep going back to Malik Beasley, who I thought had been cleared, is still under investigation. I am not condoning what Chauncey Billups did, Steiny, but now it's a big melting pot to where do you draw the line on illegal poker? That's not good. But I know poker games go on all day, every day. But the bottom line is Chauncey Billups put himself in a situation to where it was bad. But I feel like the narrative is, oh, well, Chauncey was given, now we're talking about mob families involved. Steiny, Chauncey was giving tips to the, to the mob. And, where does it end? But I don't want to take a bullet for Chauncey, not at all. But I feel like this story has the energy like everybody's betting, including the players, and I don't like that.
Well, the thing is, this investigation's been going on for a few years. The game that they're talking about that involved Rozier was a game in 2023 where a bunch of people had prop bet as an under. I think it was points, but I can't even remember. But then he came out of the game early, and I guess that prompted some suspicions. I don't think there's any way you can prevent this information from getting out there.
Damon Jones is in trouble.
And they said that they were talking about, non-public information, and that's just information where an assistant coach or a teammate or a member of the staff just tells somebody, yeah, he's not playing tonight. Okay, well, then that can impact a bet. So I actually think a lot of this is going on.
Wow. Across just the NBA or sports in general?
Probably everything. Probably everything. But it does feel like prop bets in the NBA are so much easier to manipulate than, let's say, in baseball or in football.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I don't have to tell you, we got Prize Picks underdog here, but it feels like, NBA gambling investigation brought to you by Prize Picks. That's where we are, man. It's everywhere. But Chauncey Billups, there's no way he's coming back from this, right? You can't put yourself in that situation.
I mean, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. So I have no idea where it's going or what's going to happen.
And this is too soon, right? Let the chips fall where they may. Evan, I tried. I tried.
Somebody's saying, what's a prop bet? A prop bet is
individual.
Yeah, it's an individual bet where you can bet on a player to exceed a certain number of points or rebounds or assists, or go under a certain number of points, rebounds, and assists. So, in other words, if Steph Curry tonight, his over-under on points is 24.5, if he scores 25 or more, you win the bet. If you bet the over, if he doesn't, you'd lose the bet. But there you can see there's a lot of wiggle room there. And
let's just say I knew you and I was on a team, Steiny, and I said, take my under in points. I start the game, and I'm hurt 2 minutes in. That's a casher.
Yep. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Warriors home opener tonight against the Denver Nuggets. We've got some arrests in the NBA related to gambling. Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier.
Any Brock Purdy news?
And Brock Purdy was limited at practice yesterday. But if you want to jump in, 888-957-9570. Also joining us at noon today, Dan Devine. He's a senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports. Has been covering the league for 15-plus years. And we're talking to him at noon. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Are high-interest credit cards or personal loans weighing you down? Unlock gives homeowners a smarter option. With a home equity agreement, you can tap into your home's equity for cash today. There are no monthly payments. Here's how it works. Unlock provides funds up front and in exchange, shares in a portion of your home's future value. That means you keep control with the flexibility to use your equity your way. Pay off bills, invest in home improvements, or set aside savings for peace of mind. For thousands of homeowners, Unlock has been the key to moving forward without the pressure of another payment. Put your equity to work for you. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
In San Diego, kids are standing up against big tobacco.
We are here to discuss the urgent issue of vapes being sold near schools and other places where people gather.
I was enticed, like so many others my age, and this is exactly how the tobacco market was trying to get me to react, and I was completely unaware.
Today, over 100 California communities restrict tobacco sales near youth spaces, like schools and parks. Learn how these teens and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. At the Home Depot, Makita tools are built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts, who know the job's only done when it's done right. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year, performance that pays off. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
No, I don't. That pressure thing is nothing to me, man. I do the best I can and let the chips fall where they may. You know that about me by now, quick.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate it.
Give it to me.
That was Chauncey Billups before there. Evan taking a cheap shot, kicking a guy when he's down.
He deserved it.
He said it. Yeah, I can't defend him. That was a bad decision, man.
Yeah, we're talking a little bit about what's happening in the NBA right now, and let me just give you the original report from Sham Sharani. It's a minute. I see a lot of people on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line and the YouTube chat just saying kind of what is going on. So this will summarize it for you, and then we can get into it.
Brittany, Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier have both been arrested this morning. Billups at around 6 a.m. in Portland, Oregon, and Rozier around 6 a.m., I'm told, in Orlando, where the Heat were playing last night. Rozier's been arrested for his involvement in alleged sports gambling, prop bets, and Billups, ABC News is reporting, is tied to an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia. And so the FBI has been investigating this situation for several months, and in Rozier's case, at least 2 years. And today is making arrests. There is a press conference that is set by the FBI. The Eastern District of New York has been leading this investigation. I'm told FBI Director Kash Patel has also been increasingly involved in recent weeks. He will be leading the press conference today as well. But this is really seismic news in the NBA for a sitting NBA head coach in Chauncey Billups to be arrested, taken into custody for alleged illegal gambling, as well as Terry Rozier for sports betting, allegedly. 2 arrests made this morning. There are expected to be numerous arrests also tied to both of these situations.
All right, so Rozier's arrest was tied to a prop bet made in 2023 involving him.
Which he got in trouble for last year.
By the NBA. And the NBA cleared Rozier. This is a federal investigation that is has either found something different or has decided there's enough evidence there to to charge. As for Billups, he's involved in a illegal poker game in which
cheating was going on.
A lot of stuff. Yeah. So, all right, so there's the update. Now, I want to play this because, my question would be, Terry Rozier signed a $100 million contract a few years back. Why in the world would he get involved in this? This is Michael Porter Jr., though. And if you know, he's an NBA player, and his brother was suspended by the NBA for gambling. But he was asked about why NBA players would even get involved in this, and this is his answer.
Think about it.
There you go.
You get mad at these dudes that do the sports betting, but think about if you could get all your homies rich by telling them, yo, $10,000 on my under, this one game I'm gonna act like I got an injury and I'm gonna sit out. I'm gonna come out after 3 minutes, and they all get a little bag because you did it one game. Like, that is so not okay. But some people probably think like that. They come from nothing, and 100%. All their homies have nothing, 100%. And they're like, bro, if I come out of this game after 3 minutes and y'all all hit on my under, we're all getting a little bag. Yeah, you know what I mean? And I obviously my brother went through his situation. Malik Beasley's going through a situation right now. Terry Rozier was in some hot water. But the whole sports gambling entity, bro, it's bad, and it's only gonna get worse, bro. Like we really do get death threats. Like if you and the thing is you can't.
Somebody doesn't hit a parlay.
Crazy part is you can't win anymore because if I do too good, I'm messing up the people that bet on the under. And if they bet on my over, you know what I'm saying? So you're messing up some people's money. If they bet on your under or over, you're messing up some people.
All right, that's Michael Porter Jr.
Now, I didn't hear all of that like that. I mean, Steiny, again, I know you're not in the mob or in the gang, but I never looked at it from the prism of somebody betting on your under and you get death threats because you didn't do that. But I got to believe, since the Michael Jordan days, have we ever seen anybody harmed or something pop off? And maybe it's happened and we're not privy of it. But I'll just tell you, and I told you, MPJ, that hurts me because I think if I'm in a situation, and we've had fun with this, Donnie, all my buddies are taken care of to the point to where we don't got to do it that way if I'm making $100 million like Porter Rozier was, as you mentioned. That's just me.
Yeah, I think it's easy. I think it's easy to do. I understand why they would do it. I'm not condoning it, but do I think that this is just those three guys? No, I think this goes on. And I think,
man, I hadn't heard it like that.
But I do think, if you're an NBA player and you're looking at 1 or 2 games of doing something, doesn't feel like a big deal, I don't think.
But if you're risking your career in prison time, Stoney, those aren't your real friends. So why should you be concerned about getting them a bag?
Well, because
I'm being real.
Because they're your friends. They're your friends.
They're not really your friends if they're going to have you jeopardize your livelihood and your freedom. I'm telling you, Stoney, with 3 daughters you have, those aren't your friends.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. I
Think
get
about it.
There you go.
You get mad at these dudes that do the sports betting, but think about if you could get all your homies rich by telling them, yo, $10,000 on my under.
I mean, they might not be true friends, but they're guys who are close to these NBA players, and I think it's would be very tempting.
Now, what
very
a word!
tempting.
No, and obviously you're right, but again, I look at it, and everybody's not making LeBron James money, right, Stoney? But I look at what he did with, Rich Paul and his crew. So that's how constructive I would do it. But when you talk about, hey, Guru, you're on, and then my buddies, they're not on because I'm not helping them, or maybe they're not asking for help. But Stoney, for them to have me be put in a position to do something criminal, because who knows, Chauncey Billups, and I know it was different with the poker, and Michael Porter Jr.'s brother, that's a failure right there, and I can't judge. Tupac said that, but I'd look at Michael Porter Jr. like, what type of brother are you to not even know your brother was tempted this way when you're getting a bag? That's just me. And now you're on here saying, man, how easy it is. I get that, but, man, I just feel like there's a mechanism or a step, Stoney, for these guys that MPJ's missing.
What do you mean, step he's missing? Like, I just think...
Like, if I got the bag, I would hope I'm surrounded and my brother would know, hey, I can help you out before you risk your future and your possible freedom. And that's what his brother did by betting on himself or doing whatever he was doing.
Yeah,
So to say into a microphone, the temptation is there, and you are right, and I get one, but, man, I'm not risking the biscuit.
But I get you might not risk the biscuit, but I'm wondering, why other guys would. Yeah. That's all I'm asking.
Because I sure hope I'm not coming across to you, Stoney, like I'm perfect. I'm not. But damn. And for you to say you understand it, I guess I got to ask you, Stoney, what about the penalty then? Like, Porter Jr.'s, he's lucky he's not involved in this, and now you look at it like he got off easy. But
if I found out, I'm not. Yeah, I don't bet a lot, but I bet here and there. But if I were a bettor and I found out tonight Steph Curry wasn't playing, and it was information that I got somehow, some way, and but it was accurate, I'd make a bet on it, and then I'd tell you guys. I would tell you guys.
And then I would probably go play the bet right after you.
Right. So, like, I'm kind of doing what, I'm kind of just sharing information that I shouldn't share if I learn something like that. But I just think there's so much information like that out there. You can't control it. I mean, there's 15 guys on a team. There's 15 assistant coaches. There's 10 guys on the training staff. There's 10 guys on the PR staff. There's everybody in the front office that doesn't travel. It's so easy to, and
Martha Stewart went to prison for it, Stoney, if you want to call it that.
I don't know what happened with her.
But she was given inside information, and she was tipping people off. Just like what you just said you would do had somebody told you Curry was out.
Yeah. I'm just
that simple.
Yeah. I'm just telling you.
Do you think it's everywhere, though?
Yes, of course it is. I guess my question would be, do you think these are the only two guys doing it?
Wow. Now, as a sports fan, and you could call me naivete, Stoney, because I've been it many times, I would be hurt if you told me 30% of the guys in all the major sports are doing something like this.
I don't know.
Now, the mob is real, but we don't have any outside of Jordan, and Jordan's dad's deaf, and I don't want to go there, but I got a lot of questions. But outside of that, when Michael Porter Jr. says you get a death threat, it ain't a real one. You know what I mean? In the crazy world, Stoney, like, nobody's waiting on you. It's just somebody bet on you and you did the other way, but you're not in danger. And I could be,
I don't know. These guys on the golf tours where, everybody's got like they're picking golfers, and now the fans at events are giving golfers grief about losing bets for them. It's gotten, to the point where a lot more professional athletes are talking about how they are being impacted by fans gambling on the events that they're playing. Because you'll go to an NBA game tonight and Steph Curry will be warming up and somebody will say, I got you for over 28 tonight, Steph. Don't let me down. Don't let me down, Steph. Draymond, I got you for 9 rebounds tonight. Don't let me down.
Okay.
It's just pervasive. And so you make a bet and you start losing bets. Who knows where you go from there. But yeah, I'm sure. I think these athletes are getting
pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe not pressure so much as they're just getting a lot of grief from fans about whether they performed up to the standards that the fans needed to win a bet.
Yeah,
quite frankly. I don't know what the answer is.
Now, when
it's easier now than ever.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny now, Stoney, because I can remember a time 10, 12 years ago, Prize Picks wasn't around. These individual prop bets weren't everywhere like they are now with DraftKings. So I'm just going old school mentality. Normally when you bet on team. That's, 11, you know what I mean? You bet on, you can't control it all. But when you say I'm betting on Stoney, now that's a whole, I can just put all my full undivided attention on you and try to hope that ship comes home. But it's interesting.
I guess the other question I would have for fans is, does this bother you? Like, does it bother you?
I'm getting mad, and I don't know what I'm getting mad at. Like Chauncey, I tried to defend Chauncey. I'm done defending him. I can't defend him. He put himself in a situation as an NBA head coach with all you got going on for illegal, and I don't even know what is, like, it was illegal poker. Like, and I'm sitting up here telling you about decisions, so I can't defend Chauncey, but I can be mad at him for his decisions. Like, why are you even a part of that?
What if you're a Blazers fan? Wouldn't you be pissed?
Oh, my gosh.
If you liked him?
Yes. And hurt.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm asking is if you're a fan. Like, I mean, if it happened to a Warrior player, if it happened to Kerr, like,
oh my gosh, man.
Well, that's the bigger picture to me. I mean, if I get it, Chauncey Billups is in Portland.
He's done.
If he were your coach and you liked him and you thought he was building something,
damn.
Then now you don't have your head coach.
Now, what about this part, Stoney? And I have friends and family to this day that have succumbed to alcohol, drugs, and it's a lifelong battle, and they're fighting. So are you telling me gambling's up there? And 1-800-GAMBLING, but I just can't believe Michael Porter Jr. said that into a microphone, Stoney, I guess. Because he's almost saying it like
it's easy. They think it's.
And what I'm missing is I love hard, and the people I have around me, my dogs, my friends, Stoney, they wouldn't ask me to risk my career or freedom. We would sit down, and we would come up with a way to where we all eat, but we're not all trying to risk prison time.
Yeah, I think you're
looking at the dope game and drugs.
You're looking at it from your friend's point of view. You're not looking at it from the point of view that you are rich You've got buddies with no money. You don't want to maybe give them your money, but there's a way that looks easy where you can just say, you know what? I'll take tonight off.
And that's what life's about.
I'll take tonight off. And my little Richie can have, can win $10,000.
But if you do that, you got to know what comes with that. What risk?
Well, the bottom line, right. And I'm
jail, prison.
Well,
you seen
how
Oz?
many guys you think got away with it? That's the point. Guys have gotten away with it.
I'm giving you an 80%, Stoney.
Okay, well then that's why they do it, because they don't get caught.
Damn.
Most of them.
Damn.
Apparently, because I don't think these are the only guys that have been involved in this. They can't be. Let's go to Waterman in Corte Madera. Hey, Waterman, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? That's an interesting conversation because for me personally, none of this stuff shocks me. I felt sports have been dirty for a long, long time. People call me a conspiracy theorist, whatever. That's fine. I see and I process with my own two eyes. It's funny because being on hold, I started thinking about a couple things. One is, from The Godfather, that scene where he went and Michael goes and visits Hyman Roth, and he talks about how they fix games, right there in the movie. Now, I get it, it's a movie, but I think the system puts it out there personally, and even in movies or whatever TV shows, because it's there. It's obviously happened. There's been many, even ESPN 30 for 30s that talked about, college fixing games. And I think they had one about, and I apologize, I can't remember what team, but I believe it was 3 players on a college
Arizona State.
Team. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
They got a doc on Netflix.
Great documentary about it. Yeah. And I hate to say it, Tim Donaghy, the refs are compromised. They're all in on this. The Allen Iverson situation where he said what he said, and then all of a sudden now the refs are calling him differently, whether that was, from his comments or what. So, this is an issue in sports that I think has been there for a long, long time. I think if you just look at it with your own two eyes, it's not that hard to accept. It really, really isn't. And as a fan, you better believe it ticks me off because I'm rooting for my team to win, and I want it to be fair. Right. I get a bad call gets made here and there, but call me a homer, whatever. Call me a Chiefs hater. The 2 Niners Super Bowls. I watched Bosa, the whole front line get held by the Chiefs offensive line the entire game. And only Trent Williams gets called for a hold. Here Kyle Shanahan even said it on the sideline on the mic. Hey, this is what our guy just got busted for this. That's what they do on their side. Just call it fair. And then did you notice there was never another offensive holding call called the rest of the game?
Yeah.
So, personally, this is not a shock. I think Reggie Bush was compromised, which is why he sat in that last, college championship game against Texas after he made that stupid lateral and caused a fumble on that great run. And Pete Carroll, and I think Pete Carroll was in on it. He knew Reggie was compromised, which is why he sat him, because I think he knew if he sat him, you can't fault the coach for sitting him, right? Because he couldn't make stupid plays, which is why Reggie's Heisman is no longer with him. I know there's other factors with that and all, but this shouldn't be a shock to us.
Well, that's the thing. The Arizona State. There was.
I watched that doc. Incredible.
Obviously, Pete Rose.
Yeah.
This is like this.
And what about boxing? It happens all. We hear all the old guy laid down.
Yeah, exactly.
But how is this? I'm asking you, Stoney. I know we're up against it. Like, how is this? This is not going to bother me tonight when I watch the Nuggets and Warriors, because if anything, from my experience, and even a guy that loves to gamble, I always think, okay, the refs might be. Did you see that call? There's no way. But, Stoney, I never got to, the players are doing it. Because, to be honest, we've never really had something to where a megastar that was, a Steph Curry got popped to where we were all like, whoa, we got the Pete Roses and now Chauncey Billups allegedly
Pete Rose was a manager.
Yeah. So I got that. And I got you. Ohtani. Remember, I get mad at Willard and Shasky because I think they come down too hard on him, and I give him the benefit of the doubt, but he was betting on games. I don't know, Stoney. It ain't affecting my viewing pleasure, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know if it's affecting my viewing pleasure or not. I think, believe it or not, the gambling aspect of the NBA is affecting my my enjoyment of it far less than because of the product itself, which I think is more of an issue than the perception that guys are gambling or fixing games or anything like that. And that's the other thing. I mean, the problem with a prop bet is it's not fixing a game. It's fixing a bet. And so there are a lot of players who could probably win a prop bet and it won't affect the outcome. So I think that's a part of this too. 888-957-9570. We can mull this one over if guys and if people want to. Let's go to Brett. Brett's on the Bay Bridge. Hey, Brett, how you doing?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey.
Yeah, we're talking about a multi-billion dollar business here. I mean, gambling's never going to go away, period.
Right.
I personally have had a friend from the time I grew up in high school through college who I know this happens. I mean, he would tell me this would happen on a collegiate level. This wasn't even a professional level. And it's not even that guy. It's the two other guys that are doing it with on the same team. Like it's a like they're doing it. They're working like in teams almost.
Right.
And this guy comes from a family of means, and it's like kind of like Porter said. It's like, look, man, I can give my buddy an extra 5, 10, 20 grand. Why not? And unfortunately, yeah, for the gamblers, I mean, technically it's gambling, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, to these guys, it's just taking a walk in the park. Anyway, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Got you.
Yeah, I mean, to me, college is way more susceptible to this than the pros.
Because they're thirsty and haven't gotten the bread.
Yeah.
So that's why just like the temptation of pro athletes, and we got to be careful here, Stoney. Like you mentioned, Goo, how many you think get away with it? We don't have a long list of Steph Curry, LeBron, Magic got popped, Isaiah Thomas, and I know we're in a new era, and that's why I was so hurt by Michael Porter Jr. because I'm talking about his Benjamins, and you could tell me, Stoney, I don't know, what he has going on, but dude, you make enough money to take care of those so-called people that you talked about, your boys, that you want to risk your freedom and your job. Like that, I'll never understand, Stoney. College, I get, and I'm not condoning it. But, man.
Yeah, this is a story from just about a month ago on ESPN. 13 men's college basketball players from 6 schools were involved in gambling schemes, including betting against their own team, game manipulation, and sharing information with third parties for gambling purposes, the NCAA announced. Players formerly associated with Eastern Michigan, Temple, Arizona State, New Orleans, North Carolina A&T, and Mississippi Valley State are under investigation for gambling violations, according to the NCAA.
Wow.
So this is so...
That I get. Like I'm not condoning it, Stoney. I understand it, man.
It's illegal. I mean, there's a lot of people betting on these games, and I think on the surface it seems pretty easy that these guys can get that done, but, here 13 players from 6 schools, so that's what the last caller talked about.
I do find the timing odd, though, partner. I really do.
I mean,
because Rozier was cleared, and now the FBI, but the FBI is sending a message saying, y'all cleared him. Basically, he shouldn't have been cleared. And day 2 of the NBA season, or day 3, we wake up and here we are. Not a good look.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Saramani Ford. Don't forget Dan Devine. He's a senior writer for Yahoo. He covers the NBA. We're going to be joined by him at noon. And don't forget to tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford. Lease a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month. Hundreds of new and pre-owned Fords in stock, ready to roll today. Right off the 280 on Ceremony Boulevard or online at ceremonyford.com. Tell them Butcher Boy sent you.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
The Golden State Warriors are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Warriors. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Think about it. You take thousands of steps every day. Shouldn't every single one of them feel amazing? Well, with Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins, they can. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists to design a shoe that provides amazing arch support for all-day comfort. And best of all, you get all this comfort, stability, and support with the ease of Skechers slip-ins technology. Just slip them on. There's no bending down and no struggling to tie your shoes. Just step in and go. Try Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
You guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Goo, how would you feel, and you were looking at it from Michael Porter Jr.'s situation, how would you feel if you made a bet for Terry Rozier in 2023 to score more than 10.5 points?
Okay.
$100 you bet.
Yeah.
And he scored 9 and then left with a foot injury. And you lost the bet. You lost $100.
I'd be sick.
And now you find out that it might not have been on the up and up. That is why it's a crime.
Wow.
Because that act impacted your money.
Yeah. And imagine had it been 10 racks down. I'm just saying 20 G's. But, yeah, that's something I wouldn't be able to get over, man. Somebody's asking, Stoney, and we're not being fun, fraudulent on the YouTube chat, what was the betting scene like when you were at F&M, or was that didn't even exist?
No, didn't really exist.
See?
We had football tickets. That's what we had. Football tickets. Michigan +7 over Ohio State.
Yeah,
Circle 1. That's what we had. Nobody was betting on Division III basketball. Do they bet on Division III basketball now? Are those lines even?
Yeah,
do they even
bet
have
on
lines?
them. Yeah. Stoney, stop. They had the Division II, III championships. They got lines for everything.
I don't think you can bet just on like conference games.
No,
though.
but the championship games, like the ones that are when they're waiting for the bowl games to
national?
come.
Yeah, like I don't think I can bet on Willamette basketball.
I can't bet on Franklin and Marshall against Haverford in their home opener,
Even
can I?
6.5 to Pacific Lutheran.
Exactly. Oh, I like Pacific Lutheran this year.
But the timing thing that I can't let go of it, you're like, Goo, it's nothing. I feel like the feds are saying, you did an investigation and let this dude, Terry Rozier, off. Our intel says this dude is still to be, obviously arrested. So there's that. But to do it, Steiny, the third day of the season? I don't know. I just find that odd. Nothing there, huh?
I'm not saying timing doesn't mean anything. It might. It might coincide with the start of the year.
But what if I told you gambling is just part of our culture?
Right, but fixing game.
Yeah,
right.
no, I'm not.
But we're talking about fixing stuff here.
I guess, should I be surprised, or should anybody be surprised at anything now? Or does everybody have a price? I don't think Draymond and Steph have a price. If Michael Porter Jr. is talking about death threats, and I'm not saying he didn't get them, but you know what I mean, Steiny? Back in the day, all you could bet on was the team success or the over-under, which is team success.
You think Michael Jordan ever bet on his team to win a game?
I would say yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to Robert in San Jose. Hey, Robert, how you doing, man?
MJ.
Robert.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
I'm here, Steiny.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call. Real quick, there had one gentleman who called in a couple of minutes ago and was saying that it's all about sports and sports is dirty and all that. It's society. The stock market is dirty. Stock market is gambling. You get busted if you have insider information. And that's all this is. And a lot of these guys, they come up in situations, they can't tell their friends no. They can't tell their family no, so they end up doing stupid stuff. People in my family know not to ask me for money. So I would have, like you, I would have that problem because if you ask me, you know what the answer is going to be. But it's gambling is a societal issue. Money is a societal issue. As long as people can make money, they're going to do it. So let's not just look at this as a sports thing.
Appreciate
and the Reggie Bush thing, real quick. He got busted for his family getting paid, not for him throwing any games.
Yeah,
just for that guy's information.
Yeah,
appreciate the call. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know the specifics of that.
But he made a great point, Stoney. It's everywhere, man.
707 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I'm with Guru. Risking millions of dollars, your future, freedom, and reputation for like 0.1% of your yearly salary doesn't make sense.
Man.
Okay, then let me ask you this question: Why do people jeopardize? Millions of dollars, their future, freedom, and reputation, and drive under the influence?
Oh, no doubt.
It's the same thing, right?
And how many times
you don't think you're going to get caught?
Yeah, I got you.
You don't think you're going to get caught?
Fact, Stoney.
So
I'll give you that.
There it is. But nobody thinks they're going to get caught.
But to that point, that's a hell of an example. It's a real one. But there's no peer pressure involved in that. That is one sound decision that I'm making behind, I'm getting behind the wheel and I'm driving to my destination. I just have an issue with Porter Jr. saying all my boys can get paid when you're sitting on a throne to where you can take care of your boys or come up with some plan to where you could constructively take care of your guys and put them in situations to win. That's all.
But from their point of view, why would they want to take money out of their bank account and give it to somebody when they can perform an action and have that person paid and it's not their money?
So I don't have to wake up Saturday morning if we get caught going to put money on your books and talking you through a glass. Like, who wants that to even be, part of it all? Because that's the risk you're taking when you do that.
Right. And people take these kind of risks all the time, is all I'm saying. And it's easy to sit here after a guy gets caught and say, why the hell would you do it? And the reason is they thought they could get away with it.
All right, I got a here I go, the Guru computer, Stoney. I'm the Fitz for the Sacramento Kings. I'm the play-by-play guy. So I find out early in the day, I know for a fact Matt Steinmetz is not playing. And then I go on my phone to Prize Picks and I make a bet, a prop bet. Am I a criminal for using that information that I got earlier in the day to make my bet?
Bob Fitzgerald would be a criminal, yes.
Yeah, wow.
Because he works for a team. He's the Golden State Warriors play-by-play man. And I'm pretty sure that
it's
if
in the
you're an
bylaws.
NBA
Come on.
employee, you cannot bet on an NBA game. I think media can. I'm pretty sure the media, not a big deal.
But would you, as Bob's friend, would you look at me, I call you and say, hey, dude, I lost my job. I'm in some trouble. Would you look at me as a real criminal, though? Not that I'm just like, if you were my bestie, would you look at me like, Goo, yeah, you did wrong, you messed up, but would you judge me differently, like I robbed a bank or broke into somebody's home?
Probably not. Probably not. But I view it differently. If somebody gets information that's non-public and they make a bet, I'm walking by the Warriors locker room after shoot-around and I hear Kerr say, Steph and Draymond, you're suspended tonight. And I go make a bet for the Warriors to get beat that night.
Right.
And I win the bet. Well, nobody else is really getting hosed there from my information. The problem is when a player or coach is involved, then they're actually manipulating the outcome so that one side loses. And I think that's the problem. Let's go to Max Zach in Oakland. Hey, Max, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Hey.
All right. Goo, you got me thinking, man. I guess it's that Alvarado Elementary juice we were drinking.
Look at you. Go ahead.
You mean to tell me that Cash Patel can't bring charges against? Well, he can bring charges against somebody over a bet on the Charlotte Hornets on a Thursday night in 2023, but he can't find info on something that rhymes with prep team trials.
Wow. Okay. I get you.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Like the last thing I need to hear is
man.
Cash Patel at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Listen to that guy.
And
So,
that's a whole wow.
Well, that's
man.
the other
Go
part
ahead.
of this.
My bad.
The other part of this, it's the Keystone Cops.
That's wow. What a word.
Let's go to Scotty. Scotty's in Marin. Hey, Scott, how you doing, man? Scotty,
I'm with Guru on the timing. That's pretty suspect, and particularly where it's coming from. But when it gets down to the gambling thing, I don't. They should not allow prop bets. I thought that Adam Silver just recently made a statement about doing something about prop bets, because that's where you really get a problem, because that puts people at risk. As they said, people have been threatened. And as far as the Michael Porter Jr. comments, that actually was the first time it actually dawned on me. Well, it's obviously not a smart thing to do, but I understand that somebody would do that to help their buddies or whatever, and not understand the consequences could be your career. I mean, that people like Steiny said, people do stupid things all the time.
Yeah.
So it's a bad look for the NBA, because this is what we're talking about instead of talking about the game tonight, and and that's happening all around the league. So this is just not a good look for the league. But it sounds like the Phillips is a different thing. That has nothing to do with the game. So I don't know. It's the unfortunate thing that they now that all the leagues have embraced all this revenue. And so you can't. What are you going to do?
Right.
So they kind of invited this on themselves. They want the money, and these are the byproducts of embracing this stuff. So that's what you got to live with.
Yeah.
You got to have the money. This is what you're going to live with. So.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, Scotty. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, Steiny, there's just something eating at me, and what's eating at me is I just feel like the way this story is taking off, what do we really know? That Rozier already was under investigation. Okay, so now we find out he's been arrested, and that's going to, run its course. But the way this story is breaking news everywhere, it's just almost like, okay, what Chauncey Billups was doing is wrong, but that was poker-related / having to do with the mob. But we're acting like 10 or 12 dudes, prominent names, were on a list that were betting on prop bets. Or that's why I keep going to why the timing is kind of odd, because now it's just a reminder to drum up. And I'm not saying it's wrong, it's your prerogative, just how bad gambling is and the temptation of these guys getting caught up. But as far as what Chauncey did and Rozier, we knew about Rozier, like you said, last year. So what did we really learn today? That Chauncey Billups was part of a poker scheme that dealt with the mob, but this story has energy like 10 guys in the NBA got caught betting on games today.
Well, it's not betting on games. It's
or themselves.
No, it's. I don't even know if they bet on themselves or if it was their friends who bet on them. But it's manipulating an over/under for either themselves or for, like the way Michael Porter described it is, guys have 5 buddies and they're like, you know what, I'll just score 8 points tonight. My over/under's 12. I'll score 8. I'll come out of the game. You guys take 10,000 home each. It's no skin off my back. We'll win the game anyway, and nobody will ever find out. I mean, like that part I get. I completely get how it would sound or feel easy to certain guys.
Gotcha.
Let's go to Kevin is in Pleasanton. Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Gentlemen, it's a great day, man. Incredible NBA action last night. This is smoke and mirrors, Goo.
Yeah.
It's watch the right hand while the left hand does something else. I'll just say that. To mention the Gambinos with these other basketball names is like, bro, tell us something. Say the Gambino then. Say those other families. That's big news. This stuff, like you said, we've already known all this. So it's more of a smoke and mirrors thing. The way Vitello was grandstanding when he was doing it, like he was all hyphy, like he's doing something. I'm like, come on, bro, your boy just got a bag of $50,000, man, and you put it in a bag, and you don't want to say nothing about that. Look, let's just talk about Wemby, man. Wemby looked like a beast. And he's taking everybody put on notice that he's going to be the MVP of the league. That's the way he came out.
For how many years in a row?
Dude, that was incredible.
No.
Go ahead.
Hey, how many years in a row? He's just a baby.
That's my point. How many is he going to win in a row?
Well, we got to be careful, guys. He had blood clots that came out of nowhere. I'm not trying to hate, but I sat there and watched and told Stoney during the break, that was incredible. I'm just saying.
And listen, and here's the thing, and what I'm trying to tell people, he hasn't been playing in the league for 3 years. He's been playing in the league for a year and a half because the blood clots cut him off. So he went into the lab. He went back into the books of Shao Min, monk, studying his body, all that kind of stuff, and he coming out. And he said in the that interview, he said, all the work I put in, I am so ready to unleash what I've learned.
Yeah, he was great last night.
He was just, what was he doing?
I mean, in fairness, they did name the name. In fairness, they did name the names of the other families, the crime families. Yeah. Bonanno, Gambino, Lucchese, Genovese. So, for what that's worth.
Yeah. But Stoney, I can't say it enough. Wemby was breathtaking, man.
Yeah, the only guy who might have been better is Edgecombe.
Yeah, from Philly.
My rookie of the year choice.
Now I'm gonna go Evan on you because he asked you what went behind that. What the energy behind?
You guys know that I pick a guy every year. I pick Connect in Tennessee.
And you left him.
And it's because I knew he wasn't going to be a great pro.
I don't think he's a scrub.
We didn't play.
Well, you didn't watch him in college, though.
No, I watched Connect all the time in college.
I mean Edgecombe.
Oh, no, I went back and watched film after the draft.
Like it was 10 minutes long. He saw it all for 10 minutes.
Right. I didn't watch in college. Baylor is a tough watch.
Oh, man.
At least if they were a few years
Bears.
back, right?
Oh,
I mean, clearly not. He's the third overall pick.
Yeah.
Beat Denver tonight, Stoney.
Yeah, right.
What you mean, yeah, right?
Here you go.
No, I'm serious. Like, this is Lakers know LeBron, okay, and they got it done. But, man, a win tonight. It's only 2 games, too, on the marquee. The second.
Yeah, Denver coming into town, and then the Warriors go into the belly of the beast tomorrow in Portland.
With no coach.
Oh, they are going to play that game for Chauncey Billups. I don't know about you, but I would lay on Portland tomorrow, Carter. Portland's going to take this game personally. They are trying to run that coach out of town, and I expect the Portland Trailblazers to be galvanized tomorrow.
If you're I know you're different, Stoney. How would this affect you, though, if you're a Blazers player? Or do you just go about your business the same, another voice in
you just lost your head
Tiago
coach.
Splitter?
I mean, that can't be good, right?
They got a new one.
Yeah, and they played good last night. Could have beat Minnesota, your Wolves.
Yeah. They almost got it. They almost got it.
DiVincenzo starting PG for many.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot in the offseason.
Who was we?
Finch and I. Oh, okay. We need a little more size in the backcourt.
Neither of you like DiVincenzo.
We hate him.
Stop. Oh, man.
We both hate him.
Dante.
But Mike Conley's washed.
Our transition decision-making was diabolical.
I don't talk to him about that stuff. What was I going to say? Denver's coming into town. That's all you need to know.
No doubt about it. It's go time.
Steve Kerr was talking about, listen to this team. Jamal Murray, Brown, Gordon, Johnson, Jokic.
Oh, Vern, that's sick. You ain't got to tell me. And they took OKC to 7 games without 2 of those dudes. So I get it. I just got to tell you, we talk about what Kuminga could be if he could transform his body. And I don't know how Aaron Gordon went to the lab, the Bay Area's own Stoney. But, man, he is a fun watch. But he is the epitome of going to the lab multiple years, adding muscle, adding range. Dude is just the perfect complement to Jokic, man. I mean, I'm just telling you, Stoney, like, damn, whoever worked with you to get you to the next levels, I mean, kudos. Like, damn, I hope Kuminga could go through something like that. Dude is a beast.
What's he waiting on? Kuminga's in his 5th year. What's he waiting on?
I would say.
Why wouldn't he be in the lab every year?
Tuesday night was yeah. I expect him to get to start tonight.
Yeah, until Moody gets back.
Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah. But then he's got to adjust to another new role when he comes off the bench.
How many free throws for Jimmy tonight? I'm setting it at 14.
I'll say under.
Attempts.
I'll say under. Denver's a smarter team than the Lakers.
All right, we got to bet.
Denver's got more size than the Lakers.
We got to bet. Tomorrow we go to the cafeteria. Got to bet. 14 at minimum. Free throw attempts. Let's do it.
Can I get in on that?
We just did it.
I'll
this
take
guy's
the under.
Unbelievable.
I do it for the show. Come on. 14. Just watch.
14 free throws is unbelievable.
Where's Willard? I think Willard's going to come in here and lambaste you today.
Well, we got them on the biggest sucker bet ever, the Chiefs.
We don't know that yet.
Snotty, the Chiefs are with. Come on, man.
If the playoffs started today, they wouldn't make it.
They got Hollywood Brown, Xavier Worthy, and Rice.
Hollywood Brown
and Mahomes.
Stinks.
Come on. And a little Kelsey.
Got caught 4 passes 3 years ago for Pittsburgh. Stinks. I had him on my fan.
All right, bet off.
No, bet's not off.
Bet off.
It's not off. Bet's
when
not
Evan
off.
said, can I get in? You know what I do for the show? I'm a team player.
Yeah, and
you know what?
So you can back out of that bet, but I can't back out of it.
It's a real one. We're going 14.
Okay. The one thing we were
Lock
talking
it up.
We didn't play any of this sound yesterday from the Warriors practice, but Jimmy Butler was talking about his relationship with Kuminga, and Kerr talked about that yesterday with Willard and Dibbs.
I think Jimmy can deliver the message better than anybody else, better than I can, for sure. I think players learn from each other and they respect, the vets. And so the messages we're trying to send to JK aren't different now than they were the last few years. They're just more likely to take because of now the experience JK has being in the league for several years and hearing Jimmy, reiterate those messages and what those things are, sprint the floor and rebound. And when he does that, his athleticism really pops and we can really feel him. He's defending well. I thought he defended Luka pretty well last night. Actually, there's just not a whole lot you can do with that guy. But JK is going to be hugely important for us this year in defending, the best wing players. So he's really had a good camp. And like I said, he's off to a good start.
All right, that's Steve Kerr talking about Jonathan Kuminga's first game and how Jimmy Butler is delivering the message to Kuminga, and he can do it better than Steve Kerr. Makes sense. Butler's been a veteran in this league for a while, and we'll see if this thing can continue.
Yeah,
with Kuminga and more importantly with the Warriors.
We got Willard and Dibbs back at Splash tonight.
Oh, that's right.
This afternoon.
That's right.
Yep.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The next 4 games for the Warriors are back-to-backs.
Damn.
They got a game tonight, tomorrow, and then they got games Monday and Tuesday. So we're going to find out early, possibly, how Kerr's going to handle this team with all its experience and how you keep them fresh all year. We're going to find that out probably pretty soon on how he's going to approach the season. But what do you want to see from the Warriors in the next 2 games after a sparkling opener against the L.A. Lakers? Denver's bringing another challenge in here. What can be a continuation from Tuesday? and what can be improved upon. 888-957-9570. Head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Guru by searching 957. And while you're there, download and subscribe for all your great content at 95.7 The Game. Don't forget, we got Dan Devine at 12 o'clock, senior NBA writer for Yahoo. He's been doing it for 15 years. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Makita knows that pros never settle. and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
From 20th Century Studios on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
And you got a rookie in there getting it done. Man, I like what I saw last night. So I know tomorrow night's a home opener at Chase. You see the deer antlers behind me. Second one to the left is the one I got. But, man,
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Look at this. You look like a Doberman pitcher that heard something in the yard. His ears are perked. I put a video last night just about the Warriors, and just to recap of week one in Norm's garage, and the deer hunters were above me. And I just had to point out the antlers.
What was your big point that you made? Like, did you make a point when you made this video? Did you want to convey some
MFer, I'm just telling you I was recapping the game. I was recapping the game. And I was in a good mood.
When did you do it?
Yesterday.
So you recapped the game a day after the game?
Yeah. I was just thinking about
too
the game.
late. You should have previewed Denver.
Well, Instagram let me post it, so did TikTok. I'm trying to do more TikToks.
Oh.
Where's this dude getting this from?
I just took the part where he was talking about his kill.
Yeah.
The antlers.
You don't know what it's like. You don't got any kills under your belt, either of you.
Nope.
Venison.
A pacifist.
Yeah.
Not a big gun guy.
Yeah, either I got you.
Well, Area 7.
Well, I'm looking at your shirt. You got two of them. Your bicep?
That's a 5.
He didn't even get it.
He didn't get it. I didn't even get it.
Yeah.
All right. So, I want to get into what Steve Kerr told the afternoon guys, Willard and Dibbs, yesterday. Yeah. Because I think this is going to come to fruition earlier than we think. This is Kerr asked, and he's going to be asked a lot about how do you navigate this roster with its age.
I don't spend too much time thinking about any of that. I mean, our job is just put together the best team we can while we're navigating the 82-game season and, trying to keep guys healthy and fresh. And that's going to be the challenge, because of the age of Al and the three guys you just mentioned. We're going to have to navigate this thing. And I'm glad we have our performance staff to help us do that and the players themselves. We're confident that if we can get to the playoffs in one piece, that we can beat anybody.
And that's how I feel, and I think a lot of Dub Nation. But, man, Steiny, we'll see.
What does managing the season look like? What does managing the season look like? I don't think they've ever done it,
so I don't know. And Curry, it looks, I was talking about his rest late third to 8 minutes, 3:30 left in the third, and he didn't come back to, 8-something in the fourth. I was like, yeah. Then I look at the log, and he had Magic Johnson in regard to minutes. And I'm not saying he should have played less, but – I don't think we've ever seen that with Steph Dre. We hear about it, but have we ever seen it?
Like their minutes come down?
Yes. 28, 27, we've never seen that during this whole run.
No, not consistently.
So to answer your question and to piggyback off of what Steve said, what does that look like?
I mean, I think it could look like we could see something tonight that we could see something in the first 5 games that gives us an indication of how they're going to manage this season. All right, Al Horford. Is he playing tonight and tomorrow?
He better play tonight because of Jokic. So I would like, if I had to pick, I would like him to play tonight and sit tomorrow.
All right. So they're already not going to have, Al Horford tomorrow.
Okay.
Do they decide that when Al Horford's on the second of a back-to-back and he's not going to play, that we got to emphasize to the other 3 guys that that's a game they're going to have, or we want them to play.
You would think.
Right.
Because that's called the balance, right?
Right, but you have 4 guys you've got to balance. So here's what I think is interesting. The theme of the season is how do we stay fresh from till April, up until April, okay. And then when we go to the playoffs, we're fresh.
Yeah.
But they don't really have a plan, it doesn't sound like yet, for how they're going to manage all 4 of these guys. They say they're going to have to manage it, but it feels like they don't know exactly how yet, and they probably don't know exactly how yet, and maybe it'll be decided for them, but it's going to be, I think it's going to be something that we deal with most nights, believe it or not.
And it's interesting you say that. I don't disagree, but Stoney, did I mishear, or I heard Kerr say it's almost like it's not up to him. It's to the performance that they'll let him know. You know what I mean? It's almost not a Steve Kerr thing. It's give me the intel and we'll go from there. But if these guys are so fresh at the start of the season, I'm just a bit curious as how do you know who needs what? When everybody should be at Optimum, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of who needs what right now. They probably don't need rest right now, but this is where I think this is about managing, and this is about not overplaying them early, or this is about setting some kind of protocol, meaning, look, you're playing between 30 and 32 minutes, and we're probably going to rest you on the back end of every other back-to-back or something like that. But I do think these ideas and plans, while they're not set in stone, they're going to have to implement them somehow.
Yeah, and, again, Stoney, and I'll stand on it, I don't feel like we've ever seen it. And I'm not saying the Warriors give their guys rest. Don't get me wrong. And the other part of this, too, man, is, how receptive is Steph and Dre going to be? And I'm being dramatic here. If you were to, hey, we're only going to give you 28 minutes a night or 27 minutes. Like, I think they would, throw you out the room if you approached them that way. But it will be interesting. And Steve Kerr, you played his comments a couple days ago that, who was it? Celebrini was telling him, Curry's 44 minutes in that Rocket series in that game took a lot out of him and had a lot to do with. So if they couldn't prevent it then, I guess, partner, I'm asking you, how can you prevent it now? When you can't look inside somebody's body to say,
well, you don't play in 44 minutes. Yeah. It's really that simple.
But do you get the win? You know what I mean? Or do you?
That's what you're going to have to balance. You're going to have to balance that. And that's why this team racking up a ton of wins in the regular season is going to be hard if they're trying to load manage at the same time. As far as Draymond minutes go,
talk to me.
He only averaged, what did he average 27 2 years ago, 29 last year. He played 28. I think that's what he's coming down to, 28-ish minutes a night for Draymond Green.
Now, how about Curry in your mind? What would ideal?
30.
Yeah.
30-ish. There's real evidence that it can, elongate a guy's career. The issue with Curry is his career's already been elongated. So I don't really know what, I don't know what goes into the decisions that where you want to make sure Steph Curry can play in 3 years.
Right.
I don't know what that looks like now. This from the 707 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. They don't have to sit Steph, Dre, and Jimmy yet. When they do, the fact Horford plays defense and could shoot the three, they can sit the big three and go to Oh, yeah, I don't like that at all. It sounds like he's saying, the 707 saying, maybe you just bite the bullet with a bunch of guys on a given night.
Yeah, nobody wants that. Now, that's what I call drastic, right? That would be, come on, Stoney.
I mean.
And your chances of winning are going out the window. I would think.
Well,
and I love this team, but now, come on.
Well, but if you find out that, you might find out that without Butler, you're 2-6. Without Curry, you're 3-5. Without Draymond, you're 3-6. And without Horford, you're 2-6. Like, at that point, you may have to say, we got to sit more of you than just one guy because we have to be whole.
But what about the whole load management thing by Silver to where you can't just, do that, sit the big three all at once like you used to?
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't know how that works. I don't know how, that's what I'm.
Like if I asked you how many times did Draymond and Steph sit out just coach's decision DMP together last year, what would you guess? Like nothing jumps out at me. Like I say maybe 2, and maybe one was hurt but it wasn't a lot, No,
I see the problem that I could envision is forget Horford for now. Let's just assume he's not playing back-to-backs. But the first time that Draymond, Curry, or Butler doesn't play, just one of those guys, that's an important game to me. And the reason is because they're probably going to have to play 12 games without that guy.
But I think they can win that game.
Well,
and again,
what are they going to go in the same?
I don't know.
That's my thing. If Butler plays, let's just say hypothetically, Butler plays 65. Okay, what are you in those 17 games Butler doesn't play?
Well,
all right, Steph doesn't play 15. Maybe they're the same 15. Maybe they're all different. Maybe there's a couple overlap.
Because last year, wasn't over when Steph didn't play.
I can't remember what their record was.
It wasn't below 500.
He only missed, I think, 8 games last year in the regular season. So 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. In the next 7 games to Golden State, they play 5 good teams and 2 mediocre teams. Okay. I'd rather see the Warriors lose those 2 games against the mediocre. Yeah.
And do we know Portland's mediocre? They played Minnesota tough last night.
I don't think we know a lot about any teams right now, how good they're going to be. And now we got to factor in who knows what's going to happen in Portland now that Billups isn't going to be their coach.
It's over, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors home opener tonight against the Denver Nuggets at Chase Center. 7 o'clock start. You can hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors off to a 1-0 start. They beat the Lakers. Tonight's going to be, I think, a little more difficult, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a team that...
We got Denver coming out the West, Nighty.
Didn't Denver beat the Warriors like 13 in a row before
they hammered
a game
them
last year? Then Butler showed up and they beat them.
Here, they hammered them here.
Yeah, so this is a team that's
Jokic had that crazy first quarter. He's like, the Warriors got to beat them.
Yeah, this is a team that's given the Warriors trouble over the course of the last few years, so we'll see.
You like Cam Johnson with Denver? Are you like, ooh, the LeBron meme when he does it? Can't hurt, right?
I think he's gonna help him more than Michael Porter Jr. I think he's more.
He was good, man. Porter Jr. on his best days, Donnie. They won a chip with him.
Too inconsistent.
Well, that's obvious. I don't know what happened, but dude, he could play, man. I don't know what happened. Rest on your laurels. I
like Michael Porter Jr.
I liked him during that playoff run.
Man, he
had some big games.
What's the problem? And he got paid.
So why did they get rid of him?
Well, he's kind of like their Wiggins.
Yeah, man. And I'll say this to that, Snotty. That's why I guess I don't know what happened.
I think he's a guy who probably thinks he's better than he is.
Right.
Wants more of a role. He'll probably get it in Brooklyn. Let's go to Big Smoothie. Big Smoothie's in Berkeley. How you doing, Big Smooth? What's going on?
Hey, first of all, this call is brought to you by Prize Picks. I want to say that. Get that out. Shout out Prize
Wow,
Picks.
look at you. I know where you're going. Yeah.
First of all, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that today. I'm not going to let this sour my love for sports. I'm not going to do it. But listen, man, as bad as I want to, I just want to say this. Listen, it's too early to try to predict how we're going to, who's going to play, who's going to play. We got 81 of these things left. We're deep enough to preserve some of these needs.
Big Smoothie, got to call back.
Yeah.
We're losing you.
Probably in the Berkeley Hills.
We're losing you, Big Smoothie. But call right back, and I'll get
Yeah. Kane Slybender on the YouTube chat. Porter Jr. got paid is what happened, Goo. Yeah.
He did get paid. He did get paid.
And he earned it, but, man, he didn't follow up.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors Nuggets tonight. I got to believe Kuminga is going to be back in the starting lineup.
JK.
Without Moody being ready, the hope is Moody's going to be ready tomorrow. At least that was a report from Shams Charania earlier in the week. And then the Warriors with 2 back-to-backs, one tonight and tomorrow, one Monday and Tuesday. Maybe we'll get an early look-see at how Steve Kerr's going to handle this season, where it's all about the age and keeping this team as fresh as possible.
Do you got a problem with me wanting to see Horford against Jokic, or this four-headed monster tonight? I believe we might see TJD on the Joker. I want to see him play this game because of Jokic more so than tomorrow night in Portland.
I gotta believe Horford might struggle against Jokic. There's a newsflash. My question is, who's Kuminga guarding tonight?
What if I said a little Jamal Murray to start? I don't know, but definitely capable.
And that's where I got to see more. If they're really going to use him in that role, and whether or not he can keep guards in front of him is to me going to be like
Wiggins could do it.
Luka's different. Yeah. Like Luka doesn't beat you with pure speed, and
no doubt
Jamal Murray is a little water bug like. So I don't know if he can guard Murray, and he may get a shot at it. And then, of course, the question on the YouTube chat, who's Pods guarding?
I was just about to ask.
So,
33 minutes for Pods game one.
Yeah, this is from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. My solution for keeping the Warriors veterans fresh is lower their minutes against mediocre teams like Portland and Sac. The Warriors are deep enough. See, that's where we got to we don't know that yet.
I got you.
I mean,
Kings blew a game last night.
I'm not a big believer in that. Oh, Curry and Draymond sit, and Pods, Kuminga, and Moody will bring it home.
Because we've never seen it. And I know you're like, well, they're in year 17 of Curry, but we've never seen it from Kerr.
415, who else besides JK could stay in front of Murray? Peyton might have a shot.
What about my boy Richard? Please.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. This is where you would like to have Moody.
Yeah, I don't I need to know who's better at picking up a guy like Jamal Murray. If
Gary
it's Moody
Payton
or Kuminga.
What about Peyton II?
Yeah, I mentioned him.
Okay,
I just don't who's better shadowing a guy up the court, Kuminga or Moody? I don't know the answer to that question.
Can I tell you who I want it to be and who I think it is?
Everybody wants it to be Kuminga.
Okay, there you go.
But that takes a lot of effort.
Yeah. He looked like effort. Yeah, he was playing on both ends. But, dude, he's 22, Stoney.
Who is?
Kuminga. So you got all the energy as the rabbit. Energized bunny.
Well, that's what you would think.
Right.
But this is a team that's had trouble getting him to run hard for 4 years, to run the floor. Now he looks like, oh, by the way, Operation Clean Slate is
I
on.
like this.
Yeah, Kuminga's having a good year.
But
no, I'm dead serious.
But a lot of people out there, Snotty, would pull over or look at you like
he's having nothing matters.
That's material because there's one game.
Well, no, and tonight he'll play another game.
Right.
And if he plays
you
well,
meant that.
I'm dead serious.
I thought you were trolling. Yeah, I thought
Jonathan, look, people need to understand. Jonathan Kuminga, over his first 4 years, has not had a lot of games where he has played well, done multiple things, and the Warriors have won. He did that the other night. All right?
Yeah,
so
facts.
that needs to be noted. And as far, I don't care what he did against Minnesota. They didn't have a chance in that series. What he did last night is the way he's got to play for the Warriors to become a better team. For the Warriors to become a better team. So he had a hell of a game on Tuesday. I want to see some of the same things tonight. Yeah. Really simple.
Yeah, we all do.
Let's go to Big Smooth. Hey, Big Smooth, how you doing?
Hey, Goo, you called it. It's that doggone Berkeley area.
Yeah. I know.
Listen. I want to say this, is that, listen, Richard, what a treat. Who saw this coming?
Me.
We got an extra cat now.
Yeah.
Richard, the first round draft pick.
Yeah, Will Richard.
Richard is his last name, right?
Yeah,
Will
we
Richard.
love him. Yeah.
Hey, who saw this guy? This guy, he's looking like a solid professional. He didn't expect this. It's a good thing. And listen, Draymond said it, or someone said it. They said, we've been waiting for this from Moody. You know what they were waiting for? It's more than anything, guys. It's the 9 rebounds. The rebounds. If Moody can get 8, 9 rebounds from that forward position, his bag is coming. That's all because that's what he's doing. He's putting his nose in the mix, and it's better positioning. And also, Steve Kerr says this: use Steph Curry. Use Steph Curry to get in a better position.
No doubt.
And that's what Kuminga figured it out, man. I'm telling you, we've unlocked something great. We have enough reserves. We don't even know what DeAnthony Melton is going to bring us. Gravy is what I call it.
House
we don't
money.
even know what Moody's bringing when he comes back. I think, guys, we're going to be sitting good. The only thing that we have to think about later is size, not until we get around the playoffs. We're going to have to solve this size thing. We may have to add one more 6'10", 6'11" guy at some point, but let's get there first, and then we'll worry about that later. All right, John.
No?
Thanks, Big Smooth. Appreciate the call.
He was meaning Kuminga, and that's why, Stoney, we get so fixated on Kuminga, and rightfully so. He's a lightning rod, but, I mean, that pass to Steph, and it was just one play in a game that's 48 minutes. I'm sorry, Stoney. That was the play to me. Like, just hit that. Even a Steph airball, just let us know that's where it's supposed to go, and he gave it to him. Smooth is excited, and again, Stoney, he doesn't listen every day. I thought he did because we were having fun with Richard, and Evan and I got to interview him. I just like his size, and he's got a motor. Dibbs likes him, so we'll see. And I set myself up to, when Moody comes back, maybe we don't see much of Richard, but the compliment early, and it's one game. Steve Kerr, we know with rookies kind of, it's hard. And, the first game he got 14 minutes.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors play Denver tonight. It's their home opener. And big challenge, literally a big challenge with Jokic and Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson. This is a team that's given the Warriors trouble in the past, but the Warriors did kind of vanquish them last year after Jimmy Butler got here. So we'll see if that dynamic has changed. Moody probably not expected to play. Actually, he's not expected to play, so we may see Jonathan Kuminga again.
Yeah, stinks.
And what happens, it's funny, like Austin, or Big Smooth just has a throwaway line like, and then Moody's coming back. We don't know what to expect from him. It's like, yes, we do.
Yeah.
Exactly
he was
what to
excited.
expect
I got you.
from Moody.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to see how he fits in, but, I mean.
He would have been in that starting lineup Tuesday night. That we know.
Yeah, and then who knows what would have happened to Kuminga that night. All right, coming up on the other side, we got Dan Devine. He's a senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports. He's been doing it since 2009. That's at noon. Dan Devine, NBA expert. That segment was also brought to you by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. You must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders, If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Sun and clouds for San Francisco going up to 64.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
I'll tell you like this, man. Timberwolves, Timberland, Ant-Man, Edward Scissorhands, Pineapples and Spam, boys and fire.
Dub Nation, this is Moses Moody, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors, home opener tonight. Denver Nuggets. Get a better
That is so great.
As you guys know, I knew Tuesday was going to be a walk in the park against the Lakers. I knew it. That's who the Lakers are early in a season. Now, Denver, different animal, especially now with a young, hungry, energetic, and knowledgeable head coach. Yes, sir.
You are the biggest.
The days of Mike Malone
I don't want to say
stomping on the sidelines are over.
Time,
this is a different Nuggets team with a different identity. I'd be concerned.
Stop. I mean, Denver is Denver. We know who they are, and they possess a big problem with Jokic. After I thought he was going to be my MVP frontrunner, but after seeing Wemby last night, I've changed it. But
it ain't going to be Luka.
Why you say that?
Because they're going to go 30 and 52.
Hey, I'm just telling you, got off to a good start.
Who did?
Luka, 43.
And that's the way you watch basketball. Luka got off to a great start. To hell with the Lakers.
No, I didn't say that at all. I'm not like you. I don't go in with preconceived notions and just blind myself to storylines that are right there. He wasn't the reason they lost. How about that?
He's one of the reasons.
No, not on my scorecard.
Okay, well, if you thought, then
he was the only reason they didn't lose by 40.
Okay, Goo.
Why are you yelling?
Okay, Goo.
Because it's starting to bother me.
Good, because if he had 43, who guarded him? Who was guarding him?
A little bit of everybody.
Mostly Kuminga.
No, he gave everybody the business.
Mostly Kuminga. We can say Kuminga.
Who stops
How was
Luka?
Kuminga defense?
Who stops Luka? I liked it.
I thought he could.
He was active.
No, he could stay in front and
who
block
stops
shots.
Bird? Who stops Jordan? Nobody.
Bird didn't
you just
play
hope
like
to
that.
Contain him.
Larry Bird wouldn't play like that in a million years.
And that's
like
the problem with Luka. You're comparing him to Bird.
That's right.
And it's bothering you. Luka for the dub.
There is no comparison between the two.
Steiny,
Bird
where are you going?
Bird doesn't play. Bird never played like Luka.
I'm about getting the ball in the hole. And Luka is doing things Bird could never do. Stop it. Stop it. That's what bothers you about Luka. I just figured it out. He threatens your Larry Bird thing that you have. He rattles those cages because he's white and he's bad.
He's not the same player as Larry Bird. Larry Bird never dominated the ball like Luka Doncic. Dribble, dribble, dribble.
I got it.
Dribble, dribble, dribble. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Head fake. Lean in. Four guys watching. Good luck with that. Let's go to Tony in Oakland. What's going on, Tony? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Hey, man, what's going on?
Hey, man, I got to start off real quick. Hey, man, I just started watching you guys on YouTube. Hey, Steinmetz, man, those glasses look on you, man. You look like a Hollywood producer, bro. I was like, oh, man, where did he get those glasses from? I had to call in and ask. But really, my take is that I agree with you, Steinmetz, man. I think the real measurement of how we play as a team is going to be today. Now, it will be a little early. I say until Christmas. Once we get to Christmas time is when we'll really know what type of team we are. And then to piggyback on your guys' topic on when Moody gets back, I think when Moody gets back, man, if Kuminga keeps playing the way he's playing, now I know I've called you guys before talking about I don't like how Kuminga's been playing. I don't know what happened. It's like night and day with this guy compared to how he was recently playing in like the last couple of years. But if he keeps playing the way he is and Moody comes back and plays the way that he does, man, I think we got to put Pods on the bench, man. I think Pods is one of those type of guys. He has a high He doesn't have the highest IQ, but he has a good enough IQ that he can be effective. He can see where the game is going and where he can establish himself, and he can put himself in the game so when he does get in, he can be more effective than when he does start in. You know, he tries to do a little too much when Steph doesn't have it or Jimmy doesn't have it, and he can really he can really establish himself better, I think, coming off the bench, and we'll have a stronger starting lineup, starting Moody over him at the 2, and keep Kuminga doing what he's doing, man. Keep playing the way he's doing. I think we'll be in the top, 3, 4. We can stay healthy.
Yeah.
Get the plan, man. Who knows what can happen in the offseason? I mean, in the playoffs. All right, guys.
Hey, before you go, what about my brown shirt and I got my silver chain hanging? You ain't feeling it, huh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Goo. Oh, come on, Goo.
No, it's all good, man. I can't. It's all good.
Hey, I missed yesterday, man, with the pink top, man. He looked like a Hollywood producer. I think he was producing Quentin Tarantino's next movie.
There you go, baby. Oh,
thanks,
man.
Tony. Appreciate the call.
If I'm Pods, I'm not worried. He gave you some love, and I'm just thirsty. I'm not worried about my minutes until Melton gets healthy. That's an if, and comes back. But other than that, Steiny, who's going to play Pods' role? And that's why I talked about it. He's perfected it, but they don't have a lot of options there. And I still don't see a lot of options there until Melton comes back.
Melton, Moody, and Seth Curry. Will Richard, Pods, they got a lot of bodies and they got depth, but they got to figure out, how it's going to be utilized. Coming up in 5 minutes, we got Dan Devine, senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports. He's been covering the league since 2009.
Damn.
Before joining Yahoo, he wrote for The Ringer and spent years as an NBA writer and editor at Ball Don't Lie, one of the original blog, NBA blogs.
Oh.
One of the originals, yes. That was Yahoo's previous blog. I got to ask him about a couple guys who were writing for that site.
But who's the originator of that saying?
What saying?
The Ball Don't Lie. That's Rashid?
Yeah, but that's their name of the website,
got
too.
You. Yeah. Ball Don't Lie. That's perfect.
Yes. So Nick Fredell was on with the morning show, and he's got a little history with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate what you did during that interview.
Okay. Nick Fredell has a past relationship with Jimmy Butler, and if you're worried about Jimmy Butler and how he may be in year 2.
I've been around Jimmy forever.
Hold on. My bad. This should make you feel good about Butler and the fit with the Warriors. This is Nick Fredell, who was on with the morning show.
I've been around Jimmy forever in his pro career. I've never seen him respond in a setting the way he does within this Warriors group. And I think so much of this is Jimmy found the Warriors at the perfect time, not only because of Steph and Draymond, but because they have these talented young guys who want to work. And that was all Jimmy has been about for so many years, on top of his ego getting a hell of a lot bigger and wanting the respect that comes with all the money. Jimmy defined his career on work, and he's found a bunch of like-minded young players who want to work, want to get better, on top of having Steph and Draymond and having the structure that the organization provides. So Jimmy found the Warriors at the perfect time. The Warriors found Jimmy at the perfect time. People out there will go, oh, yeah, well, just wait till it goes bad. It always goes bad with Jimmy. Look, I get it. I understand it. In so many ways, I've lived it. I just don't believe that will happen in this case because of the respect involved.
All right, that was Nick Fredell of The Athletic talking about Jimmy Butler and his fit with the Golden State Warriors. We can pick up on that in a minute. But first, let's head out to the River Islands guest line. Shouldn't you discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Dan Devine, senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports. been covering the league since '09, and before joining Yahoo, he wrote for The Ringer and spent years as an NBA writer and editor at Ball Don't Lie. How's my buddy Kelly Dwyer doing these days, Dan?
Oh, dude, he's doing fantastic. I saw him in Indianapolis when I was there for the finals. He's got like a real "You're Wild Professor" vibe happening right now.
Okay.
Like, the hair's kind of Beethoven-y, but the vibe is impeccable. He's doing great, and I'm sure he'll be glad that you asked after.
Yeah, good to know. You guys were like the originals at Ball Don't Lie, covering the NBA. You guys done a great job. Let's talk about the Warriors. Where are you with the Warriors? Obviously an older team, but they've got a lot of veterans and a lot of talent. They got some depth. Where do you see them in the Western Conference?
I think at this point, they deserve to be in that tier right below Oklahoma City. I think everybody has to sort of start from the position of they are the top of the mountain until proven otherwise. But every team below them, whether it's Denver, the Clippers, certainly, they had a lot of depth, but they got roasted last night. That sort of second class tier of team, like everybody down there has their pros and their cons, their best case scenario, worst case scenario. But I think the Warriors have the benefit of their best case scenario. Now, we've seen it over like a 35, 36 game sample. When you've got Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green all healthy, this team is a war rig. I think they're 28-8 when they've got all three of those guys in the lineup together, regular season and playoffs combined. And it makes sense. I think that was the thing that was so frustrating for so many people, obviously locally, but nationally as well, the folks that just watch the Warriors, the idea of the two timelines and of we're going to sort of deviate from the structure of how we're built. Why? Like, the only timeline that ever mattered and made sense was the one where you were maximizing Stephen Curry. And stylistically, Jimmy Butler, obviously a perfect complement with the way that he can attack off the dribble in an isolation, the way he's a quick decision maker, a great ball mover, a hell of a passer, somebody that can bend a defense that makes it a little bit easier for Steph, while also being a off-ball sort of genius defender to pair perfectly with Draymond. It just makes a ton of sense. The only questions are about the age, obviously, and the injury structure, and then, if in 2 years Jimmy starts to get upset. But I think to the point that our buddy Nick was making in the clip before I played, the right now of it is he's in an environment that's got his competitive juices flowing. The talent there makes sense. Even the young guys sort of fit structurally with the way Steve Kerr likes to play. There's just a ton to like about the way this team is constructed. And I think if you or anybody up to maybe even including Oklahoma City, if this team as constructed came up against you in a 7th game series, I don't think you would be particularly psyched to see him.
Man, Dan, I agree. You got me fired up, and I'm sure the fans are. With that said, I don't have to tell you the NBA's been around forever, and nobody collectively has gone to the finals, or a team with the ages that, this group has. But it sounds like, and I'm with you, that doesn't scare you. But then I go back to the Minnesota series where I still got PTSD, Curry's first soft tissue injury. Are you kind of over that, or I'm kind of looking like just wake me up when it doesn't happen because I'm praying that it doesn't repeat itself?
Yeah, I hear what you're doing. I mean, I think the thing is, like, are you going to worry about the sun rising tomorrow, right? Like, the only thing with the Warriors, like, everything is built around, is Steph operational at 100%, right? Like, if he's not, then your chances of winning are, they drop dramatically, if not to nil. And so you have to build your roster. I don't think you can build a championship contending roster like on the premise of what if Steph's not there. Like the win condition for that is Steph's there. And so it is then like, how do you maximize around that? How do you provide the best context for him? And the way we've seen for years and years now is like surround him with some dogs who can defend, guys that can make it, lighten his load a little bit, people who know how to hit him when he's moving off the ball, who can move off the ball alongside it and figure out how to like get in where they fit in the flow and the rhythm of that offense, moving with him, not sort of stationary targets, not guys that let the ball stick. And so to me, like, bringing back DeAnthony Melton made a ton of sense. Al Horford feels like a perfect fit structurally and stylistically for what this team is. Even guys, a guy like Guy Santos and Moses Moody there that have grown in the system. The eye-popping stats aren't there, but the feel, the understanding of how to play off of Steph, that's got to be job one to me in terms of how you're constructing this roster. And so, yeah, if you get to April and May and he pulls up, then you're all right. Your options are dead in the water right there. But the way your best option is going to be build it around him. And if smart guys.
Oh, what happened to Dan? Oh, we may have lost him for a sec. Now I don't even see him.
I see a setup.
Oh boy.
You don't see a setup? Nice.
I see a setup,
Okay.
but I don't see him.
Yeah.
We'll get him back.
Yeah.
Dan Devine.
Man,
lost
not Devine. Devine's down. He's fired up. You know, he's not putting nothing past this group with health, and that's just the towel of the jam for me.
Yeah, I mean, the way he put it is the way it is. I mean, you have no chance without Steph Curry, so you got to deal with Steph Curry, and you got to build around Steph Curry. And I do think that's we got him. Hey, Dan, what's going on? We got you back.
Yeah, I don't know if the Dunleavy haters out there cut my mic. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm back with you.
No, you're good now. You're good. We're being joined by Dan Devine. He's a senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports, and he has been covering the league since 2009. What's Al Horford got left?
It's that last bit of the toothpaste, right? You're squeezing it, you're rolling it, just try to get it right, the last bit out of the tube. I think what we saw even in Boston last year is, you're not going to be able to rely on Al for, 28, 32 minutes throughout the regular season. The idea being, you platoon him, you get him out there for, maybe 20, 25 minutes a night from October through April, extend him in certain matchups, certain big games where you really need it. But if you get him into a series, like there were points last year in those first couple of rounds for Boston where he was just a clearly better option at the 5 than Kristaps Porzingis for them. Some of that was obviously Porzingis was dealing with health issues, but that you can still get him up to that level. He's still more mobile than any 39-year-old who's played as long as he has a right to be defensively in terms of being able to guard in space. He is still somebody who, if you get the mismatch on the post, he can mash a smaller guy inside and either finish at the rim or kick out. He has the reams and reams of experience, the years of, I understand how to, when the ball needs to move here and there, when I need to be able to cover for somebody on who blew a rotation. He's just been in big games, and you just kind of can't replicate that. You can't, if you don't have that experience, you can't just sort of make up for it. So to me, I think the idea of, I understood the argument for you start Al at the 5 with Draymond at the 4 so that you can, get a floor spacer out there and make it a little bit easier for Draymond to not have to guard up every night for the long haul. But I think the idea of we're going to see what we can get out of Jonathan Kuminga if he's willing to play in the role that Steve Kerr has sort of circumscribed for him, that narrowly tailored role. Then you get more physicality, you get more athleticism, and you keep Al on a little bit of a lower pitch count. I think that makes a ton of sense, especially in the early going here. And I think it was the results were certainly positive in the season opener against the Lakers.
Yeah, Dan, you mentioned Kuminga, and I want to ask you about what you thought, in regard to what went on in the summer. Was he staying or going? And he obviously stayed. I'm a big fan of him, but he's been a, topic lightning rod out here. What do you make of him just as a player, and what went on opening night?
I think it's a common tale, but one we don't always put the spotlight on. There are these guys who, when they're young and they're on a veteran team, especially, they don't get the chance to sort of explore the studio space, right? You don't get the opportunity to have a 30 usage rate and put up 18 shots a night on a bad team where it's consequences-free basketball. And when you're brought into the league as a young guy, you're thinking like, I need to get to the next contract. I need to get the big payday. I need to see how good I can be. I think I have the talent to be a number 1 guy in the NBA, to be somebody who is your top offensive option, putting up 20 a night. And asking a guy to play a smaller role early it's just a tough sell temperamentally. These guys got to the league by being that competitive and having that confidence in their abilities. And so oftentimes you'll see the guy like Aaron Gordon is a great example. His name has come up as a point of comparison, right? Like the idea that you want him to play that kind of complementary role. Aaron Gordon was trying to be Paul George in Orlando, right? He was trying to run 25 pick and rolls a game and be the number 1 option, and had to go through, that doesn't really work, and then get dealt to a place where he's slotted into a complementary role. But that's years into his career. So I don't blame Jonathan Kuminga for not wanting to start there at age 21, 22, right? Like guys want to find out how good they can be. They want to push the limits of their work. And I get that. However, I think in the context of what the Warriors are, having him play that more narrowly tailored role would be absolutely perfect on this Golden State team. And then so seeing him in that season opener where he's making quick decisions, he's defending with his, obviously no one's going to win against Luka all the time, but to take that challenge, to be physical, to pull those shifts defensively, and then I'm going to rebound like a banshee. I'm going to get on the glass. I'm going to push. I'm going to keep my head up and look for somebody else. Where is Steph as we're coming down on transition? Like all of those little things. When I'm going to space the floor, I'm going to be in the corner, and I'm not going to complain about it. I'm going to be shot ready, and that is a perfect place for him to be on this team. So if that is where he's at mentally, and he's willing to play that role, and he's able to be effective in it, then the Warriors are in kind of a win-win situation right now. If Kuminga is that guy, then you don't got to trade him, right? You go through the end of the season, and then you see about, maybe we extend and actually we found some harmony in this marriage. Or if he plays this way for the next couple of months, you suddenly have a pretty attractive guy to be able to pitch around the league and say, it's not just production. It's not just theoretical. It's production. You're seeing him play on the floor this way. And maybe that opens up the list of suitors. So it's not just what can we get from Phoenix? What can we get from Sacramento? Maybe you're in some different conversations. So to me, I was so encouraged by what I saw from him on opening night. I'm sure that the coaching staff was as well, because it's not just what does this trade package turn into? It's maybe what does Jonathan Kuminga turn into for us?
Wow. Dan Devine joining us on 95.7 The Game, senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports. He's been covering the league since 2009. It seems like there's a consensus, Dan, that if the Warriors can stay healthy and get to April, they got a puncher's chance. What does a season that goes a little sideways look like for the Warriors, and then where do they go?
Yeah, I mean, it starts with where last season effectively ended, right? If Stephen Curry pulls up, and you're saying, well, he's going to miss a couple of weeks with a soft tissue injury, God forbid, something like that, right? That's where, if the system is built around him and then he's not there, then the system collapses. And that's where I think the chances of any extended Steph absence really hampers their ability. I think the same could be said for if Jimmy misses a serious amount of time, if Draymond misses a serious amount of time. You've built the rotation around guys on the wrong side of 35. And while that's not everybody, Kuminga can scale up his game. I think Brendan Pajemski certainly is confident enough to put in the work to scale up his game. There's a lot of guys that would see the opportunity to do more. But functionally, in this Western Conference where the margins are so slim, I think if any of those older guys miss extended periods of time, and certainly if a couple of them at once miss an extended period, that can be a death knell for the Warriors' chances of getting up into that top four in the West mix, and again having to slug it out through the play-in tournament and then put themselves in that position. But to me, I think that's really it. As far as where the team is constructed, yeah, they can be a little small nights tonight. The rebounding can be a bit of an issue. I think they've structured themselves to make up for that with the way that they defend turnover creation, the way that can fuel their transition game, and the way they can sort of tilt the possession game now with Jimmy being able to generate free throws at a high level. Also, a real skill of Jonathan Kuminga is free throw attempt rate. So they have a way to win the math battle in the possession game. Obviously, Steph is your puncher's chance against anybody. But if you don't have those core guys, Steph on the offensive end, Draymond on the defensive end, and Jimmy kind of plugging the gaps everywhere, I think that's where you wind up saying, if you're out without those guys for a couple of weeks, I think things can get a little bit hairy.
Hey, Dan, I got to do this to you, man, because I appreciate your lexicon. I'm feeling it. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I got to ask you about this morning's breaking news with the NBA.
Oh, and I thought we were going to get all the way through this. I've been working on it all morning.
I just got to do it, and I just need your thoughts. Because what did we learn, right? Terry Rozier, we knew something was going on with him last year, and I get that, and that's serious. And Chauncey Billups, illegal poker and all the cheating, that's serious. But why do I feel like the timing, and I told my partner, is a bit curious, and the energy is like every NBA player's betting. And I don't like that. Your thoughts on just, those transactions that happened this morning?
Well, it's a lot. All right. So I think if you are, you mentioned the phrase conspiracy theorist. I think it's so interesting on both sides of it, right? Because there's a way you can look at this and say, this is a Justice Department, an administration, a federal investigation arm that is somewhat oppositional to the NBA, that has had its share of problems with the NBA and a lot of its players, picking a fight with with prominent Black entertainers, Black athletes, and also, hey, by the way, one of them's in Portland, and that's been kind of a locus for some issues for the current administration. I think there's some people that look at it and say that, right? I don't trust what this FBI has to say about that. I think there are some folks that say some of these issues, especially you going back with the Terry Rozier issues, some of the sports gambling stuff goes back before a lot of what's going on with the current state of the FBI and some of those things, and that this is maybe it can be chickens coming home to roost in terms of the NBA deciding a number of years back, being very very vocal and forward in the repealing of PASPA and trying to like push the opening of the legalized sports gambling market and benefiting from that in a lot of ways. And also, sports media has been a part of that too, right? Like an awful lot of what we are consuming these days is brought to you by some kind of sports book or entity. And so then when one of those is in everybody's pocket, the bright lines maybe get a little bit more blurry and the guardrails maybe start to move out a little bit further in terms of where you see where the straight and narrow is. And so some of this is like, all which is to say, I think you can look at this issue and see, see a story from either angle on it. Right?
I got you.
Now that said, I want to say one thing that's sort of interesting because I was reading through the indictments earlier. I was on air earlier today when this was all coming out, so I had not got the opportunity to read the indictments. And I think it's notable that we're talking about two separate cases that were described as being separate but related, right? And one of them is the allegations of illegal mafia-run poker games, where and in that one, Chauncey Billups is specifically named. And in the other one, the manipulation of over-unders and prop bets for sports gambling purposes, that's the one where Terry Rozier is specifically named and Chauncey Billups is not specifically named. As you read through that indictment, there is an identification of co-conspirator 8 in the Terry Rozier indictment. And co-conspirator 8, quote, was an NBA player from approximately 1997 through 2014 and an NBA coach since at least 2021. And he's listed as somebody who is involved in a question about a Bulls-Blazers game in 2023.
Wow.
About, when we're allegedly providing information that we're tanking. And so if you want to have, these guys are not going to be in the lineup. So if you want to make some moves based on that information, here we go. So all that to say, we've talked about, are these separate? Are they related? In what ways are they related? By whom are they related? We know Damon Jones, former Cleveland Cavaliers player and assistant coach, reportedly close friend of LeBron James. That's somebody who was named in both. Chauncey Billups is not named in both. I think that's an interesting point about who co-conspirator number 8 might be, and more will be revealed about that. But right now, what we've got, and it's worth remembering all the way through on these things. What we've got is essentially the law enforcement officials' side of the story. We do not have, Terry Rozier's attorney issued a statement earlier pushing back on some of what the government had said. We have not heard a similar statement from Chauncey Billups or a representative for him. We know that the NBA has placed both Billups and Rozier on leave until, pending further fact-finding and a resolution to these issues. And we know that the Blazers are not holding media availability today. God, I wonder why. And so it feels to me like we are closer to the start of something here than the end of something here in terms of information to come out. How widespread that is, in what, to what degree are these things connected to the Jonte Porter investigation, to Gilbert Arenas getting arrested a few months ago on poker, illegal poker game charges. Some of the other things that we've seen and heard about over the course of the years, Malik Beasley, to what degree is that involved here? I think there's a lot more that we don't know than that we do. And I think we're probably going to know more sooner rather than later on a lot of it.
Man, good stuff.
Yeah, Dan, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and I'd love to catch up with you in the future.
Oh, my pleasure, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Yes, sir. Dan Devine, senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports, been covering the league since 2009.
I like him, Stein.
And very thorough. Yeah. Absolutely. And I don't want to speak for him, but I think he thinks the Warriors got action. Barring hell, Stoddy, like, I get it, man. Like that, I'm not telling you. And it's not something you haven't seen since the inception of Jimmy Butler, Steiny, but assuming health, there is no damn or darn reason the Warriors can't be a problem in the playoffs. Yeah.
But it's game one, right? And we don't know all the pitfalls in regard to health and what can pop off. But as far as the construct of this team, we got to be feeling good right now. Just do.
You want to apologize to somebody? Guru, would you like to apologize to LeBron James?
For?
He was instrumental yesterday in the Lakers film study in the wake of the Warriors' loss, and he was very helpful to his teammates breaking down the film of the loss to the Warriors, just as usual, showing what kind of a team player he is.
That's a weird assumption.
I saw what I saw. So, hey, Bron, Steiny's giving you flowers. I'm not. I saw what I saw.
But isn't it more important?
He's having an internal battle.
Isn't it more important what a guy does with his teammates in the film room as opposed to, just people observing what they think they see about him? Let me get that story for you. Let me get that story for you.
I'm not doing that. I'm not one of those guys that take my kids to the movies and says, "Oh, I'm father of the year. I know some of them." Please. Got to be there every day. You weren't there, and I think you could be playing. But anyway.
This is from the AP. LeBron James is helping Lakers in film study while he's sidelined with sciatica. From the
damage control.
From theDerek.com. LeBron James is helping the Lakers in film study while he's sidelined with theDerek.com. AP News.
All right, I got you.
Let's see what else. Fox Sports. LeBron James helping Lakers in film study.
I'm not impressed, Steiny.
Let me see what else.
Help us get your butt on the court. That's what we need. Film study. They got J.J. Redick for that. Yep. But he heard the noise. He heard the TVs, everybody going at him. It was a bad look.
The other thing is, I guess Evan went on to a sports betting site.
What's CCC?
And he looked at Jimmy Butler's over-under for free throws.
All right, give me another. I'm going to say 9.
I don't care what it is. I got 14.
Yeah, I know, but what was it?
6.5.
Do you understand this is show business, right, Carter? This is show business. Carter laughing. Come on now. Take a few for the team, bro. Come on now. But could you imagine we come in tomorrow? Jimmy 17 for 17. I'll take the lap.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
You will if that is what happened.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Nick Fredell was on with the Morning Roast earlier talking about the Warriors and Kuminga. And listen, right now, a lot of people are high on the Warriors. Nick Fredell's one of them. It's all health related, but here's what Fredell said about being excited about not only Kuminga but the Warriors.
Fans should be excited, and they should feel good because what you saw Kuminga do the other night is what Kerr and the coaching staff have been pleading him to do for a while, which is help out the game in other areas. We know he can score. We know the athleticism is awesome, and he can get to where he wants on the floor. But he has to show every night that he can help in different ways. Because we also know that not every night is a jumper going to go down, and not every night is he going to be able to attack the rim the same way. You can impact the game defensively. You can make the right pass. That offensive rebound at the end that everybody was talking about, that can change the course of what goes on in a game. So everybody should be excited. The only caution I would throw out there is, what was the thing everybody wanted to see with Kuminga all along? It was consistency. So You're talking about a player who needs to prove it night after night after night. Let's see what happens in the Denver game. Let's see what happens tomorrow in Portland. If he can start putting together a stretch of games where everything looks similar, then the expectations can really go through the roof.
And I'll add to this, Donnie, before you jump in. And he also, I believe, won't be traded. Like, if you get this for 20, 25, however umpteen games, and he's showing you he can do it, and he knows what to do, Steiny, why the hell would he go anywhere? You would think.
Well, if you get a bona fide star for him in a package. But no, I completely agree with Nick on that one. And look, Jonathan Kuminga, Tuesday night, played better than he has in 97% of the games that he's played with the Warriors.
I have no problem there.
And Nick hit it on the head. It's like, we know he can score. but they're looking for other things. They're trying to not even play make. Just make the right decision. Just pass it to the right guy. That's what you said
last week, Stoney. You said he's got to be he's got to become a playmaker.
He's not. I don't think he's a playmaker. I think he makes the right pass, and he's been making the right pass. But I don't see him as a kind of playmaker where you put the ball in his hands and he makes plays for other people consistently. Not yet. Yeah. Maybe.
Well, I'm just going off of he drove to the rack and Horford was open and he dished it to him. Had two defenders, come on him, and he dished it off to Horford, easy bucket. So I'm looking at that as a playmaker. Like, I'm letting others eat off of what I do. Two defenders merge on me, bam.
Like the alley-oop to me to Butler, I think it was. Just that's a good, solid, safe, smart play. Put it up at the rim, let him get it, make an easy play. But the bottom line is that Jonathan Kuminga didn't play the previous 4 years like he played the last game. So if he plays like that, all bets are off. Mm-hmm. Then that's the player that the Warriors want to see, and that's the player that a lot of fans who were frustrated with Kuminga wanted to see, and we saw it on Tuesday.
No doubt.
Are we going to see it tonight?
And that's part of why I'm excited watching the game.
Like, why can't a guy consistently rebound?
I think that's a will and want to.
If he gets 30 minutes a night, why can't he get 7 or 8 rebounds
I was
every single night?
No doubt about it.
Okay.
And can jump to the ceiling.
Well, he's never done it.
And no doubt.
So he's got another crack
that's
at
a demerit on, as much as I love him, and I've said as much, there's no reason, again, and I'm not pitting Pods against Kuminga. It's not even that. It's just the fact that you cannot have respect for Pods at his size going in there. Now, you can say, the shots, the ball's coming off long with all the threes, but rebounding to me is a want and a will, Steiny, and he had it on display, opening night.
Yep, and he had it on display in the preseason. Like, that's the other thing that's been positive is, he did it in the opening game, but he's been trying to do that in the preseason, and like that to me has been pretty obvious. So go get 8-9 rebounds tonight. Mm-hmm. Like, go get 8-9 rebounds tonight. Don't turn the ball over. And then if you go 4 for 13, it won't break our backs.
Yeah, man.
That's the way I look at. That's the way I look at it.
In a crazy way, Stoney, I love that it's Denver. Like, this is a great early test.
Yep. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors home opener tonight against the Denver Nuggets, a team they've had trouble with in the past, and should be a fun environment out there tonight at Chase Center. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th. New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Oakland, it's the final home game of the season. The Oakland Roots take on Lexington SC Saturday, October 25th at the Coliseum. Stick around for the final whistle for a special post-game performance by Ruby Red and fireworks to close out the season. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it? Watch live on ESPN Plus or KTVU Plus. OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's movement.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area pit stop of the 2025 season at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. It's the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together, November 8th and 9th. For a chance to win tickets courtesy of Good Guys, visit 957thegame.com.
Tell Stephen A. I said hello, damn it.
I will not. I'm not going to do that.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Pods! I saw him first. Santa Clara.
I saw him first. Yep. Hey, this is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I guess it was talking about Kuminga. What happened to the clean slate, Steiny? He's got a clean slate. He's having a great year. Now he set a standard. He can rebound, and he can make the right pass, and he can score. So let's start seeing all those things together in each game. Very simple. Let's go.
You going tonight? I'll be there.
I'm not going to go tonight. You know, I tend to, I like to stay below the radar. I'll wait till a lousy team comes in here.
Well, you just went last week. It wasn't regular season, but you were just in the house.
Yeah.
My brother and his fireman friends they got a suite. I'll be in there.
You're the worst.
Now tell me why.
Because of what? Because everything you were saying during the break to Evan and me.
Hey, see, but you're snitching.
I'm not snitching. I'm just telling people. Yeah.
Can I say something? I got a new favorite. His name is not Dan Devone. It's Dan Devine. That dude was on fire, but what about his thoughts on what happened this morning? He went there. He went there. He covered the whole gamut.
It's kind of why.
Dude, I didn't think about the Portland political angle, but I don't talk about that. But whoa.
I mean,
he covered it all. Man, you gotta be careful. I get it.
I guess you have to be careful, but let me tell you who I don't want to wake up to: Cash Patel. Don't want to wake up. It
seemed like something
Cash
out of
Patel.
A movie or The Sopranos. There was an act like he was just like.
I didn't want to get into that. I don't want to get into the Keystone Cops.
I love that one.
Oh boy,
what do we got? Just read it.
No, it's.
You got a little cop to you.
Truth. I don't want people to be fooled about J.K. finally playing good in a win against a bad team. But this is a recipe. Okay. It's $10, the truth. He just does not like Kuminga.
Well, we know they're out there, but yeah. It ain't about Kuminga. It's about what his impact on the team. And I love that him and Aaron Gordon. Like, who's going to guard Gordon? You putting Dre on him or Kuminga?
Who's guarding Jokic?
That's why TJD will play tonight. Horford and Dre. And who else we got?
Post.
Yeah, Quentin QP3. Now, why would you? I like him.
I know you do. Because he's the worst defensive center in the league.
Stop. He's in the lab adding muscle.
Yeah. Let's go to Dave in Pleasanton. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, I'm just wondering, I was kind of disappointed we didn't see the best player at every position play together the other night.
Please explain.
We just didn't. Al Horford is obviously the best center we have. Draymond is nothing but 6'5". He is not a center. We know that. Okay, Jimmy Butler is not a 4. Draymond should be playing the 4. And then you put Jimmy, if you want to argue about Kuminga, that's fine. You can argue about Pods and Kuminga, but they can be swapped out. And then you got Curry. None of them played together at the same time.
You're talking about Curry, Kuminga, Butler, Green, and Horford.
Yeah, those 4 never played together, and Horford is the only one that really opens up spacing for Steph that we have right now.
No, I hear you. I'm confused, though, because I named 5 guys. So those 5 didn't play together is what you're saying?
Yeah, so if just to make sure we're on the same page,
okay.
Curry, Pods, Jimmy, Draymond, and Horford did not play together. I don't even think you could replace one with Kuminga if they played together.
I got you. I got what you're saying.
Now, why do you think that is? Why do you think we didn't see that?
I have no clue, but it's irritating to me because we finally have a center that can be in there, block shots, and can score, and we don't use him with our best players. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, all I can tell you is Steve Kerr hasn't been crazy about playing Kuminga, Green, and Butler together, but he did play those 3 together Tuesday. Now, who fills out that rest of the lineup? Curry's got to be the one guy, you would figure.
And how many is he missing? Because Curry started the game.
Green started at center. They started Curry, Pods, Kuminga,
right.
Butler,
no,
Green.
No Horford. Right.
Yeah, so
tonight I believe Horford and Dre are starting. Now, do you think that's too big of a stretch? There's no doubt that they got to be in the starting lineup for me up against Jokic and Gordon.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how they want to defend Jokic. Do they want to do it with the small or with the big? I don't know. And I never know kind of what Steve Kerr 707 says you can't play that five together when only Steph and Horford can shoot the three. That's what Steve Kerr is going to try to figure out.
But what if Kuminga's improved that? He was 4 or 6 the other night.
Then if he's improved that, that's a good start.
You think 6 too many for him?
If he makes 4, no.
Okay. And
if he makes 4, no. But again, 6 is not too many if he only makes 2, but he's doing other things. Very encouraging. Very encouraging start for Kuminga. There's no other way around it. And
damn, Steiny, I ain't mad at you.
But yeah, I think there's 2 issues with that. One is, yes, the lack of three-point shooting when you have Curry, Kuminga, Butler, Green, Horford. You only have 2 3-point shooters in essence there. But you have a pretty smart team, a team that can pass. So I think maybe we'll see that but that's the lineup Kerr has been scared of.
Okay.
Bottom line.
Yeah.
Frank's in Atlanta.
Our man.
Hey Frank, how you doing?
Gentlemen, I hope all is well. Thanks for having me on.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go, Frank.
Okay. First of all, what I noticed in the first game and what another guy that I was talking to who works in an NBA front office was telling me, the biggest issue we're going to have this year is our pace of play has to slow down. We have to decrease our turnover rate from probably 15 to under 12 because we have 4 guys, 35 years plus, who can't play at that pace anymore. He says that Steph and Draymond can no longer be the reason we have 15 or 16 turnovers in a game because we're not that team anymore.
Right.
That's
a good point.
Play, and we don't have what's the name. So what we have to do is our pace of play has to slow down so we can get to game 102 without a lot of injuries.
Look at you. You're 20 games into the playoffs already, Frank. Okay.
There's Naismith, and then there's Frank in Atlanta. That's our guys. He breaks it down. But they were good with the ball opening night. I know it's one game, Frank.
I think they had like 18 turnovers, didn't they?
Oh, come on. Did I miss?
I watched the game.
Well, you watched 3/4 of it.
Exactly. I think they had a lot of turnovers, I think. But the Lakers, of course, had more because they cared less, like they always do. God, I can't stand the Lakers.
They're not slowing the pace down.
Stink.
But you sticking up for LeBron?
I'm sticking up for LeBron just to stick it to you.
Hello.
LeBron.
Frank in Atlanta. He's great.
Kerr did say something about Draymond and Steph.
Oh.
Can't be turning the ball over that
18,
much.
Steiny, damn.
Yeah.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
No, I did watch the game, and I knew
the
how
Lakers
many
at 19, damn.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like it. I don't know.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Willard and Dibbs coming in about an hour there at Splash.
I think I'm going to go hang while they're working. You can't hang out with them while they're working.
You can make fun of them.
Well, I can't do that.
Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll go over there and just stand in front of Willard and try to stick it to him.
Yeah.
Hey, head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Goo by searching 957. And while you're there, download and subscribe for all of our great content at 95.7 The Game. That segment was brought to you by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Bay Area, what's up? It's your guy, Bonte Hill, shouting out my friends at Serramonte Ford. If you think you missed your chance to save on an electric ride, think again. Serramonte Ford is dropping a deal you don't want to sleep on. You can lease a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month. Yeah, you heard that right. An all-electric Mustang for under $300 a month. And if electric's not your vibe, no worries, my friends. Serramonte's got a massive lineup of new and pre-owned Fords ready to roll. F-150s, Broncos, Escapes, you name it. Right now, I'm rolling in the Explorer myself, and man, I love it. And let me tell you, these folks don't play games or haggle. Just good, honest people taking care of Bay Area drivers like you and me. So swing by Serramonte Ford, right off 280 on Serramonte Boulevard, or check out that Mach-E lease for just $299 a month at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
For me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Evan, should I put that receiver I have in for the Chargers tonight?
We're going up against each other.
Quentin Richardson? What's his name?
Are you kidding me?
What's his name?
Quentin.
Yeah, Quentin
Johnston.
Should I go with him?
Not Johnson.
Should I go with him?
I don't
Over
know.
Juwan Jennings?
They've stunk the last 4 weeks.
All right.
Steiny, have you ever, and I'm going to ask E too, he's too young, but honestly, because I'm reading all this stuff about gambling and people say, oh, I saw it coming, addiction. Have you ever been addicted to anything in your life?
I am right now.
Well, it ain't work, but what is it?
That's none of your damn business. But, yes, I've got vices, unfortunately. I think everybody does, and I'm trying to work on them at my own pace, but I'll be damned if I'm going to share them with you.
Well, mine's Red Bull. Evan, you have any?
That's not it.
Yep.
You guys, come on.
Yeah, apparently you got a buddy. You got a buddy who wants to talk to you on the phone.
We all got problems.
Well, what's his name?
Gino.
Hey, Gino, welcome to the program.
Gino's in Vegas.
Smith?
What's going on, boys? How we doing?
Hey. Good. What's up, Gino? How you doing? Who are you? And explain it to Goo.
So, Guru, I think you went to high school with my dad, James Logan. His name's Wayne Perryman.
Yeah, Wayne. What's up, baby?
That's
What's
what
up,
we're doing?
nephew?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So funny, I just got off the phone with him. I'm like, I listen to these guys every day. We're diehard Warrior fans. And I told him, like, one of my buddies I've been playing the video game with for the last 10 years is named LJ. He coaches at Bishop O'Dowd, and I guess you know him as well.
Oh, man, that's my folks. Come on, man. It's a small world, man. I just talked to LJ.
I literally just found this out all within the last 72 hours. So I just wanted to say, first of all, I'm a huge fan, and I guess we're a extended family of some sort.
There you go, baby. I love it, man. What you got tonight on the game? Warriors 2-0, huh?
Come on now, let me tell you, JK needs to be in that starting lineup. I'm absolutely with you. He brings so much. I've been an advocate of this guy since we drafted him. Obviously, the last 2 years, I feel like he should have been playing more than he's should or has been. And I think we're going to have a big night tonight, boys. This is a huge test. I know if we come out of this win or loss, I know that if we just play a great game, I know this is going to be very good for our boys.
And there you go. Hey, before I let you go, I got to tell you, I don't know if you know how bad of a hoop dude your dad was. He could play.
Hey, Coach Gomes, I actually went to high school at Granada High School in Livermore, and his old basketball coach was mine. So
there it is. My man, Coach Gomes, man.
Yeah.
Hey, nephew, stay in touch, baby.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You boys have a good day, and thanks for having me.
And that's what life's about. Right on, Evan, for taking the call. Man.
Like, what do you mean this is what life's about? Like, can you expand
I
on
just
it?
learned that my guy that I went to, Wayne Perryman, his son listens to this show.
Okay.
He didn't know
the
lineage that was behind that. and then went to LJ, the coach at Bishop O'Dowd, assistant coach with Lou Ritchie, and we trying to do something with them. Just a small world, Steiny.
And that's what life's about.
Shout out to the Yoon, baby. Don't hate. I'm not hating. Well, why would you do that? I got to do a post-game presser on the call, but that's my nephew. I hadn't met.
Because you said that's, I wanted to know what specifically.
I'm in a good mood after
happy.
that. Okay, yeah, the connect. I'm a connector.
Like pods. It's fine. Was his dad a good player?
Oh, dude, he could play.
Where'd he go to college and play?
Hold on. To see that, why do you just. Yeah, he was a good player.
Where'd Mr. Perryman go to college?
You know what?
Play?
He played at James Logan High School, and he was a baller.
Was he
Let's
good?
leave it at that. He was good.
We had like forward guard.
They played Gary.
This guy is a ball player.
You guys are the best. He was on the Logan's team that went to the Coliseum to play Gary Payton's team in high school. Kevin Mouton led Logan along with Perryman and the rest of the gang. Blythe. We had, man, Union City has some ballers, man. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm one of them.
I'm not going to shoot you down. What's the point? You want to get it?
No, I'm laughing. Go ahead.
You okay?
Who? Me or Goo?
You.
I'm fine.
I'm just
totally
looking at me
fine.
like, no, go ahead, baby. We do got a football game too, though.
I know,
Stoddy.
but now
Okay.
we got Tom in San Francisco who wants to talk about Butler's message to Kuminga. Hey, Tom, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, thank you. Steiny and Guru, you guys are great. Thanks for brightening every day.
Thanks.
And Steiny, happiness is about connecting with people. That's been proven scientifically, just a side note.
All right.
And I heard a clip you guys played on Kuminga yesterday. And that Mr. Butler basically said, hey, Kuminga, you be you. I'm going to encourage you to do your thing, and we're going to let you take the lead. I thought that was fascinating. What have you guys learned or know, or what's your take on Jimmy being now the influence of Kuminga maybe even starting, empowering Kuminga to be himself? I saw a post game with Kuminga where Kuminga said, hey, I'm like Jimmy. Jimmy's gone through this. Is Jimmy the one that you guys think makes this work for the Warriors? I never thought we'd see him starting. The history, it's shocking to me. I'm happy about it. Got to have most to do with Jimmy, right? We'll take your analysis off the air. Thanks for having me.
I'll let you go, Stoney.
I guess. I don't know why it's clicked for Kuminga. I don't know why it clicked Tuesday for Kuminga. I don't know why. I bet Butler had something to do with it. I'm sure Jonathan had the most to do with it.
Big.
Maybe Kerr had something to do with it. It does seem like the veterans have kind of gathered around Kuminga and been supportive and encouraged him. And so, can it work? It worked. It worked Tuesday. Let's see if it works tonight, works tomorrow, and works moving forward.
No doubt about it. And, me being the sports romantic, when I first heard this, and I don't know why I'm acting shocked, but when you talk about leadership and taking guys under your wing and gals under your wing, it happens. And if you get those right people that are mentoring you and telling you the right thing at the right time with the right message, Steiny, sky's the limit. And I got to give our guys, the Morning Joe, some love, Steiny, Shasky, and Spadoni, because they both at the same time said this. And you tell me if you agree, Jimmy Butler doesn't strike them two, this is our opinion, as the type of guy that would fake kind of kick it and give or, talks to Kuminga if he didn't mean or think Kuminga had those gifts that he talked about that, with the conversation here or there and some other film watching, who's to say that didn't work? But what you just said hit me too, and it's heavy. You can't not give Jonathan himself a lot of the credit too for finally taking heed in this one game, Steiny. And hopefully he can put them back to back. And come January, February, he's still a Warrior. And that to me will signal, oh boy, this season is off to, forget the record. If Jonathan Kuminga still is a Warrior past January, then I think, man, Western Conference, really watch out, because that tells me things are going well.
Jimmy Butler, when he's good, is really good.
There's no doubt.
And when he's not into it, he's not. And he looks like he's into it right now. So when he's into it, he's as competitive as it gets, and he wants to win as much as anybody.
Damn, Steiny.
But when he's not into it,
you got a problem.
Then we have to deal with that. But he's only been here for half a year. He's probably still feeling pretty good. As long as they're having a successful year, I don't really anticipate any issues. The one thing that I need to see, or not just me, but I think Warrior fans need to see is what his management of a season looks like over 82 games.
No doubt. What did you have him at? Your prediction for Jimmy? I had 60-65. I'll be happy, Stoney.
And that's, you better be. Like, you better be happy with 60
now,
or
if he
65.
then hopefully, knock on wood, if he gets a serious injury and it's only 56.
Well, that's not good.
Or is it one of those, well, what do you think? He's older.
707, you can't draw year-long conclusions from the first game of the season, guys.
No, I hope we're not doing that. We specified it every turn through one game. I really believe we've done that.
Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing, man?
Fellas, what's up? Hey, Goo, I'm going to come stand in front of Willard with you.
Okay, there it is. Pull up, baby.
I'll be there. And Steiny, Quentin Richardson played for DePaul in the Clippers. He doesn't play NFL football.
Listen. Okay, now Christian, you need to trust me on this one.
Evan laughing too. Christian.
Evan's favorite team is the Chargers. He knows every player that's ever played for the Chargers. I happen to have a receiver I've never heard of on my fantasy team, and I just remembered his first name was Quentin. And so and don't forget Quentin Richardson with the celebration where you tap his head right after a three.
Yes.
There you go.
I think it's 90.
But
all right.
I called because this is what Jimmy does. He did it with Andrew Wiggins and the Timberwolves. He did it with Tyler Hero on the Heat, and he only lashes out when they don't pay him because you never heard a teammate say he's a bad teammate. Maybe Cat because he called him soft, but I still haven't heard that. So this is what you get from Jimmy Butler until he feels unappreciated, which I don't think he's going to feel on the Warriors. So I don't think we're going to get, the Chucky version of Jimmy Butler as a Golden State Warrior. And a quick point about JK. Remember, this is still a contract year. It's a one and a team option. So he heard everything. He knows what he has to do with the rebounds and assists and play and flow of the game. And when he does that, he's probably gonna realize because he's only 22, that's gonna make him a better basketball player. So he's gonna get a bigger bag too. So that's incentive too. Other than being a better basketball player, I'm gonna get the money I really want after this season.
Wow.
And I'll see you guys there.
All right, Christian.
Appreciate the call. I'm just thinking, he's right, that caller. So Kuminga was making, what did he make last year? Like 7? Think about this. So let me just try to do some math here. So he was making, hold on. He was making, let's say $700,000 a month, right? 700 times 10 is $7 million. Yeah, maybe not quite. $650,000 a month he was making. Now he's making $2 million a month. Think about that. He ought to be happy. He's making over twice as much as he made last year. So that ain't chump change anymore.
Yeah, but it might not. Steiner, he's going to make more than this too.
Well, we'll see.
Well, I'm betting on him too, but. I hear you, but it's more than that. It's pride, too.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
And you're laughing. Why?
I'll tell you at the break.
Wow, I hadn't seen that side of you in a long I don't think ever since you got the Curry jersey signed.
Evan and I weren't on the same page, but it wasn't the end of the world.
Well, that happens.
Let's go to Austin in San Mateo. What's up, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, not much. I was just thinking about something. Jimmy Butler's been on some good teams, been chasing championships for years. That goes back with Derrick Rose, Kirk Hiring, Ben Gordon.
Look at him.
Noah on some good teams. And then following that, too, with Pau Gasol, Dwayne Wade, some good teams. Then Minnesota. I mean, I don't think this Warrior teams can beat those teams back then. I think we're missing another piece for Jimmy to get Jimmy a finals championship this year, to at least get to the finals.
Yeah, they might need that. Appreciate the call, Austin. When did Butler played with Pau Gasol? Did I miss something?
No, I don't. I think he said D Wade.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
Chicago,
right, he
yeah.
did. Okay, forgot Gasol was at Chicago. That's all. I like to. All right,
we got a lot of Austins. Yeah, Austin, that was good knowledge, man. What you got?
I always like to do this. Divided by 82.
Oh, my God.
You know how much Curry makes per game?
Now go ahead, because this is
You know how much Steph Curry makes per game?
All right, I'm going to take a crack at it.
Yep.
$870,000.
Close. $730,000 a game.
That can cure hunger.
$750,000 every game.
Quit pocket watching.
Do you think as a society we're paying the wrong people? Steph, if you're listening, this ain't about you. That could cure. There would be no homeless in we're paying the wrong people.
You don't think he deserves
Denzel, they get too much for movies.
Okay, so you think
Let's pay the right people.
You think Curry's overpaid?
No,
Not earning his
I'm going to
paycheck.
athletes. How much a game?
You know what's funny, though?
No, give it to me again.
No. That's going too
$731,000 a game. It's kind of a rough estimate.
Before taxes.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't bring all that home. He probably brings more when you think of Britta.
I don't want to lose my gig.
Subway.
It's nothing against Steph. It's just wow.
Racket. Hey, Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Wow.
I'm
thinking about the world and what that could do.
In fairness, he does a lot of good with that money.
This ain't about Steph.
Don't do this to him right now.
Yeah.
I mean, based on how much money the Warriors have accumulated since he came into the league,
It's nothing to do with
you can make a case he's actually underpaid.
Yeah, that's true.
Can I tell you two something I jotted down on my 8.5 by 11? Shout out Scott Osler yesterday while the Warriors didn't play in the NBA. Wemby is something we've never seen. Shocker. But I got to go here, and I was saving it for tomorrow, but I got to let loose now. I'm not a big fan of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. I hate everything it stands for, but I'm a believer in love. I saw too many videos this season with one Klay Thompson and his new girl, Meg Thee Stallion, cozied up, eating, and just sharing us with everything they were doing. And I just thought, love is for everybody. But I felt like at a point, Steiny, was forced down my throat. And one night I said to myself, I hope Klay's in the lab. I hope he's in the lab.
For what?
I watched shooting. Oh. I watched a couple Maverick preseason games, and Klay couldn't hit the side of a barn. I said, you know what, Goo? That's what I said, third person. It's preseason. Last night, he couldn't hit the side of a barn. And you know what's happened simultaneously, Stoney, in the arena in Dallas? She's in a suite taking selfies because she's the Taylor Swift.
She?
Meg Thee Stallion, his girlfriend, while he's just breaking left and right. And I'm thinking, like, you're turning into Travis, Klay. Put the phone and camera down and tell her stay home and ball out. It's a bad look. And I hope this is not the new Klay where he's Travis, because Travis fell off. Just missing every shot left and right, Klay.
He never starts well.
He has no legs, if you catch my drift. Focus. I mean, he's starting, getting all the shots. Steiny, I'm telling you, I'm worried. It's bad. I'm telling you, man.
So, like, do you ever stop and think what you're really saying?
I am.
Okay, so his girlfriend can't come to the games. Like, what are we doing?
When you making shots in your Clay, she can sing the national anthem. But Steiny, when you're in the midst of
producing, is he producing the telecast?
No, he's not.
Okay, so does he have any control over where the camera is shooting?
He has the control to say, "Hey, honey, sit this one out."
Sit what out? What's she supposed to sit out?
Don't come
She's
in the
in a
game.
suite.
Yeah, but the game is the game. It's not for you. You got your form and cathedral to do what you want to do.
You know what that's called? Misogyny. That's what that's called.
No, it's the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing all over.
First of all, Travis Kelce's 48 years old. He's going to go downhill anyway. You guys have a, you know what? You guys have a real problem with strong women, don't you?
Who?
You.
I come from Daisy
You
Mae
and a
Johnson.
lot of men
I don't.
have a real problem with strong women.
I don't even know who you are.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, Clay stinks. And I think I know why. Get off of this tour that you're in love and take it out on the rims. I'm watching Jay Kidd and everybody, they pass it to him.
He doesn't believe what he's saying, people.
Who?
You. This is going to be like that Bart thing.
Don't talk about that.
Poor woman. Can't even go see her future husband
This is
play?
about Clay. Focus, man.
So Mia comes to a game, you wouldn't be able to focus?
If Mia was a sideshow or she was like Lola Falana,
Did
I
you
wouldn't
see
want
what she was doing at Ibanez's party? She was taking a lot of photos, Mia was.
She ain't famous. You know what I'm saying.
I just think you're a crackpot.
No,
on this one.
so you like the Kelvis? I never liked I like the love in the relationship, but I don't like what it turned into a sideshow. Let the man come do his job and perform.
Travis Kelce has nothing to do.
Yeah, but she took over and it ruined him.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, look, I know what I'm talking about.
You mean the same Chiefs you said are great?
Well, no, I mean, he's done.
4-3?
He's done. He's cooked.
He had 7 catches last week.
He's cooked.
Next question.
I like Clay. I'm rooting for Clay. I'm just saying be careful. Focus on the game.
I don't know why it bothers me that my guru's actually saying this about a guy's relationship.
I kind of think he's jealous.
He's something.
I'm not.
It has nothing to do with Clay if she's in the suite and a cameraman is showing her.
It's all fine when you're dropping 25 and 30 and shooting 40% from 3, but when you're bricking, I'm just saying this has the ingredients to go left, man. That's all.
Well, are they going to take away one of his 4 titles?
No.
Okay.
I'm rooting for him, though.
He's shooting.
So let me ask you a question.
That's
a question. So back in the day, there was a columnist in the Bay Area, Glenn Dickey.
Come on, a legend.
Okay. And Joe Montana's wife apparently was due one time, and she was giving birth.
Jennifer.
Around the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And Glenn Dickey criticized Montana for not having the foresight to not be pregnant.
That's too, come on.
Oh, whoa.
That's
whoa. But wasn't he distracted by maybe a child coming around Super Bowl time, Joe Montana? Glenn Dickey said, hey, maybe you should have pushed it back a month or 2.
Oh, I'm pro-life. That's awful. And Glenn, I never knew he did that, but good Lord. Come on, Glenn. Man, come on.
I mean, would you want to have a child in the middle of ratings week? Yeah, I'm just saying.
You or something.
Just rethink what you're saying.
I'm not.
You should.
Who's more famous, Clay or Meg Thee Stallion right now? Who's hotter?
Next question.
I got it. It's Meg. Times 10.
And that's what you're jealous about. That's what you can't stand. You can't stand when a woman gets the attention that normally a man gets.
No.
You can't handle it. You can't.
That is so funny you think that's
And you can't handle the fact that there's some people out there that don't think sports is that important, and they're
Clay does. It's his craft. I'm just rooting for him.
Yeah, but you're just mad that Megan Thee Stallion's getting the headlines.
You don't want.
What do you have against women?
You don't want her to stop. You don't want her to overshadow what you bring to the table. So work on your game.
Why not?
That's all I'm saying.
Why not? Why can't she overshadow him?
Because I want the best version of Clay.
What if the best version of her overshadows Clay? She's a performer.
but she wasn't performing last night. She just happened to be at the game watching him miss everything he threw up.
So when she does a concert, if they show Klay Thompson...
Oh, stop. No, that's on brand, of course.
Wait, that's okay?
Yeah, because she's doing her thing. She ain't going 1 of 9 from 3. Like Klay, I'm worried about Klay's game.
We're in a suite watching Megan Thee Stallion
no problem
perform.
at all. Stop, Steiny.
So
None at
he
all.
can be shown, but she can't? You're missing something.
No, you're missing the point. I'm talking about performance.
888.
Yeah. Or their lack of.
We're going to get back to this because who's missing something? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm just telling you, Klay stinks.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I joined the military for my kid and his mom. I miss my son a lot. One of the things with the military is tobacco, but I saw a lot of people try to deal with mental issues. Everyone's vaping constantly. After my first hit of a vape, I was hooked like that. Once I got back home from my deployment, I caught my son trying to hit my vape. That was it. I had to quit.
Isaiah started vaping to try to deal with stress and quit because of his son. Learn how he and other Californians are rising above big tobacco at undo.org.
Upgrade your laundry routine with a durable and reliable Maytag laundry pair at Lowe's. Like the new Maytag washer and dryer with performance-enhanced stain-fighting power, designed to cut through serious dirt and grime. And what's great is this laundry pair is in stock and ready for delivery when you need it the most. Don't miss out. Shop Maytag in-store or online today at Lowe's.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. Looking for something spooky to do with the whole family this harvest season? Come to Children's Halloween Haunt at History Park on Saturday, October 25th. Enjoy hay rides, carnival games, a mini pumpkin patch, cultural fall crafts, and of course, trick-or-treating at History San Jose's House Museums. History Park is located at the corner of Phelan Avenue and Center Road. Tickets available at the door or online at historysanjose.org. See you at the park.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
I'm just telling you, Clay stinks. I should be in a Napa State white jacket because I'm crazy.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All right, one more segment, then we'll bring in the boys from Splash
again.
To do the crossover. They're out there. Warriors home openers tonight against the Nuggets. If you get out there early, go say hello to Dibbs and Willard.
I'm going out there.
I know, but are you excited?
Yeah, I'm super excited. But before, I need you to take a play off because I got, my mother's with the angels in heaven, but I got another mother, and that's Mrs. Giddings. And she texted Evan after that last segment. And Evan, can you read what my mom's wrote to you?
Yeah, she loves you, Goo. You are her favorite.
Okay.
However, is Goo really saying love doesn't help performance or strong women inhibit their partner's performance? Tell him I love him. He can go pound sand.
All right. So this is different than you trying to misconstrue my words. Mama Giddings, no, I am about love. All I was simply saying is this summer, there were a lot of videos that I partake in that were on Instagram, and Clay was cuddled up with Meg. That is beautiful. She's doing her thing. He's doing his thing. All I'm saying is, Clay, don't forget about your craft. And having her at the game, opening night in the suite, doing her thing, she can do that, her prerogative, that's cool. I watched that game, and I was like, damn, while Clay's having a bad game, and all I'm simply saying is, Clay, love is love. I'm about love, black love. But, dude, don't forget, don't be Travis Kelce, and once you go with this famous relationship, your game falls off. And that's all, because I'm rooting for Clay. And I'm not by myself. I've had this conversation with men and women. Clay's going real public with the relationship. That's fine. But, dude, still work. Don't forget about your game.
So does it cross your mind at all that Clay's relationship with Megan Thee Stallion could bring her performance level down when she does concerts?
I don't care about her performance.
What's the difference?
No, not at all. What do you mean, what's the difference? Singing rap lyrics and playing NBA hoop is totally different.
It's the same. It's performance.
Stop.
You stop.
Yeah. I was going to say, how do you know?
You stop.
Yeah. Like, Clay hasn't. She's not going 1 of 9 or 2 of 14.
Know? What if
because she's making records and she's at the top?
You just implied that Megan Thee Stallion could be bad for Clay's career, and I'm saying, why couldn't Clay, who's famous, theoretically be bad for Megan's career?
Because she is on top still, and he's bricking.
The point stands, I think. Should we take a call or should we move on?
Go ahead.
Let's go to Mike in San Lorenzo. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Tiny Goo, what's going on, man? I'm going to tell you about this love hurt segment you guys got going on, right?
Talk to me.
So I'm pretty sure that Clay lost his dog Rocco, correct?
Yeah, gotcha.
He's hurting from Rocco. He ain't hurting from Megan Thee Stallion. He had to fill a void with Megan, happenstance. Whatever's going on, it has to do with Rocco. When Rocco's been around, he was A1 clutch. Mind you, the season just started. I'm happy the season just started. I've been watching all basketball. Yeah, I got NBA TV. I forked out for it. But Peacock, man, they got to fix that. But the love hurt segment, Megan is the best thing that's happened to him since the loss of his dog. And I think that's what the whole case is with this whole brick house love segment. So I just wanted to fill you in, Goo.
I appreciate it.
Love with love.
All right. I get that.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Let's talk about the Warriors being contenders. Let's get back to business. What's up, A? How you doing?
Oh, what's up, man? The Warriors are contenders. I'm not saying they should be the number one contender or they're going to be the number one seed, but they're going to be in the thick of things, man. If Jonathan Kaminga can play like this, like just passing the ball all of a sudden, playing, focused defense, and Jimmy Bucket's playing with that high basketball IQ. Steph is still Stephing. Steph is Jerry Rice. Like when Jerry Rice got older, he still was with the Raiders, 1,200 yards receiving, still looking pretty good, still being a threat. That's him. He's just freaking Jerry Rice at basketball, man. But at the end of the day, I'm ready, man, because we got a good team. We got high basketball IQ. Sure, they're old, but I'm going to take high basketball IQ now with pretty much anything when it comes to basketball. That's why we're going to be in the thick of things. We can mess with OKC. We can mess with Houston Rockets, all these teams, and I'm ready. I don't care what nobody says. Like I said, the Warrior players, they believe in themselves, and that's all that ever matters, man. Like that album by my Oakland native Richie Rich, they're seasoned veterans.
Yeah, look at you. I got that reference.
Thanks, A. Appreciate the call. Yep, they got to stay healthy, though, of course.
No doubt, man.
Let me get into some Niner stuff from yesterday, because they got a game against Houston. We'll spend 10 minutes on where they're at.
It's also a couple of updates from practice.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Right now, not being seen at Thursday's practice. Bryce Huff, Jake Brendel, Yitzhak Gross-Matos. Working on the side is Diamondor Lenore, Ricky Pearsall, and Luke Gifford.
All right, so Pearsall's on the side after not practicing yesterday.
And nothing about Purdy, huh?
Well, this is from yesterday.
All right.
Shanahan on Brock Purdy's toe.
Kyle, from what you've been told, is Brock making progress that is kind of what your medical staff has predicted he would make through this point?
Yes. Yeah. It's different dealing with the toe, but I'd say it's steadily getting better each week.
All right, so Matt was Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area was asking if they anticipated him to be out this long, essentially, and I guess Shanahan was saying we knew it was a possibility.
Now the question is, how long is how long, When do we expect him back, man?
According to Diana Rossini, she said that the 49ers had been targeting this week, but it doesn't look like he's going to play, so then the question becomes, could he play against the Giants next week when they go to New York
on turf?
Yes,
if that even matters. But you think it does, or
I don't know. Man. I mean, if we're at the point where you're worried about whether he's playing on grass or turf, then you can't bring him back. I wouldn't think. He was asked about, but in Matt Barrows' story yesterday on The Athletic, he essentially said that Purdy suffered a setback in a practice a couple weeks ago, and The hope is it's sometime around midseason, but we'll see. This is Shanahan being asked about Pearsall, who's working on the side today. It's short.
I don't think it's a setback, just not going as fast as we wanted, but nothing new's happened.
All right, that's not a setback.
Yeah. Because what you don't want to have happen, Stoney, is let's just say in the next 2 or 3 weeks, he goes out there and the same thing happens that happened when he went out there after 2 weeks. Then you could possibly be looking at a scenario like, what's the best interest for this guy moving forward? Do we even try to risk him coming back for the duration anytime in the rest of the season? Like, that's how to me, this thing is how finicky it is.
Yeah, I don't.
Dude, weeks are coming.
Yeah. Let's go to Omar in Oakland. He's got some thoughts on the 49er quarterback situation.
Oh.
Hey, Omar.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
It's always good to talk with you guys. I want to say I think the Niners got to stick with Mac Jones because Brock Purdy's inconsistent, man. You know, you've seen what he did against the Jaguars. I think threw 2 interceptions. I know they paid him the big money, but you got to go with the best man. The best must play. And at the end of the day, Mac Jones only had 1 bad game if you really think about it. It was really, was that 2 weeks ago when they lost? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. And he was kind of banged up. But that Rams game was really – that was a classic, you know. He stamped his legacy. I wouldn't say legacy, but he introduced himself to the Niner faithful. I'm a Colts fan, so it would be great to play the Niners in a Super Bowl in Santa Clara. And I want to say one question for Guru.
What's up, baby?
Why do you support the Cowboys, brother? Why do you support the Cowboys, man? And when y'all going to get back to the NFC Championship, man? It's been 30-something years, brother.
Well, okay, one, it was passed down to me. My father's from East Texas, so I was born and raised here in California, so I'm loyal to the soil. And as far as the NFC Championship game, I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
All right. Thanks, Omar. Appreciate the call. So, your Bullard, Texas is in East Texas?
Yep.
But that is there any chance that's closer to New Orleans than Dallas?
No. What you mean?
Geography-wise. If it's east,
Texas is by Louisiana.
I know. It's borders it, I think.
Yeah, but it's East Texas, Bullard, Texas.
I'm just wondering if maybe Norm was closer to New Orleans, even though he was in Texas.
He's not
Hey,
Dallas.
Norm! Somebody do a...
Yeah, this ain't the...
It's not that close.
It's not that close? No. All right, Norm. Norm's off the hook.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
That's the first Colts fan I think I've ever heard, too.
And I should have asked him, how the hell are you... But, dude, it's all kind of transplant fans out here.
That's right. They do play the Colts later in the season. Is that game in Indy? I don't know.
What happens if we come back here Monday, truly, Stoney, and the Niners are 6-2? I'm asking you to be John Lynch. Are you picking up the phone? Because the deadline's rapidly approaching. Do you look at this like, man, let's just ride this wave and see where we can go? But we might need a new O-line and a new Trent Williams here soon. We don't want to give up, the too many assets that we have. Or where are you at? Do you say, you know what, let's try to enhance and see if we can get some type of pass rusher in here to help? Or how do you see it if somehow I expect them to beat the Texans, but if we're here Monday and they're 6-2? You need more? Well, the deadline will be gone then. I think, what is I forget what it is, somewhere, the 4th or 6th?
It's this week and next, I think, and then there's the trade deadline. So I don't know. My first thought would be I'd be very reluctant to give up any draft picks if I were the San Francisco 49ers, because the only way I give up draft picks is if I think I'm really close. And I'm not convinced we're really close. And by the way, Kyle Shanahan's been answering questions in the media. It doesn't feel like their urgency has changed between, let's say, weeks 3 or 4 and this week. He keeps saying, do you have more of a sense of urgency now to do something with Bosa hurt, with Warner hurt, now with Huff hurt? And he says, no, we've been making calls the whole time. So, and now you got a guy like Huff
Dude, can you believe it, man?
But you're going to get him back in a couple weeks. So, yeah, the pass rush may
But are you
struggle
6-4 instead of, 5-4 instead of 7-2?
Maybe.
I mean, he was playing well, man, and all of a sudden 2 weeks, with the hammy.
No, but I know. That's what I mean. They're going to miss him for 2 weeks, but then they're going to get him back. So do you go try to bolster the defense knowing that he's probably going to be coming back in a couple weeks? I don't know what you do. But the 49ers have a lot of decisions to make on a lot of guys in terms of when to bring them back. It feels like the new one is going to be Pearsall. Pearsall and Lenore today are working on the side. Is that good? Or is that an indication they probably won't play?
Well, it's Thursday, Steiny. If they're on the side, I got to be honest. I think they're not going to play. And, again, I can totally be wrong. There were times I thought Juwan Jennings was playing and he didn't play. And then the exact opposite. He wasn't going to play and he played. But, man, you figure you got walkthrough tomorrow, whatever they have tomorrow. That's Friday. You get on the plane. I mean, man.
Yeah. No, I mean, it doesn't look good for Pearsall. And the good news is they got Kittle back and they ran the ball effectively on Sunday. And
that'll be interesting.
If they can bring that running game back, then they'll be less one-dimensional and maybe their offense starts clicking. I don't know, but I think they're, right now, obviously the defense is playing better than the offense. But then again, the offense is missing some pieces and, well, the defense is too. But I guess the defense is, to my way of thinking, I think it's been the story of the year.
Oh, man, no doubt. And, I sit here every time I hit a new corner, Stoney, I'm talking about how great Kyle Shanahan is, and he is. But right there next to him this season alone with what's not been at his disposal, and that's Robert Saleh, it's just lightweight, incredible, what they've been able to do and achieve and stay in these games. And up comes the Houston Texans. I'm not a big fan of C.J. Stroud, Sonny. I think he's regressing. They have no old line, so, I don't want to jinx him, but I feel like the Niners as a defense can eat and stop that offense, and I don't know the availability. You talked about it on Monday. Nico Collins left the game with concussion-type syndromes or a concussion protocol. So what if he's not there? I mean, I just like where the Niners are at going in to face old defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans.
The one thing I was thinking about was Robert Saleh. And
give it to
you were saying, if he does a great job with the defense, maybe he'll get hired again.
Who checked me and said, nah, it was Adam Amin we had on. Remember, he said he might have to go to the back of the line and wait a little bit.
In a crazy kind of way, if the 49ers defense, let's say they play like this all year, why would you hire Saleh as a head coach? You know what I mean? Isn't he establishing that if he does this job with San Francisco, isn't he kind of establishing that's what he does, that's what he's best at, and that's the place he should be utilized?
That is very interesting, and I would just say this. Where do you differentiate the success as a coordinator to a head coach, it not working? Just his stint in New York?
Yeah.
I mean, and I'll say this as a coach, Stoney, I think, I hear the word teacher and things like that. So obviously he's doing that to this young bunch. Wouldn't you say that? And I could be totally wrong because we found out it was 4 years in New York. Remember, I thought it felt like one. Doesn't that supersede the stench that was and the Aaron Rodgers circus for him in New York? Maybe it was just not a great situation. If I'm a new team looking at what he's doing with this young Niner defense.
Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve another chance or he won't get another chance. I'm saying I wouldn't hire him.
Wow.
As a head coach. I would try to hire him as a defensive coordinator.
Are you there with Saleh to where Steiny's saying, being honest, I might not hire him as a head coach again, but a coordinator, he's proven this is kind of his lane?
I mean, I think this is a pretty good resume builder if he helps this defense get to the playoffs. He was already interviewing for head coaching jobs last offseason. I think Jacksonville is in the mix for.
They say that's
Las
why
Vegas.
him and the coach got into it. He was supposed to get that job, but that's neither here
I
nor
think
there.
he'll be a candidate again. The question is he going to get a second shot over some of the new and up and comers? I don't know, but he'll be in the mix.
Yeah, it was more like a philosophical question to me.
But
like,
you got me thinking.
I mean, he's a.
It didn't work as a head coach.
I probably wouldn't hire him as a head coach based on his greatness as a defensive coordinator and. Well,
what about the greatness of some of the other coordinators who are now head coaches? Like Kyle Shanahan is obviously a great play caller.
Right.
So you wouldn't hire him as a head coach because he's a great OC?
No, what I'm saying is
he hadn't failed yet, Evan.
Unfortunately,
Salo in New York was bad. That doesn't count as a
and the guy who's replaced him is 0-6.
No, I'm not saying that he did a bad job. I'm just saying, you wouldn't hire him as a head. How many head coaching jobs did Norv Turner have?
Well, I got to believe 4 or 5. I don't know.
A few, yeah.
Yeah. So, they said he didn't make, he was a better coordinator than a coach. That's all.
Well, yeah, but I think it's hard to.
And that's what fascinates
like you're taking
me.
Robert Saleh's success as a DC and saying that's why he can't be or why he shouldn't be a head coach.
And I'm saying that's why he should be one. He's a teacher.
That's kind of what I'm saying is I think some guys are coordinators and some guys are head coaches. And if I were an owner of an NFL team, I'm just saying I'd probably lean away from Saleh as a head coaching candidate.
Well, I'm sure the Niners want them to.
And Steiny, I'm kind of on the opposite side, gravitating to him more. You could throw something at me with what he's doing just with this version of the Niner team, how young they are and unproven. In a crazy world, I feel like that supersedes the failure, if we want to call it that, in New York. Well, that's what it was. He got fired, right?
And I would say you're the same guy who said you're sick of retreads, and he failed as a head coach. And I don't know, maybe you're not a retread until you have 2 jobs.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not.
That's interesting, man.
I don't know. I've seen it also has to do with clearly his gift as a defensive coordinator too. And I don't just mean the first stint here with the Niners. Like, it's clear that he's got Shanahan's got all the trust in the world with him, and that Saleh's like his own kind of man here, and I kind of feel like Shanahan's had to babysit the other defensive coordinators. Yeah. Let's squeeze in David and El Cerrito real quick before we head to the crossover. What's up, David? How you doing?
I'm well. I happen to be a Jets fan. I don't think it was his fault. But that being said, I'm also a Buckeye fan. And I think the Niners, Houston, I've been saying this since he was at Ohio State. I didn't care. I think C.J. Stroud sucks.
Man.
And I think that the things he did bad at Ohio State, he still does bad. I used to say that he's always working on his 22-step drop back, and he still does it. He has no vision. He can't throw guys open. He throws a nice ball when it's in the air. So, yeah, I look at whatever the Houston's doing. It wouldn't even shock me if they didn't win another game. I think he's actually really bad.
Okay.
And I think that's why the Niners will win, because the quarterback's not really bad.
Can I have a question? Can I ask you a question?
Man.
Sure.
Didn't he have a great rookie year or second year?
Yeah, because no one knew what he could or couldn't do yet.
Gotcha.
A lot of players in the NFL come in. Look at what's his name for the Titans, Will Levis' first game. I think he threw 4 touchdown passes. Look at Mariota's first game. I think he threw 4 touchdown passes. When guys are coming in the NFL, the teams get some time to figure you out, and once they do, it's over. And it's the guys who get figured out that can take it to another level. They're the ones that excel. I've always loved Darnold. I've always loved Daniel Jones. And here they are. It takes time. The C.J. Stroud don't have it. He don't have the head. He doesn't have the vision. He just sucks. And the Niners are going to win because he sucks.
All right. Wow. You know what? I feel like going to the FanDuel.
Too soon.
I don't know.
Yeah, Saul absolutely got a raw deal.
That is great, Paul.
Yeah.
I'd hire him.
4 years. He's there 4 years. All right, we got crossover coming up. Willard and Dibbs are at Splash. Warriors home opener tonight. That segment was brought to you by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back, And you can cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside, only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. You must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Pros don't just show up, they prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
On October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Listen all week for your chance to win $100 and movie passes for a night out to see Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
And that's what life's about.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it is crossover time, so let's head out to Splash, adjacent to Chase Center. Warriors home opener tonight against Denver. What's going on, Willard and Dibbs? How you doing?
Well, you know, pretty good again.
Pretty awesome, pretty phenomenal, and here we are getting ready for the home opener, and it's the calm before the storm. And by storm, I don't mean to portray that as negative, but it's going to be a storm of blue and gold, and next thing you know, you've got a lot of excitement, and you've got a Warrior home opener. Pretty awesome.
Okay, so,
yeah, no doubt about it.
Try this.
Whoa. Willard, what are you thinking?
I'm trying to find it. Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. What am I thinking? I want to know where the hell you are, because I was promised that you were going to be standing right in front of me trying to get in my goat. That's what I was told. So where are you?
I'm in the studio.
I know. But, how many minutes do I need to wait until you're here, Steiny? That's all I want to know.
Oh, look at Will.
Let's go.
Will talking to him like Steiny on
Let's
bread.
go. Let's go.
Wait, what do you
Get
mean?
down here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm on my way. I'm going to the game with my brother. I'm coming to mess with you guys.
You said maybe you were going to come down here, stand in front of me, and try to mess with me. I heard you say it.
Oh, no.
So let's do it. I've been looking forward to it since you said it.
Yeah, I changed my mind.
All right. I knew you would.
Maybe I'll come. Guru's coming down there, though.
I know he is, because Guru's a real one.
But I don't want to be a distraction. I hate that you guys, I love that you have to do the show, but if I come, but you know what I mean, I got to let y'all perform.
Come sit here and do the show with us.
Through, yes.
Mark Spears is going to come by. Steve Scott's going to come by. Come on, it's going to be a cast of thousands. You can be a part of this. You're Guru.
All right, I'm going to come by.
Yeah. Come by.
You coming, Steiny?
Sure.
Yeah.
Everybody, the whole panel.
Why don't you guys wait outside for me?
Yeah. Be right there.
No, I usually like to go to. This is a big one. You know, the home opener. I like to. I like to slink in when Utah's in town.
I'm kind of with you a little bit. The fam and the peeps and the lovely Christy were like, "Hey, can we go to this one?" And I'm like, not this one. We got, you know what I mean? We got 41 others. There's 40 other ones. Can we not just, with all the stuff and the pomp and circumstance, we were just, you know what I mean? We just did a watch party 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And Thursday night football, this is a perfect two-screen Thursday.
Look at you.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing you, Goo, hanging with Dibbs,
I'm coming.
seeing some of the people on their way in. Let's do the show, and then I'm going to get my butt out of here, and I'm going to go cook some pasta and watch both games with the kids. That's what I'm doing tonight.
Hey, I got to do something here. Steiny asked me something, and it just came out of left field, and I can't shake it. And we'll get right back to the Warriors, but it was Robert Saleh and the job that he's doing with this defense, and I got to believe the job that he's doing with this defense, if I'm an owner or general manager of another team and I need a coach, this supersedes, and I know it's going to sound crazy, what I think didn't go right in New York. Your thoughts on that? Because I think if again, the season's not over, But if they keep playing and performing and not the reason this team's losing, I mean, how does that look on his resume compared to whatever you want to call what happened in New York?
Well, it looks good, but then you also have to step back and realize that there are some people who are elite coordinators but not great head coaches. And I think about Norv Turner as one guy who would fit that bill. And, you know, the Niners, if they beat Houston on Sunday, and the pick is in, and I'll give that tomorrow when we're all together.
Exciting. That's exciting.
If Houston were to lose again, and if Houston were to continue to look like this, which is, man, D'Amico Ryans, defensive coordinator, great defense, but your offense stinks, he might lose his gig.
Yeah,
and
wow.
Saleh lost his gig. And Mike McDaniel, offensive coach, their offense is not terrible. Well, the whole team is terrible, but he might lose his gig. So just because Saleh's defense looks good doesn't mean that he's automatically now another head coaching candidate. It's a little bit more nuanced than that. I think that Saleh is better as a head coach than D'Amico and Mike McDaniel, but certain things, you know, certain things are not necessarily like on balance.
Well, and I'd say
Well
this,
said,
Goo,
Gibbs.
yeah, Goo, like outside of you, who just walked into a room one day and took this job with sheer talent, most jobs in America, you guys know how they start. They start with relationships. And so it's no different in the NFL. When there's that team out there that is looking for a new head guy, is Robert Saleh going to be a candidate like many other coordinators? Sure, but are those relationships in place? What is that GM? Who does he know? Is it his guy? And you know, do they want an offensive coach? Do they want a defensive coach? So I won't dismiss what you're saying at all. He definitely could be a candidate, but
I hear what you're saying,
this
too.
offseason might be a little quick, too, because everyone still remembers, you know, the one failed job, whether it was his fault or not.
Now, Dibbs, I do got to just throw it real quick back to you. You said you think he's a better head coach than D'Amico Ryans. Now, Ryans is taking his team to the playoffs as a coach.
Right. And the whole idea of took his team, blah, blah, blah. Yes, he did that, and his quarterback was amazing. But since then, his quarterback's gotten worse.
No, he has, man.
When you look at situations, and I look at Robert Saleh in New York, and the Jets are like maybe a little bit north of Cleveland, but that is a broken organization. So I actually was saying this to Mark yesterday. If you're Robert Saleh and Tennessee is open and New Orleans is open, it won't be, but Carolina's open. If you look at the open jobs, wouldn't you rather stay as a coordinator another year as opposed to go to a team with no quarterback and poor ownership? If I'm Robert Saleh, I'm thinking, yeah, I'd rather be here and make whatever I make as a coordinator and wait for an actual good job.
Yeah,
that's tricky,
it
man.
Depends it depends if they're going to double or triple that paycheck and for how many years. But I definitely hear you, and that's always a problem with the jobs that come open in professional sports. They tend to be less than ideal jobs, so you start out behind the eight ball a little bit.
And that's where the Steve Kerr thing to me is so fascinating, because if you believe the reports where it was like the New York Knicks or the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah,
and
man.
Like, what are you going to choose? And, I mean, New York is the Big Apple, and it's the Mecca. And then you look at Golden State, and it's like, well, Mark Jackson got these guys to where they're actually a good team, and he chose wisely, if I can borrow from Indiana Jones, and the rest has been ongoing history. But a lot of times you don't have that choice. And if you're Robert Saleh, you might be looking at, well, this team is terrible, and this team's just a little less terrible. So what do we really want to do, you know?
Yeah, speaking of Steve Kerr, another great interview with him yesterday, and it's kind of funny. So sort of the theme of our show. I'm a Golden State Warrior lifelong fan, not a Jonathan Kuminga Golden State Warrior fan. But Steiny and I talked about it. I wonder, had Moody been healthy, you know, would Jonathan have gotten a start? And, of course, you guys get that out of him. Do you expect J.K. to be in there again tonight?
I would think. I mean, Steve confirmed with us yesterday, by the way. One of the remember you guys asked if we would ask Steve this, and we did. Would Moses Moody have started if he were healthy on Tuesday night? The answer was yes. Yes. And so I can only think that would be the case again tonight. But again, Moses Moody is out tonight. So at the same time, Steve did say that is a group that they want to work with and look at. And so, yeah, Goo, I got every expectation that the starting lineup tonight is exactly the same.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I also think that I think if you look at Kerr's history, he's probably known to tinker over especially the first couple months of the season. And I think there's going to be nights where Kuminga starts, Kuminga doesn't start. I think there's going to be nights Horford starts. I think there's going to be nights Draymond starts at the 5. I think Pods will start most of the time, if not all. Moody, maybe a little in between. But the one thing about Kerr is it's always about these 3-man units that he wants to try to put together, and he always is looking for certain things with those 3-man units. And one is you always have to have one shooter of those 3 at least. And so, I think this thing's going to evolve over the course of the year.
Well, I also wonder, too, because of the whole Al Horford's not going to do back-to-back things.
Right.
Because I think a lot of us thought Al Horford would maybe be in the starting lineup at times.
Yeah.
But if he's going to miss all of the back-to-backs and you want continuity in your starting lineup, maybe Al Horford is a come-off-the-bench guy all year long.
Yeah.
But then again, then you get to that whole question of how many minutes does Draymond play at the 5, and do you want him, bumping chests with Nikola Jokic for however many minutes tonight? I don't know. That's the challenge to this whole thing. There will be a lot of different starting lineups, but I think, I mean, why would you not go with the exact same group tonight that you went with 2 nights ago based on all those factors?
Yeah, and I'm with you, Willard, but I was just telling Steiny I'm no coach, but I would think Horford would definitely play tonight and sit out tomorrow as opposed to miss big Jokic where they need him and then play them against Portland, right, Dibbs?
Yeah,
confirmed.
Confirmed yesterday.
Confirmed.
And that's why I think that tonight you might see Al Horford get more than the 20 minutes that Steve Kerr had talked about being the limitation. I think maybe you stretch him out to 25, knowing that he'll be off tomorrow, and then he won't play again until, I think, Saturday.
Monday.
Right.
Monday, isn't it? What's the next game after Friday? Isn't it Monday?
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday. They got 2 back-to-back.
You get 3 days off if he does that.
I mean, if you're looking at Al Horford's minutes, tonight would be a time where maybe you want to stretch him out a little bit more and you give him more of those minutes. And I do think that part of it, too, is like letting Al get comfortable with this group because of the Jonathan Kuminga off-season contract thing. They didn't have a great opportunity to get everyone together, even in the offseason, Al and, Seth when he gets here and D'Anthony when he's healthy and all the rest of it. So maybe you use a few extra minutes tonight to try to get Al more comfortable with the fellas.
Make sure you're not sleeping on Klingon, Goo. Who's going to guard Klingon tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, we'll deal with that.
He's a big boy.
Who's coaching Portland? Oh, we already know. That was what did you guys make of that this morning, if I can ask my brothers?
Absolutely fascinating, and I read the whole indictment, and my big question, and it's funny because I talked to my ex-wife, who goes by...
This got really real really fast. Hold on a second.
It got real because her name is similar to Chauncey Billups. And when she worked at Blue and Gold Fleet 30 years ago, they referred to her as Chauncey Billups. Her name is Chonda Brewer, and so when she worked at Blue and Gold Fleet, which was manned by mostly St. Mary's basketball alumni, Steiny, you know most of them, James Daly and the fellas, they all referred to her as Chauncey Billups. And so she has taken on that moniker in social media. And so today, I get a text from my ex-wife, and she says, do I need to change my name? And I was like, what? And so I go online. I hadn't seen it yet. And I looked at the news, and I was like, oh, my God. So I did a deep dive. And my big question on Chauncey Billups, not the ex, but the actual guy.
Yeah, you can ask questions on both if you want.
The big question is, why? Why, Chauncey? Like, why did you get involved in this? And my answer, and I don't know this for fact, but either Chauncey himself or somebody close to him got underwater with the wrong people, and so those wrong people, whether it's the Gambino or the Scarcessis or whatever the families are.
The names are amazing.
They came to Chauncey and said, yeah, we're going to need you to do this or else that. It's a classic this or that, so... Like the indictment, if you want to read through it, it is fascinating. It's a fascinating story of high-level cheating. But my question is, like, why would Chauncey get involved in that? Somebody got to him.
Rich people get involved with stuff sometimes. One thing, you know what I mean? I don't know about the dynamics of why filthy rich people need to go after another dollar.
Greed.
Well, it's just. I don't know. But like, I don't want to judge that way because I'm not filthy rich, and I don't want to act like it wouldn't be the same. You know, it's that dynamic of like whoever, you all got a friend group, and then there's whatever, right? It's 5 regular people and the one dude who has 8 yachts. And then they just expect the 8 yacht guy to pick up the bill because you're like, what difference does it make to you? But, like, that also feels presumptuous in an unfair way. Like, most of the super-duper millionaires that I've ever come into contact with are still trying to make more. They're not, like, on an island in flip-flops, which is what I feel like most of us think we would do if we ever hit the lottery. We would just dial out and leave, right?
I get it, but he made $107 million as a player, and now he's making between 3 and whatever as a coach. So for me, you don't do what he did for money. You do what he did with the Mafia. You play a part, allegedly, in these rigged poker games because you have to. And why would he have to? It's because either he or somebody else close to him owed the Mafia a favor, and so they have these games where, hey, come play poker with Chauncey Billups, and these 4 or 5, actually 7 of them, imbeciles, I'll play with Chauncey.
X-ray,
what a thrill. And it's all rigged 7 ways to Sunday.
That's a dumb decision.
But how did he get into a spot where he owed the Mafia something?
It's not that he owed them, maybe his cousin or his brother's cousin's baby mama or somebody. Okay. Somebody came underwater.
I mean, who knows?
But we don't know if he owes Chauncey's in debt, though, right? We don't know that part of it.
No, we don't know that.
Allegedly,
probably will be soon.
I'm guessing that a guy who made $107 million as a player and is still earning quite nicely as a coach, I would imagine that even if he was going full on like, I don't know, Ipe Mizuhara, or even if he was like gambling his butt off, he still wouldn't be in a spot where he would have had to go and do this. I think that, and I'm going to be throwing like snowballs at the sun here on the Michael Jordan thing, but the conspiracy theory on Michael was his dad was underwater, and they came to Mike, and Mike said, nah, and then his dad had an accident, and all of a sudden Michael Jordan's playing baseball. So, like, this might be something where Chauncey has a friend, a relative's friend, whatever, who's in trouble, and the only way to get him out of it is for Chauncey to play a part in this absolute ruse of a poker game.
And I'll say this, and I told Steiny, I'm triggered, and I didn't try to defend Chauncey because that's a stupid decision, and I'm in no position to judge anybody. Tupac told us that only God can judge. But the way this story is hitting to me and people are reacting, and Dibs, you called it fascinating. It's like, every NBA player's betting on themselves or prize picks, and I don't like that. We already knew about Rozier last year. So what did we learn new today? That an NBA head coach, former player Chauncey Billups made bad decisions. But Willard, I just feel like this story is not Major League, NFL. It's just me, and I could be wrong, but it's reading like, the players are betting on themselves, and I don't like that.
I'd love to weigh in on this, but Steiny, did you do the thingamabob yet?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
That was high-quality thingamabob. I appreciate it. So, okay, Goo, here's where my mind goes. I don't think it's like that. I don't want to believe that it's that
Do you
tainted.
find the timing peculiar?
Well, no, okay. Nothing is pure. So, like when nothing. So when you go out there and you hear people go, sports is rigged, we always blow that off.
I hate it. Yeah,
we hate it, and I don't believe that. I don't want to believe that. I don't believe that. So, but is it pure to the point where every single person out there is doing this? No, I mean, right? No, nobody is all the way across the board. So yes, there are going to be some bad apples. Are there probably more? Is it more kind of underwater than we realize? Probably so. But I'm glad you brought up, prize picks, underdog. I think this is a bigger deal about them than it is about sports gambling as a whole. But, here's one thing I've always done. When people go, oh, my God, the media, why is that crap on TV? And I'll go, that crap's on TV because it's getting good ratings. I don't look at the producers. I look at the receivers, and that's us. That's us. We have to admit, Goo, this is who we are.
Yeah.
This is how we watch sports. And I think increasingly the pure sports fan that roots for a team or a set of teams solely because he or she loves it and that's a dying breed. That, like, we are still that, but we aren't that about a lot of things. I'm that way about the Niners, the Giants, and the Warriors. That is it. That is all.
Wow.
And other pieces of that, I can be bought. I took the Seahawks in a survivor pool last week. I sat down on Monday night and rooted for the Niner rivals. I did.
I get it.
I did that because that's who we are.
Wow.
And that's how we got here. That's why this stuff is the way it is. It's why all the leagues have welcomed it in. They have to.
Yeah,
they want to survive.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling Goo, he was saying, did you watch the Spurs game last night? I was like, nah, not really. And I said, yeah, I got to tell you, Goo, I only really like to watch the Warriors.
Yep.
Play somebody.
Same.
I'll watch another game, but the enjoyment factor isn't even close.
Well, I've thrown this out there for years, and I always kind of get made fun of with it, and I get it. But, like, could you imagine March Madness without your bracket? And would you still be into it?
That's a great question. No, I wouldn't.
No. You know what I mean?
No, I wouldn't.
Right? And Willard, you're going to think I'm lying. I'm a guy that likes the conference tournament, so I would be watching, man.
You are an exception on so many different levels in life.
No doubt.
You are an exception, and you are an exceptional person. And so that's over here. But for a lot of us, you know what I mean? Like,
I got it, man.
Like Blue Jays, Dodgers tomorrow night, whatever.
That's appointment TV for me, but I get you.
I'm out. I can't wait to watch Warriors Blazers tomorrow night. Blue Jays Dodgers. Give me a break. And if the Dodgers weren't in it, I'd say the same thing.
The Dodgers weren't in it. Yeah,
just because it's hate of the
If it was the Padres and the Blue Jays tomorrow night, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I do think the greater piece is the March Madness one where, like, I could ask all of us in the room, who was in the college football Final 16 last year? And you'd be hard-pressed to remember all the matchups.
Mm-hmm.
And even though they've expanded that, you get to the national championship game, okay, cool. Someone's going to win a prize at this point. And I do think that the prize picks, the underdog, the daily fantasy, the over-under, higher-lower part is where they need to, like, take a hard look at it. And I know Adam Silver on Tuesday on the Pat McAfee podcast or the show, he kind of addressed that part of it because if you're Steph Curry, for example, well, Steph is making so much money that he's not going to trick off
How much a game?
bet.
Real quick, Dibs, we got this. How much does Steph make a game, Steiny?
About 720,000.
All right, go ahead, Dibs. Yeah,
exactly.
wow.
And even if he wants to take care of his people, he can take care of his people. And I'm looking at the indictment, not on the Chauncey Billups, but the other one. And Rozier tips off a longtime friend that he planned on leaving the game early. That friend pumps in $200,000 on the under. Wow. And the very next night, you've got the assistant coach, Damon Jones, and that's why these both got released today, is because Damon Jones is connected to both. He was a player in the fraudulent poker game, and he also was a coach with Portland who then fed information to a mutual friend who then went ahead and bet against Portland that night. So I do think that the old expression, tip of the iceberg, if you think about what that means, like an iceberg is however big out of the water, that's only about 9% of the actual iceberg. So if you want to use tip of the iceberg for this, how many more of these incidents are there that we don't know about? The answer is thousands.
I mean, we'd be stupid to think that this is,
and just with basketball too, right? You know what I mean?
I mean, football's tougher, like, unless you have a player who is, like, over under 3.5 catches, and now you're going to have 4 drops. And if you do that as a football player, non-guaranteed contract, you might have a blanket party and you might lose your job. So I think football is a little bit more immune to it because it's 45 guys against 45 guys. One guy can't swing it. But in a basketball game, if your over-under is 18.5 points, rebounds, and assists, and you decide that I'm not going to pass And when I shoot, I'm going to try to miss, and I'm not going to rebound.
But what about baseball, though?
But Clase or whatever the guy's name from the Guardians was.
Sure. Like, should we be investigating Patrick Bailey for taking the over on his strikeouts on a nightly basis?
Wow,
Dude,
that was mean spirited.
Just a question. Just a question. No, but honestly, if somebody did want to play that way for baseball,
wow, man.
with all the strikeouts, would you stand out? If
no, you would
0
not. No,
right?
you would not.
If you go 0 for 3 with 3 Ks,
fit right in.
Is somebody going to be like, it doesn't look right? No.
1994, maybe.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
If Tony Gwynn struck out 3 times, we got an investigation.
You know, you know what I say about Bailey, the catcher, right?
That is. What do you say?
He's a Hall of Framer.
I'll give you a 2.
Get it?
I'll go 3 because it's a Thursday. It's a Thursday. It's my favorite day of the week.
Framer. He
it's
can
a
frame.
3 if the jacket was off. It's a 2 with the jacket on.
Where are you guys out on Vitello?
We talked about this yesterday. we did a deep dive yesterday.
We're allowed to talk about something 2 days in a row, Steiny. You talk about Kuminga for 438 days in a row.
Come on.
It's okay.
I've got a networking obligation.
I'm pulling up on you guys. I'm headed down there now.
Obligation?
Look at him.
With who? Who are you networking with?
Yeah, he exit stage left. Yeah, you can see. Hey, I'm gonna see you soon. I'll see you guys soon.
Come see us, Goo.
Where you at? The front, the back?
We're upstairs inside.
It looks
Splash.
nice. Okay.
It is nice.
I'll see you in a minute.
And delicious.
Yeah,
all
right.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's ride. Indeed, we are once again in our favorite spot, our home away from home. We are at Splash Thrive City, the beautiful sports bar, restaurant, extraordinary facility right next to Chase Center. I'm told there's a basketball game tonight.
Yeah. Many people will play basketball tonight, and they'll play basketball right here in the best arena in the world. And the Warriors can keep their 82-0 dream alive.
They can. And I think there's only one way to start today's show, and it's to say this. I got the Warriors -2.
Yeah. Cuckoo.
There it is. Yeah.
What does Chauncey have, though? He's more involved in poker, but, there are other people involved. And I did a fairly deep dive on both indictments just to try to get the actual literature of what exactly is being charged.
Yeah.
And the Chauncey Billups poker one is absolutely fascinating. And if you think that anytime that you go somewhere and you're trying to game with cards involved, you better be careful now.
No doubt. Doubt. Speaking of careful, all of us here at the Willie and Dibby family, when we woke up to this, we were immediately reminded of something that Steve Kerr said to us yesterday when we tried to joke with him. I think the way I asked him, I go, you got Jimmy or Steph?
Right. In their little side bet.
In their little bet. And Steve turtled up like a ninja and was like, so the league sent us some notes about the whole gambling thing. And I immediately was like, oh, gosh, I wonder if this is either A, dipping their toe in the water of something that they should not have said publicly. But then when I woke up today, I immediately thought of it and I went, oh, I bet I bet in that moment Steve knew something that the rest of us did not know, which was that the other shoe was about to drop.
Right, and the other shoe has already dropped, and we knew about this part of it from Rozier from a couple of years ago, and the fact that it got percolated back up, it's a percolation sensation, Mark, is what it is, but it's because of the assistant coach who is tied to both indictments. And so today the big news is the Chauncey Billups mob ties poker scam, and they took more than $7 million from 6 different people. And I read through all of it. One of the John Doe number 7 was a guy who had the card shuffling cheat machine, and they basically, and by they I mean the Italian mob families, they basically told him, you're going to give us that machine or else. And so he's like, I don't want to give it to you. And they said, I mean, which one of your legs don't you like the most? And so,
how would you answer that question? I would have given him my left for sure.
Me too. It's already so broken.
Yeah.
You can have it.
There you go.
It's already halfway off. So, but John Doe number 7, but the other 6 John Does were, oh, I want to play poker with Chauncey Billups. This will be so fun. You lose $1 million, and now you owe us.
I mean, here's the way I'd say it, and we'd actually love to chat with all y'all about this. Before we do that, a quick thing that we love to do on game nights, and we're going to do it again this year. Dub Nation, let's get engaged, okay? No, I'm not on one knee, but before every game, you can vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page, brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. Here's the question you can vote on. Who's going to score the most points in tonight's home opener? Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Nikola Jokic, or other? I won't say the field, meaning everybody else together, but if you want to pick
field.
anyone, that's also a 3. It's Thursday, I'm happy. But anyway, any other player outside of those 3, go ahead. Vote now on Twitter. We will share those results with you later. I do think it's a day, though, you know, and you've done a deep dive, and you've got all of the mafia names that, quite frankly, sound like...
Dude, it was incredible.
I mean, it sounds like a ridiculous cartoon movie, and so we can play with a lot of that, but I wonder where all of you are on the general idea of sports gambling, and as it becomes more and more the norm, as it becomes more and more accepted in some states, not all states, to what level is it imperative to your enjoyment? Because when I read a story like this, you and I are very, very different. You do, and you're way more academic on it. You do a deep dive. How long was that indictment, by the way, when you read it?
Only 22 pages.
I'm out. So you read the indictment. My mind just goes to, this is who we are. This is who we are. Today's arrestees are Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones, and who's my guy, Terry Rozier? That's who got arrested. But that's just 3 examples of the larger, massive sort of conglomerate that has been built here, which is all of us. This is who we are. There's not a one of us. How often do you and I start a football conversation, and within 7 minutes, I mean, I'm listening to Steiny and Goo today, and Steiny starts a segment with, hey, Evan, should I start Quentin Johnston tonight? Well, okay, what is that?
Yes is the answer.
Well, and actually he called him Quentin Richardson, who's a former basketball player for the Clippers.
Clippers, cute.
Steiny has just a wee bit of a lane sometimes. But anyway, that's the way our brains work. There is still love in sports, but it's very narrow. Is it not? It's incredibly narrow. I will watch the Warriors and Nuggets tonight, and I will be at the edge of my seat, and I will not have $1 on the line. But that is increasingly rare, I think, both for fans and just for how many things we feel that way about. I told you this so many times. All I can do is look at the sports fans I've raised. I've tried to raise them well.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, dude, it's hard for me to turn the Niner game off because I have to turn the Red Zone channel off to get the Niner game on, and it ticks them off because they're more into their fantasy team than they are the Niner game.
Right, and I think that is a byproduct of the fact that everything now is available. And here we are at Splash, and this place is wonderful. And as we get deeper into the night, every NBA game will be on.
Totally.
And, if it were a different time of year or if it were the weekend, you'd have every NFL game on. And I remember being here last year for our March Madness special, and it was before the games were on because I was gone.
I was going to say, actually, I think we were here and you were drunk on the phone. That's what I remember.
Allegedly, and I'd have to listen back to the tape to remember it, but
exactly.
I recall cussing a couple of times.
You recall very little from that.
I feel like I was a little bit of a John Feliciano in Vegas. Shut up! But the week before we were here, and there was a bunch of conference games and NIT, and so all the stuff it's not centered around gambling, but all of us become fans of so much because of gambling, and I get that. And so when you think about the news today, which is kind of a weird one, because if Chauncey Billups was not Chauncey Billups, we never would have heard about this. If it was Joe Schmo who was involved in this poker thing, it never would have made news. But the fact that it's an NBA coach who is a part of this thing, which goes back to 2019, as I look at the indictment right now, it's not a new thing. It's not like it happened on Tuesday. This goes back 6 years, and yet the government decided today on night 3 of the NBA season, all of a sudden now we have all the things that we need for this indictment? No, this whole thing was so politically charged. The timing of it is not an accident. Sure. And so, it's sports gambling, and for most people, it'll be a one-day blip, and you're going to be back betting on player props and the rest.
I would love to send an invitation out to everybody listening to us right now. 888-957-9570. That's the number. Be honest with yourself, and then be honest with us. You can stay anonymous. Call us and make up a name. Right? If your name is Corey in San Jose, call yourself Bill.
I got
Whatever.
some nicknames you can use here.
Right? But maybe your name is Jacory Krosky, and you can just go as Bill.
Sure.
Who knows? Just make up a stupid name that's got nothing to do with your actual name.
Maybe your name is Amar Awade, and you go by Flapper Poker.
Maybe.
Flapper Poker.
Flapper Poker. These, by the way, save these because they're all going to be future fantasy team names for me. The Flapper Pokers. That's definitely one I'm going to use.
Osman Hoti, Albanian Bruce.
I'm in. We're the Albanian Bruce. Absolutely. So here's a question, though. What percentage of your sports fandom and watching is related to gaming? Well, how would you answer that? And I know I'm throwing that at you real quick here. I want to give you a second to think about it. But literally, if it's not a Niner game, and it's not a Warrior game, and it's not a Giants game, then everything else I'm watching probably has something to do with some sort of direct or indirect entry point to some sort of gaming. And therefore, what is the percentage of sports watching that is Niners, Giants, and Warriors? I mean,
maybe a third.
I was thinking more like a half.
Yeah.
Maybe I watch all of them.
Right.
And I'm not like Guru. I'm not like on the ATP tour on my night. Last night's a great example.
Yeah.
The TV was off. There ain't nothing going on. There was.
Wemby was going off.
Right, but I didn't watch. I didn't watch because I didn't prize pick or underdog Wemby last night.
Yeah.
Are we even allowed to do that in California right now? That was a shruggy side nod.
I mean,
we don't even know if we're.
Right.
Is it legal? I don't even know.
I would say that,
for now.
More than, outside of the Giants, Warriors, and Niners, what do I watch and why do I watch it? Well, I watch NFL football because I'm in a fantasy league. I'm in a pick'em pool.
There you go.
And I love it. And it's my job. And outside of that, a great example for me is the PGA Tour. For the previous 7 years, I was in a PGA Tour fantasy league.
There it is.
Where you pick 2 golfers and, your top pick, you don't get them the rest of the year and whatever. I don't watch the PGA Tour anymore because I'm not in the PGA Tour. I'm not in this pool any longer, so I don't need to grind over the the Greater Greensboro Open, rest in peace, and all the rest of it. And the other one is horse racing.
That's the only reason it even exists.
Right. We got the Breeders' Cup, which is coming up a week from tomorrow and Saturday, and I'm going to be locked in because I'm really into it, and it's interesting about
but you'll
that.
bet on it, right?
Yeah, I'm not just going to watch for the majesty of a chestnut colt.
If
prancing
anybody,
in the
if
post
anybody
parade.
watches horse racing because they love horses, if you love horses, you hate horse racing.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Although those horses do get taken better care of than many other horses.
I know, but like if
other than Bob Baffert's horses.
If you're just an animal lover, you're not like Churchill Downs, let's ride.
Yeah.
That's not where you would go.
No, and that to me is what I thought of when you asked me that question because like we do what we do, and so we have to watch sports, and oh boy, what a burden. I love sports, but when it comes to like other sports that I'm not betting on, I'm probably not going to watch a ton of it.
I'll tell you a story about Monday night coming up next that I think applies here, and we really would love to talk this out with you. So those of you on hold, stay there. We're coming. 888-957-9570. What percentage of your sports viewing, your sports experience is related to gaming in some form? Let's play with that. Mark Spears is going to spend a bunch of time with us in the 4 o'clock hour. Ramona Shelburne's going to be on in the 4 o'clock hour. Steve Scott's going to stop by in the 3 o'clock hour live at Splash. It's the home opener. Here come the Dubs and the Nuggets. We are live at Splash Thrive City. A lot going on with the Warriors home opener, including Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Come hang at Splash from 5 to 7 tonight and try Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This hour of sports is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com. DraftKings.com/promos.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area pit stop of the 2025 season at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. It's the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together, November 8th and 9th. For a chance to win tickets courtesy of Good Guys, visit 957thegame.com.
Bay Area is GP2. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Okay, GP2, you'll see him tonight and the rest of the crew. Warriors home opener, Jokic in town. Jokic in town. And I would suggest to each and every one of you, it's the first game of the year for the Denver Nuggets. So, you know, I would probably take the higher than 28.5 points for Nikola Jokic tonight. I'm making that number up.
You going to go ahead and lock that in, Kukush?
Yeah, lock it in.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you about Monday, just to bring you all behind the curtain. So, Monday night, we're doing our show from 2 to 6. Monday Night Football's got a doubleheader. It starts at 4 o'clock. We start that whole process at 3:50, where Dan Dibley comes live on the air and gives a double Monday night lock on a segment that we do called Fade to Dibbers.
1 loss, 1 win.
Yeah.
21-9 on the year, 70%. Stay tuned for tonight's lock. And I like my chances tonight.
I can't wait.
The pick is in.
I can't wait. And we should do that. Actually, we should talk about when we want to do that because we got a lot of guests going on in there. So maybe 4:05?
Done.
4:05.
Yep.
The pick. Okay? But let me back up from that moment. Well before the show, I woke up on Monday and I had a hankering. I just did. I don't know why this doesn't happen often, but I looked at those two games and I had a very strong feeling about both of them. So what did I do? Because I have, at least for the moment, I have sort of peeled back from off-season illegal internet accounts. But like everybody, I got a friend in a state that's not California. So I texted my boy. I go, hey, I got a feeling on tonight. So let me know if you're cool. If we rock a little bit, I can Zell you or whatever, or you could just front it, and then let's see where we're at the end of the night. And I said I'd like this much on the Lions -6.
Oh, boy.
I would like this much on Seattle -3.
Oh, jeez.
And I would like this much on parlaying both of them.
Oh, my.
Because I felt very, very strongly that those favorites were both going to cover on a Monday.
You know that this is basically wire fraud, what you're admitting to over the air.
I never made a transaction. I never made a transaction. Actually, my bank had my back. Actually, I think my bank knew I was going to win.
Oh, boy.
I tried to send
bank's
him.
like, the transaction's declined because you're going to win.
I tried to send him. I go, hey, and I'm going to send it to you right now just to cover it so that I don't like it. You have to, front it for me.
Sure.
That's weak.
Yep.
So I'm like, I'm going to send it to you. I tried twice, and both times my bank is like, for your protection, we're not doing that. And I'm like, he's like, don't worry about it, dude. I got it. It's not that much. Let's see where we're at. And as you all know, if you watch those games, both were covers. And I joked with him the next morning. I said, I think my bank knew that we were in a good spot. And he's like, boom. And he sent me everything that had taken place the night before.
You know what that is, right?
Well, that's his illegal wire, not mine.
It's a two-way wire, but go ahead.
All I did was accept it. What's a guy supposed to do? So anyway, point being is, and I'm going to bring you into this.
Do it.
Because you needed Jahmyr Gibbs to play really well in that Lions game for your fantasy game.
But that's just for fun. That's for funsies.
For funsies, but you, at one point, you were making a point. This is one of those rare spots on the show where you were talking. It was crazy. You were talking, and I'm looking at the game over your left shoulder.
That's much more typical. I'm talking, and you're watching
and
sports.
I'm not listening. Right. So you were talking.
You're like my 3-year-old daughter.
No doubt.
I'm not listening.
I was yacked in. I wasn't listening. I was watching the game.
Yeah.
You were making a point.
Some point.
Jahmyr broke through the line, and he was gone. And it wasn't one of those like, oh, good, my guy got a touchdown. It was from the other end of the field.
Right.
So I'm like, this is a game winner for Dibbs.
So I'm looking at you, and you're not looking at me, and I'm making another cogent point, and all of a sudden you swivel at me, and you do this for the YouTube audience. Point, thumb, and then you go point to the TV, and I'm like, okay. And so I finish whatever nonsense I was spitting, and I look up, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's my guy. Unfortunately, this fantasy league's not for money. Federales. It's just for fun and punches in the arm.
Right. But you looked up and you did a great job of continuing to make your point.
Whatever it was.
Your entire body language changed because there goes Gibbs right down the right sideline, gone, touchdown. Dibbs is a winner. I'm also sitting here on the Lions -6, so I've also got a little boost. My butt lifts up off the chair. We riding in here. Then the show ends. Lions are in the second half.
Yeah.
It's gotten a little bit close. I'm walking to the car. I'm not waiting until I get to the car, dialing that game up on my phone, and I'm walking through the city like one of those idiots, not looking for people or cars.
Right.
I'm watching the Lions and the Bucks on my phone.
Because you love the Lions.
And I love them, and I'm hurrying home so that I can cook dinner for the kids in time to get my butt on a new chair so that I can watch the second half of my parlay, rooting for the Niners' main rival to even their record with the Niners in first place. This is what you call a complete contamination sensation.
That's a buck. Which is actually not wire fraud.
That was our Monday, Dibbs. That was our Monday.
Right, which is not different from your Sunday or your Thursday or your college football Saturday.
This is who we are. This is who we are. And I think that, like, often in this country, we get reminded of this is who we are. And who we are doesn't mean it's every single individual, but we get reminded of this is who we are, and we don't always like the mirror. But this is who we are, and for a lot of us, increasingly, this is what sports is. And it's not going to turn around. It's not going to turn around and go the other way. That's impossible.
No, it's Pandora's box, and it's open, and you can't close it. And you always talk about Sunday Night Football being the number one highest, most rated show every week in America, and I wonder why that is. Is it because we all love football and we like the hard-hitting nature, or is it because we love the NFL, we love our fantasy team, we love our survivor pool, our pick'em pool, our spread pool, we love all of it, and whatever level at which you gamble, it doesn't even really matter, but I would wonder how many fans on a Sunday night who aren't fans of that team just tune in because I love football. I would say the majority of those people have some sort of action, and football is fun to watch, and we all do it, and we all did it even before this was a thing, and I go back to my childhood and Monday Night Football, but we watch Monday Night Football because there was no red zone, and it was the Monday night game. You maybe got 2 games on a Sunday. You got your team maybe, unless it was home and it was a blackout, and you got an afternoon game if you were lucky. There was no Sunday Night Football, so you got to Monday and you watched it because you were so hungry for it. But now you get every game, you get every snap, you get everything, yet Sunday Night Football is even more popular than ever because of what you're talking about.
No doubt. And I can remember the days. I actually had a lot of my high school buddies had started a fantasy league, and for years I wouldn't be in it. I was like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to ever be watching a 49er game and rooting for the running back of the other team to go into the end zone. Like, I won't do it. And then it got to a point where it was just like you're a social outcast if you don't do it. And I know people like this. Some of the people even in my league are people who are like, I'm just kind of here to stay in touch with my friends. Like, as we get older and people spread out across the country, this is how we communicate. It's like teenage boys and the damn Xbox or the PS, all of that stuff. It's that is how people stay in touch and communicate. So, like, I'm not here to poop on it. Like, this is who we are. But I love this comment. This just came through on our YouTube page from someone who's calling himself just some guy. You'll relate to this. He says, I love sports gambling, but I hate what it turns people into. You can't talk to anyone about games anymore without hearing about how they lost, blah, blah, blah. STFU, no one cares what you lost. And I bet you can all sort of like relate to that. Have you tried to have a conversation, let's say about the Niner game, with a friend or a family member or a coworker, and their response to you, when you go there, when you say, hey, George Kittle's back, and the Niners ran the ball, how many of you got the response, yeah, great, I have Kittle on my fantasy team, and he got 0 catches.
Nothing.
That's the response you get now.
Thanks,
sometimes
George.
from some people. And I get that that's annoying if you're still there for the purity of it.
It can be. The only thing more annoying is when you talk to somebody on a Monday and it's like, oh, my fantasy team, I lost by 3 and this and that and this and that. It's like, nobody gives a crap about your fantasy team.
But we all do it.
And yeah, you're 0-7, and I actually love to hear about your travails.
Yeah, because I'm 0-7.
Because you're 0-7. You can talk about your crappy team anytime you want. And when you won the title, it's like, shut up, Willard. I don't want to hear about you winning the title. Oh, look at me. I beat Grandy, and I've got a miracle run. But when you're 0-7, you can talk all about it. Yeah. Talk it up.
Yeah.
Gee.
I mean, we're going for 0-8 here in a couple of days, starting tonight.
I'm afraid you're going to go 0-13 and then beat me in Week 14 and keep me from the playoffs. That is my nightmare scenario.
I hadn't even thought of that, but that's definitely what I want to have happen now.
No doubt.
That's a great idea.
I'm going to be 7-6, and I'm going to need a win to get in.
Lucas appeared to enjoy that idea as well.
Yeah.
He's eating pretzel bites right now, but that got a grin and a nod from him.
And the pretzel bites are incredible.
They're delicious.
And the dip is much like my children. I'm not sure which of the two I like more. And unlike my kids, I don't know which one of these I hate more.
I mean, look, we've arrived at moments I'm not proud of. Rooting for the Seahawks on Monday night. Have you ever rooted for the Cowboys on Thanksgiving? Have you ever rooted?
Of course.
For the Cowboys on Thanksgiving?
Of course.
Could there be any reason for it that's not gambling related?
No. I mean, you root against Detroit in the morning game because they're always going to lose, and you lay the 11.5, and then by halftime you laugh. No, this is just traditionally.
Yeah.
And then Dallas in the middle game. Yeah, you want Dallas to lose, but man, Dallas is only given 2.5, and man, I think they're going to win this game. So you bet Dallas, and then now you have to root for Dallas, and that's kind of what you're talking about.
Totally.
And that's where sports gambling and even like prop bets for tonight. I don't know what the number is. You mentioned Jokic over 28.5.
I made that up. I don't even know.
No, but you're not probably too far off.
Yeah.
And so if you have,
Jokic.
It's 27.5.
there you
guess.
go. It's a great guess.
But I
So-
overbid. If it was the price is right, I lose.
But I do think that is an interesting way to look at it. So the Warriors are up 103-99, and there's 5 minutes left, and Jokic has 23 points, and Denver has the ball. You're thinking, all right, if I can get a Jokic 3, that gets me to 26, and then, okay, Warriors, you score 2, and then let's get more. Maybe they foul Jokic. So then you start threading this needle of, like you're talking about, the team I love versus a bet that I really also love, and now you're trying to thread this crazy needle.
No, but I also feel this, and we want to go out to the phone, so we'll do it in just a sec. Like, I really feel this. As we sit increasingly and watch sports together, we're not doing it together. We are each individually watching our own piece of content. Because like you said, one person might be rooting for the Warriors. Another person's rooting for Jokic to get 6 more points. Somebody else over here wants Jamal Murray to do something. This person over here wants Draymond's assists. And we're completely watching a different game. It happens with the people in my house all the time. Every single play, and they're barking at the screen about like some coach is an idiot because they won't give it to Derrick Henry on every play. I'm like, you understand it's 3rd and 17.
Right.
They're like, but so what? You're not going to get it anyway, so you might as well run it to Like, this is the moronic stuff that comes out of people's mouths right now.
And you've got other situations where maybe you have a certain team's receiver, and the guy you're going against has their quarterback. So now, like, the quarterback finds your receiver for a 28-yard touchdown, and you're like, yeah, my guy scored. And then you're like, oh, boy, but the guy I'm going against has the quarterback. So, I mean, I'd rather have him throw interceptions and then them hand my guy the ball. And so you start to, like, rationalize outcomes irrationally within a game, and it becomes especially hard with your team. Like tonight, yeah, it's easy to say, all right, Steph, I'm going to bet you over 28.5, whatever the number is. Lucas will run over in a minute anyway when he's done eating pretzel bites. But
Steph's probably 24.5.
But it's easy to, like, go yay Steph, yay Warriors, because that is something that's going to be completely in line with one another. It gets a little bit conflated when you bet the opponent to do well, but you want your team to do well. That's where it gets to be a little bit difficult. And I do applaud you, just one clap, for not usually betting when your team's involved, because you don't want to have
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I try to sit my fantasy players when they're going against the Niners if it's possible. Like, I just want to keep my mind pure as possible and focused on what I remember from when I was a kid, which is just looking forward to a Niner game and sitting down and rooting for the Niners to win. That's all it was. Let's head out to the phones. Let's go to Will in Pleasanton. Will, thank you for the call. What's up?
What's up, guys? A quick story for you. I'm playing in a golf tournament this weekend, and my buddy's on the phone a bunch, which he never is. And so I start to worry about him and run into his wife a little bit later, and she's like, hey, there's something going on with his brother. Keeps things close to the vest. Like, I'm sure he'll tell you. Play with him the next day, nothing. Know he's on a flight out. Sunday night, I get a call, and it's him. I'm like, oh, shit, he's going to, like, share this with me. So it's like, hey, I'm in South Carolina. Do you still have that guy who can put a bet in for me on the World Series? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay, can we get money on this? And, yeah, I got to be on it. It's going to be a long ride. How about I take the over out on the starting pitcher for Toronto? I don't know his name. Just put me in for it. It's just everybody's got to gamble, does it to pass the time. When you're bored, you look on the sports book and you make a bet.
It's exactly right. It's exactly right. And it's almost like, for me, I can certainly, and thanks so much, Will, appreciate it. I can relate to this. There are a lot of times where you will do stuff like that. You'll say yes to stuff like that, and it's got nothing to do with the bet. It simply has to do with doing what your friends are doing or wanting to be involved or whatever. I told you about that thing we started last year. Me and all the high school buddies, it's like, let's do a parlay, and it's like 10 of us. Everybody puts in one pick, and then all you got to do is throw like, I don't know, $10 on it.
Sure.
And then it's a bajillion-dollar parlay, and we're never going to hit it. We're probably never going to hit it. And why are we doing it? Because it keeps all of us texting each other.
Right, exactly.
It's a couple bucks, honestly, for the year, and it keeps all of us texting each other. And for most of us, that's the motivation. That's all.
That's it. And I started a thread with my March Madness group yesterday in light of this Chauncey Billups stuff. And it's like, all right, guys, I don't know if you know this, but the NCAA college basketball season starts on Saturday. It's a marathon on Saturday. You've got like 24 games in 24 hours. They do that every year where like from midnight all the way till midnight the next day, there's a different game that tips off. College basketball is here. Like, how could it be here already? But for me and my group, we go to March Madness every year for the first 2 days of the tournament, and that's 4.5 months away, almost 5 months away. But the fact that the season is starting Saturday gave me a reason to, hey, Yock in, the season's beginning, and so now everybody's getting all amped up for something that's 4.5 months away, but like you said, it gets everybody texting.
Here's the funny thing. You watch college basketball starting now for the same reason that I don't. Check this out. I don't watch college basketball because it's not the tournament yet.
Right.
And without that bracket, I don't care about any of it. But you do care.
Oh, yeah.
But the reason you care is because you are actually deep in preparation for what is going to happen in March.
That, and there are certain teams, and I can reveal more next week when things actually start to roll out, but there's a couple of 2 or 3 teams every year that you need to fade every single night. Last year, fade. Prairie View A&M last year was like 3-27 against the spread. You need to fade them.
Just the idea that you even brought them up.
It's
the idea
found
that
money.
You even know that they exist. There you have it.
2 years ago,
there you have it.
Ooey Pooey, which they're no longer Ooey Pooey.
Why not?
Because they changed the name. It used to be Indiana University, Purdue University of Indiana, which is the stupidest name ever.
Completely, but so what?
It's like you're running around in circles. You might as well name yourselves the Three Stooges of Indiana.
There's a lot of dumb names in sports.
They were so fadeable a few years ago. They lost every game. And then last year, shout out Doug Gottlieb and his Wisconsin Green Bay joke of a basketball team. You got to fade them now.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's why I do it. I don't only do it for March. I do it for November, December, January, and February.
Let's go to Tony in Oakland. Tony, thanks for calling. What's up?
Yes, good morning. First,
Good morning.
I say my take on sports is quite different from all you guys because I tune in and only stay there if someone's in the zone. And I don't even know the score because I want to see the magic on the court, right? And what I also want to say is about the NBA scandal. It reminds me of Godfather 2. You got the Sicilian mob against the Jewish mob. And remember Michael Corleone's takedown, whatever that Jewish guy's name, in Cuba, right? And it reminds me of Silver because the Sicilians run circles around the Jews because the Sicilians feel the moment and know what's going down, when, where. They could just read the current. And this Silver dude, he has no feel, no street smarts, it like blindsides the dude. So I absolutely love it. And what's interesting is, a lot of guys, their favorite movie are the mob movies, right? So the reason why some of these NBA players will get involved, even though they're making all this money, is because they're bored. If they don't get in the zone like Curry, they need dopamine hits. And what would be a bigger dopamine hit than sitting by a mobster or having a conversation and saying, this is how you're going to help us? They must be thrilled through the roof because they don't ever get in the zone. Most guys playing, they just focus. They never get in. So this is why a lot of people get involved with this kind of stuff because they just can't, leave it alone, right?
I tell you what,
Hyman
Tony,
Roth is the name she was looking for. Hyman Roth.
Tony, I'm betting on you. How about that?
Roth. That's his name. And Curry would never get involved because you know what? There can't be anything between you and it, between you and God on the court. And Curry is looking to go, every time he goes out there, to go beyond focus and to get into heaven now. So everyone is doing all this betting and all this and dopamine hits.
Yeah.
They don't know what heaven is the way Curry does.
Tony, Steph Curry higher than 25.5 tonight. That's that, right? Steph Curry higher. Yeah, lock that in.
Yeah,
I think that's what she said.
I like his chances.
Steph Curry higher than 25.5 because locked in and God and basketball.
Now, Steph Curry is Steph Curry is not connected to the news that broke today
at all.
But another one of the greatest of all time has been not directly linked, but his name has been linked to what's going on.
Well, that was a tease. That was fun. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're at Splash. The Warriors are playing a basketball game tonight, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You know how much I love Bruce Springsteen. I had a sneak peek, and I definitely recommend you go see the new movie, Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, starring Jeremy Allen White as Bruce Springsteen. The film chronicles the making of Springsteen's 1982 Nebraska album, when he was a young musician on the cusp of global superstardom, struggling to reconcile the pressures of success with the ghosts of his past. Listen to The Morning Roast all week long for your chance to win $100 in movie passes to see Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters Friday.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are you
recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers? Or the best fish and chips or around? 7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life? Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops? Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs. I knew he would. Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to Willer and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
This is true, and Laughing Monk is righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We also happen to be inside Splash right now, hanging out with our crew, Tom and Alex and Ashley, and everybody's up here. Man. They take care of us. We want to take care of them. And Ashley just reminded me of something, and us of something that I wasn't thinking about. This is Splash's first Warriors opening night.
Yeah, that's right.
They weren't open last October.
That's right. We were outside on the plaza in front of the old All-Star Archway backdrop, and behind us was Splash under construction.
Exactly. And I think our first show here was the night that Jimmy Butler was traded for and became a Warrior.
Yeah. Wow.
So maybe the Warrior win streak. Yeah, we've been giving a lot of credit to Jimmy Butler.
Too much.
I don't know if we've been giving enough credit to Splash.
Yeah.
Also coincided with all of the Warrior winning.
I think you're right. And, you know, as a player, to have a place like this that is adjacent to where you're actually doing your on-court work, that's got to be comforting and supportive and all the rest of it. So, yeah, sorry, Jimmy Buckets. It's about Splash, dog.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. All right, Steve Scott, KCBS, is just a PA announcer for the Warriors starting this year, and so he's going to pop on by about an hour from now. Mark Spears is going to come over and sit with us. Ramona Shelburne's going to break off a call. I was hoping she'd be in town tonight. For some reason, she's on a plane to Portland. I don't know what's going on in Portland all of a sudden.
I don't know either,
Anyway, lots going on. And but Ramona's going to be on, and we'll keep getting you ready for a big night here at Chase Center with the Nuggets in town. We're one step closer to a big football game, Niners and Texans. We're an hour away from Dibbs' pick, Chargers and Vikings tonight. Chargers are wearing their San Diego Supercharger jerseys, so they're going to be in all dark blue. That's kind of fun. Oh, and then what were you talking about a minute ago with some big name that might be involved in this?
Well, we talked about Chauncey Billups and the poker ring that he was indicted as a part of. Damon Jones was connected to that, but also Damon Jones, former NBA player, has been linked to the scandal involving Terry Rozier, and I'm just reading this from ESPN. Damon Jones was arrested amid charges that he allegedly disclosed privileged information about a, quote, prominent basketball player to facilitate illegal sports betting, and that prominent basketball player is none other than LeBron James.
Okay, say that again?
Damon Jones allegedly...
Who's knee-deep in this.
Damon Jones was an unofficial, unpaid part of Darvin Ham's coaching staff.
Right, with the Lakers.
In 2022 and going into 2023, he allegedly got word that LeBron James was going to sit out a game against Milwaukee, and Jones texted a co-conspirator and said, quote, get a big bet on Milwaukee tonight because James was going to be out. So even though he wasn't on the coaching staff, he was close enough to the team to know that LeBron was going to sit. And before that news came out, he texted a co-conspirator, let's go big on Milwaukee tonight. So LeBron James is not being accused of wrongdoing in this indictment in any way, shape, or form. But I just thought that it was interesting that Damon Jones, while around the Lakers on Darvin Ham's staff, he wasn't on the staff, but he was around the team enough to where he got information. That information got sent to a bettor. A big bet got made, and it became a red flag.
Look, as we said earlier, we would be naive to think that all of a sudden, because these three names have been plucked, that now that's it. And that's the only time that this has happened. It's kind of like when your boy Donaghy got nailed as a referee. And what did David Stern immediately want to do? He wanted to brand him as a rogue.
Yep.
One rogue official.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't buy it, Dave. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, no, there's no way. Especially when Donaghy was on the phone with Scott Foster 48 times through halftime of certain basketball games. Like, let's just be real. There is a lot of this out there. And I guess the question then becomes, I don't know, did today's developments make you question the overall integrity of what we're watching at all?
Yes.
They do.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how it can't. I mean,
well,
and again, there's different levels to it.
Yeah, it depends on what. Like, do you mean the outcomes of games, the outcomes of individual stats?
Right. It depends on where you want to start. Like, for example, tomorrow is Game 1 of the World Series. It's the World Blinken Series.
Right.
I don't think that any player in the World Series is going to mess around with the ability to win the World Series. So we're going to put that aside. As you go down the rung, and I'm looking at this game in February, Lakers-Bucks, like, who really cares about Lakers-Bucks? Now, interesting that LeBron James broke Kareem's record the night before, and so not a shock that he was going to sit out, but the fact that that info came out beforehand, and according to the allegations, Damon Jones texted the co-conspirator and said, quote, bet enough so D. Jones can eat too. So, first of all, how dumb are you to, like, have these things be out there in the public record? But I also think that as you go down the rung of games of import, you are more likely to see things happen. For example, if Oral Roberts is playing Louisiana Lafayette in a December 23rd game, like, there are things that could be shenanigans in a game like that. Now, if you're in the NCAA tournament where these college athletes are literally playing for their college lives, I think you're less likely to see these things happen. So, long answer to you is that the short answer is, does it make me doubt? Absolutely, it makes me doubt.
Well, I got to think that we have to go sport by sport here, too, don't we? I mean, let's take a football game tonight. The Chargers and Vikings. Is there any one human being who can mess with this and determine the outcome of the game?
Not the outcome, but if you're a player and there's a player prop, and Keenan Allen, over under 6.5 catches.
I don't know. Like, this is going to sound really weird. I don't know that I care that much about that. I really don't. Like, I don't usually do player prop stuff, And if you want to question the integrity there, I'm more about game outcomes. If I'm going to bet on something, I'm going to bet on game outcomes. Now, granted, player props, that's fantasy football.
And it's a big market now, too.
It's a very big market, and it is fantasy football. But fantasy football, again, for me, is about much more than winning the league because it's so much dumb luck. Even if you could be like, I put this great roster together. Cool, now they're hurt. Now what are you doing? I think you have to go into fantasy with a little bit of like, I'm going to shrug my shoulders and smile. Like maybe I'll get lucky and have a good year. Maybe I won't. I'm playing with friends, coworkers, family members. If they beat me, that's kind of fun too. Like I don't take it that seriously. But I also think that people, when we watch sports, we just want to be like, we want to dial out and be entertained. So, like, I don't want to think about this in terms of criminal behavior. Like, what if I made this comp? You ever gone to a magic show before? Or an illusionist?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You know damn well that what they're making you think happened didn't happen. You know this.
I'm not hearing you right now.
No, it's not a levitation sensation. It's not.
When they pull a rabbit out of the hat, that's magic. Okay? You put a hanky in, you pull the rabbit out, that's amazing.
He did not just decapitate his assistant. Like, actually, that didn't happen.
Dude, when they saw the woman in half then she's okay minutes later, that's some Jesus ass is what that is.
You know that you're signing up for something that's not actually what it seems.
But sports is different, and they present sports as sports, man. They present sports as these two teams, who knows what's going to happen, who could win, and stuff like this erodes a little bit of the magic of sports where
I don't know.
And I'm with you as far as like team results and football and the rest of it, but you've seen this in tennis matches. You've got tennis matches where tennis players are throwing matches, and you've got college basketball players who will throw a game. And so the whole idea of two teams, you can throw the records out. Well, you can't really throw the records out because you don't know what's really going to happen.
I don't know, because like I think a lot of people will agree with what you're saying right now, but every single one of them is going to like sit down and watch the game tonight. You're going to root for the game. Like, I don't think it's not going to penetrate your brain to the point where you're like, Warriors are up 5, 3 minutes to go, and you're like, is this scripted? You know what I mean?
It's not so much scripted, and I do think that the NBA has a little bit of a referee problem, and I love the refs.
I agree with this.
There is, not that the refs are cheating, but there is a certain sense where referees have a lot of control over not the big result, but the micro results that can go on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. We're at Splash. We're getting ready for the home opener. Is it scripted? I don't know. But hopefully, if it is, the writers have got the Warriors with more points than the Nuggets. I don't know. But we keep talking this out for sure. Got some Warrior stuff to get to, and a great, great set of guests coming on the show. Steve Scott, PA announcer for the Warriors, is going to stop by next. Mark Spears in about an hour on set. Ramona Shelburne later on this evening as we get ready for the Warriors home opener. It's tonight at 7, which means Warriors Live with Mark Grandy starts at 6. And that's presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. With some slow traffic getting into and out of San Francisco, it's not too bad at the Bay Bridge. No BART delays reported. Northbound 101, slowdowns begin near Cesar Chavez. Things clear up as you get onto the Bay Bridge. No backups toward the... I'm Tiffany Wittstrom. That's your game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Butcher Boy here from my friends at Ceremony Ford, where they're bringing serious heat this month with deals that'll blow your mind. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month. Yes, you heard me. An all-electric Mustang with power, style, and range for under $300 a month. That's not a typo. That's a steal. And if you're not feeling electric just yet, well, then no worries. Ceremony Ford's got hundreds of new and pre-owned Fords in stock and ready to roll home today. From F-150s and Broncos to Escapes and Explorers, they've got every model you could want, and the team makes it easy. No games, no nonsense, just good people who know how to take care of the Bay Area drivers, just like they did for me. You'll find them right off at 280 on Ceremony Boulevard, or check out the full lineup 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
O'Reilly! Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. And you can see us live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Just search 95.7 The Game and make sure to subscribe.
Well, there it is.
Yep.
And I bet you could pronounce that one. Right, Steve? Steph Curry? Can you say Steph Curry?
You know what? Inside the building, it's always Stephen Curry.
There it is.
Oh.
Stephen Curry.
I'd like to know more about that. The dulcet tones you're listening to are that of Steve Scott, who is the public address announcer for the Golden State Warriors and has had a hell of a career across NBA circles and has done it for multiple franchises. And here we are, Willie and Dibby, live at Splash, getting ready for this game tonight, and this voice that we're hearing right now is going to be a big part of it.
A big time part of it, and I enjoyed hearing him, and I've told Steve this, like, my goal always when we do our shift was to make it home before he did the 7 o'clock, because it takes me about an hour to get home, and he was doing the afternoon news, and at 7 o'clock we go to I'm Jennifer Kuiper, and we could talk about her a little bit more, maybe off the air, but if I could get home before you did the 7 o'clock, that was my goal. But now you're doing mornings.
Now I'm doing mornings, so the alarm goes off at 2:15 in the morning.
Oh boy!
So yeah.
How's that for you?
You know what? It's okay. I'm actually more of a morning person than I am. Well, don't tell the words, but more of a morning person than an evening person.
I was going to say, how's the fourth quarter feeling to you tonight? How are we doing, Steve?
Good point.
Yeah.
Double overtime, Houston OKC. Sure.
How about double espresso? Is what you're going to need. River Island's guest line, Steve Scott, is with us. I kind of overheard as we were coming back from the restroom the conversation you were having about some butterflies tonight. How are you feeling?
Yeah, this is the 27th season that I've been an NBA PA announcer, but it's the first time I've ever done it for the Warriors. And I left the Knicks in 2015, so it's been 10 years. Thank goodness for the preseason. It's not just for the players. I learned a lot during the 3 preseason games with the Dubs. And, I think healthy butterflies are good for you, right? I mean, if I walked in, to this beautiful arena, this storied franchise, thinking, oh, man, I got this. Well, I mean, that's the wrong attitude. I know the reference of this team, this building, which, by the way, makes any announcer sound great. Thank you to whoever designed it. But a few butterflies. But once we get into the game, and the refs start flashing those signals, I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, and the signals get flashed, and I'm sure the script and all the moving parts, because you got Franco Finn who comes out and does his piece, and you've got on-court entertainment, you've got the DJ, and all the rest of it. Is that maybe the toughest part? Is navigating the script?
You know what? I have a great show caller who sits right next to me, and her name is Courtney, and she points and I read during the pregame or at halftime or the postgame. Once we get into the flow of the game, I'm also sitting next to a brilliant guy named Kevin, who's the official scorer, and he and I work a lot together. He's great about vocalizing, or we're both kind of saying, which number has the ball, 30 for 3, it's just so we know. Who's taking the shot and things like that. We both try to spot the refs. Some of the refs are really good. I mean, they're super deliberate when they make their calls. They'll hold the numbers up there. Other guys, it's like they're doing sleight of hand tricks, And so between the two of us, we have to kind of figure out, okay, that was on 30. All right.
Steve, don't be shy. You can rip the refs on this show. We do it all the time.
No, you know what? No, listen,
he's better than that.
I've had great experiences with the refs, and they are. You know what? These are the best of the best, and they're under a microscope. But gosh, I think they do a really good job.
Dibs is loving you more and more by the minute.
I love the refs.
He loves
it's kind
the
of
refs,
an ongoing show bit, because I do a little youth officiating, and my partner is a known ref hater, so we get into a lot. And I default probably too far in the refs' favor, but you definitely warmed my heart with your ref.
Does he come to your games and heckle you? It's like,
it's funny because
come on, man, he traveled.
I refereed his son.
My son is one of the players, and I'm like, that was a foul. Come on.
He actually prepped his kid when I showed up. He's like, hey, make sure you and his kid gave me a couple of palms up moments.
Yeah,
I was like, oh my god.
Did you tee him up?
Normally a kid like that would get a lecture, but I shot a look to this guy in the stands, and he's just like doubled over with laughter, and I was like, okay, I've been set up here.
Once you realize he's not one of those dads.
Those dads get quieted very quickly.
By the way, not a ref hater. I'm a regular sports fan. I think regular sports fans you have a harder time with the refs sometimes.
Right.
That's how it works.
Well, I don't want to get too deep down this rabbit hole because we've got a legend here in front of us. But, yeah, I'm sure as you get deeper into it, your instincts might be, foul on Draymond Green. I thought that was a bad call. Third personal, fourth team foul.
Steve, have you practiced technical foul on number 23, Draymond Green? Have you,
that's bad juju. No, he's going to go the whole home season with no tees.
Well, he's already got one.
But he said
not in the home season.
Oh, the home season.
The home season.
Maybe that's Draymond's approach this year. He'll get him even from the bench on the road, but not at home. I like it.
Yeah. There's this little side bet who'll shoot the free throws better between Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry, and it's like maybe there'll be another thing. Who gets more tees? Will it be Draymond or I don't know, rest of the team combined.
Yeah,
I don't know how you do it.
I like it.
Interesting day to propose side bets. But anyway, Steve Scott, PA announcer for the Warriors.
Conviction by Chauncey Billups.
Is with us.
Man.
I want to dig deeper into that whole inside the building, it's only Stephen Curry. What other little quirks might people not know? And what's sort of the background on that one?
You know what? I don't know. I think that's his preference of how he likes it said. And any player, for instance, Jimmy Butler, he is only inside the building through the PA referred to as Jimmy Butler III.
Oh.
Gary Payton is Gary Payton II. By the way, I'm so old that I announced when his dad.
Yeah.
There you go. The glove was playing for the Blazers, Hall of Famer. But, so listen, it's up to the players. What they want to be known as, I'm going to call them what they want to be called.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. And I was just a little surprised, like you were, that there was like inside the building preferences, and it almost made me think like a rock star when they show up to a venue. And it's like, I want peanut M&Ms, but no yellow ones. You better not put no yellow ones in there now. Yeah. Turkey jerky, lightly salted, Diet Coke, not Diet Pepsi. So I mean, not that these guys are high maintenance, but yeah, you want to be called what you want to be called.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jimmy Butler is proud of his family line. He is not Jimmy Butler. He's Jimmy Butler III. And, same with Gary Payton. I mean, he's got a Hall of Fame dad, and he's a great player in his own right. He's Gary Payton II. And, so when they go to the free throw line, it's not, for the Warriors, number 10, Jimmy Butler. It's for the Warriors, number 10, Jimmy Butler III, 2 shots.
Love it.
And is that your thing, 2 shots?
You know what? It depends on kind of the flow of the game. If there's like a crescendo building, or it's really tight, it might be, for the Warriors, Stephen Curry, 2 shots. And, I can hear the crowd will kind of react rather than, with the visitors, it might be, for the Lakers, LeBron James, 2 shots. It's a different
2 shots, he flopped, they're undeserved.
No.
I'm not trying to plant seeds here, but I mean, just in case
I got to deal with these guys.
Just in case you want to work editorializing,
No, but, it's so you kind of go by the flow of the game. Listen, when I was doing the PA for the Knicks back in the day, I presided over the worst home loss at Madison Square Garden in New York Knicks history. They lost to Dallas by 50 points. So you're in the fourth quarter, you're down by 43. A Knicks player hits a bailout 3 to cut it to 40. You're not yelling 3. You're not getting real excited.
Houston!
Yeah. No, I mean, you bring it down. But if it's an exciting part of the game, I mean, my job as a member of the the game experience team is to keep the fans engaged. And if I can help out a little bit by raising some enthusiasm. If a guy subs out and he's been playing great, when the guy checks in, maybe it's, for the Warriors, Buddy Hield returns for Brendan Pujinski, or Jonathan Kuminga, let the crowd, clap him off or something like that.
Yeah.
So, I'm trying to do my part to keep the enthusiasm up. Listen, you're not going to win them all. And, some games are going to be a little ugly. And our goal, I think, is to give the folks who show up, who are loyal fans, have them have a good time every time. We want them to win every game, but we want them to enjoy the experience.
Please don't ruin our vibe. I actually was planning on winning them all this year.
Yeah.
They're not going to lose them all because they're already 1-0. But you're listening to Steve Scott. He is the PA announcer starting this year for the Warriors. This will both help our listeners get to know you a little bit better, but also I would love to hear a story or two of what it was like to be doing this for Michael Jordan's Bulls.
Yeah, I mean, I started with the Bulls in 89-90. So the last season before they won the championship. I came on as a fill-in announcer. I was fortunate that the guys in front of me, first a brilliant guy named Tommy Edwards and then Ray Clay, who was a legend during the championship era, they took a lot of nights off. Same when I got to the Knicks. Wally, the PA announcer there, took a lot of nights off. So I, as a backup guy, I'd get to do 14, 16 games a year. I mean, with the Knicks, I did some playoff games. The announcer there said, Saturday, no, I want to be with my kids. It's my daughter. It's parents' night at college. So I got to do some, playoff games there. But I was with the Bulls all during the championship era, and it was great. I remember, I think, the first season I was doing the Bulls, and, of course, Jordan was Jordan. The first time I did a game, and he checked out of the game. Somebody subbed in for him. It had been a routine game, and I'm like, so-and-so in for Michael Jordan. And the guy with the Bulls next to me kind of gives me the elbow and says, listen, you don't have to do that. When he's checking out of the game.
He's leaving. Don't build him up as he's leaving.
But sir, that's Michael Jordan. So, you learn stuff along the way. But yeah, I mean, that was a big thrill being part of those teams. I mean, the Dennis Rodman era. I remember one time Rodman was at the scorer's table getting set to check back in, and he was always one for striking up conversations with the scorer's table. I mean, he always wanted to talk. And he called people bro, I think, before bro was bro, and it'd be like, hey, bro, what are you doing? And one night he's getting ready to go in, and all of a sudden, and I don't know where he found this, whether he pulled out of his sock, his jock, I don't know where. He hands me a card. He had an after-hours club, a nightclub.
Not surprising.
Okay. Now, first of all, just picture for yourself Dennis Rodman's after-hours club. It wasn't too far from United Center. And he said, hey, bro, and he hands me the card. And he says, just come by after the game. And it probably wasn't my crowd, although I was doing morning radio in Chicago, and I said, oh, man, that's really cool. I don't know if I can make it. I do morning radio, and all of a sudden, honk, and then he goes into the game. But I mean, just a real character. That was a lot of fun. And then, unfortunately, the dynasty ended, and they went from first to worst and kind of started all over again. But those guys played hard, and the fans in Chicago were great. They kept the sellout streak going for quite a while. And then I actually became the full-time Bulls announcer, I don't know, it's right around, 2000, 2002, somewhere around there. And I actually announced Michael Jordan's last game in Chicago. He was playing for the Wizards.
Wow.
And he came back and, playing for the Wizards. It was his final season, the last time they were going to be in town. It was going to be the last time he ever played in Chicago. And we, the Bulls, I mean, I do what I'm told, but they decided, you know what? We are going to not announce him like, and at guard, 6'6" from North Carolina, Michael Jordan. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to bring back the old style. So I go through the starting first four for the Wizards, at center, 00, Brendan Haywood. A 6'5" guard, Jerry Stackhouse. And then, we get to the last one, and instead of just announcing it like a regular visitor, it was from North Carolina, at guard, 6'6", Michael Jordan. And the place just erupted. Yep. Standing ovation for like 5 minutes. We finally had to give Mike a microphone to say something, or I swear they'd still be clapping and cheering. He was so loved there. But that was really a great experience. And it's kind of cool. The NBA is back on NBC, and they're running some promos. Jordan's joining their group of analysts. And the audio they have behind a promo for Jordan joining their team is me doing that call.
Wow.
It's got video of Jordan doing some of his, crazy moves and stuff. The one where against the Lakers, he changes hands in midair and lays it in. But you hear, from North Carolina, at guard, 6'6", Michael Jordan. That was actually announcing him as a visiting player.
Wow.
Whoa.
The audio they're using. It sounds like it was, from back in the day.
So cool.
But that's actually, Michael Jordan as a visiting player. Probably the best, announcement or intro we ever gave a visiting player. But that was fun.
Yeah, no doubt. Steve Scott here, Warriors PA announcer on 95.7 The Game. I wonder about your memories of Steve Kerr as a player when he was a Chicago Bulls and you were there. And I don't know if he started a ton, but just, Steve was there and you were there and now you're both here.
Started some, but what a key player in the second half of that championship era. I mean, you had Johnny Paxson first, and, wouldn't you know, Pax goes on to be a front office guy, a great general manager. And then, Steve Kerr, really a lot of the same kind of guy. I mean, they're the same size, same kind of shooting style, and now he becomes a Hall of Fame coach. It says a lot for those guys. I mean, I remember him, he hit a huge shot to help win one of the championships. And, it's really kind of cool to see what he has become with the Warriors. I mean, it's not easy being a coach in the NBA or Major League Baseball, as we may find out, as the next Giants season rolls around, or the NFL or whatever. Yeah. I mean, it ain't easy. You're dealing with guys that are making a lot more money than you, who think they kind of own the place. And Steve Kerr, what a masterful job he has done. He just seems like he's been the perfect fit. But I remember him as a player, just a clutch guy, class guy. I mean, I'm sold. I remember when he played at Arizona.
Oh, boy.
And so, yeah.
You didn't happen to do Steph Curry's 50-point game at MSG a couple years ago, did you?
No, I don't think I was there for that one. I did do, I told you I did the Knicks' worst loss ever at MSG, that 50-point blowout. I was also doing the PA the night that Carmelo Anthony set the Madison Square Garden record with 62.
Wow.
So I've kind of, what they used to call it, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, kind of reversed there. But, I've been on both ends of the spectrum. No, I didn't see Steph's 50. I know he's had a few of those, but I wasn't there for that game.
And just comparing venues like, the United Center, which is no longer that in Chicago, Madison Square Garden is considered the Mecca, and now you have this building. Yeah. I know arenas are like children. You can't favor one over the other, but I'm going to ask you to favor one over the other.
Well, my first few seasons with the Bulls, up through the first championship run, they played at Old Chicago Stadium.
Oh, wow.
And I kid you guys not, we would sit at the scorer's table, and there would be critters running over your feet. As we'd be sitting there at the table, you'd feel something going over your feet. And, some of the people who'd been there for 20 years, that's Melvin. The rats had names. Then you move to the United Center, which just, it's just a fabulous facility. It's hard to believe. It's, over 30 years old now. Yeah. Just a great building. And then you go to Madison Square Garden. You're right. They call it the world's most famous arena. Very, very cool to be in that building, knowing the history. But you come here, and this place, state of the art, that scoreboard, I swear, is bigger than Old Chicago Stadium was. And the acoustics and the sound in this building, it makes an announcer sound good. So I love it here. I mean, I can't say I had a favorite. Chicago Stadium, that was the first place I did the NBA. United Center, I mean, that was a great building. Spent a lot of time in there. Madison Square Garden's Madison Square Garden. And then, this iconic arena, being able to announce for the team that, as I was a little kid growing up in the Central Valley, being a Warriors fan, this is kind of a pinch me thing to be back here and to be in this great building.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Well, welcome from the whole fan base, and excited to hear you tonight and beyond. Steve Scott, PA announcer for the Warriors.
Thanks so much, and Dibs, I know you'll be up at 5 to hear me when I go on KCS in the morning.
Always, every morning. No doubt.
Yeah. We'll especially be listening in the fourth quarter to make sure you're still.
There you go.
Come on, Steve.
Basket by. I don't know. I'm so tired.
Who cares? Somebody scored.
Big deal.
Yeah, it was. What was that? 30. Yeah, 30.
Yeah, again.
No.
All right, Steph.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Steve.
Steve, thank you. Steve Scott joining us here on Willard and Dibs, and not just the PA guy for the Warriors now, but those are some pretty cool stories.
Very good stories.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I hadn't realized that was the moment, because we've all heard the call, the Michael Jordan introduction, and I didn't realize that he was a Wizards already at that point.
Yeah.
Because nowadays it's like you announce the visitor and it's tribute video, 6 minutes, and then the ovation and all that. But back then, and not even 30 years ago, that's what you did before the tribute video. It was up to the PA announcer to really do the big welcome back moment.
Well, that whole thing was so iconic too, and I don't think Steve noticed this because his back is turned, but some of the employees here at Splash, when he was recounting that whole thing and doing the Michael Jordan call, some of the staff here at Splash is walking across and mimicking those words along with him as he said it. That's how iconic it was, because I think some of these members here at Splash I can tell by looking at them, they're not old enough to have been alive when that was happening.
Yeah.
But they still know it.
And he had me actually thinking about, like, iconic intros. Like, for example, at guard, a 6'3" guard from Davidson, like, you know who that is.
Yes.
And a 6'6" guard from North Carolina, you know who that is. And there aren't that many players where you could do, the height, the position, the college, and you could fill in the blank.
Yeah,
you know?
no doubt, no doubt. Speaking of iconic players, I think we wanted to chat about this a little bit and throw this out to the audience because we're here for your calls coming up next. Mark Spears in just over a half hour. 888-957-9570 is the number. We were kind of talking before the show about the idea of, based on game one, what did you see that you at least hope or think could be sustainable? And I thought about that, and, I think there's some simple answers. Hey, great, did Jimmy score a lot of points? Or Jonathan, really kind of clicking within the offense. Those are all things you could point to, but I'm thinking about the last 3 years of Warrior basketball, and what I've heard a lot of fans call for, or even criticize the Warriors for, not having enough help for Steph Curry. And I really got a vibe from game one that for the first time since Andrew Wiggins balled out in the playoffs 3 seasons ago, I think Steph has the help that he needs. He played a game that was really kind of ho-hum for him. He didn't have to overwork. He didn't have to overscore. And I do think it's different that Jimmy is here to start a season as opposed to last year. And if you have role players who play the way Jonathan did in that game. Maybe we finally arrived, I think we have, at Steph has what he needs so that this whole thing is not on his shoulders.
I agree with you, and I was thinking about just like the Giants offense when now you've got Chapman and Devers and Adamas. You don't just have one good hitter. Now you've got a lineup, and more you've got a lineup. And with the Warriors, Steph, carry us 82 times. Well, that's not sustainable at his age. Jimmy, go ahead and get buckets, get to the foul line. Buddy Hield, you're a threat. Kuminga with the ha-ha and making smart plays. And, Pods didn't even really do that much, quote-unquote, but you've got so many other pieces now and players who can step up and be complimentary like you're talking about. I do think that part of it is very sustainable.
Yeah, I'm really kind of optimistic about that. And even, I know some people will go back to last year and say, what are you talking about? Steph got hurt and they couldn't win another basketball game. You have Jonathan Kuminga getting thrown into that in the midst of obviously a lot of feelings. B, I will forever believe that we really undersold how injured Jimmy Butler was coming out of that Rockets series and was not able to really be himself. And that's what left the Warriors so vulnerable. I think they have the opportunity to be something different this year. But we definitely, let's get you into that conversation, too. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. Especially you Warrior fans who have been calling for more help for Steph. Have we arrived at the moment where he's got it? Does Steph have the help he needs? I believe he does. Sounds like you believe he does.
Yep.
888-957-9570. Let's get into that. Mark Spears in a half hour, live at Splash for the home opener. It's Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, and they are deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering the community all around all of us. And I am a client. I have been for 7 years, and I can tell you this firsthand. That's what Fremont Bank is about. They're about the community. They're about the bank, and they're about people here in the Bay Area. When they built this back in 1964, they tried to create a local ecosystem that is built around the bank and people in the community. And guess what? 61 years later, they've absolutely done that. They've got 21 branches throughout the Bay Area, and what they've built is an ecosystem surrounded by people, bankers, customers, clients, people who need money, people who donate money, people who deposit money. It's all around you. Fremont Bank is working in your community. The money you deposit stays local, and it works in your community. What you need to do is go into a Fremont Bank branch, and I guarantee you, after seeing and feeling what they're all about, you're going to want to switch your money from the big box to a good local bank. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
McDonald's has classics, but then there's the classic. 2 beef patties, sesame seed bun, made perfect with iconic Big Mac sauce. And now I can snag one with fries and a soft drink with a $9 Big Mac Extra Value Meal. That's a Big Mac, medium fries, and an ice-cold Coke, all for $9. Score the classics at Mickey D's. They're classics for a reason. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
JK, my guy, I've been out here defending you. I'm fighting for my life out here, and you're going to say that about my picks, JK?
Well,
JK, hold up. I'm 21-9, my friends. That's 70%. My pick percentage versus Kuminga's free throw percentage. Discuss amongst yourselves.
You're trimming around the edges. You are not 21-9.
Am I 21-10?
Yeah, you're 21-10.
Fine. My pick percentage, Kuminga's free throw percentage. What's going to be higher at the end of the year?
Yeah, but what do sports fans often say after a game? Dibs, what have you done for me lately?
What do they say about Kuminga at the end of a trip to the line for two? Hey, JK, your free throws stink.
No, usually one of them does.
Right, but
the other one goes in.
Right, but if you can't shoot 70% as a professional basketball player, that's like being below 50% as a professional game picker.
You have had a wonderful year. You have also lost 5 of 7, and so we're on alert. That's all.
That's all.
That's all. We're worried about our money. 15 minutes from right now, the pick. And
the pick is in.
I haven't even looked because it's such a day about sports gambling. I'm like afraid to open up any apps. I don't even know what the number is tonight. What is it, Grandy? What's it sitting at? Is it 3?
Give me one sec.
Yeah, Chargers and Vikings tonight. Chargers will be wearing dark blue. Vikings are getting Aaron Jones back into the fold off of IR. So some interesting dynamics here. Carson Wentz has had a wonky year. The Chargers haven't been playing very well of late, but these are two teams that, fantasy perspective, a lot of players out there that people are going to be watching. This is a pretty watchable Thursday night game.
Chargers by 3, correct.
Chargers by 3.
Okay.
14 minutes.
Yep. The pick is in.
Pressure's on.
Nah, no pressure.
Lots of pressure.
We're still dealing with house money. And, so 21-10?
21-10.
Okay. All right.
21-10.
That's fine.
Yeah.
The pick is in, and the Niner pick will come up tomorrow, and I'm just looking at the report from Vic Tafur today. Diamano Lenore did not practice with a quadriceps, and Renardo Green, Upton Stout were full. They were a full go. Luke Gifford, the linebacker, downgraded from limited to DNP. So that is your players, your changed players from the practice report.
What's going on offense? What's happening with Brock Purdy over there?
Let me check in on that.
What's going on with Ricky Pearsall? Did he get in a limited session today?
With the injury report so long, I think Vic Tafur just focused on what is different about today, and those were the ones that were slightly different.
You guys got to be my eyes on social media today. I'm locked out of Twitter, which is kind of heavenly, actually, except for when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I am a little bit worried because I've got 24 hours to basically reacquire access to my account because, as I've told you before, one of those things I love to do, it's, Friday or more so also Saturday night on Twitter with Schefter and Rappaport. This is what happens when you get older in life. I'm not going out drinking on Friday and Saturday. My Fridays and Saturdays, I lay down in bed late at night with Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport on Twitter. And I find out who's going to play coming up this weekend.
Just wait for it.
But, someone may need to do that for me because I'm locked out.
From Cam Inman, Brock Purdy in the QB rotation, but still seems like Mac Jones will start again. That's from Cam Inman on Twitter.
Okay.
Side field DNP, Ricky Pearsall, Diamano Lenore, Luke Gifford. So if you're on the side field on a Thursday,
frustrating.
I don't like your chances. And
frustrating,
but not surprising for me. And Ricky Pearsall, he had a PCL injury, which, as we saw last year from Christian McCaffrey, that can be pretty serious. And I do think that they're going to go as slow as they need to with Ricky Pearsall. I also think that the 5-2 record gives you a little bit more license to slow play guys.
Yeah, no, it most certainly does. I mean, look, it'd be a lot more frustrating if they were 2-5. I get that, but at the same time, it's clear to me they did not think that the Pearsall thing was going to take this long, And they did not think that the Brock Purdy thing was going to take this long. If they keep winning games, they go out there and go 6-2 this weekend, then wonderful. You don't have to necessarily worry about it. But frustrating, always frustrating to me when you don't just have injuries, but you have injuries that seem to be dragging on in ways that you did not expect. And, that latest report, I know the Niners had circled Week 8 for Purdy, and then he went out and did a workout before the Atlanta game. It didn't go so great. I know that Kyle thought they were going to have Ricky Pearsall 2 weeks ago, potentially. And he's not back, and he's still not going to be back. So, frustrating. Very, very frustrating.
Some good news. Upton Stout was a full participant today after being limited yesterday. Renardo Green, full participation today as well.
Well, they're going to need that if Diamador Lenoir's not playing.
Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, both were full. They hadn't practiced, but those were vet days. But they're back in today. Yetur Gross-Matos didn't practice. Bryce Huff didn't practice. Jake Brendel didn't practice, which means Matt Hennessy set to make his Niner starting debut at center. And I thought he looked pretty damn good. Jawan Jennings, full participant, and he's listed with ankle, rib, shoulder. Ankle, rib, shoulder. And by the way, rib is 5 ribs.
You might as well just write Jawan Jennings is hurt with low, middle, and high.
Yeah.
That's basically body hurts down there, over here, and up here.
No doubt.
Yep.
Mac Jones was full. And that's about it for the Brock was limited, as mentioned. So it looks like it's going to be Mac, and it's going to be Hennessy at center. Hopefully Ben Barch is able to be out there as a possible backup. I don't see him on the report.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's ready to go, and I don't think the Hennessy thing's not a surprise. Brendel and Bryce Huff were announced right away as they're probably going to miss a couple weeks. And so those guys are going to be out. And the team that you saw beat the Atlanta Falcons is it's going to be the same group minus a few more names. So there won't be Bryce Huff, and maybe there won't be Diamador Lenoir, and yes, Matt Hennessy will be in there at center, but you're not getting any new reinforcements in the way of wide receivers or quarterbacks. So outside of that, it's going to be the same group, and I think that, my goodness, both defenses kind of have a little bit of an edge on both offenses in this football game. So it's exciting to me that they're going against the Texans team that I don't think much of, and I think it's one of the worst offensive lines in football. At the same time, the 49ers have another injury on offensive line. They do not get their weapon back. They do not get their quarterback back. And one thing I do respect is the Houston defense. So I don't know. Bet the under, I guess, is my suggestion.
Yeah, 41.5 is what I saw the number at. And just real quick for Houston, their Thursday report's not out yet, but yesterday, Nico Collins did not participate, concussion. Christian Kirk, the other wide receiver, hamstring, did not participate either. So, I mean, both these teams, especially the offenses like you talked about, both of these offenses are going to be banged up, and both defenses are really quite good. So, yeah, betting the under might be the smart play.
By the way, guys, really quick, I have the participation reports for both teams from today. Dibs, you are right on Nico and on Christian Kirk. They also both did not participate today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nico Collins, I'll tell you right now, I'd be shocked if he played this weekend. In fact, with him sitting out practice today, you guys probably know more about this than I do. The concussion protocol that you have to work your way through, I don't even know if it's possible for Nico to play on Sunday if he has not already returned to some sort of participation today, because he's got to still be at step 1, stage 1, right?
Depends on what he's able to do. I don't think that you have to go right out in practice to make it through the steps, but every step is a 24-hour thing. So if he's able to participate tomorrow, then you could go through a Saturday and you could still potentially play Sunday. I do think you're right, though, as far as where he is in the return to play protocol. It's going to be a long shot for him to be able to clear it, especially when you get to a Sunday 1 o'clock game. If it was a Monday game, maybe. Now, did they play this past Monday?
Yeah, they just played Monday late night in Seattle. Remember, a later game than normal,
you're concussed on Monday, and then Tuesday is a 24-hour recoup. Wednesday, you'd go through step 1. Thursday would be step 2 if he could. So if he practices tomorrow, he might be able to make it by Sunday. I think it's a long shot.
Yeah, very, very much a long shot. So you got 2 wounded teams that are going to be coming at each other this weekend in Houston. All right, we're live out at Splash. Splash is just outstanding. I guess, we're here so much I forget that this just opened in February, and there might be a lot of you Warrior fans who have not seen this place yet. The 30,000 square foot sports bar with the state-of-the-art sports viewing experience. And then just take it from us, we have worked our way through this menu 5 times over, and it is really fantastic. So if you have tickets to the game, it can be a good come early or stay late spot. If you don't have tickets to the game, it's a great way to come down here and experience kind of Thrive City and the action of the game, but maybe just come in here and grab a reservation and grab a few drinks and watch the game with a huge Warrior crowd. That's what lovely Christy and I did for the road game on Tuesday night. Had an absolute blast doing that. So a whole lot of fun. Come check it out. That's where we originate right now here as we get ready for tonight's home opener, which in this moment is exactly 3 hours away.
And it's incredible. The food is great. You and I collectively have eaten through about 3/4 of the menu, and I'm yet to come upon something that I didn't think was delicious. And I didn't realize that the cocktail program created by Kevin Dietrich, by the way, he's a James Beard finalist for his cocktail menu. So if you like the fancy schmancy cocktails, you're going to get one here that is unlike anything you've had.
I don't know that I've ever heard it called a cocktail program before, but sign me up for the program. I did. I don't know what you called them, fancy and schmancy. I just ordered a couple of old fashions the other night, and they did the damn thing. They're fantastic. So yeah, we had a great time. Great time. 2 drinks on a Tuesday. What the hell are we talking about over
crazy
here?
out there.
Oh my God! I was texting you, being like, "Hey, this team sucks. We got to figure this out. They're only up by 1." Yeah, I was getting hot. At halftime. Couple drinks, going to the restroom, fire off some text messages.
Oh yeah,
and make the world right again.
Yeah, you definitely had a couple of first half texts, and I looked at it. I'm like, oh. My guy's having a good time.
You better get your act together.
He's hot.
Up by 1. No LeBron. What are we doing?
Turnover laden first quarter, and you're out there just short of F-bombing everybody. You were hot.
I want to trade everybody.
Totally.
Especially that Kuminga guy.
Yeah.
That's why he came out in the second half, and he's like, all right, let's ball out. And then everything was fine. Just needed a little 10-0 run. That's all I needed.
He needed you to hold his feet to the fire.
Exactly.
Via text message.
Listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. And the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. So glad you're with us. Mark Spears is just about 10-15 minutes away. He will be live on the set. We're talking about stuff that we saw from night 1 that we think could be sustainable. I'm really focused on the fact that Steph Curry had kind of a ho-hum night. He wasn't overdone with effort. It wasn't overdone with minutes. And it still led to kind of for the most part, a cruise to a victory on the road kind of a night. Let's get back out to the phones. We'll fade the Dibbers here in just a couple of minutes. Let's go to Greg in Benicia. Hello, Greg. What are you doing?
How you doing? I just want to talk a little Warriors today.
Let's do it.
And, I got them being a real good team during the regular season, probably about a 48-win team. But during the playoffs, everybody is so much younger, they're going to run them off the court. I don't see them getting down, unfortunately.
You know, Greg, look.
Yeah. All right. Greg, you know what, Greg? You're probably right. I'm going home, Mark.
Do you know what's interesting, though? Like, I would say to Greg, and Greg, thanks.
Thanks, Greg.
I mean, who knows? You could be right. But didn't we just see the scenario Greg's talking about last year?
Yeah.
And didn't the Warriors win that series?
Well, and then Minnesota ran them off the court.
Well, right, with no Steph Curry, and if that's part of the
it's
point.
because they ran Steph off the court. Steph couldn't keep up, and he popped the hammy.
Greg could be right, but it's funny the way he kind of pitched that, because to me, the youth angle, that's not what starts working in the playoffs. I get that you could say fresh legs does, But, man, when it comes to playoff basketball, I'm a big believer in continuity and experience at that point if you are provided health. And so I get that balance. That's a tough one. And Greg might be right, and that's a point that I know a lot of Warrior fans share.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you want to give me, baby basketball against, old man hamstrings. Like, if those hamstrings hold up, like, give me the old guys. Like, I think the playoff experience of the Warriors, adding Butler in with Draymond Green and Steph Curry, boy, if I'm I do not want to face that team if they're healthy.
Well, it's funny because you and I kind of did this yesterday. We talked about young teams and experienced teams, and we kind of used basketball IQ as an easy way to talk about experience. And if you look at the West, I don't know how much of San Antonio you watched last night. Not a ton, I know, because you weren't betting.
Well, I know Wemby is now apparently the best player in the world.
Ever.
This is what's being discussed.
Just when you get a chance, watch some Wemby highlights. And it's funny because Anthony Davis even said, he's like, the guy's 7'3". When he wants to shoot, you don't block it. And Wemby has the ha-ha at 7'3". Whatever, it's one game.
Yeah.
San Antonio is an unbelievable young team, but they're a young team. So are they going to go and do what OKC did last year? I doubt it. The teams that really scare me the most are the teams that have both. I think Minnesota, they now have a lot of experience, and they have a good amount of youth. OKC's got experience. They won the chip. They've got youth. Denver's got that, too. They have the experience. They're not a young team, but if you look at how many guys they have between 27 and 31, they're a team that is ripe and primed. So those three scare me the most. Houston is interesting because they have a mix of experience with KD and some youth, but beyond that, you've got the Clippers and the Warriors, who are the old OGs, and then you've got a bunch of question marks.
Interesting start for the Clippers last night, getting totally blown off of the floor in Utah. 1 quarter in, and Utah is already up like 43-19 or whatever it was. So, look, these are one games. I'm not going to make huge sweeping arguments out of that. But, yeah, if you want to early on, maybe the Spurs arrow up and the Clippers arrow down based on their first appearance. We're going to keep going on the phones in just a second. In fact, Justin is on the line and wants to talk sports betting. But because he wants to talk sports betting, I know he'll be patient. Because, Justin, what we need to do before we talk to you about sports betting is talk about sports betting. It's time to fade the dibbers. Well, here we go on into the Thursday night. Sure, the Warriors are going to play the Nuggets, but what does every good piece of entertainment need? It needs it needs an opening act, and the Warrior game has an opening act that's going to start here in 1 hour and 13 minutes. It is in the form of, yes, those horns visiting the San Diego Superchargers. And I call them San Diego because these are their Supercharger uniforms that they will be sporting. The dark blues from head to toe are favored by 3 against those horns, the Vikings, tonight. Dibs.
Pretty good. I like my horn.
Yeah, not bad.
And give myself a 4 for the horn. Look, I mean, both teams played on Sunday, so there's no rest advantage. Chargers were home, so they have a little bit of a stay-and-play advantage over Minnesota. The Vikings are a puzzle. Carson Wentz looks great, then he looks bad, and Justin Jefferson is dangerous, and the Chargers have a bunch of injuries. I think every offensive lineman is hurt. I've been told that they're going to go to 90 personnel, 9 running backs, and no tight ends, 5 of whom will be asked to block. Look, when you get into these spots, Thursday night, with a 3-point spread, this one, honestly, for me, is a straight-up coin toss. I don't know which team to bank on, so when you get all the way down to it, you look at the home team, and they're laying 3, and you think, you know what? I'm going to take the home team. I'm going to lay the 3. You take the Chargers, and you lay the 3. Hey.
No. You're not allowed to do that. You can't clap and fade yourself. And also, chill on the cuckoosh. You're scaring the ladies. There's like a corporate event over here, and people take it easy. I mean, for crying out loud.
Hey, ladies, you take the Chargers and you lay the 3 cuckoos.
You can't run into a corporate event and yell cuckoosh.
I think I just did.
Do that.
I think I just
That's
did.
not appropriate. I mean, yeah.
Hey,
exactly.
ladies.
How about hey, ladies, cuckoosh? That, like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, get your act together.
You take the dibber and the points.
What is going on here?
You're
Granny, you should see what's going on.
I mean,
For the
what
love
kind
of
of
God.
confidence are you inspiring?
For the love of God.
People are listening for your pick, and you lead into it by going, total coin flip, no clue what's about to happen. Like, what do we? Come on, dude, get your fastball back.
It's here.
It's not. You tiptoed into that. You dipped your toe in the water and went, I don't know if I feel like swimming, but I got to do something, so whatever. And then you started flirting with people who aren't listening to you.
Yeah.
God, I almost want to fade just because of your delivery.
You won't.
I won't because I kind of agree with you.
Well, and
but,
honestly,
I mean, all right, go ahead.
I should have done it instantly, but
you should have.
Because of that,
The
you're
guy,
right.
and then after all that, you start fading yourself. Everybody else is just flat-footed over here.
Yeah.
Then you start clapping for yourself. Man.
I said cuckoo.
You got to get your...
What more do you want?
You got to get your mojo back. That's what I want.
So I'm fading, and I want y'all to fade with me.
So I pick every game.
This is a discombobulation sensation.
If you look at that's about my confidence rankings of all the games this week, this is my second least confident pick. I'm trying to be transparent with the listeners. Now, I'll say this. Teasing ahead to tomorrow, the Niner game, the pick is in, and that is my number one most confident pick of the week. That one is, you want to talk about found money, Grandy? That's an easy one on Sunday.
Who plays on Sunday night? Is that Packers and Steelers? The Aaron Rodgers Bowl?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I already know who you're picking on that one.
Yeah, that pick is in, too. I like that one.
Yeah, because you hate Aaron Rodgers. It's not a good reason to make a pick.
I don't ever let emotion get into my picks, which is why I've gone against the Niners constantly and won.
Okay. All right. You get your mojo back before you get braggadocious.
It's back. You take the Chargers and you lay the 3 cuckoos.
We'll see. All right. Hey, Mark Spears is going to be here in a sec.
Yeah, table 6.
Let's go to...
I said cuckoosh. What more can I do for you guys?
No, real quick. I want to hear what Justin. Go to Justin in Petaluma, but Justin, you only got about 30 seconds. And what do you got? What's up, Justin?
Hey guys, good afternoon.
Hey, good man. What's happening?
Story about sports betting and insider information. I had a roommate who was a bar back at a strip club in Pittsburgh, and Terry Allen walked in one night hammered. They had to escort him out, and they were playing the Steelers the next day. We laid all kind of money that morning on the Steelers, and we won.
Well, that's actually
awesome.
That's not a gambling ring. That's just you being an observationalist.
Totally, yep.
Basically, is all that is. That's about as old as it gets, right there. That's very legal gambling.
Totally. And, I mean, we've all had moments where you get a little tidbit of info and you go, oh, yeah, that's inside info.
Yep.
And even at that, they only work out about half the time.
That's true, too.
You know?
A lot of other people out there who can affect the game.
Yep.
All right, we're live at Splash, Thrive City. Lot going on with the Warriors home opener, including Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Come hang at Splash from 5 to 7, which is, I don't know, checks watch pretty soon, and try Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. We keep on moving toward the home opener tonight. Mark Spears of ESPN, one of the most tapped in, dialed in, best NBA voices out there, and obviously a Bay Area legend, is going to join us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Northbound 280 is jammed from at least Mariposa as you get to King Street. And northbound 101 backed up almost from 380, at least from Candlestick, as you get into San Francisco. And yes, the metering lights are on at the Bay Bridge.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard. When life hits you hard, accident, injury, whatever it is that knocks you off course, you got to hit back harder, and you need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That team and the people I trust, that's Omar Habas and the Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice. And Habas Law doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
face.
Guys,
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
Oakland, it's the final home game of the season. The Oakland Roots take on Lexington SC Saturday, October 25th at the Coliseum. Stick around for the final whistle for a special post-game performance by Ruby Red and fireworks to close out the season. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it? Watch live on ESPN Plus or KTVU Plus. OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's movement.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Bay Area, what's up? It's your guy, Bonte Hill, shouting out my friends at Ceremony Ford. If you think you missed your chance to save on an electric ride, think again. Ceremony Ford is dropping a deal you don't want to sleep on. You can lease a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month. Yeah, you heard that right. An all-electric Mustang for under $300 a month. And if electric's not your vibe, no worries, my friends. Ceremony's got a massive lineup of new and pre-owned Fords ready to roll. F-150s, Broncos, Escapes, you name it. Right now, I'm rolling in the Explorer myself, and man, I love it. And let me tell you, these folks don't play games or haggle. Just good, honest people taking care of Bay Area drivers like you and me. So swing by Ceremony Ford, right off 280 on Ceremony Boulevard, or check out that Mach-E lease for just $299 a month at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Mid-60s in San Francisco. We've got more of the same for tomorrow, maybe rain on Saturday.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
From 20th Century Studios on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
Bay Area is Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Brooklyn! Look at you. There he is, folks.
That's him right there. Yeah, we're getting close to the Warriors' home slate getting started because the big names are coming out. We're live at Splash. This 30,000 square foot situation just has everything here. The great food, the vibe, the TVs right next to Chase Center as we get ready for their home schedule to get started in just over 2.5 hours. Jokic is in town. The Warriors are 1-0. Here we go. Willard and Dibbs on the scene, and the great Mark Spears, a Bay Area legend, ESPN, is with us on the set. It is great to see you here. River Island's guest line. Thank you for coming by, man.
And this is first class. Y'all on the air, too?
Oh, yeah. We're trying.
They tell us we are.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking to these.
Okay.
Maybe it goes out into the world. We'll find out.
I'm sure if somebody says something right, we'll find out.
Yeah. I mean, during the break, it's food and beverage, not alcoholic beverages, because we're all professionals up in here.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to laugh, but I mean, it's a far cry.
Vodka's clear.
It is. That's a great point. Yeah, I got to keep that in mind. But first class place, and it's a big time game when you're on the scene, and you're fresh off of a San Antonio game and an OKC game.
Yeah.
Man.
No, it's been an incredible 2 days. I went to OKC, saw him bring the banner up for the first time, and the Rockets need a point guard.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, Sengun's better, so the Warriors need to watch out for that.
Yep.
What I saw from him is improvement. He's shooting the three now. He's doing Embiid stuff now.
Wow.
In terms of shooting the three and scoring in the post. And you saw Caruso has a concussion. Why do you think he got a concussion? It's because of the way he was being guarded by or tried to guard Sengun. So the Rockets are for real. I still think they need a point guard now. I mean, losing Van Vliet was too much, and they don't have the right people to fix that. But SGA was SGA in the end. In that game. So he didn't have a great game, and to the end, you could tell them J-Dub, the Santa Clara kid, he missed him.
Yep.
Big time, but I mean, I'm not even talking about last night, but the West is something.
Let's talk about last night, though, because I think maybe the question that is on the Warrior fan mind is when you look at the framework of the West and how everybody kind of predicted it or whatever, everybody knew San Antonio was coming up, but maybe they're not coming up.
Man.
Are they already here?
Yeah, because of an angry Wemby.
Okay.
Wemby is angry because Chet, his rival, which is probably weird that people would, if they know or don't know that he's his rival.
Yeah.
Chet got a chip, so I think he's motivated by that. He spent some time with Akeem, and one thing I couldn't figure out last night is what did he see to make him say, all right, I'm going to go inside? Because I want to say about 70% of his offense came from shooting threes and jumpers, and yesterday was about just being aggressive and dominating. And I saw Wemby when he first came to the States for the first time, when he played again in Vegas against the G League Ignite, and I was in awe. I've been in awe of things that he's done his first 2 seasons. But call ambulance like you're hearing now, because there's a different attitude.
Yes.
There's an anger. He might be the best player in the league now from what I saw last night.
Wow.
And I'm trying to
I love a small sample.
But what he did last night, Like, I never seen Anthony Davis look like he couldn't do nothing with you defensively. He was aggressive. He was dunking everything. Everybody was falling out all over the arena, whether you were a Spurs fan or a Mavericks fan. It was one of the most incredible performances I've seen in now my 27 years covering NBA.
27 years, longer than he's been alive. And seeing him up close now, as opposed to last year and years prior, is he getting a little bit more of that grown man body? Is he? He's not still the same spindly stick. He's got a little bit more heft, right?
A little bit more, I would call it David Robinson-like, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Like, you want to see how big a dude's going to be, look at his dad a lot of times, right? You could tell. Wemby's dad was in the building. He's a slender guy. I don't think he's going to turn into Kevin Willis, right? But
or Kevin Duckworth, rest in peace. Any of Kevin, any of the other Kevins. More like Kevin Durant, maybe than Kevin Willis.
A little bigger than Durant. I mean, but you can see he's refined, and you can't just push him and beat him up anymore. And his quickness, like that baseline dunk he took, his steps are like miles long.
Yeah.
So once he gets going, like, what are you going to do? He doesn't have to really jump to dunk it, and you just got to watch your head. And when the one big mistake he made in the Olympics, and I bet you if he watched that Olympic game now against USA, he would beat himself up about it, was he was a jump shooter. He never tested USA going to the basket.
Yep.
But last night there was an aggression, there was an anger. I talked to Akeem Olajuwon recently, and he told me about how he helped him be more aggressive going to basket. I think Akeem might have had the biggest influence. And if you're playing like Akeem, at 7'5", good rest.
And
good
shooting
luck
the
to
three, too.
That's a problem.
Good luck to the rest of the league.
Yeah, Mark Spears with us here. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. I know you were in Oklahoma City, and obviously that overlapped with what the Warriors were doing. But I wonder if you've had a chance to review anything. What were your first impressions of what we saw from the Dubs in L.A.?
Thought it was a good team victory.
Yeah.
Very good team victory. I caught the end of it, and it was just like, what do we have to do to get? Like, I felt like a relief pitcher came in and they just got to save and finished it off. You know what I mean? It was a good team victory. Kuminga, from my talking to him, I don't know if you guys saw the story I did on him recently.
Yes.
He's engaged, and we saw that. And I think that's a great thing that Warriors fans saw that before the first home game, that he's engaged and he's going to play, and we'll see what happens right in January. But from what we saw in the first game, you know what? It might not be bad to keep him around, right?
Don't need to trade him if he's going to do that. 9 rebounds, you don't need to trade him.
Yeah, but they broke, don't fix it, right? And so he looked good. And I was stunned by Jimmy. I mean, Jimmy, there wasn't really much of a playoff presence. And for him, I was nervous about him and what he would be. I know what Steph is going to be. I know what Draymond was going to be. But Jimmy, man, Jimmy came in looking like an all-star. And so the Warriors are going to be scary. This team they're playing tonight, the Nuggets are going to be scary. Now you got to add the Spurs to the list.
Oh.
It's like them old battle royals, man.
Yeah.
For the OGs that remember that.
Yeah.
Dibs, you remember the old battle royals?
Those are so great. And, guys coming out of the third row and out of the tunnel out of nowhere, and you end up with 10 guys in the ring. And one thing that Mark and I, Mark Willard, not Mark Spears, have been talking about is the idea of
M-Dub.
Yeah, M-Dub over here. We got MG back at the studio.
We can do that.
You like that, M-Dub?
I've gotten that for quite a while, yeah.
Okay,
absolutely.
Okay.
And you're the Hall of Famer. We can't even get into how many Halls of Fame, but we've been talking about the old OGs versus these young, inexperienced young teams. Yeah. How do the Warriors stack up, and what is their number one edge that they have when push will come to shove?
Playoffs, it slows down.
Yeah.
They've been there. They've done that. If you think about it, the starting five they used the other day, everybody has been to the finals. It's nothing new.
Yeah.
Jimmy hasn't gotten that ring, but he's been there twice. So once they get to the postseason, I feel like if Steph and Jimmy didn't get hurt, they probably would have won that series, right? And there would have been a showdown against OKC. It's all about health with this team to me. If they're healthy, they're capable of beating everybody. If they're healthy.
Right.
We did see that article you wrote and the time you spent with JK, and I think maybe this was unfair, but a lot of us, when you're watching the summer unfold and there's all the negotiations, and it feels controversial. I think there were a lot of questions about how does J.K. navigate that, and then suddenly kind of play like he does want to be here. So what were your impressions of what he said and how he is navigating that?
Yeah, I mean, I met J.K. in Walnut Creek, playing for the G League Ignite. I don't know if you guys remember when the G League Ignite.
Sure.
Obviously, they're defunct now, but this is a kid from the Congo, man. He's not like us typical Americans. There was a lot of genocide from where he grew up, but he also had parents that weren't stressful people. He said he'd never seen his parents fight. So I think a lot of times when you get somebody from Africa, and I've been blessed to be able to go to Morocco and Senegal and South Africa, like there's a different mentality there. Like when J.K. first got here, if Kerr was speaking to him or Draymond, his head was down. They thought he was being disrespectful. But where he's from in the Congo, that's a sign of respect. When the elder is speaking in the Congo, you have your head down and you listen. So they had to figure him out. They had to learn. And he's like, if you go look at my country and what's going on and the chaos and what's going on in the Congo, why should I stress off of this? I've made it just by making it to the NBA. It's going to work itself out. So I think part of the reason why it took so long was because he was at peace. He wasn't panicking. He'd be a great poker player. But another thing, I think the main thing that kept him from panicking, along with his upbringing, is the fact that he was talking to Jimmy all the time, who just went through his stuff with Miami. He was talking to Draymond. He was talking to Steph. He was talking to Buddy. And they're all like, we get it. He didn't go to San Diego, asked Jimmy if that was okay, because Jimmy set it up. Jimmy gave him a blessing. He had long conversations with Steph. Because the OGs were in his corner, it made him comfortable to go through the process, and ultimately it got done. But when he came to camp, there was no drama with the guys.
Yep.
How do you think he felt walking in? Like, yo, he called them to me. He said, Mark, they're my brothers. They're my brothers, because they had his back when he was fighting with his employer. And so it made him be able to sign the deal and do his job without chaos.
Yeah, it's Mark Spears. That's a great story and a great breakdown. And, you had me thinking about Draymond and where he came from, Saginaw, and he has been fighting for his life literally from day one, and that's carried him forward. And now the way you describe J.K. coming from the Congo, a lot of that makes sense. And beyond just the personality mesh, what do you think about the basketball mesh? And I know small sample, and J.K. did almost all the right things, but his style, Draymond's not a shooter, Jimmy's not a shooter. Can it really work long-term when you have multiple non-shooters on the floor?
I mean, the way it looked last game, I say yes.
Sure. I mean, yeah.
Right.
And J.K. was perfect in the second half.
I think what J.K. has to do is be aggressive. He has to be aggressive like what I saw in the G League, right? And now I think Jimmy, having been around for a little while, he's been on his tail about being aggressive, about taking a shot, about, so his brothers, I think, are getting him to grow up. Dude, this is year 5. You got your money. You ain't got now, so that stress is gone. You ain't got to worry about that. Just play. So I think they're bringing out the best in him. Now, his basketball IQ certainly has to, like, you're with savants,
right?
Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, and Al. Those are savants. They're like classical musicians. You know what I mean?
63 years of NBA, too, in those 4 guys.
And this dude's coming in 2025 hip-hop. You know what I mean? Like, you don't understand what he's saying, but, he got a nice beat, right?
Yep.
But maybe they're figuring it out together. Sadly, if they don't, then you can't trade him at $8 million. That would have been worthless for the Warriors.
Right.
It was a pain for them, but they got him at a good number now. So if it doesn't work out, mid-January, they could trade him for roughly around $25 million.
Mark, where do you think the organization stands on that? Like, what is their openness for this to go one way or the other?
Day to day.
Interesting.
I think it's day to day because first day was great. It's a great relationship. We woke up in the morning, cooked breakfast, had coffee.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's go walk in the park. Let's see how they feel in their relationship today. The first day was a great day. Mid-January is a different deal. But the key is he's engaged. Y'all been around people that don't want to be here.
Oh.
Yep.
Steven Jackson. Remember that?
Yeah, remember he signed that deal, and about 17 minutes later he said, I want out.
But he was smart. He got his money first, right?
He did, and that organization was so broken. And the other one for me, and you have a better idea, Jordan Poole. After he took the fingers to the
I
noggin.
forgot about that one.
That whole next year, he averaged 20 a game, but he was kind of doing knee stuff.
Oh, I remember in the playoffs, they're playing the Lakers. They lose a game, and he's playing music on his phone in the locker room loud. And I know the guys wanted to curse him out, but things were so tenuous at the time that nobody said anything, but they're grumbling underneath them like, we going to let him be, and he's gone. Right? Now he's in New Orleans.
2 teams later, you're right.
But Kuminga is the same dude, and he obviously is ready to play and don't seem like there are any hard feelings.
Mark Spears, ESPN, on set with us here at Splash, getting ready for the home opener. You mentioned as you were going through those teams in the West that really have a footprint. The Warriors' opponent tonight is one of them. They've got a little bit of a new look with Cam Johnson coming in, and obviously there's no more Russell Westbrook. And so give us your breakdown of what that team has been through, what they have to offer this year.
So a month ago, I don't know if you guys know, I'm a brand ambassador for Kendall Jackson Wine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, we got to get him a sponsorship deal here, right?
Let's go.
Now you're talking.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Are you a white wine or red wine? Which way do you lean?
Excellent wine.
Okay, look at
That's
that.
a good
This
answer.
guy, you can't stump Mark
That's
Spears.
a good answer.
Yeah?
Good-ish.
That's right. I mean,
And the people that have that good-ish, they know what good-ish tastes like. There's a difference.
Yeah, no doubt.
Verite, Cardinal, LaCoya, those kind of.
This guy.
You know.
He's
But
a man of
anyways,
many worlds.
Last month they sent me to Denver because I do some wine conversations. We've got to get you out to one, but I did one with Bruce Brown in the Rocky Mountains.
Okay.
At an event, and he was like, "These dudes is locked in and ready to go, man." Bruce Brown literally begged him to come back. He went to a playoff game to show them he wanted to come back and took less money to come back. Cam Johnson, I talked to him right before the trade around draft time. He's excited. He's going to be a great two-way addition for them. You just got to stay healthy. Tim Hardaway Jr. is another shooter. But the guy, I'm like, getting Valanciunas, he could start for a lot of teams. He also, I think, is going to cut Joker's minutes down by like 8 to 15 minutes a game, depending on how the game's going.
Interesting.
Maybe you could give him a night off here and there. Also, they could do a Twin Towers. See if they do that tonight. It'll be quite interesting. But Valanciunas is still a high-level player that I think could help preserve Joker and help him have even a more productive season. Maybe his numbers cut down a little bit, but that's a good thing because he's not playing as much.
Right.
And he'll be more healthy in the fourth quarter. So Aaron Gordon, my guy from Midi, San Jose, he's shooting the ball great. I think he's probably in a better headspace after the tragic passing of his brother a year ago.
Yep.
So I think he'll be in a better place to just play basketball now. I mean, that doesn't go, but I think he's going to be an all-star caliber player, I think, this year. And then, Jamal's Jamal.
Yeah.
His thing is just staying healthy.
That's a good deep
talented
team. Is Jokic the best bad body athlete since Babe Ruth?
Ooh.
I was thinking about other sports. I was trying to think of another sport comp. Like, there's not another sport.
Zach Randolph.
Not bad. Zebo.
Respectfully.
Yeah. I mean, Zebo got it done, but, I mean, the Joker just kind of bebops around. And
I'm trying to think of some Warriors.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even the guys that they had were generally
Mark Jackson.
Big stiffs. Yeah. Not the coach, but Mark with a C.
Yeah.
Jackson. Not bad.
Not that I need to be talking about anybody's body.
No.
I'm lucky I'm handsome.
Yeah, gorgeous.
You know what I'm saying? That's got me through, baby. The green eyes got me through.
Green eyes, that's a cheat code now. You cheat with the green eyes.
You can get NBA tickets and a bottle of wine, I'm told. Yeah. Those things help.
And you can name drop from coast to coast. Like just 11 or 12 names. Like you have to pick up some of these names you drop now.
But that's real.
Of course.
I'm
You're
just
Mark
doing my
Spears.
job.
That's right. That's right.
Y'all want me to tell you the truth, right? Like,
and we love it. We love it.
It ain't flexing. That's just where I went.
It's just where I went. It's just it's called my week.
It's what it is.
Right.
It's what it is.
That's right.
Mark Spears, ESPN, is with us. All right, if we're going to overreact to the greatness of Wemby and the Warriors.
We ain't overreacted.
No, what I'm saying
that
is
was real.
Right. Agreed. But if we're going
I can't wait to talk to you guys after he plays here.
I'm not,
Make sure you have a credential that game and you're in the house.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, but are there any teams where we would take that in the other direction? Like
the Clippers.
The Clippers earlier, yeah. Are you concerned about the Clippers? That was a weird start.
No.
Okay.
One bad game. A really bad game.
Really bad.
Really
that's
bad
startling
game in Utah.
to do that in Utah.
But I also saw them in preseason 2 weeks ago. Look like they could go toe to toe with Denver.
Okay.
I'm gonna give them a pass.
Give them a minute.
I'm gonna give them a pass.
Who are we sleeping on in the West? Like, who do you think is better?
Who's the one team we haven't talked about
in the West?
Yeah.
Portland,
the Lakers,
the coachless Trailblazers.
But no, there's a great team that nobody's talking about. And when you figure it out, you're going to kick yourself.
Minnesota. Yeah.
Minnesota's been in the Western Conference Finals 2 weeks in a row.
Nobody's even bringing them up.
See that shot Ant-Man hit last night?
Yeah.
So he's a guy, the same way I saw an angry Wemby, we need to see an angry Ant-Man. But I saw last year in the West Finals, and, Mike Conley looked like he wanted to cry after the game when they lost, when they got eliminated. To go to the finals 2 years in a row, I don't think Ant-Man understood how close they've been.
Yep.
And that shot yesterday told me, okay, maybe there's going to be a vengeance this year. Because those tickets to the finals, man, they don't.
You can't
they're
assume
not dangled in front of you often, and it's been dangled, and he hasn't bit the carrot twice.
You realize Mike Conley's never gotten a technical foul in his career. Put that one in your next column. I'm out here doing research here, Mark Spears. Come on.
I got
no
a technical
tease for
in college.
Draymond got one from the bench in the opener.
Mark Spears got more technicals than
I'm probably
Mike
one of the only college basketball players that threw 2 punches and still got to play.
Ooh. The Warriors would like to hear about that.
There was no social media at the time.
Yeah,
there you go.
There was no video.
That's a glass of wine store.
I love it.
We'd love to do it.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for being here, man. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. And appreciate it.
Me and this guy go back.
Too far back, my friend.
You're not going to shake my hand, bro?
It's left-handed. I thought we'd bring it in afterward. We'll go lefty. We'll bring it in.
I'll do it.
You're my guy,
you got
dude.
A job here.
You're my guy. We'll hug it out, as always. Mark Spears, ladies and gentlemen.
Mark Spears joining us on the scene, and Ramona Shelburne joins us on the phone. She's on her way to Portland. She'll hop in here coming up next. She got the assignment, not you.
Hey, I'll let her ask her those questions.
Yeah, exactly. Live at Splash.
Thanks, Ramona.
And brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Weather and Dibs.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first serve. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
McDonald's has classics, but then there's the classic. 2 beef patties, sesame seed bun, made perfect with iconic Big Mac sauce. And now I can snag one with fries and a soft drink with a $9 Big Mac Extra Value Meal. That's a Big Mac, medium fries, and an ice-cold Coke, all for $9. Score the classics at Mickey D's. They're classics for a reason. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credit design experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts while you're there. Steiny and Goo, The Morning Roast, and everything everybody had to say today as we get ready for the home opener, which is closing in. We are just over 2 hours away from tip-off. We're live at Splash right next door outside Chase Center. Nuggets, Warriors, tonight on 95.7 The Game. It's Willard and Dibbs, and I don't know about you, I kind of feel fancy. I feel fancy today.
It's super fancy.
I mean, you and I are just in T-shirts, but Mark Spears, ESPN, and then we just hand the baton right off on the River Islands guest line to Ramona Shelburne of ESPN. Ramona, we're kind of dancing around with the NBA elite tonight. You know what I mean?
I mean, this is the game, isn't it? Like, this is the one where we find out if the Warriors are for real, if the Nuggets are for real. They've kind of done a good job so far against Jokic in his career. I'm not going to say they shut him down, but they did a pretty good job against him. So let's see. They look really good in LA on opening night. I was there at that game, and there was a lot of Laker fans leaving the building like, "Oh man, our team sucks." And I was like, "No, the Warriors are good." Like, let's give them their due.
And Ramona, we know you're on your way to the airport to head to Portland right now, and I can only assume that's to get ready for the massive showdown between the Blazers and Warriors tomorrow night, right?
Is that who they're playing? I mean, no. I only know they're playing the Warriors because Anthony Slater and I've been texting a little bit today, coordinating for tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm going up there because of the big gambling scandal and and everything that's going around Chauncey Billups and I mean, as far as I can tell, nobody had any idea this was coming last night, and they went and lose a game to Minnesota. You know, and this is the best team Portland's had in a long time. They were really excited about this year, and it's like, you know, they lose on opening night. It was going to be it was a really good game, and then Ant-Man took over, and then boom, like, you know, it sounds like Chauncey got woken up at 5 a.m. and arrested, and like everybody else in the organization got woken up shortly thereafter, talking about what happened, and it's obviously throws your whole season into a tailspin here, but well, you know. You know as well as I do, like, it takes a while for things to play out in the court system. So I think today everybody's reacting to this, tomorrow, but then the courts are going to do their thing.
Yeah, and I guess he's expected to face an arraignment maybe tomorrow or later this week. What do you make of
I think it's already happened. I think it's already happened today. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. It's all happening so fast, and I read through the indictment, and it goes back to 2019, and it's a rigged poker game that he was a part of. Have you ever seen anything like this where, you know, a former athlete, a current coach gets caught up or is a part of something this nefarious with multiple alleged crime families and the rest of it?
I mean, when I started hearing the Cosa Nostra, I was like, oh my goodness.
Right.
Like, this is, you know, like some Godfather stuff. Like, I live in LA where we just saw Gilbert Arenas get caught up in a gambling scandal in a home poker game. I actually know a few of the people involved in that. I mean, it seems like there was some tie to a guy who might be part of an Israeli mob family or some kind of connection there. So, you know, NBA players do play in high-stakes poker games. They have lots of money. Most of those games take place on planes, right, when they're against each other. But it doesn't surprise me that NBA players would be participating in high-stakes, $10,000 buy-ins, whatever, because they got money and they like to play cards. Like, none of that's surprising. People play in home poker games. That's not illegal unless you take a rake, right? You're not a casino. You're not allowed to take a rake. So it's where it gets illegal is when you're taking a rake or if it's rigged, the way that this thing is fairly intricately rigged. I mean, I was reading all that they had signals at the table and they had the glasses and the card readers under. I mean, that's some next level stuff there. And I don't know how Chauncey got involved in this in the first place. Clearly somebody brought him in. It's just kind of it feels like a random thing, but it's all on who you know, I guess, you know, and that seems to be where this started. And it seems like this kind of group of people, there's a lot of overlap between the two indictments that we saw today.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, joining us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, the home opener a couple hours away. And Ramona, this may sound like complete small potatoes based on what you're talking about, but something crossed my mind after all this came out, which is Jimmy Butler the other night after the game kind of jokes with everybody, with the press. Oh, Draymond and I have this bet about free throw percentage between me and Steph.
I know.
And I think normal circumstances, no big deal, right? But under this umbrella, did they accidentally step in it the other night?
No, you're allowed to bet on things like that. Like, that's not illegal. You know, it's not a prop bet. It's like a bet between two individuals. That's fine. Like, and I think that's what's scary about gambling being so embedded in our sports culture. It's just that people are, like, listen, I don't mess with it. I'm not allowed to. Like, there's really strict rules that we all got read from ESPN. Like, if I go to Vegas, I'm not betting on any sports. I don't tell people what to bet on. I don't like to do ads, that reference gambling. That's even when I'm hosting radio in LA, because it's just, you don't really know where the lines are anymore. I mean, I know what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do, but to me, like Jimmy Butler, saying I got a bet with Draymond, like, that's fine. What's illegal about two guys having a bet? But because of this, everybody's kind of caught up. And my general reaction to this was, wow, like the people involved, Damon Jones, I've known him forever. He made money in his NBA career, but not a ton of money. He was kind of part of the entourage with LeBron. I don't think he was actually paid by the Lakers, but they let him be around because LeBron liked him and he was around and he traveled on team planes. They are the ones who have access to information. Like, they have access to, this guy is not playing. They have access, this guy is hurt. That's very valuable to gamblers that isn't necessarily released in the most timely fashion. And that's why it's really dangerous to have sports so enmeshed in our gambling culture, because there's a lot of people who have information that is valuable. And like, I'll bring it back to this. And one of the most famous examples of this at the time was, there wasn't gambling in the NBA back then. It wasn't part of the league. But do you remember when LeBron had a broken hand during the finals?
Yeah.
And then revealed it at the end of that series, and we were like, whoa. That's a pretty big revelation that he was playing with a broken hand. Can you just imagine if you were a gambler and you knew that? Like nowadays,
right.
That's the kind of information that could swing a betting line real fast. And I don't know. I've always been a little uncomfortable with how deeply enmeshed this is. But the NBA is trying to do something about it. They're trying to crack down on injury reporting and make it more accurate. I know as somebody who's always trying to get information, we're trying to get it out as fast as we can, but the teams try to keep it close to the vest because they don't want to tell the other team, in their preparation if somebody's playing. It was a game time decision, right? It's just sort of ripe for something like this to happen.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, is with us. Willard and Dibbs, I want to let everybody know that as soon as we're done chatting with Ramona, about 5 minutes after 5 o'clock, we have two major announcements, Warriors related, to make right here on this show. So stay right where you are. We're talking with Ramona. About 7-8 minutes from now, we have two major announcements to make.
Ramona, you were mentioning how enmeshed it is, and I don't think that's ever going away, but I wonder if the league won't try to clamp down on the lesser players and their props, because if you're not a guy making $20 million a year, aren't you one to be more vulnerable and incentivized to try to gin it up?
They already have. And that was the result of the Jonte Porter investigation from a couple years ago, is that they have worked with the gambling companies to say, guys, you can't have prop bets on two-way players, G League players, 10-day contract guys, because these are the guys who are susceptible to gamblers, right? They don't make a lot of money, so that will sway them. But that's a player controlling a situation. I think the most dangerous situation is just all the trainers, the assistant coaches. Like, let's just say it's somebody's friend. I mean, you know how many players have friends that either travel with them or in part of their support staff or the support team that have information that is very valuable to a gambler. And that information is, if they got mixed up with the wrong people. Now, the one thing I will say is, the NBA has come down very harshly on Jonte Porter. He was banned immediately. I think he'll come down pretty hard on Rozier and everybody who's caught up in this today. I'm talking banned or contracts canceled, existing contracts canceled, et cetera. That is a pretty strong deterrent, and they're really good at catching this stuff now because there's people who monitor when there's suspicious betting activity on somebody, you know, and I think they're the gambling companies and the leagues are getting.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Ramona, especially since you were at that game the other night, I definitely want to just kind of back up and get some impressions of the Warriors. And why don't I ask it this way? Very well discussed the idea of the Warriors' age. Do you buy or sell the idea that the Warriors are too old this year?
I think they're fine, because I'm one of those true. I really was impressed with Will Richard. I was impressed with Kuminga. You haven't even seen Moody yet. Pods was good. They have a younger group that's going to be really good for them. And I think Steph is older, Jimmy's older, Draymond older, Al Horford. He's like, I cover, I go so far back with Al. I'm like, Al, who's older, you or me? No, I am, but not, I was like, Al, I'm about the only person in this room who makes you feel young, huh? He's like, yeah, cause I covered him in Florida when he was winning national titles there. It's a good mix of young and old in that locker room. And I think that, Steph is just such an incredible weapon, guys. He changes everything. I'm getting out of my Uber now as I'm answering your question.
Okay.
Steph is just in case you hear beeps and stuff, he's just such an incredible weapon for them. Jimmy said it exactly correct when he said the other night, I got the easy job because Steph just creates so much gravity and so much problems for everybody that all I have to do is just get open. I'm open. Everybody's just paying attention to Steph. And somebody from the Lakers told me this the other day, and I thought this was really smart and a good way to look at it. Said, the thing about Steph is when you guard him, he's playing behind the defense. You can't see him. Everybody else, you can see him. Jokic, you can see him. But Steph, he's just behind the defense, and all you know is that he's out there. He's like a shark underneath the water. He's out there somewhere, but we don't know what he's going to do, where he's going to pop up, and that creates this sort of danger and that feeling where no defense ever really feels comfortable out there with him. And Jimmy Butler is so dang smart, he knows how to benefit from it.
He's smart, and you got Al, as you mentioned. You talk about Florida. That's actually where I met Willard when that Final Four was happening, and that feels like 25 years ago.
Long time ago.
It almost is 25 years ago. But I wonder about your thought. Yeah, seriously, we all were a lot younger, Ramona. Kuminga, you got to see him first game of the year. How much do you think that fit that we saw one night in, I know it's a small sample, but how much of that do you think can be sustainable to where they want to keep him?
He is doing all the right things and saying all the right things right now. I don't know how much of that is just being on his best behavior now that he's got $25 million a year coming to him, and feeling taken care of. But I do think a lot of it is because, you can just tell Draymond went on a 3-minute soliloquy, a monologue about how I want Jonathan to hear all this, right? I was wondering how he'd be received by his teammates after, he kind of put everybody through a lot of unnecessary. I don't want to say it's unnecessary. He got, maybe he needed to go through that to see what his market value was, et cetera. But, he ended up with the same offer that had been on the table basically the whole time, right? So it wasn't all that, all that impactful, and it was a lot of noise. But he, he clearly believes he can still be a number one guy. And, that whether that's in Golden State or they just making it look good so that he can trade him later. I don't know, but for one night at least, he did all of the little things. You would think if all he's trying to do is pump up his value, he would just score a lot. But he did a lot more than score. That's what everybody was remarking on: his 6 assists, making those tough rebounds, the way he played defense on Luka. I know Luka had literally 43 points. But he played really well on him that he didn't have to, that they didn't have to double. So I think that's really important as they go forward with that this year. But let's give it a little larger sample size before we make any declarations.
Ramona, you're awesome for squeezing us in. Have a safe flight. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
You got it. I know this is early for me, man. My flight's at 6, and I'm here at 5:03 at Burbank, and I'm like, man, what am I going to do the whole time? I'm just going to sit here. I usually get here 29 minutes before my flight.
Yeah, 5:36, and pay one of them little scooters to ride you through the airport.
Yeah, it's an Alaska flight, so you can't get here. It's not Southwest. I got to get here a little early, So.
Yeah, you find a Cinnabon or something of that ilk.
Yeah, Burbank Airport, we don't have much here. It's just you just kind of walk in,
Oh, great point.
Yeah, there's not much here.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'll see you soon.
Outdoor luggage carousel at Burbank. Thanks so much.
I had to bring a jacket. We're going to the rain in Portland tomorrow.
There it is.
All right, y'all. Have a good game tonight.
Okay.
Thanks, Ramona.
Good flight. There it is. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, joining us on Willard and Dibs on her way up to Gambling Headquarters, USA.
Yeah, Portland and Warriors, but she's not really going up there for the game.
No.
I wonder if she'll actually take in the game while she's there. But,
I would think.
And I encourage all of you, if you're into reading indictments, as I am, and you go through and you read some of the things that he's being accused of, he's clearly not the centerpiece of the indictment. And I just want to run through some of these nicknames, Mark, because that to me was the most hilarious part.
Do it.
You've got these are all people who are being charged in the indictment surrounding an illegal poker game. You've got Spanish G, Lou App, Flapper Poker, also known as Flappy, Maddie, also known as the Wrestler, Spook, Juice, Black Tony, Sugar, Albanian Bruce or Big Bruce, H, the guy's name is Horatio, that makes sense. Jonathan Chan, also known as Screwly and Stanley. D. Jones, Damon Jones goes by D. Jones.
Yep.
John South. Kurt, Doc, Black Rob, Pookie, and Jay. I mean, tell me that you're not in organized crime without telling me you're in organized crime. Some great nicknames in there.
I don't know any of those dudes.
Me either.
Yeah, I don't know any of those dudes.
Right. He did the legal.
Yeah,
he
we
did the legal.
Yeah, thanks, Lucas.
He's throwing up the L. Thank you for joining us.
There you go. Or maybe he's telling you you're going to lose your pick tonight.
Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah.
The pick is in. You take the Chargers and you lay the 3. Cuckoosh.
Yeah, Chargers -3 is the pick as we approach Thursday night football.
Yeah.
But we're approaching something else. A couple other things, in fact, that we want to tell you all about. So buckle up because we got a pow-pow. We got a 1-2 punch of major announcements to pass along to you, especially you Warrior fans, right here tonight as we get ready for the home opener against the Nuggets on Willard and Dibs and the home of the Warriors, 95-7 the game. Are you ready?
I'm ready, dog.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, announcement 1. The 2025 Warriors Summit is here, and it will be 2 weeks from today. That's Tuesday, November 6th, and the location will be live Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill.
Thursday, right? 2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from today. The reads are messed up, and I totally did a Will Ferrell. Thursday, November 6th.
Go find yourself, San Diego.
God. Stay classy and join us on Thursday, November 6th. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. And you know the deal for the summits. That's all of us together, all 6 hosts discussing yet another Warrior season. And by then, we'll have almost 3 weeks of Warrior basketball to react to, so we cannot wait to do that. So we will do it a little bit differently this time in that we're not going to do a preview of the season because 9 basketball games will have already happened. Give it a little bit of a different flavor, something to chew on before we sit down with all of you. You know the summit. That's me and Dibs from 2 to 4, and then our brethren show up, and from 4 to 6, it is the full group, the Warriors Summit, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar. great prizes to give away, drink specials at Jack's. Jack's is absolutely awesome. You'll love it. Your chance to meet all of us, our chance to meet all of you. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill, Thursday, November 6th, Warriors Summit 2025. We will see you there.
I love it, and I really enjoy the fact that it's going to be already into the season because we will have some stuff to talk about.
Yeah, man.
Some look ahead, some look back, some how you doing. Thursday, November 6th. 2 weeks from today.
I heard that it's a Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday, November 6th.
Yeah.
All right.
There you have it.
Okay, that's announcement 1.
That's big, but announcement 2 is even bigger.
Well, I mean, do you want to sit with that for just a second? Like, do you want to let that breathe for 38 seconds? The Warriors Summit, 2 weeks from tonight, and another chance to gather everybody and find also, like we're trying, I hope you can tell, we're trying to get to as many parts of the Bay Area as possible. We know that 4 to 6 on weeknights, it's not easy to get sometimes from point A to point B. It was great to be down in San Jose, Santa Clara last time for the Niners Summit. Now we're heading out to Pleasant Hill, and we can't wait to see that group out there.
We've done a Walnut Creek. We've done a San Ramon. We did a San Leandro, also known as the Dro. We did a San Jose. And now we're doing a Pleasant Hill.
Yeah.
And there's another one I'm leaving out. My memory is...
hello, Fremont.
Oh, that's right.
Hello.
Whoa.
Hello.
Sorry about that.
Fremont Bank.
Full service
if
banking,
you're
no
looking for a
memory.
new voice.
Way back,
anyway,
come off my people. Here for you, here for good. I had it first. Yeah,
all right,
boy, that
right.
got awkward.
Now we let that one breathe. I called it Tuesday. You forgot Fremont. Let's lick our wounds. Get back on the horse. Here comes announcement number 2. Ladies and gentlemen of the 95.7 The Game audience, we are beyond excited, honored, thrilled to announce that our partnership with the Golden State Warriors is continuing for the foreseeable future. The Warriors and 95.7 The Game have signed a multi-year contract extension, allowing us the privilege and the joy of serving as the flagship radio station for the Golden State Warriors. This is already our 10th year of this incredibly successful partnership, a decade in, and we hope it continues for a long, long time beyond that. So here we are. What a perfect night to announce this partnership extension, because tonight is a perfect snapshot of how wonderful this partnership is. We get to be out here. This is the second time this week that we're out here. The Warriors, a first-class organization. They offer the fan base continued competition and relevance, and runs through the playoffs every single year. It's been great for us. It's been great for them. It continues. We love this stuff, and I'm excited to be doing it for another year right here.
Fantastic news, and I'm glad you broke it. You caught me flat-footed with the 10th year.
10 years,
You
dude.
know how these years, they be clipping by pretty fast, but 10 years, I remember when the news broke that we were going to have the Warriors, and it feels like yesterday. Now 10 years in, Tim Roy is in his 31st season doing play-by-play. You got Tom Tolbert on the home games on the radio. You got Warriors Roundtable Weekly with Kevin Dana and, hello, fellas, Gary St. Jean. Steve Kerr is going to be on Weekly with you and I. And so all the good stuff that is around the game broadcasts, it all continues. We got a good weekend show as well. So, yeah, multi-year extension. Warriors, 95.7 The Game, synonymous.
No question about it. Yep. One without the other does not make sense.
Nope.
And everybody continues to be on the same page there. And so we keep rocking with the Warriors. We're going to do our absolute best to continue to hit home runs for all of you and bring you the inside out, the best that we're able of everything that is Golden State Warrior related. That means nights like tonight. That means nights like 2 weeks from now when we'll be out in Pleasant Hill and bringing you the Warrior Summit.
Yeah, and this is the team. And the Niners are phenomenal. The Giants are awesome. And right now, it's Warriors season we're entering into, and you look around the bar, and I'm looking straight across, and you've got a young woman who is stepping up to get a drink, and she's got a Curry jersey on.
Yeah.
And you walk out to the Plaza, Thrive City, there's Curry jerseys, there's Draymond's, there's Jimmy Butler. We are in the golden age for this team, and, it's not going to last forever. You and I talked about it on Tuesday and how I'm just going to really just bask in all of it and try not to get too high or too low. You got 81 more of these regular season games, hopefully a deep playoff run, and for all you Warrior fans out there, this is the place where you get all your Warrior content. 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it sure is. And that's what we've been doing all day. And we're going to continue to do that for the next 47 minutes until we hand the baton to Grandy so he can take over for Warriors Live and count you down to the tip-off. Because freaking Jokic is in town.
Yeah.
Jokic is in town. I mean, I do think that you get that win on Tuesday night, and it sort of lulls you into that, okay, the Warriors are what we hoped they would be, right? And it's just one night. But, man, where does it go from here if they were to win tonight? If they were to go up against
2-0, Mark.
Yeah, no, but it's bigger than that, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's only a basketball game, but I think that no matter what your sport is, and no matter what the situation is, when you get that first crack at one of the other opponents in your league that is going to be a problem all year long and is a measuring stick and all that. And the Nuggets can look at it that way too. The Warriors are no slouch. So this is a big, big time, big boy matchup. And I can only think that the confidence and the excitement level for the fan base is going to only go up from here if they were to come out and have another impressive showing tonight.
Yeah, and I even would carry that forward to the team as well. Not that they're ever going to be lacking for confidence, but when you get a game against the Lakers with no LeBron, you're kind of thinking, all right, this is a good time to get them. Not that we should win. The NBA is never really about that, but it's more tonight. Denver comes in fully rested. It's their first game of the year.
Right,
they will be the only team at tip time yet to play basketball. Indiana is playing right now, their first game of the year. Denver will be the last team to tip off their season, and it'll be tonight. So even for the Warriors, where you understand there's 82 of them, and game 2 is never going to be a must-win or any of those other.
No.
However, it's a nice early look at what do you have? Because Denver, as Mark Spears was laying out, and he starts ticking off all those names, and I was like, ooh, I forgot they had Valanciunas.
Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway.
Cam Johnson.
Sure, Cam Johnson. Yeah, it's a new look, and quite frankly, I think more intuitive and less annoying group, mainly because Russell Westbrook's not on it. But, he goes through all those acquisitions, and then he gives you the whapa of, oh, don't forget, Aaron Gordon is still on the team.
Yeah.
And if there's one player in the Western Conference who I think has been just impossible for the Warriors to deal with, it's actually not Jokic. Jokic is Jokic. We get that he's going to get his.
Luka.
Right. But Aaron Gordon has been a consistent problem for the Golden State Warriors the last few years. Be interesting to see with a couple of new bodies now to throw at the front court from the Warriors' perspective, if they can kind of shuffle the deck and have it look a little different.
Yeah, and if you are a fan of Jonathan Kuminga and you fancy what he could possibly be as a pro, it's Aaron Gordon. And if Jonathan Kuminga could, be Aaron Gordon, I'm not saying that he is going to be that overnight, but I look at the way Aaron Gordon has evolved. He's developed into a good three-point shooter. Not great. He's an unbelievably athletic, tough defender. He can guard 2 through 5. He's the kind of versatile wing that every team would want. And then you look at Kuminga, and through one game, you think, yeah, that's the JK you want. And you think about Aaron Gordon, similarly, he's a guy who's had that kind of a career where he fills up the box score and he plays winning basketball.
I don't hate the comp. He's obviously a much bulkier guy than Jonathan Kuminga.
6'8", 235.
Yeah, I don't think Jonathan's ever going to have bulk like that. He's not that thick. But then again, he's still really young. Let's see what he becomes. I don't hate the comp in terms of the athleticism that Gordon has and the all-around game that he has. He's a good passer. He's a good rebounder. He has taken his shot to be able to go from inside to outside. I hear you. If that's the target kind of comp for Jonathan Kuminga, I think those are great goals. There's no doubt.
And last year, Aaron Gordon, 43.6% from three-point land.
Yep.
And
he was great last year.
He's 33 for his career, but if you look at his trajectory, he's been mostly going up with his three-point shot, combined with the athleticism, and he still has probably one of my top 5 favorite moments of a high school kid that I covered. I was doing the state championship game at Old Arco Arena. He goes up and he scores. He gets an and one. And as he spills into the crowd, it's his own student section, Archbishop Mitty, and one of his classmates holds up a sign with a Sharpie. He grabs the pen, scratches out an autograph, and goes and hits the free throw. And at the time, I'm like, look at this kid.
Look at this freaking guy.
Then he goes to Arizona and then to the pros, and it's like, yeah, the kid does not lack for confidence. So, yeah, Kuminga, go be Aaron Gordon.
That's all. Just go be Aaron Gordon.
No pressure.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, we're talking out Warrior basketball the night of the opener on 95.7 The Game, which is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. You want to talk Warrior basketball with us right now? We're wide open for you the rest of the way. 888-957-9570 is the number. And again, what I'm looking for tonight, and not just tonight, what I'm looking for in a general sense, this is a little bit in the weeds, a little intricate. I know we see game one and we go, oh, Kuminga did this, and Buddy Hield hit 5 threes, and Jimmy Butler was a stabilizing presence, and that's kind of the individual by individual breakdown of what we're seeing. I'm looking at something that, for me, needs to be a more overarching part of Warrior basketball going forward, and that is not asking Steph Curry to be Superman. And that's what I thought the collective on Tuesday night was. Steph could play a game where he just went 3 for 9 from three-point range. It was a very ho-hum, solid but not sparkly game. He didn't have to overdo it with minutes, yet the rest of the team, whether this is looking at it through the arc of the whole year or even within the game, think about how often we've talked about the non-Steph minutes.
Right.
You know what I noticed the other night? Is that I didn't notice the non-Steph minutes.
Yeah.
They just looked like the Warriors the entire time. And so that, to me, I think, is maybe the number one X's and O's positive that I saw come out of Tuesday night.
It's funny because as you just were saying that about the non-Steph minutes, I was trying to think about when they were and what that was and and I couldn't even remember what those were like because it didn't really matter who was out there other than the first quarter where both teams were mostly terrible and sloppy and the refs kind of ruined it with all of the ticky-tack calls and the flopping. After that, the Warriors kind of settled in, and it was Jimmy, it was Kuminga. Everybody had a quarter. Kuminga in the third quarter was awesome, and then Buddy Hield just got absolutely white hot. And then you needed a little bit of Steph late to seal it, but there was a lot of Jimmy. It was a lot of different players contributing. And, yeah, what you said about Steph is, you know, it was kind of a second gear, third gear night for him. You didn't need him to bail you out. And the more of those games you can have, the better you'll be in the long term.
Well, I know that, again, this is always something that gets weaponized when you do it in a small sample, but plus minus, I think it matters over a period of months, maybe even a period of weeks. It does not matter over one night, but it is something that is an interesting metric when it comes to something like Steph, because when you have had times in the past where the Warriors have had to lean on him so heavily, when you see what happens in the playoffs last year, he leaves and boom, they're incapable of winning a game. Now, look at what happened on Tuesday night. Steph was only +1. That's it. He was just, the Warriors were up by 1 with Steph on the court. That means, by definition, the Warriors were up by 9 when he was not on the court.
Right.
That's an important metric coming out of that game, I think.
Yeah, and that's always something I kind of came up with last year in my own head. It's kind of relative plus minus. It's what were you relative to the team. If you are a +6 and the team loses by 10, you were 16 points better than the team. That, to me, is more important than you were +6 and the team won by 6. And, you know, Steph was a +1 and the team was 9 points better without him. Now, this is a small sample, you're right, but you can see a pattern develop over time. And this is one reason why Steve Kerr loves pods, because pods last year was like a +260 for the year. It tended to be when he played, and I don't know what Pods was in the opener.
Plus 13.
I mean, when
Plus
he's
13,
when he's out there, the team tends to play well.
Yeah, he was only bettered by Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. Those were the only two players on the roster who had a better plus-minus than Brandon Pajewski.
Yeah, and when you look at it over one game, and maybe I'm just doing this to defend Will Richard, but most people look at Will Richard and you think, he played great.
I thought he played great.
And he was a minus 13?
Minus 11, which was a team low.
In like 8 minutes or whatever he played?
14 minutes, minus 11.
Right.
Al Horford, 20 minutes, minus 10.
Right.
You know what I mean? Those were the two guys that, again, if you buy into that, they were dragging the Warriors down to the ground.
Yeah.
They were a couple of cabooses for crying out loud.
Yeah, and this is where you look at it over a longer sample, and this is where Steve Kerr will look at 2- and 3-man combinations over a longer period of time, and patterns will emerge of, when 2 or 3 guys are together and they generally have a negative rating. Well, there's something to that. Not in one game, but more like 4 weeks or a month, No
doubt about it, yeah. So I just think it's not that telling if you want to go player by player, but I find it a little bit telling just with that player, Steph Curry, because he's the franchise, because everything revolves around him, and we have seen so many times that when he goes out, the offense suddenly is like, oops, how are we supposed to function? We don't know how to do this. And that very much, again, one game in, that did not happen the other night, to the point where, I bet if you think back and you go, hey, how'd the Warriors do in the non-Steph minutes? You didn't even notice them. You didn't even notice them. And in fact, you got to the end of the game, and Steve was messing around with lineups a little bit with 4 minutes to go. I think he rolled the dice and went, I want to see if I can buy these guys some more rest. And he had Draymond and Jimmy over there on the bench. Lakers go on a run, cut it to 6. He had to pull them off the bench, and then everything stabilized. But that was the only moment where I even noticed the idea of when stars were on the bench the other night.
Yeah, and that was the one moment where the Lakers cut it to 8, and I was thinking timeout. And then the Warriors go down, don't score. Lakers scored again, cut it to 6, and then he called timeout. And I was thinking, you should have called it earlier. But it didn't slip away, so it wasn't a real factor. But yeah, I do think that you get late in that game, and not that you're tinkering, but, if you can take a 10-point game and make it 16, well, now Jimmy and Draymond, you don't have to go back in. The other side of it is it gets to 6, timeout. Sorry, guys. Take off the ice, Draymond, and get back in there. We need you.
Yeah. No, but I do think these next 30 hours or so are going to maybe start to help us at least identify a few trends with this team that we're all looking for. Obviously, we're just going to have to deal with this. The simple fact is that the eyes are going to be on Jonathan Kuminga this year to see if it quote-unquote fits, and what is his activity, and how is he going about some of the non-scoring aspects of the basketball game. So we'll get that idea. Also, Al Horford plays tonight. Al Horford does not play tomorrow night. They think maybe Moses Moody will play tomorrow night. So we're going to start to get a better idea of who's going to be the starter, what are the rotations, and what do they look like when certain guys are on and off the floor. And if you start to see things happening consistently 2, 3, 4 games into the season, then I think you can ramp that excitement up a little more. It would be wonderful if Jonathan Kuminga went out and had 7+ rebounds again tonight, and again had more people talking about him in the post-game press conference about how light bulbs have gone on, and that's what we're waiting for. You do that again, and you do it against a team like this with their front court, man, I don't think it's too early to get excited.
Yeah, it's just the engagement, and you're not going to get him to go 5 for 5 in the second half all the time. The 3-ball looked great. He made mostly all the right plays. He had a couple that you and I talked about early in the game, first half, where it's like, it's probably not one you'd like. Steve Kerr even mentioned it when we talked to him about a couple of the mid-range. You don't want to ever force a 12-footer. There was one that was a fall away from 12. You're not KD. We don't want to take that shot. Later in the half, though, he got to that area, he stopped, and he kicked the ball back for a 3-point shot. So beyond him making the right play, it's the little things, such as you mentioned. He had 9 rebounds in that game. Rebounding is effort and attitude. And if you have the athleticism, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to go out and do that. If he gives the effort and he plays 30 minutes or whatever it'll be, you should be able to fall your way into 6 rebounds at that size with that vertical.
Super interesting also to think back to Mark Spears' visit with us, which was just about an hour and a half ago. If you're just joining us, if you're on your way to the game, I really do suggest you going back on the Odyssey app or on YouTube and take a listen to the 30-minute visit between Mark Spears of ESPN, local guy. Everybody knows Mark, right here with us on Willard and Dibs, because I thought he was incredibly revealing. And one of the things that both he and Ramona were talking about was kind of not knowing where Jimmy Butler would be both mentally and physically. Let's be real. I'm a huge fan of Jimmy Butler. At the same time, when you go back through his history, yes, sometimes it's all working. Sometimes it's not. I don't know why we would have any reason to think that it was not, but you come back for another year, you're another year older. I think you always have to be open for we're not exactly sure what we're going to see. My God, there is no way that could have gone any better as far as an opener. And Jimmy Butler, both in terms of X's and O's and in terms of the leadership role that he has decided to take, boy, if Tuesday night was any indication, it does suddenly feel like true contention is not ridiculous.
Yeah, and I do think that the construct here is such to where you're going to have veterans and you've got a stable environment. And so I don't think that you're necessarily going to have the same ability. Even if Jimmy wanted to behave in a certain way or blow up the spot or whatever you think might happen, I don't think it's possible here because of Steve and Stephen, Draymond, and the veterans you have. So I don't think that Jimmy Butler can be in a spot where he's disgruntled. Easy there. He's going to get to play. He got a huge contract, and he's playing around other older OGs. I don't see any way that this could go south. That's all.
Well, there's always a way. There's always a way.
I know, but the typical ways are, I want my money, he's got it. I want my PT, he's got it.
Right.
I want to play with other people who are grown men, he's got it. I want to play for an organization that is run correctly, he's got it. I don't know what he would want that he can't possibly have. That's all.
I do want to say as we hit 5:30, half hour away from Warriors Live, hour and a half away from tip-off between the Nuggets and the Warriors tonight, just been handed to us. You should get on over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/957 The Game. We have been handed the Warriors home opener hat.
It's a hat.
It's a hat.
I'm a hat.
No, you're not, but it's a hat. The Warriors home opener hat is now on my head. It's about to be on Dibs' bald head.
I want to mess up my hair.
No, I get it. You don't want hat head. Luckily, I was already wearing a hat.
Yeah, of course you were.
Yeah, that's weird.
Because it's
anyway,
a day.
Yeah, exactly. It is. It's the day of the week. I've confirmed that.
Some have called it Tuesday. I don't know.
I tell you what. But anyway, it's a special night. The home opener hat is now on our heads. And if you're on your way down and you've got tickets, because it's the Warriors, it's the home opener, you're going to be treated to some special stuff, okay? LaToya London has got the national anthem tonight. Third quarter, the Warrior dance team is going to perform a special routine celebrating the 40-year anniversary of the team. And all of you Warrior fans, you're going to wear this hat.
Yeah, the first everyone to show up tonight,
right.
You know, the first 1,000 everyone, you get a hat.
You get a hat.
Yeah.
It's like Oprah, man.
Totally.
Look under your seat, and there's a hat.
Yep.
Okay?
You get a hat, and you get a hat, and during halftime, hand-to-hand, we'll perform an acrobatics display on the court. And speaking of halftime entertainers, Red Panda, famous for her unicycle bowl flipping act, apparently she's healthy. She can be back.
Is she back?
She's back.
This year?
I believe so,
Oh,
yeah.
that's exciting.
Yeah, the broken wrist is healed. Red Panda off the injured list.
The Golden State Warriors tonight start this game on a streak of 565 consecutive sellouts.
Wait, say that again.
565 consecutive sellouts. You fans, you are nut jobs. in the most awesome way. 565 consecutive sellouts, a streak that dates back to December 18th, 2012. Okay, so we are now at 13 years of there's never been a seat. 13 years of there's never been a seat at a Warrior game. And again, I know we say this a lot, but for those of you who are, I don't know, at least 40 years old, like, I'm just never going to not appreciate the hell out of this organization because we never saw this as even remotely possible. For the Golden State Warriors to be one of the most badass franchises in all of sports, one of the most valuable franchises in all of sports, one of the most followed franchises in all of sports, is still a crazy thought to me. It's still just nuts.
Yeah, and Joe Lacob basically said as much during the Chris Mullin retirement ceremony. He got booed. Many laughed. I was a skeptic. And then at the first championship parade, not the second, the third, or the fourth, under the Lacob era, I went over to Joe and I apologized, man to man. I said I wasn't there to boo. I was home as a doubting Thomas thinking, who does this guy think he is? I mean, the Warriors have great fans, and every now and again they make the playoffs, which is, worthy of a parade, but he's talking about hanging banners, and now you're running out of room with which to hang said banners.
Yep.
And you mentioned 565 consecutive sellouts. Higher or lower, a little preview for tomorrow, higher or lower than 565, Steve Kerr's regular season win total?
As a coach?
Yes.
Higher or lower than Steve Kerr's regular season win total?
Is it higher or lower than 565?
I think Steve's lower. Lucas?
Did someone say higher or lower?
Yeah.
That's tomorrow.
Oh.
It's actually higher. Steve has 568 wins, and actually
I took a shot.
Tomorrow's higher or lower is based on Steve Kerr's regular season win total.
Love it.
Had I not known that this was so close, I would have included it, but now we all know. But that just gives you some perspective on how crazy that is. 565 consecutive.
It's just bananas,
Yeah.
man. And tomorrow's going to be a ton of fun. It'll be a football Friday. We're getting ready for Niners-Texans. We'll react to tonight's home opener. Maybe get a little in there on the Giants' new manager as well. It's going to be a great Friday and an end to a great week. Not done yet here at Splash at all as we get ready for Warriors and Nuggets here on Willard and Dibs. Let's get out to the phones and go to John in Hayward. Hey, John, we appreciate you. Thank you for the call. What's up?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. I think just, Chef, he needs to be more of a playmaker, sort of what, the Nashter did down in Phoenix with that, 7 seconds or less, and just unlock Kuminga like Sean Marion. I think it's possible. And if Steve Kerr, you're listening, please run open court drills with this guy. He doesn't need to be scoring and really compromise his health. I think being a playmaker because of his dribbling exhibition and what he does pregame, he's got it. He's, second to none as far as handling the rock. What do you guys think?
Well, John, I'm going to very respectfully disagree with you for this reason, and it's a little bit of an intricate one, but Steph Curry as a scorer, Steph Curry as he approaches a defense in the NBA is what terrifies defenses. As Jimmy Butler put it the other night, the gravity that Steph brings to the court is what allows everyone else around to be open. So, sure, be a playmaker, get others involved. I think he does do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're saying. That's not a bad thing. But if it's at the expense of Steph Curry, the scorer or scoring threat, that's not a good thing. Steph Curry, at least as a scoring threat, is the straw that stirs the drink and makes everything go.
And as far as playmaking goes, you've got a unique playmaker in Draymond Green who is a point forward a lot. And then you've got Jimmy Butler who can play make out of the low post, and he can, play make when he needs to. So the Warrior team is so unique. I don't think that you need a necessarily designated point guard. However, when you do get DeAnthony Melton back, that gives you more ball handling, more backcourt help, and same thing when Pod starts to get more minutes. I think you've got enough playmaking to go around.
I'm with you completely, and I think if you actually think about the Warrior process in general, Steve Kerr's offense, the way that they've always run this thing, I don't really want to designate people so much.
Right.
And my larger question to someone like John, and I get it, be a fan of whoever you want on this team, but why so worried about who gets what and them getting theirs and who's cooking and who's not and all that? I know you want Jonathan to be happy. I know you want Jonathan to grow. Those things are great. The way the Warrior offense works is that it is beautiful ball movement, and it finds energy, and it finds openness, and all of that. But at the end of the day, it has to run through Steph and Jimmy. They are Hall of Fame players. They are as scary in the NBA as any twosome that's out there, and you cannot at any point move on from that too early in the interest of somebody else's growth, in my opinion.
Well, and why would you? You've got the best shooter in history, and you've got one of the best ISO players in the game today. So when Steph and Jimmy are both in there, what's the defense going to do? You got to give a lot of attention to Steph, the gravity we all talk about, and then Jimmy's going to have more room to cook. And similarly, when Jimmy gets the ball, you can't all of a sudden double him because the Warriors are so good at ball movement. The ball's going to find either Steph or Al Horford, who's now a stretch five who can shoot it. Quentin Post can shoot it. Kuminga with a great start to his year from three. So having those two out there gives the defense a ton of problems in how you're going to cover it.
Engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page before every game. Presented by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler. We asked earlier, who will score the most points in tonight's game? Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Nikola Jokic, or someone else? The results dibs are in, and at 51%, this will shock you, Steph Curry. Is the, Steph Curry is the answer from our fan base. Nikola Jokic comes in second place at 33%. Jimmy Butler grabs 12% of the voting audience, and the whole always popular other comes in at 4%.
I mean, if you picked another, who would you pick to be that other? Kuminga.
No, probably Jamal Murray.
Could be. That's fair.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but
no, I was just doing my my Kevin Dana. I'm trying to get ramped up for
Aaron
Kevin
Gordon.
Dana. Kuminga.
Totally. We got a lot of evil laughs on this show, man. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Still at Splash, still getting ready. Warriors Live 20 minutes away. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Northbound 280 still jammed from Mariposa getting into the Oracle Park Chase Center area. I've got northbound 101 jam from well before 280 all the way to the Bay Bridge. Bay Bridge, yes, the metering lights are on.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The home of every Bay Area is Moses Moody. You're listening to the home of every Warrior game. 95.7 The Game. Mark Grandy is on the pre and post tonight. Lock in, Dub Nation.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Little forward promotion for the guy, Mark Grandy. He is standing by, my God, like the hoopsnik that he is. sitting here at Splash, we got good-looking people, we got good food, we got good vibes, but Mark is at a table with his laptop open.
He's yawking in,
you know
no
what I mean?
doubt.
Look at him. He's like he's so dialed in, he doesn't even see what's going on around him.
Right, and partly what's going on around him is a couple of the executives from Atco Pest Control in the building, and we got a chance to talk about what's bugging you on Friday, and also we were joking around about the rodent of the month and how Steiny fights his way through the reed. This week it's the gopher. You got gopher problems?
Gopher?
Yeah. So anyway, a lot of people in here, a lot of the cognoscenti, some of the who's who getting ready for the home opener.
Yeah, opening night, man. What a week to look at all of this. Warriors are 1-0. Nikola Jokic is in town. Giants have their new manager. It's definitely outside the box. The Niners have lost all of their players, but they're 5-2, and they head on the road to Houston coming up in a few hours. Thursday night football is underway. Man,
the pig is in.
Pig in slop. Pig in slop right now.
And we always do this like, what's the best month for sports, blah, blah, blah. October, quietly, and that's a nice case that they can make.
Well, it just comes, it's relentless.
Yep.
It's just coming at you, and it does not take many nights off. And to me, that's what I love. Like a lot of times, sports for me, you know what I mean? Like we've talked, I thought a really interesting conversation off the top of the show with regard to how much of your sports content that you view is related in some way to gambling or gaming or whatever. For me also, a lot of times, like it's comfort, it's background noise, you know what I mean? Like, we talk about how we take in Giants games or whatever, and I don't know too many people that lock in for 162 baseball games.
Sam Loveman.
But yeah, there are people. there are some crazies out there, but like for me, it's just something that feels better when it's on. I just want it on there in the background. I don't know, maybe it's an anxiety thing for me, but like I feel at my most comfortable when that game is just on in the background.
Yeah.
And sometimes if I want to lock in on it, I will throw a couple somethings on it or whatever or make that phone call. But anyway, that's why this month for me is right up there.
Baseball for me it's just comfort food. It's always there and you know what you're going to get. It's just a solid meal. Football is more like going out to eat at the fancy restaurant. You do it maybe once a week, and the meal's usually good. Sometimes it's not, but it's a thing. Like, we're going out tonight. We're going to fill-in-the-blank restaurant. And then this basketball team that we have here, it's like 82 times a year. You got to watch it. Like, you have to watch this team because you've got Steph Curry, and you're not always going to have Steph. And you add in Jimmy, the Jimmy buddy thing that they've got going. Draymond is a volatile player. You never know what that might be. And now with Kuminga, is Kuminga going to cook again tonight? Is he going to rebound again tonight? JK, if he starts stacking performances like that, the whole idea about the trade deadline, it no longer is going to be a thing.
Well, I tell you what, we spoke to Mark Spears about that. I'm going to suggest one more time that you go check that out if you missed it, because I thought it was a very, very deep conversation. And Mark spent some time with Jonathan just a few weeks ago, and I thought passed along some things that were kind of new and fresh and that a lot of people don't know about the perspective of this whole thing. And the follow-up was, hey, where's the organization in all this? And his answer was day to day. So, today, off of Tuesday night, is a good day for the idea of maybe Jonathan Kuminga doesn't need to go anywhere. But as we all know, that's going to be a night-to-night thing, and it may feel very different tomorrow, or it may feel even better.
Yeah.
Because if he can start, as you said, if he can start stacking these things, I have definitely come to a spot where I look back on one of my takes from the summer, and I now don't necessarily agree with myself anymore, which is I'm not saying it's done, but there is an opening to the idea of Jonathan still being a Warrior for the better part of his career. It may still be a small opening, but I believe that it's there.
Yeah, and the whole idea of Will it work? Well, it can work, and we saw the small sample of it actually working. And the other thing I was thinking about is if you wanted to acquire something at the deadline, you'd be looking to acquire somebody who gets you about 16 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists, which is what he had. So if he is that, then maybe that's what you acquired. And you always do this, and I like the way you frame it. Like, the 49ers are going to acquire a starting quarterback and a starting receiver or two. When these guys get healthy, you're going to acquire these players, and maybe the Warriors already acquired the wing that they so badly have coveted.
Well, you keep an eye on this for tomorrow night because, we're not going to know, I don't think, until maybe right before you and I get off the air. But I can already see a trigger point kind of being out there. Maybe it's matchup dependent. I don't know. But Jonathan's going to do whatever he does tonight. And then tomorrow, Moses Moody might be ready. And does Moses just grab his spot in the starting rotation immediately? And how does that feel to Warrior fans based on how Jonathan did or did not do in this game tonight?
And how does Jonathan feel about it?
Sure.
Like, would he, even if the minutes are still around 25, and last night, or Tuesday night rather, was different because
33,
he played a ton, and the rotation is a little shorter because they don't have Melton, and they won't for a month, and they didn't have Moody, etc. But when everyone's healthy, if JK's on the bench and he's getting 22, 23 minutes a night, how's he going to feel then? Because his agent told us, hey, when you play him, he rebounds. And so far through one game, Aaron Turner's right. They played him and he rebounded. And if he goes down to 23 minutes, does he lose his luster for doing the little things? That's to be determined.
Yep. I mean, again, good start the other night for the idea that maybe, while we were all yelling at one another about what was supposed to happen this summer, maybe these guys were actually all successfully getting on the same page.
Right.
Maybe.
Right.
It's one game.
It is.
It's one game, but I'm actually more focused on what I'm hearing people say. I'm hearing Steve Kerr is telling us that they've had good conversations. Draymond is pointing out the things that he did on the court. Jimmy is telling everybody, y'all, I took him under my wing, and he's right here. He is living and breathing what I'm telling him. Like, you take all those words, and